Chapter 241 Beware of the Queen. This bitch. Shinseoe can naturally guarantee Yueguang. After all, historical records show that Li Jinyan married a wife like her, and there was no doubt about his love for her. As the news spread, today's Yanyu building became the busiest day since the Queen moved in. The Queen Mother, Li Mabai, Li Jinyan, and Prince Rui all rushed over almost as soon as they got the news. Li Jinyan was as excited as a child, and kept touching Yueguang's belly. His face was filled with joy and a bit of disbelief.
Really? I'm going to be a father?
The Queen Mother laughed at him.
Looking at your stupidity, you really don't look like you want to be a father.
King Rui also joked.
I am still a child. So I have a child first. But I have to work hard for my younger siblings. When I get married, I have to take care of 2 children.
Li Jinyan looked slightly serious, pretending to be mature, and said in a deep voice,
Brother Qi, you can't say this nonsense. Wada is already having a hard time being pregnant. How can I bear to let her take care of me? From now on, I will be the only one.
When you take care of her, you won't let her get tired.
Yueguang lowered her eyebrows and smiled, unable to restrain her joy.
The Queen Mother said, You 2 children are really giving the AI family a headache.
She reached out and poked Li Jinyan's head, a little hesitantly.
Especially you. You're a big man. If you like this girl's family, you told the Emperor and the AI family that you would marry her to a matchmaker. It's better for you to bully someone before you even get past the door. Let the Protector know about it. With his bad temper, he will cut you with a knife. And the AI family won't care.
Yueguang didn't realize that the Queen Mother was joking. So she hurriedly explained,
No, Queen Mother. My father also likes the prince very much.
Li Mabai joked.
Look, he's already talking to Jinyan before he even walks through the door.
The Queen Mother's pretense of hesitation disappeared as soon as she smiled so hard that her face wrinkled.
The AI family has the final say on this wedding, so we should do it as soon as possible.
As he said this, he held the hands of Shinseoe and Yueguang at the same time.
That's great. That's great. The AI family always dreamed of having a grandson in their arms. They prayed day and night, and prayed to the gods for their blessings. They never expected that one day they would have 2. Good times.
Everyone is happy about such a happy event. But from the corner of her eye, Shinseoe caught a glimpse of a strange look on the Queen's face. She pursed her lips hard. Her eyes dimmed, and her naturally hanging hands held on to the hem of her skirt. She was jealous and hated. What she couldn't get, she couldn't bear to see that others could get it. Later, Shinseoe called Yueguang to Bitong Pavilion on the grounds that she wanted to tell her about her pregnancy. My sister-in-law closed the door and reminded her politely,
It's a good thing that you are pregnant. The Emperor and the Queen Mother are helping to arrange the marriage. You should be able to get married soon. When you leave the palace, you have to go home and prepare many things in advance. Your Majesty,
I am currently discussing your wedding date with the Emperor, and it will definitely be decided when the prince comes back. I think it would be best if you go home early to make preparations, and you can start back to Jiangdu with the prince tomorrow.
Yueguang did not hear the underlying meaning of Shinseo's words, and said with a smile,
I like to chat with the ladies, and the prince also likes to be with the Emperor and Prince Rui. We are in the summer garden every day. We can meet each other. When we return to Jiangdu, my father is very strict, and it is difficult for my daughter to go out. It will be very frustrating. We will get married in a few days after we see each other again. From now on, we will be tired of being together every day. I'm afraid you will be annoyed.
Seeing that she still didn't understand, Shinseoe changed the topic and said,
Did you know that some women are so jealous that if they see others getting something that she can't get, even if it has nothing to do with her, she will have the wrong idea? In short,
in one sentence, not everyone in this world wishes you well. Your Majesty. You mean Queen?
Yueguang heard Li Jinyan say something about the Queen, but she didn't believe that the Queen would harm her.
My daughter has no enmity with her. She shouldn't do such a thing. Right? What should I do? Your background, your luck, and the child in your belly are all things she envies. Remember, only by thinking the worst about everyone at any time can you be a good member of the royal family. To survive? Do you understand?
Although Yueguang still didn't quite understand, she knew that Li Jinyan must have a reason for calling Shinseo's sister-in-law. But calling the Empress, at least Shinseoe wouldn't harm her. Then he said,
Roan Fei, don't worry. I know what to do. Thank you, Roan Fei, for your advice.
Asterisk. It is said that when a prince gets married, It should be done with great ceremony. It will take at least 2 months to prepare everything. But when everything is ready before the wedding, Jiang Wanting's belly will show her pregnancy. The royal family had a taboo on marrying one son. So although Jiang Wanting's pregnancy was a good thing, it had to be kept secret for the time being. It would also be bad for the reputation of her daughter's family if word spread about it. Therefore, this marriage must be concluded as soon as possible. People from the Ministry of Rites and Qin Tianjian have calculated that the 1st and 7th days of July this year are good days, both suitable for Prince Jing to get married. Li Mabai asked Li Jinyan to choose a day. Li Jinyan said happily,
"The 7th day of July is a good day. It is the festival for begging for cleverness. The meaning is good, so why not choose this day?"
"No." Li Mabai refused decisively.
"Since you know that day is the Qiao festival, do you want me not to attend your wedding and accompany your imperial sister-in-law to spend the festival? If it is your reason, then choose that day."
"Ah?
Come on, brother. This is the only time in my life that I will get married. If you and your sister-in-law fall in love with the right person, every day is Valentine's Day. Why are you trying to steal your time from me?"
Li Mabai smiled lightly.
"It's different. Damn it, brother. Just tell me to choose July 1st and that's it. What else can I choose?"
Li Jinyan pretended to be angry, pursed his lips, and pulled Prince Rui to help him reason. Prince Rui laughed non-stop and joked,
"How does the emperor treat concubine Rome? I haven't seen much of it. But you are wandering around Jiangdu and the imperial city every day. How can you still see less? At this time, don't take it. Brotherly love is comparable to love between husband and wife. Brother Huang and concubine Rong want to spend the rest of their lives together, and he won't spend the rest of his life with you. So how can he side with you?"
Li Jinyan refused.
"No. My brother loves me the most."
He clasped his hands in his fists and looked at Li Mabai with a hopeful look on his face.
"Brother, okay?"
"There is no way. Who'd let me fall in love with such a younger brother?" Li Mabai was annoyed by his stalking. So he said,
Okay. I'll do whatever you want."
The next day, Li Jinyan took Jiang Wanting back to Jiangdu to prepare for the wedding. By the end of June, the mountain stream had begun to feel chilly. It has rained several times in Jiangdu in the past few days, and autumn has arrived in advance. Yujia also decided to return to Luang early. On the way back to the palace, Li Mabai asked casually,
"I remember Pear said. Do you like rabbit meat?"
"Yeah." Shen Xiao nodded vigorously, turned sideways, and stuck out her tongue at him playfully.
"What's the matter?" "It's nothing."
Li Mabai looked at her and smiled.
"I just think Tutu is so cute. It's really cruel for you to eat Tutu."
Chapter 242 Gobai gives Yu the gold medal to avoid death. Li Jinyan's wedding day was set on the 7th day of July, the Qiao festival, and the 1st day of July was the day for receiving gifts. Just the betrothal gifts sent from the palace to the Duke Protector's mansion are enough to make people enviable. 1,000 taels of gold, 10 pieces of various silks and satins, 8 drawers of purple jade jewelry,
6 drawers of gold and silver hangings, 5 drawers of swallow-shaped donkey hide gelatin, and 16 emerald temples dotted with jade beads. There are so many of these. Even the Queen Mother said when she saw him.
Even when the AI family entered the palace in the past, they had never seen so many betrothals. The emperor is too doting on Jin Yin.
The rest of the affairs were left to the envoys to do the work, and Li Mabai had half a day to spare. But over here, Shen Xiao was being troubled by Fu Qingqing. It started to rain lightly in the afternoon, but this girl insisted on going to the koi pond to watch the
fish leaping over the dragon gate. "Sister Shen, just go with me. It looks better when it rains. What's so exciting about the salted fish turning over? Besides, don't you hate rainy days the most?"
Fu Qingqing stretched her hands out of the window and let the fine raindrops fall on her palms.
"I hate heavy rain. This kind of rain, which is as fine and moist as spring rain. Can't even drop raindrops on my body. It's still comfortable."
He had no choice but to defeat her. So Shen Xiao had no choice but to go with her. As soon as the two of them left Yong'an Palace, Li Mabai sneaked in like a thief. Sanfu followed him, holding 2 cages in his hands, containing healthy hares. After entering the small kitchen, Li Mabai rolled up his sleeves and said,
"Come on. Please step back."
Sanfu's eyebrows were gathered together, and he looked at the rabbit cage with some worry.
"Your Majesty, are you sure you don't need help?" "No. It's just 2 rabbits. I still can't handle it." "Okay then."
As soon as Sanfu went out, he heard Li Mabai shouting from inside.
"Hey! Don't run around. Come back! Come back to me! He peeked in through the crack in the door, and saw Li Mabai lying on the ground chasing a rabbit. So he shook his head and murmured in a low voice with a smile on his face. Hey! Ever since the Emperor had concubine Rong, his behavior has been imitated by concubine Rong. But it's very different from before. Later, when Shinxio and Fu Qingqing returned to Yong'an Palace, they found that the palace was quiet, and they didn't know where the palace people had gone. Fu Qingqing was also eccentric. Sister, take a break. I also want to collect some rain and dew to make tea. Then she jumped up and walked away, completely ignoring Shinxio calling her behind. Shinxio, who had been pulled by her to stand by the koi pond for a long time, felt a little tired and now just wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest for a while. However, when she opened the door, she was stunned. I saw that the dormitory was covered with red silk and red paper, and it was very festive to dress up like a new house. There are also red dates, peanuts, longans and lotus seeds placed on my bed, which symbolizes having a child early. Good guy, who is doing exercises in her palace. It was Prince Jing who was getting married, not her. So what did she do to make the palace like this? She called out, Pair! Cheer! What's going on? The two girls obviously came back with her, but as soon as she turned around, they disappeared. Shinxio was about to go out to look for it. When she raised her nose, she smelled a meaty aroma that aroused people's appetite. When she turned around, she saw that Li Mabai was holding a pot of hot and spicy rabbit meat, and he didn't know when he stood behind her. Your Majesty? When did you come? Li Mabai handed the rabbit meat to her and fanned the aroma towards her. Smell it. Does it smell good? I made it myself. Shinxio took a deep sniff and praised it. Wow! It smells so good! Regardless of how hot the rabbit meat was, she grabbed a piece with her bare hands and stuffed it into her mouth, swallowing it whole, while fanning his mouth with his hand. He said with a big tongue, Okay, good time. Li Mabai reached out to brush away the meat juice from the corner of her lips and smiled knowingly. Idiot! Later I found out that these were the Chinese Valentine's Day surprises Li Mabai had prepared for her. He said calmly, I have never given anyone a surprise, and I don't know what kind of surprise a woman would like. These are all I can think of. They may not be perfect, but I will make progress in the future and will always give you more. Want more? For Shinxio, these were enough to move her. Just the fact that the emperor cooked for himself was enough for her to be recorded in the annals of history and be praised for thousands of years. Of course, courtesy. He took out a gold medal from his arms and handed it to Shinxio. This is the gold medal for immunity from death. Although there is no risk of death or injury with me here, this is already the most precious gift I can think of giving you. Anyone who sees this thing is like seeing me, and you will feel more at ease. Shinxio took the death-free gold medal and looked at it carefully. She had seen this thing in many TV dramas, but she had never seen it as a cultural relic preserved in history. I never imagined that the real thing could be so exquisite. In ancient times, this was a serious talisman. With it, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in the palace in the future? Shinxio thought so, and couldn't help but smile. Li Mabai lifted her chin and stared at her seriously. What about my gift? Isn't it available? The emperor is greedy. Shinxio stood up on tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the lips, jokingly saying, I gave my whole body to the emperor. Isn't that enough? Li Mabai said nothing, but responded enthusiastically to her kiss. Of course not enough. After the new rain, the late autumn fragrance comes, and the long street seems to be especially quiet tonight. The night was endless, and the candles in the stone palace lanterns on both sides of the road were warm and swaying with the wind, flickering in the thick ink black. A clear crescent moon hangs far away in the sky, and the night wind carries the fragrance of Sini flowers slowly. July is the last flowering period of Sini, and it is also the time when the fragrance is strongest. Shinxio said curiously, I remember that Sini is not often grown in the palace, but I know you like it. He just pointed with his hand, and Shinxio's eyes followed him over the palace wall, and saw rows of Sini stars scattered under the partition wall, which was really beautiful. The wind was also romantic, picking up the fallen flowers and floating on Shinxio's forehead. She smiled, held the petals in her hands, took a deep breath under her nose, and said happily, It smells so good. How does the emperor know that I like it? When I saw you in the summer garden, you stared at a magnolia plant at the foot of Shaolin Mountain for a long time, and you didn't want to move for a long time. Then does your majesty know why I like this flower? Li Mabai speculated. The fragrance of flowers? Or the color of flowers? None of them.
She smiled and shook her head lightly.
City flower blooms only when the leaves have fallen, and bears fruit only when the flowers have fallen. If you compare it to a human being, it would be like falling in love with only one person in your life.
Li Mobai held her hand, and the petals were placed between their palms.
This is how you and I should be.
His hands were warm and comforting. The clothes between the cuffs rubbed against each other from time to time, making a slight rustling sound. They didn't say a word to each other, but they seemed infinitely close. Chapter 243. On the wedding day, the groom disappeared. On the 6th day of July, the day before Li Jinyan got married, according to the ancestral system, he would enter the palace to pay greetings to the Queen Mother on this day. This greeting was the last time he entered the harem alone. The next time he went to greet him, he would have to bring the princess into the palace with him. The Queen Mother secretly gave him a lot of personal money and told him,
"Now that you have a family, you have become an upright man. He has to support the family. He can no longer live in the same muddle-headed way as before. Do you understand?" "Understood,"
Li Jinyan promised. But he kept secretly counting the big red envelopes given to him by the Queen Mother under his hands. After trying to please the Queen Mother, it was inevitable to trick Li Mobai again. When he arrived, Li Mobai was summoning ministers in the Shangshu room, so he waited in the side hall for a while. After Li Mobai finished his work, Sanfu led him to see him. Li Mobai seemed to have expected that he was coming. He sealed the red envelope and placed it on the dragon case early in the morning. Li Jinyan stared at the red envelope with bright eyes, and Li Mobai didn't say anything. He tapped his finger on the dragon case to signal him to come forward and get it. The red envelope was fluttering in his hand. Li Jinyan opened it and asked curiously,
"How many banknotes did you give me? Look, you have participated in a lot of my marriage, and you still have to give me money for sex in private. I'm so embarrassed. Otherwise, I wouldn't want the money." "Right."
He was obviously speaking sarcastically. So Li Mobai just smiled and said,
"You can keep it if I give it to you. There is no need to be polite between you and me. Brothers."
Li Jinyan happily opened the red envelope, but found no banknote. Only a piece of red wedding paper inside. Above are 4 big characters written by Li Mobai. Contented and happy. Li Jinyan carefully turned over the red envelope again and kept muttering,
"Where's the banknote? When did I tell you that there are banknotes inside?"
Li Mobai pointed to the words on the red paper and said,
"Content is always happy. These 4 words are worth thousands of gold. I will give them to you. Don't you?"
"How much money does it make more sense?"
Li Jinyan stared at Li Mobai with his mouth wide open. He was choked and couldn't say a word for a long time. Li Mobai smiled and said,
"You don't have to thank me so much. This is all the credit of your imperial sister-in-law. She also came up with the idea. You can thank her personally at the wedding banquet tomorrow."
After coming back to his senses, Li Jinyan clenched his back molars and sputtered out a sentence word by word.
Then, "It's really, thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're welcome. I love your younger brother, and your wife-in-law should do the same. Your 7th brother hosted a banquet at the Tunghua Terrace and cooked the food himself. Let's have lunch together in the palace. This is the last good time we have with you before you get married. Have a drink."
King Rui's craftsmanship was famous when he was in Jiangdu. You can't get any benefits from Li Mobai, but it's not bad to have a good meal.
"That's okay, but I have to take out the aged drunken immortal brew. You can't just use some 10-year-old brew to fool me."
That day, the banquet was held on the Tung Blossom Terrace, and the 3 brothers drank and laughed happily, talking about the past, the present, and the future. It was like going back to the old days when they were all living in the palace and the prince's residence. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Li Mobai was still drunk. So he mentioned something to the 2 of them.
"I plan to release Lao Ba from the clan mansion in a few days,"
Prince Rui said.
Lao Ba was competing for the throne with the emperor's brother that day. When he failed, he even wanted to assassinate the emperor's brother. He had no courage at all, and was a despicable and shameless villain. It was a kindness of the emperor's brother to spare his life for such a rebellious minister and traitor.
"Why?
Can we still release him?"
Li Jinyan also said,
"He is narrow-minded and evil-minded. He has always bullied me since I was a child. Brother, have you forgotten? He even put dirty mud into the rice and asked me to eat it." Compared with him, Zhao Rong is also 9th brother was much better than him when he was born to the queen. I told 9th brother about the wedding banquet. Without saying a word, 9th brother prepared a big child-giving guanyin for me and sent it to my house. He also said that I would go to the emperor on the wedding day. Brother, have a drink. I know what you are saying, but I still owe him. When my father chose him as emperor, he was more interested in me than me. It was just because my father passed away suddenly, and there was no time to leave a legacy. And I also only with the support of the Zhu family can I successfully ascend the throne. I can understand that Lao Ba is resentful of me. He has been imprisoned for 5 years, and is no longer able to cause any trouble. If he is willing to live in peace, I will allow him to be here. It's not impossible for Jiangdu to have a foothold.
Li Jinyan was still trying to persuade Li Mabai to think twice.
But King Rui had already stopped talking. He was familiar with government affairs, and knew what Li Mabai's true intention was. He just wanted to show off to the ministers of the previous dynasty. The high-rise buildings of the Zhu family are in ruins, and many courtiers are secretly talking about him as a ruthless and unjust king. Letting Lao Ba go now can restore his reputation and stabilize the government, which is a good strategy. And even if he is released, pointed out a mansion in Jiangdu for him to live in, and gives him some money to do business, he will definitely not be able to become the king. It's nothing more than leaving the clan's mansion and changing to a relatively open place to become a prisoner. So King Rui patted Li Jinyan on the shoulder and said in a deep voice,
"The emperor's brother does this. Of course, it is the emperor's reason. This is a family matter, and it is a state matter. 12. If we talk more, we will be involved in politics."
Only then did Li Jinyan stop persuading him. Li Mabai raised his glass to King Rui from a distance and touched it with a smile. No words. Everything is in the wine. Asterisk. The next day, Prince Jing's wedding was a grand event in Jiangdu. Early in the morning, before the 4th watch, the team welcoming the bride was already preparing outside Prince Jing's mansion. But Ding Yu, the head of the palace, was anxious at this moment.
"Master Wang, you need to make an idea? It's almost dawn. The emperor, the queen mother, the queen, concubine Rong, Prince Rui and Prince Qing are all going to attend the wedding banquet. I don't know how many people will be watching outside. Your Majesty, this protagonist has disappeared. How can I explain to the protectorate? Yes, on the wedding day, if the groom doesn't show up, isn't it a slap in the bride's face?"
Amidst the murmurs of all the slaves, Manager Wang was also anxious. Everyone knows that their master loves to play, but they don't know that he loves to play so much before they get married. Yesterday, I said I was going into the palace to pay my respects to the Queen Mother, but no one was around to pay her respects.
Is it possible that he is still in the palace? If the emperor allows him to drink, with his ability to drink, he might fall asleep somewhere when he is drunk.
Last night, I sent my slaves to search in Jiangdu City, but couldn't find any sign of Li Jinyan. There was no way he was really in the palace. So the manager Wang took the token from the palace and hurried into the palace. The imperial eunuch brought him to Sanfu, who was very anxious after hearing this.
"You are talking nonsense. It was the Zha family who personally sent His Highness Prince Jing out of the palace at noon yesterday. How could this happen?"
As soon as Sanfu realized the seriousness of the matter, he hurriedly said,
"Quickly, follow the Zajia family and take you to see the emperor."
Chapter 244 Prince Jing's Wedding. Li Mabai stayed at Yong'an Palace last night. For Li Jinyan's wedding today, Shen Xiao got up early and started dressing up. Therefore, when Sanfu came to Yong'an Palace with manager Wang, she was the first person he saw. After learning the whole story, Shen Xiao's heart suddenly sank.
Prince Jing would never act like this without any explanation. But have you searched in the city? Or at his friend's house outside the palace? Did you drink too much at someone's house last night?
The king's manager quickly said,
"I've searched all over, but there's no sign of anyone. Can the empress come up with an idea? It's dawn at the 5th watch, and the princes, nobles, and ministers have all rushed away at the 6th watch. What should I do? Is he crazy?"
Li Mabai came out of the dormitory, and he could clearly hear the discussion of the few people just now. He looked slightly angry and frowned.
"Zhang's face is not good. The protector has repeatedly told me that when she marries into the royal family, I and the queen mother will take care of her, and don't let Jinyan bully her. This man also, he's so confused. My daughter's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he's hurting her face, but he wants me to be embarrassed along with him. Oh, Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down,"
Sanfu hurriedly advised.
"We still have more than an hour.
Why don't we let Governor Chu lead the Tiger Guards to search for us in the city?"
"No." Shen Xiao stopped.
"If you ask the governor of Chu to lead his troops to search for him, Wouldn't it be equivalent to telling everyone in the city that King Jing is missing? Empress.
Cheer bowed and came in. After blessing everyone, she said,
Wu Yuan is waiting outside. Why is he here at this time? Have you forgotten? Today is the time for Taiyuan Hospital to check your pulse. It was originally scheduled at noon. But you had to leave the palace to attend the wedding of His Highness Prince Jing. So Wu Yuan Xian came to check your pulse early in the morning.
How can Shinxio still have such thoughts at this time? It was Li Mobai who kept urging her to hurry up and check her pulse first. She didn't need to worry about things here. So she went to the side hall, half-heartedly. From a distance, Wu Xinyan waved and greeted her with a playful smile.
Good morning, concubine Rong.
He noticed the strange expression on Shinxio's face. So while diagnosing her pulse, he asked,
My queen's brows are furrowed. What happened?
She shook her head.
Anyway, it's the ignorant people who cause ignorant things. Why are you talking tongue twisters with Wei Chen here early in the morning? It's useless to tell you. You can't help. Your Majesty, you might as well tell me. Prince Jing disappeared after leaving the palace yesterday. Disappeared again?
Wu Xini joked.
You're not going to jump off the cliff again. Are you?
Shinxio couldn't help but roll her eyes at him again.
Are you kidding me at this time? Today is his wedding day. If he can't be found, what will the Lord Protector's house say? Nothing can stop the people. Talking about it, Mrs. Jian will definitely become the laughingstock of the whole city. How can a girl's family endure this? Looking for someone. Wei Chen can find him.
Wu Xini said arrogantly.
As long as there is a living person, there is no one that Wei Chen can't find. Is this true? Why do I have to tease my empress? It's just the price.
His old habits were back again. Shinxio promised to give him 300 taels, and asked him to find the person as soon as possible. He went back to Tai Hospital first. And before leaving, he told Li Maobai to prepare a piece of Li Jinyan's underwear. Manager Wang quickly went back to his house to get it. When he came back, Wu Xini took out a small box from his arms, which contained a small insect with a shiny back. It must be something like a beetle, but I've never seen one. He placed the beetle on Li Jinyan's clothes. The insect touched the clothes with its tentacles, and soon opened its carapace, stretched out its wings, and flew out the window. Li Maobai asked doubtfully,
This is it? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have raised it for several years, and I can find it within 100 miles of looking for it.
Shinxio said.
It can find people, but it is so small. Where can we find it?
Wu Xini hooked his little finger and saw a thread as thin as hair wrapped around his knuckles.
This golden twisted thread is 3 feet long. Just follow it.
So the group of people followed Wu Xini's footsteps and left the palace, walking all the way towards the busiest neighborhood outside the palace. Sure enough, after chasing him for about 3/4 of an hour, he saw Li Jinyan staggering forward outside a restaurant. Li Maobai roared at him.
Li Jinyan.
His body trembled. He turned around, scratched the back of his head, and said with an embarrassed smile,
Oh, brother, why did you find me here?
He walked towards the direction where everyone was, and the bug landed a few meters in front of him. Still crawling forward, seeing that Li Jinyan was about to step down, Wu Xini quickly waved his hand.
Your Majesty, say goodbye.
Before he finished speaking, he stepped on it ruthlessly. Wu Xinian covered his face, unable to bear to see the horrific scene in front of him. His precious little Chong Chong was trampled to death by Li Jinyan. He even heard the plop sound as the juice from the insect's body burst out.
Your Majesty, if I crush the precious bug to death, that's another price.
Later, Li Maobai scolded Li Jinyan in the street. Only when the sky got brighter and merchants started to set up stalls did he restrain himself a little to save enough face for Li Jinyan.
After listening to what he said, I found out that after he left the palace yesterday, he met several wealthy young men who used to play together. Knowing that he was getting married today, several people dragged him to have a drink. Later, after drinking too much, he went out to relieve himself and slept in Gong's room. Those friends probably thought he was gone, so they dispersed. In this way, he slept in Gong's room all night, and even raised his sleeves for Li Maobai to smell.
Brother, smell it and see if it smells bad?
Does it smell bad? Li Maobai couldn't smell it because he didn't want to smell it at all. So he held his breath. But he smelled really heavy of alcohol.
If you continue to be so unreliable in the future, I will give you a good slap and teach you a lesson.
He raised his hand, wanting to blow Li Jinyan's head off. Li Jinyan quickly came back to protect him, begging for mercy.
Brother, I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. I'm getting married today. It's not okay for me to beat my face until it's swollen. Shut up. I'll get angry when I see you.
Manager Wang followed behind the large army, scratching the back of his head and muttering in confusion.
That's not right. I searched for this Suetian tower 3 times yesterday. I searched all the corners up and down. Not to mention the Gong's room. Even though the inside of Gong's bucket was rummaged through, the prince was nowhere to be seen. It's really strange.
Wu Shini, who was collecting corpses for the baby bug, happened to hear what he said. So he raised his eyes and stared at Li Jinyan's back from a distance. Suddenly, an intriguing sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. Chapter 245: The Mysterious Case with Blood Letters. The day of Li Jinyan's wedding was very lively. When he went to the Duke Protector's palace to welcome his bride, there were countless people watching on the streets, and it was quite like the emperor was on a tour. Although he was hungover, he was not careless in following the rules. After putting on the groom's official clothes, it was as if he had become a different person. He looked particularly mature when dealing with people, talking and behaving. In the blink of an eye, he had been married for almost half a month. July 22nd was the Queen Mother's birthday. 2 days before her birthday, Princess Jing Jianwaning came into the palace to pay her respects to the Queen Mother, and then went to the Queen's palace. When she arrived, all the ladies in the palace were talking. Seeing that she was here, they naturally became enthusiastic and asked her about her married life. How was she used to it? From her shy expression, it can be seen that she is still very satisfied with her married life.
His Highness treats me very well. He stays with me at home almost every day. When he is absent, he always goes to my mother's house to help my father handle political affairs. Is he willing to do something serious?
Concubine, she said with a smile.
Oh, they say that men are different after they have a family. This is clearly reflected in His Highness Prince Jing. I have never heard of it before. What does he care about? He only cares about eating, drinking and having fun.
Seeing that Jianwaning's expression seemed a little bad, she quickly changed her words.
Look, I'm talking nonsense. I don't mean anything else. Don't take it to heart. In short, now Prince Jing knows that being aggressive is a good thing. I think the Emperor and the Queen Mother will be happy when they find out.
Jianwaning smiled and said,
Yes, I told the Queen Mother when I went to pay her respects just now. The Queen Mother was very happy. The Queen Mother is really happy when she sees your swollen belly.
The Queen looked at Jianwaning's belly and said kindly,
It's been almost 3 months. Right.
Jianwaning nodded and smiled in response. And the Queen added,
It is said that concubine Rong's pregnancy is 4 months old, and her belly looks bigger than usual.
Concubine Hui said angrily.
Yes, not everyone can be blessed with these twins.
In the past, she only said such words to Shinxiu. But now it was the Queen's turn to take advantage of her sharp tongue. Shinxiu followed Concubine Hui's words and said,
It's a blessing.
But it's also really uncomfortable. It feels like there's a weighing ball on my stomach. And I'm so sick that I feel sick day and night. I can't sleep well. Sister.
Look at my dark green eyes. I'm almost like an iron-eating beast panda in Sichuan and Chongqing.
Concubine Hui looked at Shinxiu carefully for a moment and joked.
Hey, with such a dewy skin, I still have to say that I have dark spots under my eyes. I don't know if I am irritating or sarcastic by saying this. Ha ha.
Everyone was talking and laughing. But no one wanted to talk to the Queen. The Queen could only find her own words.
Last year it was the Queen Mother's 50th birthday. And this year she celebrates her 50th birthday. The Queen Mother does not celebrate birthdays on odd-numbered days. When I went to the Queen Mother's palace yesterday, I asked her how she wanted to make her birthday lively, and it would be nice to have a small gathering. Okay. But the Queen Mother said that her ancestors had blessed her with good news, and she wanted to take advantage of her birthday to go to the Imperial Mausoleum to worship her ancestors.
Concubine Duan said,
There are a lot of good news this year, and it's time to pay homage to our ancestors.
She looked at Shinxiu.
The Emperor didn't say he would take you with him. After all, you are the rightful owner of this joy.
I have said that I just need to walk on a mountain road to get to the Imperial Mausoleum. There are many bumps along the way. The Emperor was worried that I would not be able to bear the hardships along the way. I also didn't want to vomit and ruin the joy of the Emperor and the Queen Mother along the way. So I simply didn't go. It's also great to pass the time by chatting with the sisters in the palace.
Concubine, she glanced at the Queen, picked up the silk and waved it, and said with a smile,
For such a big event, the Emperor didn't call you Empress?
The Queen's eyebrows were lowered. with a slight hesitation. And she quickly said gently,
Of course I screamed. But I feel guilty that I have not given birth to a son and a half for the emperor in the many years since I married into the royal family. I had no face to face my ancestors. So I declined.
Concubine, she sneered and covered her lips and muttered.
You can really pretend.
Shinseo's greatest pleasure in life now is to watch the queen humiliate herself every day. She was pitiful. Li Mabai didn't want her to live, and the medicine he gave her had cinnabar in it. But she didn't know it. For the honor of the queen, she insists on asking the concubine to come to her palace to pay her respects every day. And she doesn't dare to talk back when someone insults her. So, what's the point of being a queen? If it were her, she would rather close the palace door, never see anyone in this life, not hear those sharp dagger-piercing words in her heart, and fall into a pure state. On July 21st, it was the day when Li Mabai and the Queen Mother left for the Imperial Mausoleum. Before leaving, Li Mabai asked Shinseo,
Are you really not going with me? I know that the things you said about your nausea, lethargy, and difficulty swallowing were all just excuses. Is it because of your mother that you don't go? Although the Queen Mother didn't call me. If I wanted to go, the Queen Mother would definitely be happy. After all, I can take my grandson to worship the ancestors of the Li family in advance. It's just that the Queen didn't go on this trip. If I had gone with him, it is inevitable that there will be criticism from the previous court. The Emperor's trip is only for 3 or 5 days, and he will be back soon. Why do I have to join in the fun?
In this way, Li Mabai no longer forced her. Later, on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum, the Queen Mother asked him,
Why don't you call me concubine Rome? I called, but she didn't want to come.
Oh! The Queen Mother raised her eyebrows and asked,
Why? She said that the Queen didn't come, and that her coming would cause criticism. She didn't want others to talk about her son. So she stayed in the palace.
The Queen Mother nodded slightly, looking very satisfied. After all, she didn't call her Shinseo because she wanted to see if her mother, the future emperor's eldest grandson, would be a good person. What I saw today was that she was completely different from her reckless temperament when she first became a concubine.
Asterisk. It was already late at night when they arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum, and the Queen Mother and Li Mabai alighted from their sedan chairs at Azumo Temple nearby. The second day happened to be the Queen Mother's birthday. I only had to wait for getting up tomorrow to take a shower, change clothes, and cleanse myself. Then I could go to worship the Buddha and then go to my ancestors. That night, Li Mabai tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Somehow, he always felt a little restless. He took off his regular clothes and took out a sachet in the shape of 2 dragons playing with beads from his waist. The 2 dragons were embroidered a bit ugly, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were snakes. However, because it was made by Shinseo himself, Li Mabai cherished it very much and wore it almost every day. There were calming dried flowers inside, as well as the scent of the powder that Shinseo often used. He placed this thing next to his pillow, and smelling the smell could ease his irritable mood. When I woke up and took a look at the copper leak, it was only the 4th watch, in the early autumn of July. It is not too late to get up, and the east has already turned white. Li Mabai couldn't sleep anymore after tossing and turning, so he got up and prepared to take a bath. However, as soon as he came out of the quilt, Li Mabai felt something strange in his chest. It was as if something hard was rubbing against his chest as he moved. He subconsciously touched his chest, but felt a strange feeling. It looks like there is something leathery in the lining of the thin undershirt. So I took off my undershirt and saw that where the clothes were worn close to my body, someone had sewn a piece of neatly cut sheepskin onto me. 2 lines of blood-red words were clearly written on the sheepskin. 3789. Head, heart, cut, broken. The blood on it had dried. Looking down, I saw that there were marks on my chest. Chapter 246. Li Mabai tore at the roll of sheepskin with blood stains sewn on the underwear. The seams were so dense that it was difficult to pull it off completely. Li Mabai finally used a dagger to cut off the threads before peeling off his clothes from his own. He wiped off the blood stains on his chest with clean water, changed his clothes again, and then called out the door.
3 blessings.
Soon, Sanfu opened the door with sleepy eyes and said,
Your Majesty, you woke up early. My servant was confused last night. I don't know if he was on the road for a long time or something. He slept vigilantly on the corridor and fell asleep.
Li Mabai casually glanced outside the palace. Sanfu's bedding was placed in a mess at the door, and he slept close to the door. Therefore, The person who sewed the sheepskin with blood characters on his body probably did not come in through the main entrance. He looked out the window again. The Zen room he lived in was built on the edge of a cliff. Outside the window was the abyss. Unless the thief had wings and could fly, it would be absolutely impossible for the thief to come in through the window. Then there is only one way. He raised his head, glanced at the tiles on the roof, and remained silent. Today's memorial ceremony accompanying the Queen Mother was in full swing. For fear of worrying the Queen Mother, Li Maobai did not tell the matter. It's just that there are twice as many guards responsible for protecting their safety. The Queen Mother believed that worshipping Buddha and ancestors should be a pure thing. But so many people following her destroy piety. So she said,
"The Emperor, please let half of these people disperse. The AI family doesn't like crowds of people. At first glance, they are all surrounded by guards. How can we calm down and worship the Buddha?"
Li Maobai promised the Queen Mother openly, but secretly ordered Chu Yueji to put on a secret guard to protect her. Although he knew that the drunkard who came here was not interested in drinking. If he wanted his life, there was a chance to do it last night. This cat and mouse game looks very much like the work of the man behind the scenes. So what exactly is he going to do? Chu Yueji saw something was wrong with Li Maobai. So he only waited until he had finished worshipping Buddha during the day and took a short break after lunch before going to worship his ancestors. So he went to find Li Maobai. Li Maobai expected that he would come. Or in other words, he had been waiting for Chu Yu to come all morning. When he came, the roll of parchment was placed on the pine table in the Zen room. The bloody words written on it are particularly conspicuous, and it is difficult not to attract attention. Chu Yueji then recited,
3, 7, 8, 9, head, heart, cut, broken. Your Majesty, this thing is. How many secret guards did you arrange to protect me and my mother equals the Queen Mother last night? The Queen Mother's meditation room is in the front courtyard, with a total of 12 people arranged. The Emperor's meditation room is on Yunya, with a total of 16 people arranged. Where are the 16 people guarding? We are all guarding the only entrance to Yunya. This is a single-path cliff, and only the front of the Zen room can be entered and exited. Eunuch Sanfu stayed vigil in front of the door, and the secret guard patrolled 4 or 5 feet away from him.
Li Maobai raised his finger and pointed at the roof, and said calmly,
"Your people don't have bright eyes."
Chu Yueji probably guessed what Li Maobai was suspecting, so he turned around and left the Zen room, leaping out to the roof with Qigong. Not long after, he returned to the Zen room and knelt in front of Li Maobai with one leg bent on one knee and his hands clasped in fists.
"Your Majesty, forgive me, but I should die. Get up."
Li Maobai raised his hand to him and asked in a deep voice,
"What's going on up there? There are obvious signs that the tiles have been turned over. I probably made some comparisons. If the intruder's light skills are good enough, he can sneak into the room through the gap exposed by removing the tiles from the roof. If he wants to leave, he can then use the tables and chairs indoors to jump to the roof. Compared with yours, his kung fu is stronger or weaker?"
Chu Yueji thought for a moment and said bluntly,
"Such a light skill would make me feel ashamed."
Li Maobai reached out and knocked on the table, and said solemnly,
"What exactly does he want to do? Who left this parchment?" "The Emperor suspects that it is the person behind the scenes. I have seen the black ashes in the incense burner. It is obvious that there are unburned lumps of spices in it. It should be incense with a very weak effect." Then Wei immediately went to check and see who prepared the incense burner. "No need."
Li Maobai stopped him.
"If he can do this, he won't let you find any useful clues. If the matter gets serious, the Queen will definitely know about it. Don't let her be frightened."
In the afternoon, a group of people formed a group from Izumo Temple and headed to the Imperial Mausoleum. When they arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum, Ling Cheng had already taken care of everything. The Queen Mother and Li Maobai knelt in front of the tombs of their ancestors and expressed many emotions.
"Now that the Li family has an heir, the country can continue. And everything depends on the shelter of the ancestors. The Zhu family has made a big mistake. It is difficult to regret a mistake. The guilty girl has an inevitable responsibility. I only ask for the blessings of my ancestors, so that concubine Roan can give birth to litter safely, and she will be considered a sinful daughter worthy of her ancestors."
She kept kowtowing to the memorial tablet of her ancestors. How much of it was for Li Maobai to see? He didn't know how to distinguish. Only after she had finished worshipping did she hold Li Maobai's hand and say sincerely,
"The AI family is dedicated to the royal bloodline, so they have to argue with the Emperor. Concubine Roan's children are good. and twins are also a rare blessing. But after all, concubine Rong's status is awkward, and the child she gave birth to is only the eldest son of a concubine, not a legitimate son. The emperor should have had his own legitimate son while the queen was still alive. It would be inappropriate for the queen mother to say this in front of our ancestors. Li Mobai cut off her words softly. I am a concubine. The late emperor was a concubine, and Emperor Taizu was also a concubine. Emperor Taizong's biological mother was also a step-empress. It can be seen that the concubines are only distinguished by superiority, and it does not affect who can inherit the Li family. The queen mother choked on this sentence by Li Mobai. Her face became a little ugly, and she stopped talking. Li Mobai comforted her and said, Mother, just take good care of your body and take care of yourself. When concubine Rong's child is born, you will have a grandson. You can enjoy your grandson every day. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about. Human beings, it's also refreshing. The queen mother sighed. That's all. Let the emperor decide what to do. She turned around and walked out. You must have a lot to say to the late emperor. The AI family is waiting for you outside. To be honest, Li Mobai and the late emperor didn't have much to say. The late emperor had always preferred the 8th prince to be the emperor. If after his death, it was known that Li Mobai became the emperor in the end, he would probably have complaints. But after all, he was Li Mobai's father, so he still knelt respectfully in front of the tablet and kowtowed. Father, your son has not embarrassed you by taking over the Li family. Naman, Shirong, and Shiliang have all been pacified. Now the world is in peace and prosperity. I wonder if your son, the emperor, would be satisfied if you looked at him under the 9 springs? Boom! A muffled sound interrupted Li Mobai's words. The tablet of the late emperor placed in the center, without being touched by anyone, fell heavily in front of him and broke into 2 halves. Chapter 247. Shui Yin is happy. Your Majesty, the queen is here. Concubine, she was lying lazily on the couch, using a silver fork to eat grapes whose skins had been peeled off by palace attendants. She seemed to have not heard anything about Dong Huan's message, and was only busy chatting with her own servant Xiaoxi. I remember that my father sent someone to the palace a few days ago to deliver some boxes of Dai Yinchuan's gouache. Where are they? Leave it alone, Xiaoxi said. The empress said that the color was too white and made people look bad. So she asked the slave to put it in a dust box and seal it. That is a very expensive thing. What are you doing with it? Go get it and sweep away the dust on it. I will borrow flowers to offer it to the Buddha and give it to the queen. Her skin is sallow. Use such good gouache to remove the yellow air. Maybe the emperor would be willing to look at her a little longer. After saying that, he looked at Dong Huan again, stretched out his hand, and said in a charming voice, Please help me put on my makeup. She struggled with this for half an hour. Gugu left the queen alone in the main hall, and no one greeted her. Seeing that the tea in the queen's hand was cold, Xiangling felt indignant and scolded the servant standing at the door. Don't you servants in Yanhua Palace have eyesight? Can't you see that the queen's tea is cold? Despite Xiangling's scolding, the palace man standing at the door glanced at Gong Deaf and remained unmoved at all. Xiangling was even more angry and couldn't help shouting at them. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? She is the queen's domestic servant and the maid in charge of Fenghuan Palace. She is said to be the most prestigious maid in the palace. She can reprimand anyone she wants. But the queen said, Xiangling, don't lose your sense of proportion. Just as he was talking, concubine she came over. She was dressed up, wearing a crimson peacock cloak and feathers. There were countless pearls and jewels on her bun, which shone as she walked. The makeup on her face was even more exquisite, and those who didn't know it would have thought that she was going to some kind of feast. She showed up with a fake smile on her face. Why is Xiangling so angry? Are the slaves provoking you? After sitting down, he saw that the tea in the queen's cup was cold, and pretended to say, These slaves are really getting more and more unruly. The queen is here after all. Why don't you wait on me? I'm the one who neglected the queen. The palace is rude. Where can I tolerate you? Go, Laishi. Drag them down and punish the 30-year-old gang. As a warning to others, Laishi snorted, and then ordered the eunuchs to drag the 2 palace maids down. They cried hoarsely and begged for mercy. The queen raised her hands and said, That's all. Everyone has to be awake when they are on duty. Let's spare them this time. Concubine, she quickly smiled and said, Look, the queen is still generous. She looked out the door and said, You are a lowly maid who is seeking death. Why don't you come in to thank me?
The two palace men crawled and knelt in front of the queen, kowtowing like garlic. After they retreated, they heard concubine Shi say again,
"Your Majesty, I haven't come to sit in my concubine's palace for a long time. Every day when I greet your Majesty, there are so many sisters, and I can't even say a few words of personal kindness. No, I just prepared a gift for the queen and will deliver it in person later. Come on, Xiaoxi, bring the gift to the queen."
Xiaoxi held 2 boxes of gouache and handed them to the queen respectfully. Xiangling took a handful and opened it to see that the gouache inside was so white that it almost caught up with the flour. She didn't give concubine Shi a good look, and asked straightly,
"The concubine's gouache is so white. Are you considering whether our empress can use it?"
Concubine Shi glanced at her and said,
"This is your fault. I kindly gave the queen a gift. Look at you. What are you talking about? I naturally think that the queen's skin is fairer than snow. So that's why I treat this good things for my mother-in-law. Why? Do you think my mother-in-law's complexion is not good-looking?
You,
Xiangling, the imperial concubine is kind-hearted. If you want to accept it, you can accept it."
It was the queen who spoke, and Xiangling swallowed her anger and threw the gouache on the table beside her. Concubine Shi smiled and said,
"As long as the queen likes it."
The queen said,
"I am here to see you today, and I have no intention of telling you roundabout words. You should be able to see clearly what the harem is like now. Concubine Shin is very close to you, but she also wants to surrender to Shinxio. As for Hui, the attitude of concubine Duan and concubine Duan is very clear. Not to mention the remaining nobles who are new to the emperor. I am confused by what the queen said. Aren't all the concubines in the harem always following the queen's lead?"
When concubine Shi said this, it was clear that she was looking at the queen's joke. She was smart. And of course she knew that the queen came today to win over her and compete with Shinxio. But today's queen has no family background, no favor, and only an aunt who can't speak in front of Li Mobai. Her use value is not very high. So even if she is a queen, her intimidating power in the harem is far inferior to that of a noble concubine like herself. Even if they join forces, they will never be attached to the queen. The queen was also the rare one who didn't mince words and spoke directly.
"I know that you have been fighting with me for so many years. So to suddenly ask you to join forces with me seems like a joke to you. Or maybe you think this is the only choice I have after losing power in my mother's family. You can think so, but you have to find a way out for yourself. Haven't you seen how tough Shinxio is? Then the next person who should become a thorn in her side will be you."
Seeing concubine, she suddenly burst into laughter. The corners of her mouth moved, and it was clear that she had already thought about what she was going to say in reply. The queen didn't wait for her to speak, then continued,
"You don't know yet. Right. Kuren Shui. She has it."
As soon as these words came out, concubine Shi's expression changed drastically.
"When did it happen?" "Back from the summer garden. Shinxio can't stay in bed, so the emperor usually calls her to stay in bed. You don't know this? In the harem, besides Shinxio, she is the most beautiful. This news comes from Mrs. Kong. She just got it from the hospital, and the fetus was unstable. Maybe she was afraid that someone would have the wrong idea, so she didn't report it. When the emperor came back and found out about it, her status would probably matter. Is she a concubine? She has been attached to Shinxio since she entered the palace. Now that they are both pregnant, when the child is born, I and you will be humiliated by them."
Concubine, she grabbed the corner of the table with her right hand and frowned, forming a Sichuan pattern. Shinxio has it, and so does Xuan Huan. She and the queen entered the palace at almost the same time, and she had experienced everything the queen had experienced. She had a lot of conflicts with Shinxio in the past, and it was impossible to surrender to her. At present, Shinxio's power is getting bigger and bigger in the harem. If she doesn't take action, after the queen's downfall, she will definitely be the next to suffer misfortune. After thinking carefully in her mind, she tentatively asked,
"Then how does the queen want to cooperate with this concubine?"
Chapter 248. Shinxio asked Xuan Huan to pinch her feet. The queen raised her hand, and Xiangling immediately understood and set everyone in the Yaohua palace to retreat. Just wait for everyone in the palace to disperse and the palace door to be closed. Only then did the queen see a mysterious look on her face, and she lowered her voice and said,
"She is pregnant, so there must be 100 pairs of eyes staring at them. If you want to do harm to them, you will get angry if you are not careful. But if the child is born safely, then this matter has to be discussed separately. When a woman gives birth to a child who is not on the verge of death, a life can be lost in any accident. Think about it. No matter who Shinseyo or Yueguang dies after giving birth, their children will have to find another rightful master to raise them in the palace. Looking at the palace, you and I have the most honorable status. It is only natural that the child should be raised under our knees. So many years have passed, and we have gone from being the bright girls we were back then to what we are now, no longer so glamorous. As you look at the waves of newcomers coming in the future, do we still have hope of being favored?
She stood up and walked to concubine. She placed her palm on her belly and said calmly,
Only when you have a child do you have real support.
Concubine, she did not promise the queen anything on the surface that day. But after the queen left, she kept thinking about it. If you think too much, you will inevitably have dreams at night. That night, concubine, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that 100 years after Li Mubai, she was persecuted by Shinseyo, who had become the queen mother, because she had no place to live under her knee, and asked her to be buried with him in the imperial mausoleum. She was given poisonous wine, and was carried into the imperial mausoleum before she could take effect. In the invisible mausoleum, accompanied by Li Mubai's body, she was waiting for death to eat away at her. She woke up suddenly, half sitting on the bed, breaking out in a cold sweat. The queen is right. It doesn't matter if you don't have pampering. In the palace, you have to have a child by your side. Having made this determination, she formed an alliance with the queen. What they want to do is not to harm Shinseyo and Yueguang, but to get as close to them as possible. It was already impossible for the queen to get close to them. She was responsible for singing the red face, and left it to concubine she to sing the bad face. All it showed was that the queen would find out more about Shinseyo and Yueguang in the future. And then concubine, she would stand up and challenge the queen to speak for them. After going back and forth, the relationship between them would always become closer. Once the relationship becomes intimate, it will be more convenient to make the move. Asterisk. At night, Yueguang Palace.
Empress, she is here.
Pear slowly walked in with a veiled palace maid. She dared to take off the veil only after seeing Shinseyo. And the face behind the veil was Donghuan, who was waiting beside concubine Shi. Because she was a slave born into concubine Shi's family, Donghuan was never given much importance by concubine Shi in the Yanhua Palace. And she also relies on her master's appreciation. And she becomes half a master in front of Donghuan, beating and scolding her at every turn, without treating her as a human being. Everyone is a palace maid, and they always meet her when they go to various rooms and departments to do things. Occasionally, Pear saw Donghuan hiding in the abandoned pavilion and crying sadly. When she came back, she told Shinseyo as a joke. From then on, Shinseyo felt that this was an opportunity. I inquired privately, and found out that Donghuan's monthly money was basically given to her family in the county. Her father was swept away by the flood last year, and her mother lost half of her legs and has difficulty moving. She also has a younger sister who is less than 3 years old. The family's livelihood depends on her 13-year-old brother working in the fields, and her meager salary. After Shinseyo found out about this, he gave Donghuan's family 100 taels of silver without saying a word. From then on, Donghuan became her spy next to concubine Shi. After Donghuan overheard the conspiracy between the queen and concubine Shi, she quickly reported the matter to Shinseyo. After hearing this, Shinseyo sneered.
It's expected that the queen's dog can't change its habit of eating shit. I didn't expect that concubine She has always been smart. But when it comes to this kind of thing, she is not as bright-eyed as concubine Hui.
Donghuan said.
The imperial concubine and the queen will take action when the imperial concubine is in labor. So during this period, they will definitely not embarrass the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine may even come to please the imperial concubine.
The queen has nothing to fear. She had eaten so much cinnabar that it was unclear whether she would survive until she gave birth. It's concubine Shi. As soon as Shinseyo thought about it, he came up with a plan. She ordered Donghuan to continue serving concubine Shi, and then told Pear in front of her,
Go and get another 50 taels. When Xingyan goes out to buy things at the end of the month, ask him to send the silver to Donghuan's mother's house.
Do.
Donghuan was happy and grateful after hearing this. Shinseyo said,
Let your mother's family be smart, and don't reveal their wealth. Otherwise, if concubine She knows that you suddenly have more money, she will go to your mother's family. With her temperament, she would rather kill 100 by mistake than let it go.
What? And your whole family's lives will be in danger.
Donghuan responded and said that he knew what was right and retreated. After she left, Pear saw that Shinseyo still had a faint smile on her face. So she asked,
Has your majesty decided how to deal with it? If you have anything to deal with, just do whatever you have to do. I'm tired. I have to pay my respects to the queen tomorrow. Let's wash up.
When I went to Fanwan Palace to pay my respects to the queen the next day, the queen really started to cause trouble for Shinseyo for no reason. She felt that Shinseyo did not kneel down as much as he should when greeting her. So she became furious over this matter, slapping the table and throwing the handkerchief, as if she wanted to eat Shinseyo alive. Of concubine she, who had never spoken for Shinseyo, now for the first time started a confrontation between her and the queen. She said that the queen's mother's family was gone. So what else could she do? She also said that the child in Shinseyo's belly was an heir to the emperor and belonged to the emperor bloodline. If she dared to bully Shinseyo again, she would tell the emperor and the queen mother about it when they came back. After a fight, the queen was defeated and left in anger to ask for her blessing. On the way back to the palace, Shinseyo went to find concubine she and thanked her. Concubine she smiled sweetly and said,
"Harm. It's not a big deal. My sister doesn't need to be so polite. Sister, is there anything going on later? If nothing happens, why don't you come and sit in my concubine's palace?"
She took the initiative to show her kindness and played into the hands of concubine she. After following her back to Yueguang Palace, Shinseyo didn't see anyone else. He took her directly into the bedroom and asked Pear and Cheer to go down and prepare tea. The two of them didn't say a few words when Shinseyo suddenly exclaimed, with a look of pain behind her,
"Ouch! Ouch! Not good! My feet are cramped."
With that said, Shinseyo threw off her shoes and then raised her feet towards concubine she. From that position, she was about to get into concubine she's mouth.
"Can you please help me press my feet, sister?"
Concubine she looked at her feet wrapped in socks and fell into deep thought. Chapter 249. Concubine she's moment of social death. To pinch or not to pinch? That is the question. In the end, in order to gain Shinseyo's trust faster, concubine she took her heart and grabbed Shinseyo's feet and started squeezing them for her.
"How's it going, sister? Are you feeling better now?" "Ouch. No. No. It still hurts. Please help me take off my socks and squeeze them hard."
Concubine she wanted to die. Ordinarily, Shinseyo's feet had no smell, but she just couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. In the past, she always called others
"butt washing maids,"
but now she has really become a
butt washing maid.
If the concubines nearby saw this scene, would they laugh out loud? But she had already made it this far, adhering to Xiaoguaran's 3 principles of forgiveness.
"I have done everything."
So she simply bit the bullet, took off Shinseyo's socks, and pressed them hard for her.
"What now? Are you feeling better?" "It's a little better, but it still hurts."
Shinseyo looked a little embarrassed, screaming in pain while apologizing to concubine she.
"I'm really sorry for asking my sister to do this for me. I'm pregnant. My old problem is that I get leg cramps all the time. Pear and the others helped me before, but it's no coincidence that the problem started when I left. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter."
Concubine she forced a smile.
"We are all sisters. Why are you so polite to me? The most important thing is that you are in good health, and you can give birth to a little prince as soon as possible for the emperor. Right?"
Shinseyo praised her kindness and complained in her heart.
"I have a child. Do you want to raise it?"
"Eat your shit."
"Hey, why is this so embarrassing?" "Yes, Sister Rongfei is really thoughtful."
As she was talking, concubine she suddenly heard the laughter of other concubines coming from the courtyard outside. She hurriedly wanted to let go, but Shinseyo put his feet on her legs, suppressing her from getting up.
"Sister, my leg is cramping out of control. Does your sister dislike me?"
Concubine she's face was as ugly as eating dirt.
"It's okay.
The bedroom door was pushed open from the outside, and concubine Hui and the others walked in, talking and laughing. In front of his eyes, he saw concubine she holding Shinseyo's feet as if she was holding some rare treasure. Concubine Hui smiled and joked.
"Oh, what's going on? What are you doing?"
Shinseyo explained.
"Sisters are here, and the imperial concubine is pinching my feet. The empress is also kind-hearted. Knowing that I have cramps in my feet, she took off my socks without saying a word, picked up my feet, and gave them to me. I kept squeezing, but I told her not to. But my sister didn't want to,"
Concubine Duan said.
"In this case, the noble concubine is really virtuous."
Concubine Hui said.
"I used to hear concubine she say that this person is a foot washer, and that person is a vagina washer. I thought it was derogatory. Look at the craftsmanship of the Empress. You can see that she has been practiced for a long time. She is talented. I know we have misunderstood you. Your Majesty likes to pinch people's feet. How can it be derogatory to say that someone else is a foot washer? This is obviously a compliment.
Amid everyone's laughter, Concubine Shi's face turned red with shame.
Why are you all here now?
Concubine Shin said.
Sister Concubine Rong said she was so bored that she asked us all to come to the palace to talk and have a lively chat. Isn't it true that all the sisters are here except the queen?
This day was destined to be the day when Concubine Shi was nailed to the pillar of shame in the harem. Later, Dong Huan told Pear that Concubine Shi had soaked her hands in rose juice for more than an hour when she returned to the palace. Her hands were even skinned, but she still refused to take them out of the basin. After Shinseo heard about it, she said she was hypocritical.
My feet don't stink. So why does she dislike it? Since you want to please me, it's easy to pinch my feet. I'm only 4 months pregnant now. She still has 6 months to serve her well. If she can't bear this, why bother to please me?
Shinseo got angry. How could these women in the harem be enough for her to play with? It's all just to add some fun to ordinary life. But something made her suspicious. That's what Dong Huan said. The queen found out that Shui Inhuan was pregnant. In order to verify the news, she specially asked Cheer to go to the Thai hospital and ask Wu Shini to transfer Shui Inhuan's medical records. Judging from her pulse, she was pregnant. It should have been just after Li Mabai returned to the palace from the summer palace. And it was only a month ago, when she was sleeping. The secret guards were there to serve her. So the child in her belly was definitely not Li Mabai's. But Shui Inhuan didn't know. If other concubines were pregnant, they would be overjoyed and would like to beat gongs and drums to let the whole world know. Why is she hiding it? Is it just out of caution? That night, Shinseo went to Zhongsui Palace to have dinner with concubine Hui. During the meal, Shui Inhuan did not come out. So she asked concubine Hui,
"Where is Mr. Shui? Don't you want to eat?"
Concubine Hui said,
"Who knows? In the past 2 days, she has been mysteriously locking herself in the room and not coming out. I called her several times, but she didn't come, so I didn't bother to call her."
After eating, Shinseo went to the West Side Hall to find her. She was drinking the decoction when she came. Seeing Shinseo coming, she moved awkwardly and put the decoction aside. Shinseo took the decoction over with his hand, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it.
"The taste of this medicine is somewhat similar to the medicine I drink every day."
Shui Inhuan's expression was extremely unnatural, and the hands hidden in his sleeves were tightly grasping the cuffs and rubbing them.
"What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant?"
Shui Inhuan opened the window a little and took a look outside, and then said vigilantly,
"It's not normal. I don't think it's normal." "What's not normal? I'm telling you."
She leaned closer to Shinseo and murmured in a low voice,
"That day when I was having that conversation with the Emperor, I couldn't control myself and scratched the Emperor's arm. Although it was just a scratch. It was dark in the palace and I couldn't see clearly. But there was blood on my nails the next day, which meant that I had really scratched the Emperor. But when I paid his respects to the Emperor the next day, I didn't see any wounds on his body."
Shinseo replied calmly,
"The scratch you made was on your arm. The Emperor is wearing clothes. How could you see it?" I pretended to have accidentally touched the Emperor's arm, but the Emperor acted as if nothing had happened. When I said sorry, he didn't seem to understand what I said and just said it casually. To tell you the truth, I always feel guilty. It has been very strange since I was pregnant. Normally I should be happy to be pregnant.
But Shui Inhuan frowned and shook his head.
I always feel uneasy. I always feel that all of this is too unreal. You and I are not real in the first place,"
Shinseo said in a deep voice.
"Our children are all the master's chess pieces. When you are pregnant, tell the Emperor that you just need to raise this child well. And when it is ripe and ready, you will have your own master."
"It's useful. Don't think about other things."
Shui Inhuan protected her belly, with a hint of sadness at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows.
"But, are you really willing to let it go? Are you willing to let this life you gave birth to suffer like you? So what if you can't let go?"
Shinseo sighed with a bitter smile.
"Both you and I have been taken advantage of by our master, and we have no choice but to embark on a path of no return. Now that we have taken this step, there is no way back. Only you can do it. Live well first before you have time to think about other things."
She held Shui Inhuan's hand and looked at her firmly.
"Do you understand?"
Chapter 250 Go by asks concubine she to massage you every day. Early the next morning, the imperial driver returned to Luang. The memorials in Shangshafang had piled up in just 3 days. While reviewing the memorials, Lima Bai asked his close associates in the palace if anything had happened in the palace during his absence during the 2 days.
There's nothing else going on. It's just that the imperial concubine was helping concubine Rong's feet in Yueguang Palace yesterday. It became a good story.
Oh, is there such a thing?
Lima Bai knew very well what kind of temperament concubine she had. For her to do such a thing to please Shenxiu, it was as if the sun was rising in the west. The memorial couldn't be approved in a short time anyway. So he went to Yueguang Palace to find Shenxiu. As soon as Shenxiu saw him, she jumped into his arms.
Did the emperor miss me? Of course.
Lima Bai touched her head. Her belly was getting bigger now. And when she was close to Lima Bai, he could clearly feel her belly pressing against him. He took Shenxiu's hand and walked to the inner hall.
I heard that concubine she came to your palace yesterday? Yes. The emperor really sees everything and listens in all directions. Did she pinch your feet? Well, the emperor is distressed.
Lima Bai helped her sit firmly on the warm seat, lifted her legs naturally, took off her shoes and socks while she struggled, and gently kneaded her soles.
I feel sorry for you. I have never heard of you before. There were times when I had cramps.
Shenxiu smiled sadly.
Not even now. They were all done deliberately to show the noble concubine. Why?
Shenxiu told Lima Bai exactly what he heard from Don Juan. After hearing this, Lima Bai's eyebrows showed a hint of anger.
Killing the mother and seizing the son. She and the queen are both crazy. Let them do whatever they like. At least from now until the time I give birth to the baby. I don't have to worry about anyone trying to harm me. It's too late for them to offer me as a bodhisattva.
Lima Bai looked at her with frowning eyes.
Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Of course. But what's the use of being afraid? Fear can't solve any problems. Just take it one step at a time.
Shenxiu leaned forward slightly and approached Lima Bai.
And I have the emperor to protect me. Right.
Lima Bai scratched Shenxiu's soles, making her laugh and scream for mercy. Then he put on her shoes and socks for her. And while putting them on, he said seriously,
You are not afraid. You are obviously just having fun. Concubine, she's arrogant temper has always been ignored by the queen. Yesterday, you played such a trick on me. I have lost all face in front of the concubine. And I will not be able to sleep at night after returning to the palace. Your Majesty, you still say you don't feel sorry for her? What's wrong with me just making fun of her?
Shenxiu said arrogantly.
If she hadn't been trying to get into my hands, I wouldn't have had the chance to make fun of her. I think it's very good. Not only does it feel good, but I also feel that since she has a heart, I should fulfill her wish. I will send a message to Yuehua Palace soon and ask the old ladies in the palace to teach concubine she how to massage and serve people. When she learns it, it will be easier to serve you.
What's going on? He was just playing around. Why did he take it seriously?
Forget it. It's okay to offend her once or twice. If I let her come to massage me every day, I'm afraid she will go crazy before the baby is born. She's crazy. What do you care about her? If I'm convinced that she really wants to kill her mother and seize her son, then when your pregnancy is over, that's the day she will be imprisoned in Yuehua Palace forever.
He is always like this, giving himself a sense of security all the time. With him here, Shenxiu doesn't have to worry about what others will do to her. The calculations of the women in the harem are either poisoning behind the scenes, or plotting to frame them secretly. In the end, they are all methods that cannot be exposed to the public. When it comes to poisoning, Shenxiu has Wu Shini to guard her, so no one can succeed. Framed, Shenxiu was protected by Lima Bai, no matter what the frame was. As long as Lima Bai believed that she was innocent, all the elaborate designs would become a joke in the end. While having lunch with Lima Bai, Shenxiu suddenly remembered something quite important.
Your Majesty, Mr. Shui is very happy.
Lima Bai put down his bowl and chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and said,
Why didn't you come to report? First, she said she was afraid that the emperor and the queen mother were not around. She revealed that she was pregnant and was afraid of being assassinated by others. Secondly,
she had begun to doubt whether the child in her belly was the emperor's. She said that after returning from the summer garden, she accidentally scratched the emperor's arm when she was with him. Rather than saying it accidentally, it is better to say that it is a deliberate temptation. Fortunately, she is just suspicious now, and I can still persuade her not to think too much with a few words. But there will always be a day when things come to fruition for that child. And then it will be difficult to hide the truth of the matter. She is only pregnant. It will take at least 8 or 9 months before she gives birth. Let her be suspicious if she likes. But the methods of the queen and concubine, she inspired me.
Li Mobai looked at Shinxio and said word by word.
Kill the mother and steal the son. The emperor means to wait until the day Guerin Shui gives birth. Deliberately create the illusion that she has a difficult delivery. And take the opportunity to kill her? That's right. Caregiver should die. It's my mercy that she can live longer.
He was right. Shinxio didn't feel sorry for Shui Huan. It's just that the child she gave birth to was a living life after all. So, she said with a mother's heart.
What about the child? Children are always innocent. I knew you would be like this.
Li Mobai sighed and shook his head helplessly.
Since you can't bear it, then say to the public that both mother and child are dead. And actually give the child to a noble man in the city as an adopted son. Anyway, with Shui Huan's time, the number of secret guards who have been sleeping with me is countless. It may be impossible to find the biological father of the child. Everything is subject to the emperor's arrangement.
Shinxio stood up to add water, but Li Mobai pulled her into his arms and asked her to sit on his lap.
Emperor?
She raised her eyes and looked at him with her cat-like eyes shining like glass. It made him feel itchy.
It's lonely to have no children under Duke Chengyang. I'm thinking about letting him accept you as his adopted daughter. Are you willing?
Shinxio casually replied,
yes,
and then quickly shook her head after reacting. What did I hear? Is he really trying to find me a wild father?
How come the emperor casually identifies me as my father? I am the emperor, and I hold supreme power in my hands. But there are some things, even if I want to, if there are too many people who are blocking it, I cannot ignore the voices of opposition and go against the ministers.
The more Shinxio listened, the more confused she became.
What's the matter?
Li Mobai looked at her and said seriously.
For example, I want to make you a noble concubine. Chapter 251. Go by pampers him without any limit. And the queen is so angry that she sings rap. Shinxio, who has studied the history of the Qi dynasty for so many years, basically understood what Li Mobai meant. In the Qi dynasty, all the concubines who could enter the palace were screened one by one. Appearance, body, temperament, knowledge, family background, net worth, everything is carefully screened. Even if they are selected to serve in the palace, their future promotion path will still depend on the situation of their mother's family. She is the first woman like Shinxio, who has no family background or background to fly into the harem and rely on Li Mobai's favor all the way to the concubine position. But the concubine position is already the highest status that Li Mobai can give her now, even if she gave birth to twins in the future. And Li Mobai wanted to make her his concubine, and the queen mother suppressed it. There must have been a lot of opposition from the previous dynasty. The only way to silence these people is to give Shinxio a noble background. Chengyang is just right. He is nearly 80 years old this year, and is a veteran of the 4th dynasty of the Qi dynasty. He only retired from the front line last year. He was a womanizer all his life. Never got married, and had no children. He always thought that he would regret it, and die without any children. This time Li Mobai went to visit him, when he went out of the palace to worship his ancestors, and mentioned his thoughts to him. Duke Chengyang had heard a little about Shinxio, and he had met her once when Shinxio went to the Jinwan Palace during the previous dynasty. He felt that this girl was smart and beautiful early on, and he had a good impression of her as an elder caring for the younger generation. Li Mobai wanted him to accept Shinxio as his adopted daughter and add her name to the family tree. Duke Chengyang was not reluctant at all. Instead, he said happily,
"After 100 years, I will finally have someone to die with. Thank you, Your Majesty, for considering me."
After understanding Li Mobai's intention, Shinxio naturally agreed to the matter. Fame is not important to her. She knows that Li Mobai is devoted to her, and that is enough. But now she has a child, and she is a twin. Needless to say, the fate of princes in ancient times was that even if they could not be crowned emperors, and could just be an ordinary prince, they could still live a life of wealth and worry-free. But the fate of the princess was not so good. If the princess' biological mother is not of high status, she is very likely to face a marriage. Marriage means marrying from afar. It would be fine if you find a suitable husband. But if you marry a heartless person, no one can tell you about the grievances you suffer outside. Shinxio feels distressed just thinking about it. If she wanted to be included in the genealogy of Duke Chengyang, She had to leave the palace and go to Duke Yueguang's mansion, hold a simple sworn ceremony with him, and then thank her ancestors. Claiming that she was the illegitimate daughter of Duke Yueguang made Shenxiu's status even more noble. Moreover, Duke Yueguang happened to also have the surname Shen, so there was no need to change his surname. After 2 days of busying with these trivial matters, Li Maobai hid Shenxiu from the palace. He only said that she was not feeling well, so that she could not go to pay greetings to the queen, and no one was allowed to visit and disturb her. Then let Chu Yuezhi escort her all the way until everything came to an end, and then send her back quietly. Normally everything was arranged flawlessly, but the bad thing was that the queen mother was a very worried person. She always thought about Shenxi's illness, so she didn't want the little grandson in her belly to suffer. So no matter what Li Maobai's decree was, he hurried to Yong'an Palace to find Shenxiu. The palace attendants of Yong'an Palace just stopped the other concubines from letting them in. But today the queen mother is here, a person who is more noble than the queen in the harem. Who dares to stop her? She manipulated the queen mother into Yong'an Palace and found that Shenxiu was not in Yong'an Palace, which completely pissed her off. She ordered people to capture Pear and Cheer and asked them to explain Shenxiu's whereabouts. If they don't tell them, they will be tortured. This incident quickly reached Li Maobai's ears. He put down his business and rushed to Yong'an Palace to stop the queen mother.
What is queen mother doing? Concubine Rong is a concubine, and she is pregnant. Can she still fly out of the imperial city with wings? The emperor said that she is seriously ill. A seriously ill person cannot even go to greet the queen. Where can he go if he does not rest in the palace? Maybe you've recovered from your illness. Let's go out for a walk, Sanfu. Take Pear and Cheer to find concubine Rong. No!
The queen mother shouted loudly.
Does the emperor think Ai Jia is a fool? How could concubine Rong not take her personal maid with her when traveling?
The two sides were arguing and were about to get angry with each other. At this moment, Shenxiu rushed back. She stood at the door and said timidly,
Queen Mother? Your Majesty? What's wrong with you?
Seeing her coming, the queen mother's anger disappeared by half.
Where have you been?
Shenxiu.
I felt that my chest was tight, so I left the palace for a walk.
The queen mother.
You have to remember that you are pregnant now, which is different from before. In the past, you could turn a blind eye when you made trouble to the family, but now that you are a mother, you have to have a sense of proportion in many things, understand?
Shenxiu.
Yes, I will obey the queen mother's teachings.
Originally, the matter should have come to an end here, but the bad thing was that the queen mother glanced casually and saw a jade ring on Shenxiu's thumb. She recognized it as the heirloom of Duke Yueguang at a glance. So she grabbed Shenxiu's wrist and raised her hand, looked at the ring and asked,
This is the heirloom of Duke Yueguang. Why is it in your hand?
Shenxiu stammered.
This, the queen mother.
She looked at Li Maobai and winked, asking him to quickly find a way to save her. Li Maobai originally planned to wait until Shenxiu gave birth to twins and make her a noble concubine, and then announce her relationship with Duke Yueguang to the public when someone came forward to refute it. But today he happened to be bumped into by the queen mother, and he had no intention of hiding it.
As the queen mother has seen, concubine Rong is the legitimate daughter of Duke Yueguang.
The queen mother understood what Li Maobai meant as soon as she heard this. With the support of her mother's family like Duke Yueguang, Shenxiu was qualified not only to appoint her as a concubine, but also to make her son a prince and let her sit on the throne of the queen. So he immediately jumped up in anger.
She entered the palace alone. She has no father or mother. Who knows? Now that you say her father is great, are you considering the Ai family as a stick? You have personally helped her build a path so that she can have shelter from now on. Even though the Ai family is old, they are not confused. Don't expect to make trouble here.
Shenxiu looked confused. Why are you singing rap so well? SKR? The queen mother was so angry that she could barely stand upright until she was supported by Qingju. Li Maobai said in a deep voice,
Mother, the prince that concubine Rong will give birth to in the future will be my eldest son. It would be inappropriate for the birth mother of the eldest son to only have the title of concubine. I am doing this just to let concubine Rong get the title of noble concubine. The status of the eldest son of the emperor can also be more noble. As for the position of queen, I can promise my mother that as long as the queen lives, the position of queen will always belong to the Zhu family.
Chapter 252 Undercover Mission. Blow out all the candles. Li Maobai hit the mark on what the queen mother was worried about. She was simply worried that Shenxiu would have a family background and an imperial heir, and the emperor's favor would one day threaten the queen's status. After hearing Li Mobai's words of guaranteeing the queen's position as queen, the queen mother's attitude softened a bit.
How can the Ai family consider the position of the queen? The Zhu family has fallen in the previous dynasty.
So how can the Ai family still have so much persistence in the position of the queen? The Ai family is like this. But also for the sake of concubine Rong. She has been prosperous since she entered the palace. It only takes a year for her to go from agreeing to being promoted to concubine. Once she gives birth to her twins, there is nothing wrong with her becoming a concubine. But she still has to worry about being feared.
Li Mabai said,
Don't worry, Queen Mother. I have my own sense of discretion on this point.
Shen Xiao said nothing and watched the excitement from the side. Li Mobai's original words were that as long as the queen lives, the position of queen will always belong to the Zhu family. But the queen has been secretly exposed to cinnabar for so long. How long can she live? Later that day, good news came from Zhongsui Palace, and Guren Shui was happy. The person who was most delighted to learn about this was the queen mother. Li Mobai also pretended to be very happy, and promised Shui Guren that he would make her his concubine once the baby was born safely. After the news broke that she had a son, the queen and concubine, she took great care of her. There was no need to tell her what she was lacking. Just a look, and the queen and concubine, she would definitely have something ready and offer it to her in the next moment. With the status of Duke Qingyang's legitimate daughter, although Shen Xiao has not yet been promoted to a noble concubine, her status is already the same as that of a noble concubine. The concubines who used to be her equals now all bow to her respectfully when they see her. She and Shui Yanhuan suddenly became the most dazzling presence in the palace, and everyone gathered around them when greeting them every day. Time flies, and it has been almost 3 months since King Rui entered the palace in mid-May. It was also time for him to return home. Li Mabai originally wanted to keep him until September, and wait until his birthday was over before leaving. King Rui said,
In September, the fruits and vegetables grown in the backyard of my brother's house are all ready to be harvested. After celebrating my brother's birthday, I'm afraid they will all rot in the vegetable field when my brother rushes back.
Li Mabai joked,
I'm not as good as those green vegetable leaves in your house.
In fact, he knew in his heart that King Rui wanted to go back early to avoid suspicion. He is a foreign king with military power, and staying too long in the court will inevitably attract criticism. Moreover, he was used to free time and living in the palace every day. Even if Li Mabai promised him not to be formal, he still had to abide by some rules. He insisted on leaving, but Li Mabai couldn't force him to stay. So he said,
We will prepare for 2 days. The Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th. Let's have fun together. And this will be regarded as a practice for you.
It's hard to refuse such hospitality. But King Rui responded happily. The Mid-Autumn Festival family banquet is the most important festival every year, except for the birthdays and New Year's of a few serious masters. As usual, the queen started preparing everything early. In fact, it's the same thing every year. It's nothing more than playing music, singing, dancing, and doing 2 jugglers to watch the fun. The most important thing is that everyone gets together, has a meal and a drink, and is lively. She pretended to call the concubines to discuss what to add to the family banquet. Concubine Hui said,
Why don't we draw lots? Then we will draw lots and see what we can catch. And we will perform whatever show we catch. Anyway, they are all members of the family.
Even if we show cowardly, no one will laugh at us. I don't want you to be stupid.
Concubine, she said with rejection written all over her face.
It's said to be a family banquet. And it's also a farewell banquet to see off King Rui. Ordinarily, Prince Jing meets us often, and he is said to be from his own family. That's it. How many years does it take for King Rui to see you? What's the difference between him and a stranger? I don't want to let you act like a monkey in front of him.
Shen Xiao said.
Sister Wei Fei's method sounds good. Every year we just watch the same singers and dancers. What's new? Or is there something new when our own performances are lively and exciting?
She was originally someone who loved to watch the excitement. And the method proposed by concubine Hui was just enough to kill the incompetent concubine Shi. So why not do it? In order to please Shen Xiao, concubine Shi had no choice but to bite the bullet and said,
If concubine Rong likes it, then let's follow this method. What does the queen think?
The queen said,
Since everyone has no objections, let's do it this way.
When the greetings were over, Shen Xiao met concubine Duan on the way back to the palace. She looked at her with a smile, and it seemed that she had something private to say to her. So Shen Xiao stepped back and asked,
Sister is looking for me. Does the master have new orders? The master wants us to find a way to extinguish all the candles in the hall during the Mid-Autumn Festival night banquet. All candlelight?
Shinseyo was puzzled.
If you eat at night without candlelight, don't you have to eat all the food into your nose? Master, what does this mean? It doesn't need to be kept burning. Just a stick of incense is enough. In fact, it's not difficult to do this. Didn't concubine Hui say, let's draw lots and perform a show? I thought about it. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has something, Yi.
The surface of the clothes is covered with the powder of luminous pearls. In a dark place, the clothes can emit a fluorescent blue light. And the clothes are also dance clothes with water sleeves. If you dance in them, you can make the emperor burn out all the candles in the temple. That's a good idea. Sister can just dance when the time comes. I can't do it. It has to be you.
Concubine Duan said meaningfully.
I can't be favored by the emperor. What's the point of me dancing? Let alone turning out the lights. The emperor is not bothered enough. Only my sister can do this. Only then will the emperor agree. Me? Not to mention that I'm pregnant. I'm not good at dancing. My limbs are uncoordinated. And dancing is like a duck splashing in water. It's going to be a joke.
Concubine Duan smiled and said,
in such a dim illusion, who can see what kind of dance you dance? Sister? You just wave your water sleeves twice casually and spin in place a few times. And the fluorescent blue light surrounds you. After image. I feel beautiful just thinking about it.
Shinseyo still didn't want to take this job. She didn't know why the people behind the scenes turned off the lights at the banquet. But they must have bad intentions. She shied away.
Sister Shui is also favored by the emperor. Sister, I'd better let her go. I really can't do this. I can help persuade the emperor to turn off the lights. I can still say a few words.
Seeing her repeated excuses, Concubine Duan had no choice but to say,
it doesn't matter. Shui Inhuan has learned dancing skills. So it's a good idea to ask her to dance. I told her first, but she asked me to come to you. If you don't want to, it's just her. Who puts her below you?
She smiled, chatted with Shinseyo again, and headed towards Zhongsui Palace. Chapter 253 Mid-Autumn Festival Family Banquet. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival night banquet, all the concubines were dressed up to attend. Only Shinseyo was different. She only wore the most ordinary cloak with a sunset pattern. Her hair was tied up casually with only a sapphire hairpin. And the makeup on her face was very plain. Li Mabai waved her to sit next to him. After sitting down, he asked her in a low voice,
why are you dressed so plainly today?
Shinseyo rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched out with very small movements like a kitten, and said coquettishly,
do you think I want you too much? This is not a snooze in the afternoon. When you wake up, you realize it's too late. That's it.
He smiled warmly and pushed the hair away from her ears.
It doesn't matter. I think you look more beautiful with light makeup on.
When he said this, his voice was neither loud nor quiet, and the queen sitting next to him could just hear him. A bit of sadness flashed in her eyes. She picked up the wine cup and drank a cup. She refilled the cup and raised the cup to King Rui.
Prince Rui is leaving. I won't see you again for a few years. I respect you and wish you the best.
Like Prince Jing, I will find my right person as soon as possible.
Prince Rui was so generous that he clinked glasses with her across the empty space and drank it all in one gulp. Li Jinian smiled slightly and said,
Seventh brother is superior to me in everything. As long as you are determined, you will definitely find a good match. You kid, you are making fun of me again. Brother, I don't dare.
Li Jinian bowed his hands and said very respectfully,
the people I respect the most in my heart are the emperor and my seventh brother. Making fun of my brothers was something that I could do in the past when I was alone and ignorant. But now I have a family and will be a father soon. I don't dare to do such a thing anymore.
Prince Rui looked at Li Jinian carefully and said after a long time,
after getting married, you are different from Songda. Your words and deeds have become much more stable. I heard that you are helping the Duke to take care of court affairs recently.
Li Jinian said modestly,
how can my brother help me? It all depends on my father-in-law, who does not despise my brother for being clumsy and is willing to teach me little by little.
Jiang Wanning, who was sitting next to him, smiled shyly and said,
my father often told my wife that the prince has a high level of understanding and can understand everything at once. And he can draw inferences from analogies, which has helped him a lot.
Li Mobai also saw these changes after Li Jinian's marriage. And he suggested,
you have been the Xiaoyao king for 5 years, and it is time to share some of the burden for me. Since you can help the Duke of Protector handle political affairs, why not spend some time come to court? I have a lot of things on my hands, and I am very busy. You can take care of me. How can this be accomplished?
Li Jinian excused himself.
The prince should not have stayed in Jiangdu. The fiefdom given to me by the emperor's brother was originally near Jiangdu, and he allowed me to build Prince Jing's palace in the city of Jiangdu. This is already a great trust in me.
If I are asked to participate in politics again, I am afraid that others will think that I am trying to gain power for other purposes.
Li Mobai waved his hands needlessly, raised his wine glass and said,
You are my younger brother. If I have to guard against you, wouldn't there be no one in this world that I can trust?
Li Jinian bowed down, clinked glasses with Li Mobai in the air, and drank the whole drink in one gulp.
If Brother Huang can be of any use to me, just say Lo. I used to be idle all day long, and I was really not a good example. Now what, I am pregnant, and I am about to be a father. I want nothing more than to set a good example for my child. I don't want him to think that just because he is born well, he just spends his days eating, drinking, and having fun, which is a waste of time. Life.
He had such an understanding that even the Queen Mother was happy to praise him.
Well, this is the manifestation of the ancestors. And you, the stubborn monkey, have enlightened. Very good. In the future, together with your royal brothers, we will definitely be able to take Kai Chao to new heights.
The men talked about state affairs, and the women talked about family matters. Jiang Wanning and Shen Xiao fell in love and kept asking her to chat about household matters during the dinner.
My cousin brought some durian back from southern Yunnan 2 days ago. It's in season now. I wonder if your majesty would like it.
Shen Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard it.
Of course I like it. Then I'll tell you to bring some to the palace. In fact, I also like to eat it. But the prince can't stand the taste. I think it's a waste to keep it at home. If the queen likes it, I'll give more to her. He doesn't like it?
Shen Xiao frowned.
How could he not like it?
In the past, Li Jinian almost quarreled with Li Mobai over 2 carts of durians. How could he not like the taste of durians? Li Jinian seemed to have heard their discussion, so he replied with a warm smile.
If my sister-in-law knew how many durians I ate by myself later, she would know why I didn't like them. I asked me to take away the broken durians from the car.
I couldn't bear to throw it away and just kept it in my house every day. I ate 2 or 3 of the good ones every day. Not only did I get angry and had nosebleeds, but I also had vomiting and diarrhea after eating the bad ones. The emperor's brother brought another half carriage to the house,
and I have had a shadow of that thing since then, and I feel sick when I smell it.
Li Jinian said such a long list. To sum it up in modern terms, he ate too much of his favorite things at one time and got hurt. Shen Xiao has experience in this. She loved eating strawberries when she was a child, and one time she ate 2 whole bowls of strawberries by herself without adults paying attention. The result was vomiting and diarrhea. When I went to the hospital, I was diagnosed with intestinal obstruction, and I had to have a bowel opening at a young age. That feeling, now that I think about it, still makes my anus tight. From then on, Shen Xiao avoided seeing strawberries.
She smiled. You hurt yourself, but your royal brother actually likes it.
Li Jinian said.
Then bring them all to the palace for my brother and sister-in-law. But my sister-in-law is pregnant, so she should eat less of those things that make her angry.
Everyone chatted for a while, and suddenly heard a noise from the queen's place. She got up to go outside for some fresh air. She was swaying as she walked, as if she had drunk too much. Today she has been drinking 1 cup after another since she sat down. After drinking too much, she becomes sad and her eyes are red. Li Mobai casually ordered,
Watch your master. If you are too drunk, send him back to the palace.
The queen bowed down and blessed the ceremony.
Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm not in the way. I just drank too much, and I'll be fine if I wake up with some wind. It's not me who has delayed everyone's interest.
The Queen Mother glanced at her, shook her head and said,
You know you are not good at drinking, so don't drink so much. If you lose your composure like this in front of everyone, you have lost your status as queen.
Concubine Hui gave the queen a hand and said in a pretentious manner,
Your Majesty, you will feel even more uncomfortable if you go out to eat. Drink some hangover soup. And don't go out and let everyone worry about it. We will have a lottery show later.
Well, the Queen Mother watched the sisters lively and chatting and laughing with each other. And the drunkenness was over.
As he spoke, his movements froze, and he forced the queen down on her seat. Chapter 254 Palace Banquet Killing. Halfway through the banquet, Concubine Hui took out a porcelain vase full of lottery tickets and said with a smile,
Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it is also the day when we bid farewell to King Rui. I thought that we should all watch the performances of the singers and dancers on weekdays. I was tired of it, so I thought that the sisters in each palace would randomly draw lots and perform something for everyone to entertain them. I wonder what the emperor thinks of this proposal.
Li Maobai said nothing and nodded in acquiescence. The queen mother spoke first and said,
Just the others. Concubine Rong, Gui Shui and Concubine Jing are all pregnant. Those who are pregnant have difficulty moving, so there is no need to participate.
The drawing of lots begins, in order of rank from high to low. The person who draws the lot first is the queen. The note she grabbed out said,
Choose one person to fight against the flying flowers.
Concubine Hui said with a smile,
Your Majesty is very knowledgeable and well-educated. Isn't such a trivial matter easy for your Majesty? If anyone is chosen by your Majesty, you will be very timid.
The queen was so proud of herself that she read poetry and books. And even drinking wine did not affect her performance. She glanced around the hall with her drunken eyes, and soon settled on Shenxiu.
I remember that when the Queen Mother celebrated her birthday last year, Concubine Rong composed some very good birthday poems. She must have read some books. Why don't you come and have a match with me?
Shenxiu knew that the queen was deliberately causing trouble for her, but she was not afraid. Not to mention that she studies history. She is also involved in the study of ancient poetry. Even if she can't match up, she can still cheat. Xiao Tuachua can usually watch TV series with her and ask her to look up poems and tell them to her. Isn't it easy? So he responded,
Queen, please come first.
The queen said to Li Maobai,
Please give the emperor a pair of commanding words first. Today is the full moon night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's use the word moon dot.
The queen straightened her posture and said with a smile,
People have joys and sorrows, and the moon has cloudy and sunny circles. This is difficult to do in ancient times.
Shenxiu said without thinking.
If you want to enjoy life to the fullest, don't let the golden bottle stand empty against the moon. Raise your head to look at the bright moon. Lower your head to miss your hometown. 30 years of fame and dust. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Seeing the moon in the palace looks sad, and hearing the sound of broken bells in the rain at night. The north wind blows and the white grass breaks, and the sky is full of snow in August.
The two of them went back and forth like this for 30 or 40 rounds. The queen's speed gradually slowed down, but Shenxiu still looked calm, opening her mouth almost without thinking. Needless to say, the outcome was that after 50 rounds of fighting, the queen was at a loss for words. As if this was not enough, Shenxiu continued her sentence with another 7 or 8 sentences, which caused everyone present to applaud, and the queen's face burned with embarrassment. He could only say,
Concubine Rong has learned a lot, and I admire her.
Li Maobai took Shenxiu's hand and said gently,
I don't know, but you are still knowledgeable.
The game continues. The second person to draw lots was Concubine Shi, and the note she drew said sing a song. She has a Drake voice, and her singing is very ugly. Asking her to sing in front of everyone would kill her more than asking her to pinch Shenxiu's feet. She coquettishly wasted time, during which Shenxiu worriedly asked Li Maobai,
Your Majesty, are you ready for Mr. Chu?
She told Li Maobai the task assigned to her by the person behind the scenes early in the morning. She felt that the candlelight was blowing on the banquet, and Shui Yinwan would definitely attract everyone's attention when she danced in night clothes. This if any danger occurs. Li Maobai's safety is the most important, so he asked him to arrange all this in advance early in the morning. At this moment, there are 2 secret guards hiding under the dragon case, and there are also people lurking behind the dragon pillar, not to mention the surroundings of the main hall, the beams, and the roof. It can be said that a dragnet has been set up, and these secret guards all carry fire seals. As long as someone dares to attack, even if it is dark, the thief will not be able to escape. Concubine She was awkward for a long time, and finally gave in amidst the cheers of the crowd. She sang a few lines casually, just to do some errands, and then sat down with a blush on her face. Later, Concubine Duan, Concubine Shen, and Concubine Hui also performed lots by drawing lots. When everyone was in high spirits, Shui Yinhuan suddenly stood up, went to the middle of the hall, knelt down, and bowed to the Queen Mother.
The Queen Mother, my concubine has specially arranged a dance to give to the Emperor for today's reunion day. I also asked the Queen Mother to allow the concubine to finish the dance to express her feelings.
The Queen Mother was worried that she had sprained her foot, so she naturally disagreed.
You are pregnant. How can you go through such trouble? What should you do if you hurt the emperor's air in your belly?
Shui Yinhuan explained.
This dance of the concubine does not require large-scale movements. Not even the movement of the feet. Only the water sleeves are danced. Put on the night robe and extinguish the candles in the palace. You can see that the concubine's whole body is radiating. There was a blue light. And the water sleeves were waving in the air. And the light and shadow passed by and danced into afterimages, which was really beautiful.
Shenxiu also showed some expectation for this.
As Yueguang said, it seems to be a risk-free and enjoyable program. Queen Mother, since Yueguang is interested, why not just accept her?
Concubine Duan also expressed her expectations for this dance. In desperation, the Queen Mother had no choice but to agree. Shui Yinhuan changed into a very ordinary-looking dance outfit with water sleeves. It was only when the candles in the hall were extinguished and she couldn't see her fingers that she could see the magic of her outfit. Fluorescent blue light surrounded her whole body, shining brightly in the dark night like a candle. The light was very soft and left an afterimage in the air as she danced. It was like a jumping blue light was injected with life and came to life, whirling in the hall like an elf in the forest. Everyone was attracted by her dance. Only Shenxiu and Li Maobai paid careful attention to the situation around them. There was no music played during Shui Yinhuan's dance, and the hall seemed extremely quiet, apart from everyone's breathing and heartbeats. The loudest sound was the wind in her clothes when she waved her sleeves. It was in such a quiet environment that the queen suddenly felt drunk and choked on her throat. She couldn't help but vomited while holding her chest. The Queen Mother kept saying,
Queen, what's going on? Come on. Please light the candle.
The Queen Mother gave the order, and the brightness quickly returned to the palace. Everyone's eyes were on the queen. She didn't eat a morsel of food that night, and all she vomited out was wine. The palace servants rushed to clean up, but Li Maobai said,
The queen is not feeling well, so she should go back to the palace to rest first.
The queen wiped the stains on her lips with silk and said guiltily,
I am rude. I am so disrespectful.
She was about to leave when she caught a glimpse of a plate covered with a copper pot on the table in front of Li Maobai. Blood seemed to be seeping out of the gap. She exclaimed,
Your Majesty, what is that?
Chapter 255 King Rui's heart was ripped out. The queen exclaimed,
Your Majesty, what is that?
The copper pot should be placed on a jade plate to prevent the aroma of the food from being lost. What was inside should be freshly roasted mutton. How could there be blood flowing out? Li Maobai winked at Sanfu, who quickly stepped forward and lifted the copper pot. The moment he lifted up the copper pot and saw the contents inside, Sanfu turned pale with fright. He took 2 steps back and squatted on the ground.
Someone is coming! Someone is coming quickly! Protect us!
Others sitting in the hall couldn't see clearly what was on the plate, but those in the first place could see it clearly. It is a bright red heart. The queen vomited even more violently, and the Queen Mother screamed in fright. Li Maobai's subconscious move was to cover Shenxiu's eyes to prevent him from seeing this bloody thing. Secret guards rushed out from all directions and quickly protected Li Maobai. Chu Yuezhi entered from outside the palace. After entering, the palace door was closed heavily.
Your Majesty, the ministers have been guarding the door. There is only one exit from Tunghua Terrace, and no one has entered or exited it.
In this case, the person who put this thing in front of him, who didn't know whether it was a human heart or a pig's heart, should still be in the palace now. Li Maobai glanced at everyone in the hall and couldn't see anyone being suspicious, until his eyes were fixed on King Rui, who was sitting on the left. He lay on the table, burying his head in his arms and motionless, as if what happened here had nothing to do with him.
King Rui?
Li Maobai called him, but got no response.
Brother 7.
Li Jinyan, who was sitting directly opposite him across the corridor, also called him. Seeing that he didn't respond at all, he felt that something was wrong.
Brother 7. Have you drunk too much?
He said, as he stood up and walked towards King Rui.
7th brother?
He patted King Rui on the shoulder. King Rui was like a doll. With his slap, his whole body tilted, and he fell heavily to the ground. Li Jinyan leaned over to help him, only to find that the clothes on his chest had been torn open, and a large hole was opened in front of his chest with a sharp weapon, and blood was still pouring out.
Ah!
Li Jinyan screamed in horror, collapsed on the ground and backed away step by step with his hands on the ground. The other concubines also saw the miserable state of King Rui. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they stood up and gathered around to exclaim,
Brother! 7th brother! 7th brother! His heart has been ripped out.
Li Mobai's head buzzed. He looked at the human heart in front of his desk and said angrily,
"Check it for me. No one is allowed to leave. Go and call the people from Dali Temple and the Ministry of Punishment to enter the palace and take everyone there. Go down and interrogate."
The dead ones were Li Mobai's brothers. Shinseoh could see that his hands were clenched tightly, and they could not stop shaking. His eyes were red, and he was trying to hold back tears. Shinseoh knew that he was blaming himself. He was blaming himself for knowing that something might happen at today's night banquet. But he still felt confident that he could handle everything well. He even felt that as long as he laid a dragnet, thieves would be trapped in the trap themselves if they dared to come. But who could have expected that such a bloody thing would happen in full view of everyone? Shinseoh tried her best to stabilize her voice. The smell of blood in the air was nauseating. She held her breath and observed everything in the hall. Prince Rui and Li Jinyan are the two princes attending the banquet tonight. They are sitting in the lower seat of the hall, next to Li Mabai. There is a 5-meter corridor in the middle. It is unrealistic to say that it was Li Jinyan's hand. Besides, Jian Wanning was sitting next to him. It was impossible for Jian Wanning not to notice any movement he made. Shui Yinhuan only danced for a few minutes. In these few minutes, he had to kill people silently, take out the heart, and put the heart on the plate in front of Li Mabai without being noticed. This is not something that humans can do. Sitting across the table next to King Rui was concubine Shi. She was frightened and huddled in the corner, trembling. The remaining people are also women, and they are further away from King Rui, especially concubine Duan. She is almost sitting at the bottom, and with her thin body, trying to kill King Rui is nothing more than a dream. At a glance, he knew that this matter had become an unsolved case again. People from Dali Temple and the Ministry of Rights investigated all night, but no useful clues were found. They searched everyone, but found no murder weapon. I also conducted a blanket search for Tunghua Terrace, but also found nothing. The only breakthrough information was found when Wuxi was called in for an autopsy.
Prince Rui's cup was smeared with poison. As long as he drinks from this cup, he will be drugged and lose consciousness. Judging from King Rui's wounds, the reason for his death should be that he was stabbed with a knife in the heart.
He took the heart on the jade plate in front of Li Mabai's desk and examined it carefully, shaking his head frequently.
This heart does not belong to King Rui. First, there are no scars on this heart. And second, this heart is no longer there. It's new.
And King Rui died not long ago. So it's not him.
As for where King Rui's heart went, we can only say that it evaporated out of thin air together with the murder weapon, since the heart on the plate in front of him did not belong to King Rui. And Li Mabai had been very vigilant after extinguishing the candles in the palace. Even if the lights in the palace were dimmed, he would not be unaware of anyone who made such an action in front of him. Then there is only one possibility. That is, when this plate of barbecue is served, the heart has already been placed in it. Li Mabai said angrily.
Go! Bring the prisoner who is wearing the meal to me.
Sanfu led the eunuch under him to do something quickly. Not long after, he came back with a troubled expression on his face.
Your Majesty, the one who served the meal was Xiao Luzi. He took poison and committed suicide.
The emperor's meal must be inspected 3 times before eating. Before eating, it must be inspected twice more by the emperor's father-in-law before eating it. All the processes were correct. When Shui Yin was dancing happily, it was the time when the dish was served. The candles were extinguished in the hall, so this dish would only be served after Shui Yinhuan finished dancing. All this is planned by the people behind the scenes. For a moment, Li Mabai wanted to capture Shui Yinhuan and concubine Duan immediately, question them, and ask them to tell them the whereabouts of the people behind the scenes.
But then I thought about it. If I were to hold them accountable right now, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to find anything. That person's caution was evident, and they were only doing things according to orders. You could tell when Shui Yinhuan and concubine Duan looked equally frightened. Not to mention that they have never met the person behind the scenes. They probably don't even know why the person behind the scenes instigated them to do this. Once again, things hit a dead end, and we lost our clues. Chapter 256 Death Prophecy. Happy New Year to all my cuties. Peace, joy and prosperity. Asterisk. After checking everyone, investigating the environment at the scene, and properly disposing of King Rui's body, it was already past time. This night is destined to be sleepless. After everyone dispersed, Li Mabai noticed that Shinseo's expression was a little different. Also, if she saw such a bloody scene, she would inevitably feel frightened. He was a little worried, so he took her back to Chaoyang Palace.
Also going to Chaoyang Palace were the Minister of Punishment, the Minister of Dali Temple, Chu Yueji and Wu Shini. They were discussing today's affairs outside. Li Maobai was extremely angry, and Shen Xiao could hear his furious voice in the inner hall. No wonder he would be like this. After all, King Rui grew up with him, and was the closest brother besides Li Jinyan. How could Li Maobai still face it calmly when he died so tragically in front of him? Both the Minister of Criminal Affairs and the Minister of Dali Temple have solved many difficult cases. But cases like this, which are almost equivalent to secret room murder cases, have rarely been seen by them after so many years in office. Facing Li Maobai's anger, they had no choice but to keep silent, for fear that if they said something wrong, it would ignite Li Maobai's anger. Shen Xiao was leaning against the crack of the door to eavesdrop. The person who talked the most was Wu Shinian.
Actually, this matter is very simple. It is not difficult to guess who the murderer is. Governor Chu is guarding the door, and there are secret guards on the roof. If Governor Chu did not lie, then the murderer would have no way to escape, and he must still be hiding in the crowd. If Governor Chu lied, he was the murderer, because he was the only one who could make the murderer leave the scene without anyone noticing. What are you talking nonsense about?
Chu Yueji said angrily.
I have no enmity with Prince Rui, so why should I kill him in public? That's right. Aren't you getting to the point?
Wu Shini smiled and said,
It's not just you. King Rui hasn't returned to Jiandu for many years. Who can he have a grudge against? Even if he has grudges, kill him. His people should also take action in his fiefdom, which will cause less trouble. So why bother to do so many things?
He looked at Li Maobai and said,
So, no matter how miserable King Rui's death is, he is the primary target of the murderer. If I guess correctly, the murderer is clearly targeting the Emperor. He will not take action against the Emperor. Instead, he killed the Emperor's brothers in front of him, which was probably a game of cat and mouse. And he naturally wanted to stay at the scene to see you angry and distressed, and to show his helpless embarrassment. Killing is more like performing, and you have to complete a perfect performance. It can be seen that he must be a pervert.
As he spoke, he remained silent for a moment, then muttered to himself.
Perhaps we decided the wrong case before.
He asked Chu Yueji.
Governor Chu, who is better in terms of King Gongchuan's skills or yours? Between brothers. Well, that's the question. In fact, I have been thinking that day. Chi Duan's skills can be defeated by you in 3 moves. How did he use to kill the respectful king so easily? Now it seems he might just be the scapegoat the murderer found.
Li Maobai had doubts about what he said. At this moment, he also remembered another thing. His eyes met Chu Yueji's, and they must have thought of the same thing. Li Maobai ordered everyone except Chu Yueji to step back. After they left, he said,
Do you know what to do?
Chu Yueji bowed his hands and said,
Wei Chen will go to the clan's mansion right now to release the 8th prince and protect him personally. Move quickly.
8 kings? Shen Xiao was puzzled. Isn't Lao Ba the most hated person in history? He was imprisoned in the clan's mansion for his entire life, and was not released until he died of illness. The clan's dish was not allowed in either, and he became a lonely ghost. Why should he let him out at this time? Lost in thought for a moment, Shen Xiao completely forgot that she was still leaning against the crack of the door and eavesdropping. The moment Li Maobai opened the bedroom door, she lost all weight and fell forward. Fortunately, Li Maobai reacted quickly and grabbed her collar to hold her upright.
You can eavesdrop. What are you thinking? So lost in thought? I've already finished speaking, and you're still clinging to the crack of the door.
Shen Xiao smiled awkwardly. It seemed that Li Maobai had long been accustomed to her liking to pick at the door cracks. Li Maobai tapped her shallow dimples with his fingertips.
What are you smiling about?
Shen Xiao asked in confusion.
Why did the Emperor let the 8th prince go? You come.
He held Shen Xiao's hand and asked her to sit on the warm seat, then took out a brocade box from the closet and placed it in front of her. The brocade box was opened, and inside it was the roll of parchment written in blood. Shen Xiao worriedly read the words above.
3, 7, 8, 9, head, heart, cut, broken?
She only read it twice, and suddenly her eyes widened, and she suddenly realized.
This King Shan is the 3rd prince, so he was decapitated and died. King Rui is the 7th prince, so he was killed by having his heart ripped out? What about the next one? Cut. Corresponds to the 8th prince? I can only guess this way. That person is already going to compete with me head-on. But why did he do this? What did he want? If he wanted the throne,
He should go to the emperor. Why did he kill other princes? If he killed King Gongshan and Queen Rui just to make the emperor feel guilty and heartbroken. The next one, the one who wants to take action, should be Prince Jing. The 8th prince is already at odds with the emperor. So why should he kill him?
Li Mobai shook his head.
If I could guess what he was thinking about, he wouldn't have succeeded. In fact, he had many opportunities to kill me. Why did the emperor say this?
Li Mobai picked up the roll of parchment and shook it.
Do you know where I got this?
Shinzio remained silent. And Li Mobai continued.
When I accompanied my mother to worship Buddha and ancestors. One night, someone sewed it into my underwear. By doing this, he was telling me that he had plenty. It's not good for me. But he doesn't want to do it. He just wants to take his time.
Thinking carefully about the motives behind that person, Shinzio felt shuddering. Did there ever exist such a pervert in the history of Qi dynasty? If this was discovered and recorded in the annals of history, I'm afraid the man behind the scenes would be regarded as the most brilliant villain in China's past 5,000 years.
Right. What does the emperor plan to do now? Let Chu Yuezhi protect Lao Ba first. If it is really what I guessed, then the next person that person will target will definitely be him. He deliberately left clues for me just to provoke me. Let me prepare in advance to make his actions more difficult. He is so conceited, and I also want to see if he can do whatever he wants under heavy guard.
Chapter 257. Li Jinyan actually went to court. King Rui's death can be regarded as a major event in Jiangdu. To the outside world, Li Mobai would definitely hide the cause of King Rui's death, only to report that he was jealous of the talented man and died suddenly of heart palpitations. Internally, Li Mobai did not allow anyone to mention what happened that day. King Rui was not married, so his body was buried in the imperial mausoleum. There was no precedent for a prince to enter the imperial mausoleum. But if Li Mobai insisted on doing so, no one could say anything. This incident hit Li Mobai hard. If anyone else was as frustrated as him, it was Li Jinyan. He was visibly losing weight day by day, and he looked much more haggard. Jiang Wanning accidentally told this matter when she entered the palace to pay her respects, and her face was filled with sadness.
After that incident, the prince seemed to be frightened. He had grown up with King Rui since he was a child. He locked himself in his room all day long and did not like to come out. Occasionally he would talk to me. 2 sentences. It seems to be perfunctory.
Of course Jiang Wanning felt unhappy. After all, her husband had just
returned his evil ways
and encountered such a change, so she naturally felt unhappy. The other concubines would only say some indifferent words to comfort her, but only Shinzio took this matter to heart. She called Jiang Wanning to her palace to chat.
The death of Prince Rui has become a knot in Prince Jing's heart. He and Prince Rui have been close since childhood. This meeting was also after several years. During that time you can also see that when he was in the summer garden, King Rui and the emperor were together every day. Whether it was discussing state affairs or having fun, it was their rare happy time. He couldn't bear such a blow for a while. That's understandable. Your Majesty is temporarily depressed, and I am not afraid of you. I am just...
Jiang Wanning seemed to have something to hide. After mumbling for a long time, he said,
To be honest with you, Your Majesty will always go out alone at night during this period, without taking any domestic slaves. Because of this, I was pregnant and couldn't sleep, so I followed him secretly when I heard some noise. Once I followed him for a mile, but when I turned a corner, he disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Do you suspect that he is having an affair with someone else behind your back? That's not true.
Jiang Wanning shook his head.
I'm just afraid that the prince will go drinking and gambling again, and the fighting spirit he has will be shattered by those fun things again.
Jiang Wanning was able to talk so much to Shinzio, not because the woman had nothing to do to vent the bitterness in her heart. She is a very smart person, and she gets straight to the point very quickly.
Your Majesty, Concubine Roan, I have a heartfelt request for you.
Shinzio smiled sadly.
Do you want me to tell the emperor about this matter for you, so that the emperor can persuade Prince Jing? Your Majesty is smart. Don't worry. I know what to do in this matter. Prince Jing is not only the emperor's biological brother, but I also treat him as a friend in private. No matter what, we hope for the best for him.
On the second day, Li Mobai planned to summon Li Jinyan into the palace after finishing his political duties. But Li Jinyan came uninvited and went to the minister's study room first to ask to see him. Li Mobai asked Sanfu to let him in, but after not seeing him for 10 days, Li Jinyan lost a lot of weight. His plump cheeks became a little shriveled. His eye sockets were sunken, and there were still dark blue spots under his eyes. Li Mobai was worried for a while.
Sit down.
He sat down in the hall, and after a moment of silence, he said,
Brother, I want to take over the political affairs that Brother 7 is responsible for.
Li Mobai seemed not to have expected these words to come out of his brother's mouth. He looked at him intently for a long time and asked,
Are you kidding me?
Li Jinyan shook his head, raised his eyes, and looked into Li Mobai's eyes, and said seriously,
I want to do something to help Brother Qi. And I also want to do something to help Brother Qi. Of course, I am happy that you have such an idea. However, Lao Qi's incident has hit you hard. Have you recovered? Once you take over his errand, you will have to face an overwhelming number of political affairs. You will no longer be able to act like before. Just as arbitrary.
Li Jinyan said.
Brother, I understand all this. I have been living in a state of confusion for more than 20 years, and have wasted so much time. I want to turn back now. Can I still turn back?
Li Mobai patted his shoulder and said with a smile,
As long as you want to. It's never too late to look back. I may not be able to do many things well, and I will be slow to learn. If I do something wrong, please don't dislike me and teach me patiently. I believe I can definitely help you.
At first, Li Mobai thought Li Jinyan was just talking, but he didn't expect that he seriously wanted to change his ways. He first went to see the bachelor and the tutor, and learned a lot of knowledge that he had not dared to be interested in before. Then he began to carefully study the errands that King Rui was responsible for. King Rui lived outside the country and had been responsible for resisting the peripheral city construction and deployment of the Nanman, Shirong, and Xiliang kingdoms. To put it bluntly, it was to build a city wall within the borders of Qi dynasty to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. Li Jinyan saw some tricks from the previous records, so he advised Li Mobai.
In the past, stone bricks were used to build the city wall. The city wall was 5 feet, 16 meters high. Not to mention that it took a lot of manpower and material resources to start the construction. And the construction period was still long. How about changing the construction plan and using stones for the lower 3 feet, 10 meters, and using mud for the upper part?
Li Mobai carefully pointed out the shortcomings of his method.
If it is built with mud, and there is an invasion from outside, and the catapult passes 3 feet away and makes a surprise attack, in less than an hour, all parts of the outer city wall that are more than 3 feet away can be defeated. This method saves time and effort.
But if it is discovered by foreign countries, it can be said that a 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant nest.
Li Jinyan held his chin and thought for a moment, then sighed with emotion.
That's right. Why didn't I expect that these brothers even know the range and height of their catapults? But I completely ignored such an important matter.
He seemed a little disappointed, but Li Mobai encouraged him.
It doesn't matter. You have only taken over these things not long ago, and you won't become a fat man in one sitting. As long as you are willing to learn and study, you will gradually become more comfortable with it.
After only waiting for 2 days, Li Jinyan came up with a new plan. This time, he did not work on the city wall, but used his brains on defensive measures. He took a small piece of barbed wire and handed it to Li Mobai. There were iron thorns sticking out of every hole in the barbed wire.
Brother, if you put these things on the outside of the city wall, if people from outside attack, not even the city wall will be destroyed.
Can't get in?
Li Mobai picked a grape and threw it on the barbed wire. He looked at the punctured pulp and smiled.
The power of this iron thorn can stop people, but it cannot stop horses. The horses on the battlefield are all slapped with iron palms.
Yes, if a horse's hoof goes down, these iron magnets will be flattened easily.
No. Li Jinyan smiled confidently.
If you don't believe me, why don't you try again?
Li Jinyan brought a piece of iron and handed it to Li Mobai. Li Mobai threw the iron piece down, but saw the barbed wire spring up instantly, tightly surrounding the iron piece. Only then did Li Mobai know that the barbed wire fence was made of magnets. Chapter 258. Xuanhuan has 1 corpse and 2 lives. Is Yu the murderer? Li Jinyan brought a piece of iron and handed it to Li Mobai. Li Mobai threw the iron piece down, but saw the barbed wire spring up instantly, surrounding the iron piece. Although the iron barbs were flattened where the iron block fell, many of the iron barbs on the barbed wire surrounding it were absorbed on the iron block. Li Mobai was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said,
Did you make the wire mesh with magnets?
Yes. Li Jinyan nodded vigorously and said with some pride,
If a horse with iron hooves steps on it, it will be instantly attracted by the magnet wire mesh and pierce the horse's legs, causing it to stumble and fall. Many people fell directly onto the barbed wire fence and lost half of their lives. This is a good idea. When we go to court tomorrow, we will discuss it with some of the border guards to see if it is feasible in practice.
After receiving Li Mobai's approval, Li Jinyan was extremely happy. He quickly said that he still had many new ideas and would come to Li Mobai to discuss them after they were perfected in 2 days. Asterisk. This year, Li Mobai's birthday was not celebrated. His birthday, September 16th, happened to be the full moon of King Rui's death ceremony.
I lost such a good brother. But in exchange, I got a good brother who knows how to make progress. After Li Jinyan took over King Rui's errand, he took care of everything in an orderly manner, showing his outstanding political talent. She also worked very hard to quit laziness. She usually only rested in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep for more than a few hours. She would get up before the 4th watch. When he was in court, he could often put forward many constructive opinions. He was bold and forward-looking, which caused many courtiers, who were not optimistic about him, at first to change their reputation towards him. The Queen Mother was very happy to see such progress. So she called him to the Immortal Life Palace and stuffed him with 1,000 taels of silver notes as a reward for him. He didn't refuse. He just changed hands and donated the 1,000 taels of silver notes to the temple and exchanged them for merit tiles. He also filled in the Queen Mother's maiden name. This move moved the Queen Mother deeply.
I have never seen you take away from the AI family. But this is the first time I have seen you do so much for the AI family. You child has really grown up. The weather is nice today. Why don't you accompany your mother to the royal garden later? Queen Mother, I have to go to the Emperor to discuss financial matters later. By the way, Empress, I have something to give you.
He clapped his hands. And outside the door, his entourage presented him with a booyao that combined the two immortals. That step is made of pure gold, and the details are dotted with jade, which is very beautiful.
This is a pattern designed by my son personally. It is specially made for my mother. I hope my mother likes it.
This is the first time that Li Jinyan has given the Queen Mother a gift when it is not her birthday. In the past, even on the Queen Mother's birthday, the gifts he sent were perfunctory, just randomly picking some eye-catching jewelry without any intention at all. Looking at the step in front of her, she had never seen such a delicate style, and it was designed by Li Jinyan himself. So the Queen Mother was naturally pleasantly surprised. Feelings surged in her heart, and her eyes turned red.
You kid! Look! The AI family doesn't even know how to praise you. It's a good thing. Why is the Queen still crying?
Li Jinyan stepped forward and gave the Queen Mother a hug. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she held her child in her arms. And Li Jinyan's successive small actions broke her guard. She wiped her tears and quickly asked Qingju to put the step on her. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was very satisfied. Qingju was also full of praise.
This move is very flattering to the Queen Mother. She looks so popular and looks better. That's right. Jinyan gave it to the AI family. How about that? The AI family will wear it every day from now on.
Asterisk. Today the palace maids of Yueguang Palace were granted half a day's leave. Pear and Cheer went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Xingyan went to the manufacturing office. In the entire Yueguang Palace, there were only 2 people, Li Mobai and Shenxiu. In the inner hall, Li Mobai and Shenxiu were chatting quietly.
Lao Ba was secretly taken out of the clan's mansion. No one knows about this except Chu Yuezi and the chief minister of the clan's mansion. In the past 2 days, I have often gone to concubine Duan and Guiran Shui and inquired. It seems that they really don't know why the people behind the scenes would arrange such a task. Since the death of King Rui, they have not received any more information. Step-by-step instructions. Don't worry. There will always be times when he can't hold himself back. As your and Shui Huan's child gets older, he will definitely make a fuss about it.
As he was talking, he heard Li Jinyan shout from far outside the door.
Brother, sister-in-law, I'm coming.
After Li Mobai said yes, he pushed the door open and entered. He waved to Shenxiu and Li Mobai.
Brother and sister-in-law are here to bring you good news.
Li Mobai asked him to sit down.
What's the good news? Wanning's baby is 1 month old. The imperial doctor checked her pulse and said that there is a high probability that it will be a boy. That's great.
Shenxiu worriedly protected her belly and said with a smile.
They will have someone to keep them company in the future. Brother, I made new drawings. Do you have time to take a look?
His eyes kept wandering back and forth between Shinseyo and Li Mabai.
Or are you still not tired of your sister-in-law? Nonsense.
Li Mabai punched him lightly on the chest.
Let's go. Business is more important.
He said goodbye to Shinseyo and left with Li Jinyan. After greeting the queen early the next morning, when they left, the carriages of Shui Yinhuan and Shinseyo walked side by side. Shinseyo listened to her read.
I've had really bad morning sickness these past 2 days. And I don't know why. I think my sister is older than me. But she doesn't have that kind of discomfort.
Nonsense. If Shinseyo took the Longfeng pill, she would definitely not feel any discomfort. She advised Shui Yinhuan.
Everyone's physical condition is different when they are pregnant. And it is normal for everyone to have different reactions. Pregnancy is not hard. You just have to endure it, and it will be over. Having said that, I'm always agitated. The queen has been talking nonsense to us for so long today. And it's time to have lunch. Sister, are you having lunch with the emperor? The emperor and Prince Jing have to discuss political matters and cannot take care of me. Sister, will you go back to Zhongsui Palace with me for dinner? It's just around the corner. Today I asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare a lot of nutritious dishes in advance. When I eat alone in front of concubine Hui, I always have to listen to her weird comments. Yes, my sister is here, so she should be more restrained.
Shinseyo was trying to find out more about the people behind the scenes from her and concubine Duan. So she took the initiative to invite them. So she happily agreed.
I didn't think I was really hungry after you said that. To be honest, I slept in late and got up late in the morning. So I didn't eat breakfast.
Then he told the bearer of the sedan chair.
Let's go back to Zhongsui Palace with Mr. Shui.
Chapter 259. After all, today is the first time that Shinseyo has eaten in Zhongsui Palace since entering the palace. During the dinner, concubine Hui seemed to dislike Shui Yinhuan. She didn't lose any of her ability to carry a gun and a stick. And she didn't care at all that Shui Yinhuan was pregnant. She said one unpleasant word after another. While Shui Yinhuan was going to the toilet, Shinseyo couldn't help but give Hui Fei a few words.
Why does my sister always talk to her with guns and sticks? She didn't do anything to her. Besides, she is pregnant. If my sister is so angry that she has fetal convulsions, and she goes to whisper in the emperor's ears, won't it be my sister who gets the headache? Oh, you don't know?
Speaking of Shui Yinhuan, concubine Hui also felt bitter.
You have forgotten that in the past. I said that I fell in love with her and asked her to move in with me. She has always been a good person. But her temperament changed drastically after she became pregnant. What should she do? She does everything unwillingly. And even when she is proud, she is bossy to me. No matter how much I am ranked as the 4th concubine. Who is she? Her pretty face blossomed.
She spoke louder and louder, as if she was specifically speaking to Shui Yinhuan.
What kind of virtue is it to show yourself by peeing? Concubine Rong is also pregnant. How come you don't have half of the problems you have? Okay, sister. Please stop talking.
Shinseyo patted concubine Hui on the shoulder and advised.
If sister doesn't like her way of doing things, after she gives birth to this child and becomes a concubine, sister can do whatever she wants. Just find a reason for her to move out. There are still vacant palaces in the east and west palaces, and it makes sense for her to live alone since she has become the concubine. It would be best to move away as soon as possible. To tell you the truth, I won't be able to stand her for a day.
When Shui Yinhuan came back, concubine Hui put down her chopsticks and muttered a few words, then twisted her waist and went back to her bedroom. After she left, Shinseyo asked,
What's going on with her? My sister doesn't know that she has a bad habit of climbing walls. That day concubine Duan and I closed the door to talk.
And Bar watched her put half of her head out to eavesdrop under the window.
She lowered her voice.
Those things I said to concubine Duan. Any word she heard from her would be a disaster for us. So we have to be careful. Once we get involved with concubine Duan, we will simply not be on good terms with her. Let her knowing that I have a strong temperament during pregnancy. I have a sense of proportion in everything I do. And I don't have so many worries. If that's the case, why don't we go back to the queen and let you move in with concubine Duan? At this time, the troubles caused by the palace monster should be discussed later. Sister, have you eaten? After eating, let's go to my room and have a chat. I'm afraid the walls have ears.
Shinseyo nodded in agreement. The moment the two stepped out of the main hall, Shui Yinhuan saw a dark shadow flashing through the shadow of the trees on the wall. She was so frightened that she thought it was an assassin who was about to shout. Shinseyo quickly stopped her.
Shh! Don't show off.
But that man? Shinseyo shook his head. The secret guard is here to protect me. Ever since the incident at the Mid-Autumn Night Banquet, the Emperor has become even more vigilant. The two of them returned to the West Side Hall together, and Shui Inhuan sent all the servants out to spend time with Shinseyo alone. Shinseyo tentatively asked her, Actually, have you ever thought about who the master is? I thought about it, but then I stopped thinking about it. Shui Inhuan smiled bitterly. What's the use of thinking about it? So what if you know who it is? Are you going to be a puppet on strings for the rest of your life? She caressed her slightly bulging belly. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. In the end, I can't even save my own child. Why did my sister say this? It's okay. Just a few words of emotion. You said the one in your belly is twins. But what about the ones in my belly? Shinseyo, do you like the prince or the princess? Shui Inhuan. As long as it is my own child. I like it. Shinseyo. Then why do you care whether he is a boy or a girl? Somehow, after Shui Inhuan smiled bitterly a few times, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked very abnormal today, as if she was hiding a lot of things on her mind. Shinseyo asked her with concern. What's going on? Why are you crying? It's okay. I just feel tired. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Actually, no matter whose child this child belongs to, I should cherish him especially. Shinseyo's heart skipped a beat. Sister, I am confused by what I said. Is your majesty confused? She looked back, staring at her with a pair of bloodshot eyes. In this palace, I am the only one who is confused from beginning to end. As she spoke, she suddenly stood up, put some distance away from Shinseyo, walked to the table, and without any warning, threw everything on the table to the ground. The porcelain bowls were shattered on the ground, which frightened Shinseyo. Subconsciously hide back. What are you doing? Be careful of hurting the child. Concubine Rong. Shui Inhuan shouted at Shinseyo at the top of her lungs. Her cry harsh. Concubine, I have always respected you. Why are you forcing yourself so hard on me? Concubine? Guerin Shui. What are you talking about? I know. You don't like me being favored, or even having this child. But I am also the Emperor's concubine. If the Emperor wants to pamper me, what can I do? As she spoke, she ran back and forth in the palace as if she was possessed. Ah! My Majesty, please stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Soon! Her shouts attracted a crowd of palace people. The doors and windows of the West Side Hall were locked from the inside. Shinseyo wanted to open the windows, but Shui Inhuan rushed forward and grabbed her wrist. Concubine Rong, stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Concubine, I really made a mistake. As she said this, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard several times, until the corners of her lips drew blood. Where has Shinseyo ever seen such a scene? She was so frightened that she froze in place and had no idea. The palace attendant outside the door couldn't open the door, so he had to worry. Guerin Shui, what happened? What did Concubine Rong do to you? Open the door. Ah! Concubine Rong. No! Don't do this. Shui Inhuan became more and more addicted to drama. And then, Shinseyo saw her make a move that could subvert her 3 views. She pushed out her belly and hit the corner of the mahogany table hard. Once, twice, 3 times, until her face turned pale and blood kept flowing out from under her skirt. Then he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Here comes someone! Help! When the palace people finally broke through the door, the scene they saw in front of them was Shinseyo standing aside with a fearful expression, while Shui Inhuan was struggling on the ground holding his stomach. Blood continued to seep out from her lower body, and dazzling blood lotuses bloomed on her light green clothes. Chapter 260. The moment before Shui Inhuan fell into coma, she used all her remaining strength to prove to the onlookers that Shinseyo was her murderer. There was such a big commotion, and Concubine Hui came quickly. When she saw Shui Inhuan lying in a pool of blood, she was so frightened that she screamed, Who can tell me what is going on? Shinseyo's brain was spinning rapidly, and he quickly realized what the problem was. Shui Inhuan was not possessed by evil spirits. She deliberately wanted to abort her child and put the blame on her. The maid serving Shui Inhuan cried and replied to Concubine Hui. The door is locked, and we don't know what happened inside. We only heard that Guerin Shui and Concubine Rong had a dispute. Guerin Shui kept begging for mercy, and later there were slaps and banging sounds. And when the servant heard Shui Guerin screaming in the room, he asked Xiao Anzi to break the door open. Who knew it would happen?
Shinseyo said firmly.
Did you hear her arguing with me? Or was she the only one yelling from the beginning to the end? I didn't hear it. But if my mistress is injured like this, it can't be because she hurt herself. Right.
Shinseyo looked at her with gloomy eyes.
You have so much time to talk to me right now. Why not hurry up and find an imperial doctor to save your master's life?
Concubine Hui said.
Quickly, carry Guren Shui to the bed first, and then inform the emperor to find the imperial doctor.
Zhongsui Palace suddenly became a mess. Concubine Hui saw that after Shui Inhuan was carried to the bed, the new blood quickly dyed the bed sheets red, and her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. So she covered her chest and said in panic,
Sister, what happened just now?
Shinseyo said in a deep voice.
I said she hit the corner of the table by herself. Can I believe it? Sister?
Concubine Hui thought for a moment, looking at Shui Inhuan's injuries and the slap marks on her face, but said nothing. All superficial evidence points to the fact that Shinseyo had an affair with Shui Inhuan for some unknown reason. It was about the emperor's heir. Although Shinseyo was favored, seeing that Shui Inhuan's pregnancy was about to be lost, and Li Mobai lost a child, it was unknown whether he could tolerate Shinseyo again and again. If you want to protect yourself wisely at this time, you must stay away from Shinseyo. By chance, there was movement in the courtyard, and when someone from the palace announced,
The queen has arrived,
Concubine Hui immediately said,
I will go to greet the queen first.
The queen came with many concubines who were watching the fun. As soon as they entered, everyone was frightened by the bloody scene.
Concubine Hui, what is going on in your palace? It's so good. How could Guren Shui do this?
Concubine Hui immediately cleared herself up.
I don't know that when the incident happened, Gue Shui and Concubine Rong were in the same room. Someone in the palace heard the argument, and I don't know anything else.
All the fingertips were pointed at Shinseyo, and those weird curses also followed one after another. But Shinseyo didn't care at all, and she also knew that Li Mobai wouldn't care. The reason why she didn't speak was because she kept thinking, why did Shui Inhuan do this drama today? For the important matter of the concubine's miscarriage, the Taiyuan hospital naturally invited Wu Shini, the giant Buddha, when he went in to treat Shui Inhuan. The Queen Mother and Li Mobai also came. The Queen Mother became furious when the palace maid told her the general story of the matter. She was so angry that she wanted Shinseyo to kneel down and give her an explanation. But seeing that Shinseyo was also pregnant, he calmed down his anger slightly and said reproachfully,
No matter what Shui Guren did to offend you, she is pregnant and you are pregnant. How can two pregnant women start a fight? Besides, you've always been calm. Why are you so reckless this time?
Shinseyo replied,
I didn't have any conflict with Shui Guren, and I didn't even touch her with a finger.
Apart from Fu Qingqing, Concubine Duan was the only one among the remaining concubines who was willing to speak for Shinseyo.
I also feel that this matter is quite strange. For all the reasons, I'd better wait for Shui Guren to wake up and listen to her first.
Say what you want,
the Queen Mother said.
What are you waiting for? These palace people heard it clearly. They heard with their own ears that Shui Guren identified Concubine Rong as pushing her before she fainted. Is there anything else to explain?
During this period, Li Maobai had been holding Shinseyo's hand and protecting her in front of her.
Just say a few words. No one is involved, so it's not easy to make any judgments. Let's wait until Shui Guren's situation stabilizes.
Soon, Wu Shini came out with a pair of bloody hands. He is a miracle doctor, and everyone thinks that those who are treated by him will definitely be able to come back to life. But this time Shui Inhuan did not have such good luck.
Reporting to your majesty, the Queen Mother, Shui Guren lost too much blood and her subordinates were unable to recover. In her belly was a baby boy who had already begun to take shape. Both mother and child died.
Upon hearing such news, the Queen Mother almost fainted. With the help of several concubines, she could barely sit down. As soon as he sat down, people started crying so loudly that even Shinseyo couldn't care less about blaming her. If she doesn't care, there is always someone who can. Shui Inhuan had one body and two lives. The truth about this matter cannot be learned from her mouth. Then the last maids who heard her identify them were equivalent to hearing her last words. It was Shui Inhuan who said that Shinseyo pushed and beat her. Now she is dead. Who would believe that such a serious injury was caused by Shui Inhuan himself? Shinseyo naturally became the target of criticism. The queen took the lead and knelt down in front of Li Mobai, pretending to be pitiful and miserable.
Your Majesty, when I came to greet my concubine in the morning, Shui Guren was still a living person. Only a few hours later, He was honored. The concubine was beaten to death and ended up with a tragic end. This kind of thing is really heartbreaking for me. I hope the emperor can deal with it impartially and give Mr. Shui justice.
Concubine Shi, who had formed an alliance with the queen, quickly received her signal. Shinxio wanted to die on her own. So why should she serve her? Instead of having to find ways to kill her after she gives birth to the emperor's heir, it would be better to use Shui Gairen's death to plunge her into a state of eternal damnation at once. She followed the queen and knelt in front of Lima Bai and said with tears,
"What the queen said is right. Concubine Rong killed Shui Gairen's mother and son in full view of the public. She killed the emperor's own son. The emperor must severely punish this bitch. The emperor committed the same crime as the common people, and he must pay for it with his life. She can never keep a vicious woman like Shen. Now that she has an imperial heir, she thinks that no one can do anything to her. Please make a decision soon and sentence the guilty woman Shen to death. On the day she gives birth to the emperor's heir, she will be executed."
Her calculations were ringing. Everyone knows that Shinxio's twins are twins. When she dies after giving birth to the child, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to give one of the two children to the queen and one to her?
Chapter 261. I asked you to beat her to death. Do you have any objections? The two most noble women in the harem took the lead in saying this, and the other concubines naturally followed suit. Not long after, there was a row of people kneeling down, except for concubine Duan and Fu Qingqing, who have been protecting Shinxio. Almost all the concubines hope that Shinxio will die. After all, she, the big tree that stands tall in the harem and never falls, has already been exposed to countless winds. Seeing that the matter was embarrassing, Wu Shiny was the first to jump out and provide evidence to prove Shinxio's innocence.
"Concubine Rong, can you let me see your beautiful hands?"
Shinxio stretched out her hand towards him. Wu Shinyi only glanced at it and said firmly,
"The slap mark on Shui Gairen's face was not caused by concubine Rong."
The queen glanced at him.
"Did you see it with your own eyes? Judge Wu, what evidence do you have that it wasn't concubine Rong who beat her?"
Wu Shiny scolded her.
"You don't have to be a blind person to see it. Concubine Rong is favored by the emperor, and she has rings on 4 of her 10 fingers. 2 jade, 1 gold, and 1 agate. The slap mark on Shui Gairen's face had to be struck with full force to make it look like that. If it was really concubine Rong who slapped her, I'm afraid these rings would definitely scratch Shui Gairen's face. Then, there should be blood marks on her face. Not just slap marks like now. Wei Chen has just seen it. But Shui Gairen's fingers are empty, and he doesn't bring anything. Moreover, the size of the palm print also matched her own palm print very well,"
the queen said.
"Then concubine Rong can't take off her ring and then hit Guiran Shui?"
Wu Shiny was amused by her and joked at her.
"May I ask, Queen, would you take off your pants just to fart?"
"You?" Before the queen could speak, Wu Shiny continued.
"The bump mark on Shui Gairen's lower abdomen is also very strange. If someone pushed her from behind, she should subconsciously protect her with her hands. Even if she didn't protect it, it should be she bent down and bumped into it. But the scar on Shui Gairen's lower abdomen seemed like she had to run 100 meters to hit it. You mean Shui Gairen slapped himself in the face and aborted his own fetus?"
The queen mother, who had regained her composure, snapped angrily.
"That's nonsense. Shui Gairen is not crazy. How could she do such a thing? Mother."
Li Maobai called the queen mother and said with a very solemn expression,
"No need to ask any more. Concubine Rong did this."
A trace of surprise flashed across Shinxio's eyes, but when she looked at Li Maobai, she saw him raising his eyebrows and winking at her. With their minds connected, she quickly understood what he meant. So she confessed,
"Yes, that's right. I personally aborted Shui Gairen's pregnancy. The slap marks on her face were also caused by my concubine taking off her ring and slapping her."
Wu Shinian's face was full of disbelief.
"My dear."
"You?" Shinxio ignored him and continued,
"Not so. I regret not slapping her more. To relieve her anger, she should press her head and let her face her ancestors. It's better to smash the head of the memorial tablet."
The more the queen mother listened, the angrier she became. Her face turned green and white. She pointed at Shinxio and said with trembling lips and teeth,
"You are so cruel. You are pregnant, and Shui Gairen is also pregnant. Why do you want to kill her? Is it this harem? The emperor can only favor you. Will it be wrong to favor anyone else?"
Shinxio said firmly.
"If the queen mother knew why I wanted to attack Gairen Shui, I'm afraid you wouldn't say these words,"
the queen mother said.
"Okay, Tell me. Listen to the AI family. The AI family wants to hear what nonsense you can come up with.
Shinseoi worriedly said.
The reason why I want to attack her is to preserve the royal bloodline for Daki dynasty and prevent adulterers from tainting the country. This is a fact, not an unreasonable theory,
the Queen Mother said.
You mean the child in Yueguang's belly is not the emperor's?
Shinseoi worriedly nodded, looked sideways at Wu Shini and said,
Just now, Judge Wu said that the child in Yueguang's belly has begun to take shape. Is it possible to have a blood test with the emperor?
Wu Shini finally understood what Shinseoi was going to do. So he said repeatedly,
Yes, of course you can.
Shinseoi said to Li Mobai,
Your Majesty, this is the end of the matter. What happens next depends on your wishes.
Li Mobai waved his hand and ordered,
Sanfu, go and prepare something for blood test.
Soon, Sanfu had everything ready. In front of everyone, Wu Shini first went inside to take the blood of the unformed fetus in Yueguang's belly, and then dripped it into a bowl of water. Then take a drop of blood from Li Mobai's index finger and drip it into it at the same time. The 2 drops of blood were incompatible after a brief period of coexistence, and each turned into a pool of blood mist. This proves that the child in Yueguang's belly is indeed not Li Mobai's heir. When the Queen Mother saw this, she became angry and shed no tears. Instead, her face turned red with anger and she cursed.
This is unreasonable. How could there be a slut like her in the harem? She did something inappropriate. You still have to pretend to be of royal blood,
Li Mobai said.
I only learned about this today. But because I was busy with government affairs, I didn't have time to deal with it. I told concubine Rong about this matter, and she was very angry, saying that Shui was holding Daki's kingdom. Sui was joking and deceiving his mother's feelings, so she asked me to leave the matter to her. If Shui committed such a thing, it would be a capital crime for the Nine Clan. I was afraid that concubine Rong might have fetal motility, so I asked her to bring a few more people to have Shui's fetus aborted, and not to say anything more than necessary to her. But concubine Rong probably cared about my face, so she chose to take matters into her own hands and deal with the Shui family. But I didn't expect that it would be self-defeating and cause such a big commotion.
Shinseoi bowed slightly to Li Mobai.
It's all my fault. I can't do such a small thing as the emperor has given me.
Li Mobai hurriedly helped her up, and the Queen Mother nodded to her frequently.
You are fine. The emperor will not let go. You would rather be wronged yourself than tell the matter. On the contrary, the AI family has wrongly blamed you,
Shinseoi said.
It is my concubine's blessing to be able to solve problems for the emperor and the Queen Mother,
Li Mobai declared.
The Shui family is full, and all adults will be beheaded. The remaining ones were exiled to the frontier fortress, and were made slaves by Fa and Pijia. As for the Shui family who died there, her concubines were stripped of their uniforms and thrown into a mass grave for burial. As he spoke, he looked at the concubines who were kneeling all over the floor and were dumbfounded. He snorted coldly and said,
You concubines who like to join in the fun and talk about right and wrong. If you like to kneel so much, go to the long street and treat me well.
Kneel down! No one is allowed to get up until dawn tomorrow.
After saying this, he held Shinseoi in one hand and held the Queen Mother in the other. The mother, son and daughter-in-law left happily. Chapter 262. The person behind the scenes has actually been guessed a long time ago. That night, Li Mobai asked Shinseoi to stay in Chaoyang Palace. He could see that the calm look on her face was all pretending. But in reality, she was more scared than anyone else. After knowing exactly what happened, Li Mobai comforted her and said,
Are you scared to see such a thing with your own eyes?
He gently hugged Shinseoi into his arms, and tightened his hands around her waist slightly.
I'm sorry. You follow me. But you still have to live such a worried life.
Now, only in his arms could Shinseoi's heart, which had been beating wildly all day, feel calmer. The scene of Shui Nhuan's self-mutilation was deeply imprinted in Shinseoi's mind. From the incident until now, whenever she closed her eyes, she could recall the scene of Shui Nhuan banging her belly against the corner of the table. The poison of a tiger does not eat its seeds. After all, what she is carrying in her belly is her own flesh and blood. How can she bear it? Since Shinseoi became pregnant, she has been able to feel the joy of being a mother in advance. She buried her head in Li Mobai's arms, gently caressed her belly with her right hand, and was speechless for a long time.
What's wrong?
Li Mobai asked in a very soft voice.
Are you still scared? I'm not afraid, but I just can't figure out why she is so cruel as a mother. I can guess to some extent that this is probably a task given to her by the person behind the scenes. But I can't completely figure it out. If the person behind the scenes is when the person found out that I was a traitor, why didn't he let Yueguang kill me directly? Instead, he let her use her own death to frame me. Her death will affect her whole family.
Limabai.
She will not implicate her full family. On the contrary, she did this precisely because she wanted to keep her full family.
Shinseyo.
What does the emperor mean?
Limabai.
Yueguang came to report. When he rushed to Shue's house, the Shue house was already empty. I believe that the person behind the scenes threatened her mother's life to force her to do this.
The more Shinseyo thought about it, the more confused she became.
But I still can't figure out what exactly he wants to do. If he knew that I had betrayed him, why didn't he attack me directly instead of doing such a laborious and futile thing? No matter what he wants to do, I have decided to fight him head-on. I have already ordered the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Personnel to remove all thieves in my hands who have connections with the people behind the scenes and investigate them. Those from other provinces, my cronies from other provinces will arrest them overnight with an imperial decree. Tomorrow, I will interrogate them publicly.
Faced with his seemingly sudden decision, Shinseyo was not surprised.
If this is the case, I'm afraid the Emperor has captured concubine Duan tonight. Right.
Limabai nodded and said,
She is currently in the Criminal Punishment Department and is being tortured. Actually, she was forced to do many things.
While they were talking, Sanfu came in to report that the criminal officer from the Xinxing department was here. Limabai ordered him to bring people in. When the executioner came in, he was still wearing a blood-stained prison robe and came to see him. He presented a confession with bloody fingerprints to Limabai.
Your Majesty, the prisoner has fainted 7 times and is dying. He can vomit. Everything that came out has basically been vomited out.
Limabai took the confession and glanced at it roughly. Contrary to his analysis, concubine Duan did not know the identity of the person behind the scenes. And the reason why she acted as a spy was because she was coerced by that person. Shinseyo took the confession and read it carefully.
It turns out that concubine Duan acted like this because her sister was harmed.
When concubine Duan entered the palace as a concubine, the person behind the scenes asked Su Detian to contact her. Because she has the calmest temperament, is neither a quarrel nor a quarrel in the harem, and can even exchange a few words with Limabai on weekdays. She has become the target of those behind the scenes. Su Detian gave concubine Duan a message, asking concubine Duan to work for the people behind the scenes. Otherwise her whole family would be killed. Concubine Duan's father is the commander of the Shichi camp. She is also the queen of the generals. How can she be easily threatened? She refused, and said that she would tell the emperor about the matter early tomorrow morning, and she would take off Su Dishan's head. But early the next morning, before she could see the emperor, bad news came from her mother's house. Her biological sister was murdered at home and died miserably. Limabai also had an impression of this matter. He originally sent Dali Temple to investigate the matter, but in the end nothing was found out about it. It was also because of this incident that concubine Duan was completely afraid of the people behind the scenes. In order to protect his mother's family, he reluctantly agreed to cooperate with the people behind the scenes and became a puppet.
What does the emperor plan to do with her?
Limabai was silent for a long time, shook his head and sighed.
I know she was unwilling to enter the palace from the beginning. It was the queen mother who said that her family background could help me stabilize the government. So she was forcibly summoned to the palace when neither I nor she was willing. The palace is a concubine. After all,
I can't help her. Although she has been helping that person all these years, I still owe her a favor. Since she has been tortured many times, I will let her live.
This was probably the first time Shinseyo saw Limabai being soft-hearted towards a woman. Not because of love, but because of a debt in my heart. He has always been such a person who can distinguish right from wrong, although his methods are sometimes ruthless. As an emperor, these are necessary conditions if he wants to sit firmly on the dragon throne. So today, when she heard that Limabai agreed to let concubine Duan go, she was somewhat touched in her heart. After all, concubine Duan never did anything really hurtful from beginning to end. She was just a poor person who was threatened and used. Later, Limabai asked Sanfu to secretly send concubine Duan to Izumo Temple, and after she recovered from her injuries, he secretly sent her back to her mother's house. As for how she wants to explain it to her mother's family, that's her business. From now on, this boxy golden cage can no longer restrain her, and she can have the freedom she has longed for. After everyone retreated, Shinseyo concealed something in her heart and spoke to Limabai.
Your Majesty, I have always suspected someone in my heart. And my intuition tells me that the Emperor and I have the same suspicion.
Li Mobai looked back at Shinseo's firm eyes. And after a while, he nodded with a wry smile.
I thought I was the only one who thought so. My worries are indeed connected with my thoughts.
Shinseo said.
The reason why the Emperor doesn't capture him now is because he is waiting for two things?
Oh. Li Mobai raised his eyebrows with interest.
Tell me about it. The Emperor wants to save someone. He also wants to use his hand to kill someone.
Li Mobai smiled lightly and did not answer Shinseo. Instead, he changed the topic and asked,
When did you have such suspicion? It was around the time when I came back from the summer garden. In fact, the Emperor wants to save the person. You can let Wushini give it a try. He has many strange methods, which may come in handy.
Li Mobai reached out and scratched the tip of her nose and said,
How do you know I didn't ask him to do anything?
Chapter 263, Massacre in the Former Harem. And the name of the tyrant spread. After that day, concubine Duan disappeared silently. It's like the world has evaporated. When the concubines gathered in the queen's palace, they would inevitably discuss this matter. First, concubine Hui said,
That bitch Shui Huan died. And concubine Duan disappeared for no reason. What happened? Did she have something in her stomach? She was afraid of ending up like Shui Huan. So she ran away first.
Concubine, she pondered.
Who knows? She has a strange temperament and is very quiet. She often goes in and out by herself, without even a maid. I have long said that she is so withdrawn. What if there was an accident one day, and no one called for help? It's okay now. Who knows if I fell into a well because I was walking carelessly?
Concubine Shin said in surprise.
There are not only 1,000 but also 800 wells inside and outside the imperial city. If this really fell, it would be difficult to find. Isn't that true? There are many places in the imperial city that few people care about. If she really had an accident in some nook and cranny, it would be really difficult to find her.
The queen cut off everyone's discussion with a solemn voice.
Troubles have happened one after another in the palace, which is really unfortunate for our family. Ahem. In the afternoon, I am going to Fahua Temple to burn incense and pray. Can the imperial concubine go with me? Ahem.
She kept coughing without saying a few words, and her face looked as bad as dust. This situation has been going on for several days. Someone expressed concern.
The queen's complexion has not been very good recently. Have you seen the imperial doctor? The imperial doctor has looked at it and said that I am just weak in energy and nothing serious.
She is just weak. Wu Shini told Shinseo that the cinnabar accumulated in the queen's body had reached a critical point, and she might die unexpectedly in the palace if it broke out one day.
Somehow, Shinseo, who was sitting in the hall, felt a little pitiful for her when he saw her trying to hold up the majesty of a queen. Is it really worth spending your life for a false position? If she were a queen, she would go down to court early in the morning to beg for help with a husband who had no feelings for her. If you can't go, just close the palace door and plant some flowers and plants in the backyard. Raise some cats and dogs. Just to be at your own ease. Why bother worrying about a man? As they were talking, Laishi, who was beside the queen, hurriedly entered the room and muttered something in her ear. The queen's expression turned even worse.
Seriously?
Laishi nodded. And concubine, she asked curiously.
What's wrong?
The queen said.
Something happened in the previous dynasty.
Only then did everyone know that Li Maobai had detained many officials when they went to court. The people from the Xinqing department took torture instruments directly to the Jinwan palace and tortured the detained courtiers in front of all the courtiers. If someone resisted, the palace officials would read out the crime he had committed in front of the ministers. The crimes committed by these people were neither capital crimes nor serious crimes, but they were hidden deeply in the past and were not discovered by their colleagues. A total of 9 courtiers were punished by Li Maobai that day. It is said that an outbreak also occurred in the outer city at the same time, and a total of 38 courtiers were executed. Ordinarily, they were guilty, and Li Maobai could just investigate and deal with them in accordance with the law. But he executed them in full view of the public, including inserting silver needles into their fingers, branding their bodies with iron brands, tattooing their faces, and gouging out their eyes. For a time, people were panicked and noisy. Li Maobai's name of Tyrant also spread from this. In Jiangdu, such rumors spread faster than the plague, as if there was a driving force behind the scenes. A ballad was compiled before the incident and spread widely. The storytellers saw that this incident would attract listeners, and each of them exaggerated the incident
and secretly talked about it in the tea house. Unexpectedly, this matter was reported to the imperial court. Li Maobai immediately ordered that all the storytellers be imprisoned in the Sky Prison and made a covenant that any common people who made false remarks about the royal family would be killed without mercy. This iron law completely exploded in Jiangdu. In the past, many people in Jiangdu regarded the affairs of the royal family as a fun thing to discuss after dinner. But the imperial court never paid attention to this. Under Li Maobai's pressure, there was less discussion, but most of the people's support was also lost. Faced with his many abnormal behaviors, some courtiers spoke up to him when they went to court, but were demoted by Li Maobai. He said, "I am the emperor, and my imperial power cannot be questioned by anyone. Anyone who dares to say anything wrong about me will join the den of thieves and snakes who have disturbed the peace of the Qi dynasty. Watch your head carefully." He silenced all the speakers with one sentence. Everyone thought he was bitten by a snake once, and was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Now everyone seems to be hiding a different intention. For this matter, Li Jinian persuaded him privately. "Brother, haven't you noticed that there are a lot less discounts sent to Chaoyang Palace recently? Although those ministers dare not say anything openly, secretly, they treat you like this. The way things are done shows dissatisfaction. So I don't bother to make concessions on big and small matters, and just give up and act like a lazy person. If this continues, the situation of the government will be worrying. What kind of waves can they make?" Li Maobai said with a contemptuous smile. "With a few people missing, can the Qi dynasty collapse? As long as the military power is still in my hands, I have nothing to fear. The top priority is not how to deal with it. The best thing about national affairs is to catch the person who is manipulating the chess game behind the scenes. If we don't get rid of him, the country will be in trouble, and it will be in disarray no matter how we govern it." Li Jinian dragged his chin and thought for a moment, then said, "Brother, I think that person who can turn his hands to make clouds and rain must be someone with great power in the court. And he must have many people. The financial resources support him to do these things. Is there anyone who is suspicious?" Li Maobai said, "If there was, I would have taken action long ago. He did so many things just to get my imperial power. Otherwise, why go through all the trouble? And as long as my imperial power is not delegated, he will have no chance to threaten me. Why do you think he dared to kill Lao San and Lao Qi, but didn't dare to attack me? Because after my death, my military power will automatically be transferred to my mother, who will carry out orders for the country. As soon as concubine Rong's son is born, the throne will be passed on to my son. In the past, he thought that concubine Rong was someone he had arranged for me. He wanted to wait until concubine Rong was born before she could harm me, and then support the new emperor to ascend the throne. He could use the emperor to control the princes. But he did not expect that I had already been with concubine Rong. Our relationship was good, but concubine Rong instigated rebellion and started doing things for me early in the morning. Therefore, he had to make me lose the support of the people before he could take advantage of the chaos to attack. Use the name of crusade against me to incite the courtiers and people, and overthrow my hegemonic rule." Li Jinian breathed a long sigh of relief and said easily, "Let me just say, I thought I really couldn't figure it out, and wanted to offend the people before offending the court officials. It turns out that I was trying to lure the snake out of its hole." Li Maobai patted him on the shoulder. "Jinian, there are not many people I can trust now. Are you willing to stand by my side and fight this tough battle with me?" "Of course." Li Jinian nodded vigorously, with deep and sincere eyes. "I will definitely stay with brother all the time." Chapter 264. Wu Shini knew who was behind the scenes early on. When she got up in the morning to pay her respects to the Queen Mother, Shen Xiao heard the Queen say that the Queen Mother had a headache last night, and she went to wait on her all night. It was not until the Queen Mother was able to rest in peace in the morning that she rushed back to the palace. Seeing her yawning again and again, the concubines asked her to have a good rest and then dispersed. In the afternoon, Shen Xiao asked Payer to go to Xianzhou Palace to find out if the Queen Mother was awake. She came back quickly. "Mother, the Queen Mother is awake, but she still has a severe headache," Shen Xiao told her. "The imperial physician, who often treats the Queen Mother, is not very skilled in medicine. Go to the imperial hospital and call Wu Shini." When I went to Xianzhou Palace with Wu Shini, I could hear the Queen Mother's wailing as soon as I stepped into the palace gate. Shen Xiao blamed the palace people. "The Queen Mother is so uncomfortable. Why don't you tell the emperor?" Concubine Rong, "Please calm down. The Queen Mother said that the emperor has many things to do every day, and she does not want to disturb the emperor for such a trivial matter.
You won't go if the Queen Mother doesn't let you go? How can the Queen Mother's disobedience be considered a trivial matter? Go and invite the Emperor. No, don't call me the Emperor.
The Queen Mother, who was sleeping in the palace, heard the commotion and shouted outside.
The Emperor is already troubled enough by the affairs of the previous dynasty. So don't let him worry about the affairs of the AI family anymore.
Shenxiu took Wushi into the bedroom, gave the Queen Mother a blessing, and then came to her side. She saw the Queen Mother lying on the hospital bed. She had an unbearable headache. Her brows had been furrowed tightly, and her eyebrows were already a little red. She looked in great pain, and the quilt was already soaked with sweat. Even so, there is still a hairpin of He Urshian in her bun.
Queen Mother, Judge Wu is here. Let him take a look at it.
When Wu Shini was diagnosing the Queen Mother's pulse, Shenxiu's eyes were fixed on the step. She called Qingju aside and asked in a low voice.
The Queen Mother has a headache when she has a headache. Why do you still need to wear the walking stick when you sleep? Qingju said.
Your Majesty, you don't know that the Buyao was given to the Queen Mother by His Highness Prince Jing. Or she drew the decorations and made it herself. His Highness Prince Jing's cynical temperament has never been so interested in the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother got this Buyao.
I am so happy that I wear it almost every day. In addition, the step is very small, and it is almost the same as a hairpin. The Queen Mother insists on it, and the servant can't say anything.
Shenxiu's heart sank when he heard this, and he probably made a judgment on the matter. Wu Shi also finished diagnosing his pulse at the right time, and Shenxiu asked him,
how is the Queen Mother's condition? It's not a big problem. After acupuncture, the symptoms will be relieved.
After all, Wu Shini's medical skills were superb. He treated the Queen Mother with acupuncture, and with just a stick of incense, the Queen Mother's annoying headache was relieved. After the pain was gone, she immediately smiled and said,
Yueguang is really powerful. The other imperial doctors were unable to do anything to deal with the AI family's stubborn disease. But you were lucky enough to stop the pain as soon as you took action.
Wu Shini smiled and replied,
it only temporarily relieves the pain. If the Queen Mother wants to recover, she has to have ministers come and give her acupuncture every day. It will take about 10 days to recover.
Starlight flashed in the Queen Mother's eyes.
Seriously? This disease can also be eradicated?
Shenxiu chatted.
The Queen Mother has forgotten? Wasn't the concubine of the past cured by Wu Yuan's master Hui Chun?
The Queen Mother has been suffering from headache for many years, and has never heard that this disease can be cured. She was so happy that she asked Qingju to give some rewards to Wu Xinyu. However, this time, Wu Shini declined for the first time.
It is the duty of the minister to treat the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother does not need to reward the Queen Mother with money. If the Queen Mother really wants to reward the Queen Mother.
His eyes were fixed on the Queen Mother's bun. On the walking stick of He Urshian, he said,
why don't you reward me? Wei Chen, with the walking stick on your forehead? This.
The Queen Mother was in trouble.
Anything else is fine. Just this thing. It's not that I really want to please the Queen Mother. It's just that Wei Chen thinks this step is beautiful. And Wei Chen's mother also likes these delicate jewelry. Wei Chen thinks that her mother will like this step. So she wants to borrow the Queen Mother's Buyao. I asked a craftsman to draw a sketch and make a Buyao similar to it, and give it to my mother. I hope the Queen Mother can fulfill the filial piety of Wei Chen.
The Queen Mother then relented and said,
since you show your filial piety, the AI family can take care of themselves.
She took off the step wave and handed it to Wu Xinyu. She chatted with Shenxiu for a while, then said she was sleepy and stopped. After leaving the Immortal Life Palace, Shenxiu stared at Wu Xini.
Didn't your parents pass away long ago?
Wu Xini smiled and took out the walking stick from his arms and handed it to Shenxiu.
If I don't say so, how are you going to ask the Queen Mother for this walking stick?
Shenxiu,
is there really something wrong with this step?
Wu Xini,
yes. And the problem is not small. The green dots on the steps are not the feathers of kingfishers at all, but the tail feathers of poison. Does your majesty know where the poison comes from?
Shenxiu,
the poisonous bird feeds on poisonous snakes. It is immune to the venom of the poisonous snake. It will dip its beak into the poisonous snake's venom and smear it on its feathers to resist natural enemies. Therefore, the most poisonous place of the poisonous bird is its feathers.
Wu Xini nodded.
That's right. The feathers are trimmed to look like the feathers of a kingfisher, and they are dyed with tasteless dye to imitate the green feathers.
Shenxiu stared at the Buyao, a little confused.
But with this method, the Queen Mother wears the Buyao every day. Wouldn't it be easy for the imperial doctor to detect it? I can't detect it.
Wu Xini smiled conceitedly.
Your Majesty, do you think everyone is as capable as the minister? The person who said Bu Yao used many methods to cover up the inappropriateness of Bu Yao. Even the imperial doctor took Bu Yao for closer inspection. After careful inspection, it is unlikely to reveal any clues. Besides, this step was given to the Queen Mother by Prince Jing. Who dares to ask the Queen Mother to take it down for inspection? Doesn't that clearly tell the Queen Mother that he is suspicious of Prince Jing? If the reason cannot be found out, whoever does such an offensive thing will probably lose half his life, if not beaten to death.
Shen Xiao could see from Wu Shini's expression that he seemed to have already suspected this matter.
You have suspected Prince Jing for a long time, haven't you? It's not early in the morning. It's the day of Prince Jing's wedding. Madam, do you still remember that Wei Chen followed you to find someone? And the little bug he let out was trampled to death by Prince Jing? I remember. But it was an unintentional mistake. Whether it's intentional or not, that little bug followed Prince Jing's scent to find him. But it has already found Prince Jing. So why is it still crawling forward? It even didn't stop crawling to the feet of Prince Jing. Calm down. The only explanation is that Prince Jing, who suddenly disappeared and then appeared again on the wedding day, was fake.
Shen Xiao was a little shocked.
You knew this early on? Then why didn't you tell me?
Wu Xinian shrugged.
I didn't even ask.
Huh? Shen Xiao. Chapter 265: The Fake Identity of Prince Jing. Shen Xiao took Wu Shini to Chaoyang Palace to meet Li Mobai. A series of confusing things about Prince Jing Pushu were finally laid out on the table by the three of them. And Li Jinian thought he was smart and gave the Queen Mother a piece of cloth that would kill her. This became the evidence that finally ripped off his fig leaf and completely exposed him.
He couldn't bear it anymore after all.
Li Mobai looked solemn and asked,
how much damage will this step do to the mother's body?
Wu Xini.
Fortunately, it was discovered early, and the toxins in the Queen Mother's body were not accumulated much. After acupuncture and a few patches of medicine, she was cured.
Li Mobai's expression was slightly more relaxed, but he still looked solemn.
So, do you have any way to know? Jin Yan, is he still alive?
Wu Xini.
It's hard to say, because the minister no longer is Xiao Chongchong. There is no way to confirm whether the real Prince Jing is still alive.
Shen Xiao, who was standing aside, was in a state of fugue at the moment. She called up the system. Little Tuachuo, is there any way you can help me check whether Prince Jing is alive or dead? Yes. You will know if his name is marked as death in the Book of Life and Death. Nani? Book of Life and Death? Does this really exist? Xiao Tuachuo joked.
Even I have it. Will the host find it weird if there are other things?
Then please check for me quickly and see if Prince Jing is alive or dead now. Good host. One query requires 10 points, and it can only be checked once a year. Is the host sure to use this opportunity? Do not talk nonsense. Okay. This is the host query. Query points deducted -10. The current host's remaining points are 140. After a brief mechanical sound sounded in his mind, Xiao Tachuo brought good news to Shen Xiao. The real Li Jinian is still alive. Do you know where he is? Shen Xiao then asked. There is nothing we can do about this. We can only make sure that he is not dead yet. As for where he is, the host has to find it himself.
Concubine Rome? Concubine Rome? Worry.
Wu Xini and Li Mobai shouted 7 or 8 times at Shen Xiao, who was wide-eyed and distracted, before they finally called her soul back. She smiled awkwardly and just said that she was distracted because she didn't sleep well last night. Then he said seriously,
Prince Jing is still alive.
Wu Xingyan asked her,
how did the Empress know? Guess.
Shen Xiao said nonsense seriously.
If we go by our calculations, then the time when the real and fake Prince Jing exchanged their identities should be on the day of Prince Jing's wedding. So the Prince Jing who was in the summer garden was still the real Prince Jing. Princess Jing was already pregnant at that time. So the child in his belly must be Prince Jing's biological flesh and blood. Princess Jing was Prince Jing's bed partner. If the person beside her changed, she would be somewhat suspicious. If the Yueguang gang cannot be dealt with in the future, then that child will be the best witness. As long as a blood test proves that the child is not the fake Prince Jing, then his identity cannot be hidden, so he won't let Jin Yan die. He will still be useful if he keeps him.
Shen Xiao's analysis is full of errors and omissions and is completely untenable. But Li Maobai still chose to believe her. For no other reason. Although he couldn't hear Shen Xiao's thoughts. Looking at her expression just now, he knew that she was talking to the system again. The information obtained from the system would not be false. so she could say with such certainty that Li Jinyan was still alive. Now that things have reached this point, the identity of the fake Prince Jing can be confirmed. And Li Mabai finally said the name that was considered taboo in the imperial city, Li Jinsi.
But if Li Jinsi had not died back then, he would have been just a swaddling baby. What did he know? Even if the prince died without any teeth, he would still be buried in the imperial mausoleum. He was placed in a coffin to isolate the outside air. Even if there was no, he would be suffocated to death. How on earth did he survive?
Faced with Shinseo's questions, Li Mabai was also puzzled.
These questions can be clarified by asking him face to face someday. Jin Yin is still in his hands. We cannot act rashly until Jin Yin is found.
2 days later, the 2 generals in charge of the foreign troops suddenly disappeared without a trace. The previous dynasty was in chaos, and without the presence of 2 military leaders. If there was an invasion from outside at this time, the Qi dynasty's troops without generals would definitely be defeated. Many generals asked themselves to take over the outer border army, but they were all rejected by Li Mabai. He wanted to hand over the outer border troops to Chu Yueji to lead, but was opposed by his officials.
The governor of Chu now has the military power of the Tiger Guards. If he is given the military power of the outer border army, wouldn't his power be greater than that of Zhu Hongchuan in the past? His achievements are so great that the emperor really trusts him.
Faced with these doubts, Li Mabai pretended to be shaken. Back in the study room, when he was worried, Li Jinyan came to see him.
Actually, the emperor brother can completely bring the troops of the foreign troops under his command, without completely delegating power. He can only station a few generals in the foreign countries, and just obey the orders of the emperor brother.
Li Mabai,
it's not that I haven't thought about what you said, but if I really do this, it will be difficult to directly control the emperor's orders. Things on the battlefield are changing rapidly. Once the exchange of information is not flowing, it is likely to turn the victory into a defeat.
Li Jinyan,
but that's all we can do for now. Besides, those 3 small countries outside the country have been suppressed by us for so many years. They will not attack without any reason. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. The military power in Chu Yueji's hands is too much. It's one thing for me to trust him, but letting him hold most of Qi dynasty's troops alone will make people's hearts different. It is inevitable that he will not have second thoughts.
Li Mabai thought for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes flashed, and he stared at Li Jinyan and said,
"Yes, I do have a very suitable candidate."
"Ah?
Brother, why are you looking at me?"
Li Jinyan waved his hands quickly.
No. I've never fought in a war. I'm scared. I can't do it. So don't look for me. You don't need to be able to do anything. You just need to go to the outside world to garrison for me. I will give you the military power, as long as there is an invasion from outside. You just have to arrange the deployment of military forces in my name. I will let a few capable people, experienced military advisors will follow you and assist you, so you don't have to be afraid.
Li Jinyan wondered.
But brother, I have to go to the border. I don't want to go too far. Wan Ning is still pregnant. If I leave at this time, I won't be responsible for her. But this matter cannot be delayed. The 2 generals cannot disappear for no reason. I am worried that something has changed outside. If you don't go, I have to go in person. After all, the only person I can fully trust is there is only one brother like you. That won't work. After all, my sister-in-law is also pregnant. What will she do if my brother is gone?
Chapter 266, The Idiot Who Came to Your Door. Li Jinyan was in a dilemma, so he sat down on the second seat and started scratching his head and ears. Li Mabai said in a deep voice,
"I don't want to embarrass you too much. Let's just leave it to me."
"No!" He shouted loudly to stop him.
"Brother, how can you go to that kind of borderland? Let alone go to the battlefield. What should I do if I have something wrong with you?"
He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision after confronting himself. "I'll go for it." He stood up and patted his chest.
"I'll go on my brother's behalf. Anyway, this trip will only last 3 or 4 months at most. Wonder wasn't born yet when I came back. It's October now, and my sister-in-law is due to give birth at the end of the year. Brother, if you leave, you won't see the little prince being born. Thank you."
Li Mabai walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder.
"This will make it difficult for you. Then I'll go back first to pack up and pay my respects, and explain to Warner and my father-in-law, and we'll make the trip the day after tomorrow. Well, go ahead. If you need anything, just tell me. I will also ask Chu Yueji to send secret guards to protect you."
Not long after Li Jinyan left, Chu Yueji was summoned to see Li Mobai.
Have you gotten used to living in Chengnan Villa?
Chu Yueji,
Everything is in order. Someone will be protecting him for 12 hours. Nothing will happen.
Li Mobai's eyes dimmed and he sneered.
It's not necessary to protect him so carefully. He is a human, not a beast. And he must have his own private space. If he finds your people annoying, just let your people take care of him in the past 2 days.
Just let him do whatever he likes and just turn a blind eye.
The 8th Prince Li Zhongshuan can be said to be Li Mobai's mortal enemy. Chu Yueji only heard what Li Mobai said and understood what he meant. The purpose of releasing him from the clan's mansion was not to give him a way to survive, but to let him choose his own life or death. He is unwilling to be controlled by Li Mobai. So even if he knows that his life is in danger, he will want to escape from the restraint. Once the secret guard relaxed his supervision, he would sneak out even if Li Jinsi didn't attack him. The sea and sky are vast, and for people who have been imprisoned for a long time, sometimes freedom is more important than life. The royal garden in the south of the city. Li Zhongshuan cursed at the secret guards guarding him.
This group of dog slaves are used to serving people closely, but they smell like eunuchs. Get out of here. I don't want to see you.
The secret guards didn't speak. Just a group of 4 standing in his room. They did nothing. Just stared at Li Zhongshuan. There were 3 shifts a day, and he was constantly monitored even when he slept and used the toilet. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. It's more torturous here than in Zhongren Mansion. He didn't believe Chu Yueji's rhetoric at all, saying that Li Mobai did this to protect him. He just thought that Li Mobai was trying his best to make his life worse than death. While he was cursing, Chu Yueji suddenly pushed the door open and said,
My lord, please calm down. If you really find them annoying, I can just ask them to wait outside.
He sent the person out the door, leaving Li Zhongshuan unattended. So he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how he could escape. He looked up at the roof. If he wanted to escape now, he could only lift off the tiles, climb out from the roof, and then climb out of the villa. So he climbed up to the beam along the beam, and carefully lifted the tiles aside little by little. After working for an hour, a wide opening was finally opened in the beam that he could crawl through. At this moment, as if God was helping him, he heard someone outside shouting,
Come here. The west wing is flooded. Someone come and put out the fire.
Li Zhongshuan took advantage of the chaos and climbed onto the roof, crawling all the way to the eaves. As long as he jumps down, he will land on the bustling streets of Jiangdu. So he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, jumped up, and fell heavily to the ground. He staggered up and ran as hard as he could, not caring about the road in front of him. Suddenly, he collided with the oncoming person. He met the man's eyes, and saw that it was Li Jinyan looking at him in surprise.
Bago? When were you released by the emperor?
As Li Zhongshuan's thoughts flowed, he guessed from Li Jinyan's tone that he had no idea that Li Mobai sent him to Nanyuan, and thought that Li Mobai had let him go. Then he said,
It happened a few days ago. The emperor removed my yellow belt, removed my name from Jade Plate, and asked me to be an ordinary person.
The clothes he was wearing were scratched and torn by tiles while he was escaping. The clothes were ragged and he fell from a high place, and his body was covered in blood. Li Jinyan frowned with some distress.
I haven't seen Bago for many years. How is Bago?
Li Zhongshuan was in a hurry to escape, so how could he bother to chat with Li Jinyan? He walked forward in waves, and replied to Li Jinyan perfunctorily, saying that he still had something to do first. Li Jinyan chased him and asked,
Bago, I'm here to buy something. My carriage is parked in front. Where are you going? Can I give you a ride?
Li Zhongshuan looked at this fool and nodded quickly.
Okay. Send me out of the city. Just send me out of the city. Okay.
Li Jinyan helped Li Zhongshuan get into his carriage step by step, and then ordered the driver to drive out of the city. When the carriage left, the secret guards chased it out. They saw Li Zhongshuan getting on the carriage, and wanted to ride their horses to chase him. But Chu Yueji stopped them and said,
It doesn't look like he is him. Let's look elsewhere.
The secret guards understood immediately, and said nothing more. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the city, Li Jinyan smelled the fragrant smell of roast chicken and said,
Brother Beige, you haven't been around Jiangdu for many years in Zhongren Mansion. But you know that the best thing in Jiangdu now is Zhou Ji's roast chicken.
Smell it. Does it smell like 100 miles away?
Li Zhongshuan happened to feel hungry. So he said,
It smells very fragrant. That's it. Stop the sedan. Stop the sedan. And I'll buy one for Mina to try.
He quickly bought back the roast chicken, handed it to Li Zhongxuan and said,
Hurry, Mina. Eat it while it's hot.
Without thinking, Li Zhongxuan tore off a piece of chicken leg, put it in his mouth and ate it. Li Jinyan looked at him quietly from the side with a smile. Li Zhongxuan ate a mouthful of oil and didn't forget to say to him,
You should eat too. No, Bago. Please eat more. You haven't had such delicious food in a long time. Right? Your Majesty treats me like a dog and piggy. I wish I could eat all 3 meals a day in the clan's mansion.
He tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Li Jinyan.
You can eat it too.
Li Jinyan smiled and shook his head.
Don't eat it. There is some drug in it. Brother Bago, please eat more. You?
Only the word "you" came out of Li Zhongxuan's mouth. Then his vision went dark, and he fainted and fell to the ground. Chapter 267, Dead to Death. The humid air around him was mixed with the smell of blood. When Li Zhongxuan opened his eyes, he was filled with darkness. His head was still groggy, and he wanted to reach out to hold his forehead, only to find that his hands and feet were fixed to an iron chair.
Li Jinyan, you son of a bitch. What are you going to do?
He screamed and struggled, but the iron chains cuffed him, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, the dim room was illuminated by candlelight. Li Jinyan took a fire stick and lit the candles in the room one by one. Only then did Li Zhongxuan see clearly that he was not just tied to a chair. All his clothes were stripped clean, and in front of him, there were countless knives pointing at him with sharp blades. The handles of those knives were tied with silk threads, and the other end of the threads was wrapped around a scarecrow not far away.
Li Jinyan, what are you going to do? Let me go quickly.
Shh.
Li Jinyan looked back, put his index finger between his lips, and said to him with a smile,
Don't make any noise. I want to play a game with you.
After lighting it up, Li Jinyan turned around and sat on the seat next to the scarecrow. He crossed his legs leisurely and asked,
How many times does a person need to be stabbed before he dies without touching his vitals? You're crazy. You pervert. Let me go quickly.
Li Jinyan ignored him at all, and only said to himself,
When I killed people in the past, I almost always killed him with one move. But I have always been curious about the limit of pain tolerance. I also asked Bago to love me and play a game with me.
After finishing this game, I will naturally let you go.
He walked to Li Zhongxuan and pressed a button on the seat. The sound of gears turning came from inside the seat, and the seat instantly transformed into a stretched herringbone iron plate. And Li Zhongxuan was also forced from a sitting posture to a
big
standing posture. Li Zhongxuan said in horror,
What do you want to do? It's very simple.
Li Jinyan gently stroked the scarecrow beside him and explained,
The scarecrow opposite you has a total of 24 silk threads wrapped around it, corresponding to the 24 silk threads lying in front of you. A sharp knife. These sharp knives correspond to 24 parts of your body. But don't worry. I have already calculated and avoided the fatal parts. As long as I pull any thread on this scarecrow's body, those sharp knives will stab the same part of your body. Just like this,
he said, and pulled the scarecrow's left hand. The silk thread pulled the sharp knife down and instantly pierced the back of Li Zhongxuan's left hand. Ah! His screams of pain sounded particularly harsh in the silent environment of the night.
Are you hacking crazy?
Let me go! Let me go! Li Jinyan let him roar and continued.
The rules of this game are that I will pick 12 places on your body and let these sharp knives pierce into your body. As long as you can hold back from screaming, I will let you go and have your injuries healed. From now on, you will no longer be under Li Mabai's control. But if you can't help but cry out, then I will have to give you up. Kill. Do you understand?
He spoke in an understated tone, and even had a harmless smile on his face. It is really difficult for people to associate him with a perverted murderer.
Li Mabai told you to do this, right? Hasn't he been protecting you?
Li Jinyan smiled.
He took you out of the clan's mansion and took you to Nanyuan to let so many people watch you. To be honest, I have been looking for opportunities to strike. But I have a headache. He looked at you so closely that I couldn't do anything. I originally thought of setting fire to Nanyuan and kidnapping you when you were forced out. But I didn't expect that you would come out on your own.
He slowed down, thought for a moment, and continued.
Actually, it's okay to say that Li Mabai asked me to do this. After all, if he doesn't let go, even if you have great abilities, you can't escape under the nose of the secret guard. Come out. You escaped because he wanted you to die in my hands.
Li Zhongxuan was confused.
What do you two brothers want to do when you sing in harmony? Do you want to kill me? Or is he instructing you? Why bother to go to such trouble to kill me? Just cut my life off with a knife. Anyway, I live a life where people don't look like humans or ghosts. So what's the difference between them and the dead? You failed to seize power. So you deserve to be a prisoner. If Li Mabai loses in the future, I will treat him even more cruelly than I will treat you. You want to rebel against him? Aren't you his most trusted brother? You don't need to know that much. Game on.
Li Jinyan pressed down the scarecrow's right hand, and the sharp knife instantly pierced the back of Li Zhongshuan's right hand under the pull of the silk thread. Just as he was about to scream, Li Jinyan immediately said,
"You will die if you scream."
Faced with such a perversion, Li Zhongshuan could only bite his tongue and endure it in a low voice. Seeing him like this, Li Jinyan nodded with great satisfaction.
Very good. Continue.
Then, he simultaneously moved the two silk threads on the scarecrow's thighs.
Li Zhongshuan's left and right thighs were instantly pierced by sharp knives, leaving only the handle outside his body. He endured it, and the veins in his neck stretched. Then Li Jinyan moved 4 silk threads at the same time, stabbing his left and right calves and feet respectively. Li Zhongshuan still suppressed the cry. At this point, there are only 5 places left. As long as Li Zhongshuan gets through these 5 places, Li Jinyan will let him go. This time, he picked the 5 areas with the strongest pain. They are the abdomen, scapula, posterior cord and thighs. 5 sharp knives pierced Li Zhongshuan's body at the same time. He couldn't bear the pain anymore and cried out heartbreakingly. While shouting, he cursed with curse words that were difficult to pass the trial.
TSK! TSK!
Li Jinyan shook his head regretfully.
It's such a pity. I thought you could survive it.
Li Zhongshuan was stabbed like a hedgehog, but because those sharp knives penetrated deeply into his body, only a small amount of blood would flow out from the wound as long as they were not pulled out. In addition, none of the 12 knives hit Li Zhongshuan's vital parts, so he would only feel pain, but his life would not be in danger for the time being. At this moment, he realized that he would only die if he fell into Li Jinyan's hands, and simply gave up his desire to survive. He scolded Li Jinyan very harshly, hoping to anger him and make him give him a break. Li Jinyan was not at all irritated by his dirty work. Instead, he smiled warmly and said,
I said that you will die if you fail, but I didn't say how you will die. You know why both King Gongshan and King Rui were killed by me in one blow. It's just you. Do I want to torture you like this?
Li Zhongshuan looked at him with wide eyes, full of horror.
You also killed King Gongshan and King Rui.
Chapter 268. Li Jinyan sat firmly on the seat and looked him up and down.
Your biological mother was the late Empress Xiaorong. Empress Xiaorong died early, and her mother's family also plummeted after her death. At that time, you had no one behind you with support. Who is helping you fight for the throne with Li Mabai?
Li Zhongshuan's eyes flickered, and he obviously wanted to avoid talking about this matter. Li Jinyan then stabbed him with another sharp knife, and shouted angrily along with his roar.
Look into my eyes. Answer me. It's Wang Shi from the late Emperor's side. What about you? What was the first thing you did after the defeat?
Li Jinyan stared at him, his eyes full of hatred.
In order to let Li Mabai spare your life, you confessed to Wang Shi. He helped you ascend to the throne. But you bit him back after he failed. Is it worthy of you to do this as a human being?
Li Zhongshuan.
Who in this world wants to die? Wang Shi followed the late emperor, but secretly bribed officials and assembled troops with evil intentions. It's a pity that he was an eunuch and could not be emperor at all, and he has never been able to do so. If Li Mabai is treated well and Li Mabai is enthroned, he will definitely be investigated thoroughly. His life is not guaranteed in the first place, so he comes to help me. We are just trying to get what we need and what we can benefit from. If he loses, he loses. What's the problem if I surrender him?
As he spoke, he suddenly realized something was wrong.
When it comes to Wang Shi, why do you look at me like this? He is a eunuch. I remember that he beat you on behalf of the late emperor when you were a child. Do you have a good impression of him?
Looking at you like that, if you say I killed him, it's more like I killed your own father.
Li Jinyan's breathing became rough, and his eagle-like eyes glowed with coldness, wishing he could tear Li Zhongshuan to pieces immediately. But this mood only lasted for a moment. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths to regulate his emotions. When he opened his eyes again after a while, there was a playful smile on his lips again.
King Gongshan, King Rui and King Qing all helped Li Maobai a lot when he ascended the throne. So they have to die. And you betrayed Wan Shi. So you have to die too.
As he spoke, he pulled the silk thread tied somewhere on the scarecrow and broke it somewhere on Li Zhongshuan. Ah!
This voice was the most miserable among all his screams today. But to Li Jinyan's ears, it was as comforting as celestial music.
You laughed at Wan Shi for being a eunuch. So now you have become an eunuch too. Are you happy? You pervert. You bastard. No matter what, I am still your brother. Why do you do this to me?
Li Zhongshuan's tone of voice had softened and was mixed with tears.
You are not my brother. I have only myself since I was born. Maybe you can call me another name.
He took a bronze Fong mask from the desk behind him and put it on his face. Then he cleared his throat, changed into another hoarse voice that was completely different from his voice, and spoke out a name word by word.
Wan. You? Are you Mr. Yu?
Li Zhongshuan's pupils were shaking and his tone was trembling.
No. It's impossible. You are obviously Li Jinyan. How could you be Wang Shi's adopted son? You?
His words stopped suddenly, and an idea came into his mind that even he thought was absurd and unbelievable.
Aren't you Li Jinyan? Are you the twin who died that day?
Li Jinyan did not continue to pretend in front of him, but smiled and nodded.
Yes. It's me. It's a pity that I didn't die. It was my godfather who saved me.
Li Zhongshuan couldn't believe his ears.
How is it possible? You were obviously buried in the imperial mausoleum. How could you not be dead? My godfather was the late emperor's most trusted eunuch. He took care of the matter of sending me to my coffin. What's the difficulty in rescuing me?
Li Zhongshuan.
He saved you. Since you are not dead, why didn't he take you back to the palace?
Li Jinsi.
My godfather is right. From the moment the Queen Mother chose to save Li Jinyan instead of saving me, I was already dead. My current life was saved by my godfather. So you say, you indirectly killed your godfather. Can I forgive you?
Li Zhongshuan.
So all these changes were caused by you.
Li Jinsi.
The Qingzong under Godfather is specially trained to train fine craftsmen. Many craftsmen were raised by Godfather since they were young, so that when they reach the right age, they can enter the palace to spy the affairs of the previous dynasty. The leader of this world must be a capable person. If the Li family does not have this ability, they should have abdicated and made way for others. After the death of my godfather, I took over the Qingzong to complete his duties. Wish. Bah!
Li Zhongshuan spat fiercely.
He is a eunuch, but he also wants to usurp the throne and become the emperor? Ha ha ha. It is simply a wishful thinking. My godfather never wanted to be an emperor. He just wanted to seek justice for himself. All my godfather's family were killed by Emperor Taizong. He had endured for many years and lurked beside the late emperor just to avenge his family. He has destroyed the Li family. He has never cared about the throne. Just like me. It doesn't matter whether he is the emperor or not. But those who have hurt me and my godfather will have to pay the price for their actions.
Li Jinsi took out the military talisman from his arms and waved it in front of Li Zhongshuan's eyes.
This is the military talisman of the outer border. Li Maobai has given it to me. Today's outer border army will listen to all the orders as long as I give them. Order me, Shiliang, Naman, and Shurong. I have already joined forces with them. They will attack Jiangdu at the same time after I rush to the outside world. And they will attack in full force without leaving any room. You fart. Are they crazy? Don't they know that if they lose this battle, they will face the risk of destroying the country? How can they be willing to help you?
Li Jinsi raised his eyebrows and smiled.
Because I promised them that when things are done, I will let them divide the Li family's territory among the 3 countries. You're crazy. You're a lunatic. You also have the blood of the Li family flowing through your body. Why do you do this? I've talked to you too much, and I'm a little tired.
Li Jinsi stretched out and said lazily,
It's time to send you on your way.
He high-fived 3 times, and instantly 2 men in black emerged from the darkness, jumped to kneel in front of him, and bowed their hands.
What are your orders, Lord?
Li Jinsi glanced at Li Zhongshuan and said,
Ling Qi.
Then send the things to the imperial city to Li Maobai.
Li Zhongshuan yelled,
You bastard. Kill me if you dare. Don't want me to be tortured to death by you like this. Do you think you still have a say in this game now?
As soon as he finished speaking, he fluttered his sleeves and walked away, disappearing into the night with Li Zhongshuan yelling and cursing. Chapter 269 Master Key. Chaoyang Palace. Chu Yuezhi bowed to Li Maobai and said,
Your Majesty, I have already left Yeongdu. Well, you can let your people do their work.
Li Maobai looked at the brocade box placed on the dragon table in front of him and asked with a sneer.
Do you know what is in it?
When Chu Yueji got a little closer, he could detect the pungent smell of blood.
Is this raw meat? It's Li Zhongshuan's meat. Li Jinsi chopped him up and gave it to me as a gift.
Chu Yu was shocked.
Is he really so cruel?
Li Maobai.
Let him go. Anyway, Prince Qing has been brought into the palace by me. Under full surveillance. He will definitely not be able to take action. As for Li Zhongshuan, I have told him to stay here and not run around. It is his own responsibility.
If you don't listen, you will be seeking death, no matter who you are.
After guessing that Li Jinyan was still alive, Li Maobai asked Chu Yueji to sprinkle a large amount of glass crystal powder on Li Jinsi's body. He would not go to see Li Jinyan in person. But if he wanted to leave Jiangdu and go abroad, he would definitely tell his men to keep an eye on Li Jinyan. As long as he comes into contact with his men, the glazed crystal powder will be stained on his men's bodies. Following such traces and searching carefully, it is very likely that Li Jinyan's hiding place will be discovered. On the other side, Li Maobai had already appointed his cronies to go to the outside world ahead of Li Jinsi. The tiger charm he gave to Li Jinyan looked lifelike, but actually melted when exposed to water. When he reaches the outside world, as long as he dares to take out the tiger talisman, the Real Tiger Talisman holder will melt the tiger talisman in front of everyone and capture him on the spot. The military strength outside, plus the tiger guards secretly dispatched by Chu Yu, were enough to resist the invasion of Shiliang, Nanman and Shirong. Even if it is not possible, it is not impossible to use the power of the entire country, sacrifice most of the soldiers, and fight hard for 3 or 2 years to completely destroy the remaining 3 countries. All this has finally come to an end. At dinner time, Li Maobai was eating in Shenxiu's palace. Chu Yueji hurriedly came to report that he had found Li Jinyan's whereabouts. But seeing his brows furrowed and his expression forlorn, Shenxiu quickly asked,
It's a good thing that I found him. Why do you look like this? But he had an accident.
Chu Yueji.
No. We have found the location of His Highness Prince Jing, and we have ensured that His Highness Prince Jing's life is not in danger.
But, seeing him hesitating, Li Maobai became a little anxious.
If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. But if there is no key to the place where Prince Jing is being held, it is impossible to enter. What do you mean? Where did they keep Jin Yen? It was in a barren mountain about 10 miles west of Jiangdu. They built a room made of black iron stone there. The whole house was square in shape, with only one door and a slight gap for breathing. The door is so strong that it cannot be opened without a key. Then find a way to break the door open.
Concern leads to chaos. Li Maobai and Shenxiu immediately left the palace and rushed to the place where Li Jinyan was imprisoned. It was a house built on the flat land on the mountainside of a barren mountain. Rather than saying it is a house, it is better to say it is an iron box. Li Jinyan was trapped inside, and Li Maobai shouted loudly,
Jinyan! How are you? You. Brother, you finally came to save me. I knew you would definitely come to save me.
He was so frightened that his lips and teeth were trembling as he spoke.
I was trapped in this lish place as soon as I woke up. I don't know how long I have been trapped.
Li Maobai tried his best to sound as normal as possible.
Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will save you.
He asked Chu Yueji.
Where is the person responsible for guarding him?
Chu Yueji.
There were 12 people in total who resisted desperately and were killed. Only one person was left, who was timid and willing to surrender. But he didn't know how to open this door. There was only one key to this door. Moreover, the structure of the door lock is very complicated. Even if you hire the best locksmith, it will be difficult to open the door lock. The most important thing is that the door lock is also clever. Once the lock is forcibly broken, the door will be locked. There is no possibility of opening it.
Li Maobai.
Then how do they feed Jin Yen on weekdays?
Chu Yueji.
There is enough food and water inside. Even if no one supplies it, it will be enough for His Highness Prince Jing to survive for more than a month.
Shenxiu observed the iron house for a while and asked,
Since you can't open the door, can you use explosives to blow it open? No.
Li Maobai frowned and waved his hand.
This place is on the mountainside. Take a look at how the forest on the mountain has been cut down. The land is already soft. If explosives are used to blow up the door, it is very likely to cause a landslide. By then, the Jin dynasty will be destroyed. Isn't it more troublesome if Yen is buried inside?
Now that things have come to this, it seems that if you want to open this door, you must get the key. But the key was with Li Jinsi. Even if he was captured, how could he obediently hand over the key after discovering that the matter was exposed? As long as he delays, Li Jinyan will be trapped alive in this cage in a month. Everyone was at a loss what to do. Only Shinseo sighed secretly in his heart.
Look, my points are really used to serve him. I'm so pitiful.
She woke up Xiao Tuochuo and asked, Xiao Tuochuo, I want to open a door now, but I don't have the key. Is there any way to open the door? Yes. Host. The convenience store has a master key. You can redeem it with 20 points. So cheap? Shinseo was a little surprised. This door is not an ordinary door. Can it be opened? Certainly. Xiao Tuochuo's tone was confident and full of points pride, produced by the system. It must be a high-quality product. Besides, the host is in ancient times. How difficult can it be to lock in ancient times? The master key can even open a bank safe. Hearing this, Shinseo felt relieved. After all, the door lock in front of me is not as strong as a bank safe. She exchanged 20 points for the master key, and Xiao Tuochuo told her the rules of use. The host only needs to look at the door lock and stare at it for 2 minutes. Here, the host will automatically be matched with a key that can unlock the lock, and will be delivered to the host through space technology. So while Li Maobai and Chu Yueji were discussing the rescue plan, Shinseo kept staring at the door lock. Not long after, an iron key was passed into her hand. She picked up the key and checked it against the door lock. It was just right.
What is concubine Rome doing?
Chu Yueji exclaimed and stopped her.
Don't dare to mess around. If the key cannot be opened, the door will be completely locked, and His Highness Prince Jing will not be able to get out.
Shinseo patted her chest and assured.
Don't worry. I learned to pick locks when I was struggling for a living, so this won't trouble me.
Chu Yueji.
No. It involves the life and death of the prince. This matter cannot be trivial.
Shinseo looked at Li Maobai with bright eyes, blinked and asked him,
Does the emperor believe me?
Li Maobai didn't hesitate for a moment, nodded lightly and said,
As long as you say it, I believe you.
Shinseo worriedly felt warm in his heart, nodded with a smile, and shouted into the door.
Your Highness Prince Jing, I'm going to try to help you unlock the door now. If I succeed, you can come out. But if you fail, you may trust me. Sister-in-law, I believe in you. Of course I believe you. Sister-in-law, just try. If you can't get out, I will appoint you. Anyway, I can't stay in this damn place for even half an hour.
Chapter 270 Li Jinyan is saved. Shinseo took a deep breath and inserted the key into the keyhole bit by bit. Perfect fit. Then, under the attention of everyone, she slowly turned the key. Click. The door opened. Everyone present except Li Maobai had dumbfounded expressions. There was only a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if Shinseo's success had been expected from him early on.
Wow!
Li Jinyan ran out crying and hugged Shinseo.
Thank you, sister-in-law, for saving your life. I knew my sister-in-law was the best. She is much more useful than my brother.
As he broke out of the door, a pungent stench spread. Li Maobai covered his nose and stepped forward, pushing Li Jinyan away from Shinseo.
Do you still have time to act like a baby?
During this period, Li Jinyan ate, drank, and had diarrhea in this iron box. There was no air circulation inside, so you can imagine how strong the smell was. Li Jinyan was sobbing, as embarrassed as he was, as if he had fallen into a smelly ditch and swam for 3 days and 2 nights. It made people feel sad, but also wanted to laugh. But Li Maobai, who pushed him away from Shinseo, took a step forward and gave him a hug without any scruples.
It's okay.
Li Jinyan.
Brother, what happened? I left the palace the day before my wedding. I wanted to go back directly to the house to prepare for tomorrow's wedding. But as I was walking, I suddenly smelled a strong aroma. And then, I felt so drowsy that I couldn't even stand upright. And finally I fainted on the street. When I woke up, I was locked in this age-lish place.
Shinseo said softly.
This matter cannot be explained to Prince Jing in a few words. The most important thing for you now is to go back to your house and take a clean bath. Then have a good meal and have a good sleep.
She stepped forward and pulled Li Maobai to her side with a very disgusting expression, deliberately keeping a distance from Li Jinyan.
I can hug your brother anytime I want, and I'm not in a hurry for this moment.
Li Jinyan raised his hand and smelled his sleeve, made a retching expression and said aggrievedly,
Brother and sister-in-law. Do you think I smell bad?
Li Mobai and Shinseyo said in unison.
Can't you tell if you stink or not?
Hearing this, Li Jinyan cried louder. Oh. On the way back to Jiangdu, the two of them rode on the carriage together, while Li Jinyan followed behind on horseback. Li Mobai's euphemistic name was to let him loose the smell. Later, Shinseyo also lifted the curtain of the car. In late autumn and winter, the mountain stream was cold, and the cold wind blew in, making people's hair stand on end. Remembering that his wife was afraid of the cold, Li Mobai reached out to lower the sedan curtain, but Shinseyo stopped him.
No, I think our sedan needs some air.
Does she dislike herself? Li Mobai sniffed on himself, but he didn't smell anything embarrassing.
Do you also want me to take away the smell? No. How dare I?
Shinseyo joked.
The emperor is the most fragrant.
Oh,
really?
Li Mobai sneered, stood up and sat next to Shinseyo, and took her into his arms.
Since you need to breathe, I'm also worried about you catching cold. If you want to open the window, you can nestle in my arms.
Shinseyo nodded, holding his breath, with a somewhat painful expression on his face. Li Mobai pinched the tip of her nose and asked,
Look at your unlocking skills. Were you a thief before?
Shinseyo joked.
The emperor just pretends that he doesn't see the ability to make a living. Female thief?
He smiled and lifted her chin.
TSK. I seem to like this identity.
Asterisk. After the group returned to Jiangdu, the Tiger Guard strictly guarded Prince Jing's mansion that night, and Li Mobai and Shinseyo also stayed at the mansion. After Li Jinyan took a shower and changed clothes, he regained his former handsomeness. However, after being tortured for so many days, he seemed to have obviously lost a lot of weight. The people at home prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes for him, and he ate with gusto. Shinseyo simply told him what happened. As he sighed, his outlook was shattered, and he was so shocked that his jaw seemed to be dislocated. Jiang Wanning, on the other hand, couldn't help but shed tears.
How could such a thing happen? Your Highness has suffered so much because I am so ignorant that the person sleeping next to me every day can't tell the difference.
Li Jinyan advised her.
He looks exactly like me. Even my brother and my mother can't easily tell him apart, let alone you. But I, by not being by your side these days, have made you suffer a lot.
Jiang Wanning wiped away her tears and shook her head.
Your Highness, please don't say that. Just be safe now.
Li Jinyan asked Li Mobai.
Brother, does your mother know about this? I haven't told my mother yet. But this matter cannot be hidden after all. If he really takes the tiger talisman and messes around outside the country, I'm afraid he will soon show his flaws and be captured back to Jiangdu. He killed the third brother, the seventh brother, and even the eighth brother. He was killed, and he has planted so many tricks in the harem of the previous dynasty in an attempt to disrupt the government. Such a crime will definitely lead to death.
Li Jinyan's expression became lonely, and he pursed his lips, looking a little tangled.
But at the beginning, the Queen Mother did choose me, which made him like this today. The Queen Mother has always felt ashamed of him. If the Queen Mother knew that she was so worried, my son, who has felt guilty from the bottom of his heart for many years, is still alive, facing the measures he committed, I think the Queen Mother will be very sad.
His worry was also Li Mobai's worry. He was silent for a moment and then said,
Actually, this matter can be kept hidden from the Queen Mother. There is no need to spread the news even to the previous court. Brother, do you mean to execute him secretly?
Li Mobai nodded.
He is his father's son after all. If he is publicly executed, how will he be placed after his death? Or should he be named on the jade plate? These series of questions are difficult. Instead of this, the court situation is in turmoil, and the mother and queen are in turmoil. Worry. It is better to solve the matter silently.
He patted Li Jinyan on the shoulder and continued.
Anyway, remember, you and I are the only biological siblings in this world, and he is not your brother, nor your relative. Do you understand?
Li Jinyan was silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely.
But, brother, how did you find out that he was not me?
Li Mobai teased him.
Because your laziness is engraved in your bones. I don't believe you will become so diligent in a short time. And no matter how much he pretends to be like you, he is not you after all. Talking in private, recalling the past, he always avoids things, or answers questions that are not asked, which naturally arouses suspicion. When you were 10 years old, I accidentally hit your ankle with a stone while playing with you. Because you were afraid of being blamed by your father, the emperor, and your empress. Neither you nor I told the imperial doctor about this matter. The wound on your ankle did not heal for a long time and left a scar. And this scar, which only you and I know, has become his biggest flaw.
Chapter 271 Three Kingdoms Invaded. Shi Liang defected. Li Maobai talked a lot eloquently. But Li Jinyan only grasped one key point. That is, his brother said he was lazy.
Brother, am I that lazy? Don't you?
Li Maobai smiled.
I didn't. Water and I also promised that after we get married, I will work hard to be a good husband and a good father.
He looked serious, but he really seemed to have made up his mind. Shen Xiao joked from the side.
His Royal Highness Prince Jing is so ambitious. After this matter is resolved, His Highness will come to court every day. The Emperor also needs His Highness's help for many things. Oh? Going to court?
The seriousness on Li Jinyan's face was instantly wiped away, and he smiled awkwardly.
There's no need to go to court. That's not my ambition. I'm trying hard. It's in Jiangdu open a shop and start a business or something. I'm used to being idle, and I don't understand the dirty things of the court. If you ask me to go to court, you might as well kill me. There is no need to kill you. You still have to go to court.
Li Maobai didn't look at him. As he spoke, he put a chopstick of emerald shrimps into Shen Xiao's bowl.
Since Li Jinxi is to be executed secretly, then we can't let him others notice something was wrong. He went to court every day and performed better than many ministers in the previous court. If you suddenly stopped going to court, people would be suspicious.
Li Jinyan pursed his lips and said aggrievely,
Oh? Do I have to go to court? Your Majesty.
Jian Wanning held his hand.
If your Majesty doesn't like it, just don't go. The Emperor is also joking with you. Everyone has his own ambitions. No matter what your Majesty likes to do, I will accompany you.
Shen Xiao and Li Maobai looked at each other and shuddered in unison.
These words are really heartbreaking.
Li Maobai sighed, opened his sleeves, and said jokingly,
Since you have no ambitions and Princess Jing doesn't have any objections, what can I say? It's up to you. I have it.
Li Jinyan took off his clothes and showed his chest in front of everyone without hesitation.
Brother, have you forgotten? I have a mole on my chest.
Li Maobai quickly covered Shen Xiao's eyes.
This is dirty stuff. Don't look at it. Brother, you scolded me again.
The two brothers were bickering and having fun. It had been a long time since they had had such a relaxed atmosphere. In this life, when a person can live a worry-free life, he can do what he likes and be with the people he likes. Which is good. What does it matter whether you have lofty ambitions and ambitions? In the midst of such joy and laughter, Li Maobai fell into a memory of a few days ago. Asterisk. On this day, Li Maobai was reviewing the memorial. Suddenly, a folded note was found among a pile of memorials. He unfolded the note and wrote this. Li Jinxi did not die at that time, but was taken in by the late emperor's eunuch Wangxi. The Li Jinyan in front of you now is actually Li Jinxi pretending to be. You can discover this through many details. Or you can ask your people to investigate Wangxi and the mysterious organization Qin Zong under him. I believe you will have many unexpected gains. There was no signature. The handwriting was sloppy, and the handwriting was deliberately concealed. The person who wrote the letter was not willing to let Li Maobai know his identity. But the memorials sent by the emperor were all inspected by Sanfu personally, and then presented directly. He would not make such an omission. So he called Sanfu and asked,
Who did you see just now?
Sanfu said,
Just now. Just now. The servant only met concubine Rong once before delivering the memorial to the emperor. She came to deliver cakes to the emperor. The servant said he would bring her in, but she said she was still rushing to the queen mother's palace. Left his things and left.
Is her? Now things will be explained. She must have known something through the system. But she couldn't tell herself directly. So she was trying to be mysterious and used this method. Li Maobai loved and hated the death-seeking system. Although it worked, the information it provided was accurate every time. So he had no doubts about the contents of the note. In addition, he was still wary of the current Li Jinyan. So he soon discovered the flaws of this fake Li Jinyan through testing. Privately, he sent people to investigate the original Qin Zong. This investigation also went very smoothly, and many things were quickly matched up with the strange things that happened in the previous dynasty. And now the helmsman of Qin Zong is a mysterious man wearing a bronze mask. No one has seen his true face. They only know that he is Wangxi's adopted son. And everyone calls him Mr. Yu. Combining the contents of the note, Li Maobai was able to determine that this Mr. Yu was Li Jinxi, who was rescued by Wang Shi. Following this clue, all the mysteries gradually become clear, and Li Jinxi reveals more and more tricks. However, he didn't know that Shen Xiao only discovered the clues a few days ago. But she couldn't even confirm her guess. So how could she tell Li Maobai this? So this note was not written by her. Asterisk. 7 days later. News came from the border. The 3 kingdoms of Xiliang, Shurong and Nanman gathered heavy troops to break through the border. At this time, Li Jinxi took out the tiger charm and ordered the soldiers to retreat 300 miles. As soon as he gave the order, he was surrounded by Chu Yuezi and several generals, who actually held the tiger charm. When a basin of hot water is poured down, the tiger talisman turns into a puddle of silver water. Only then did Li Jinxi realize that he had been tricked, and it was already too late to escape. He was so skilled that not even Chu Yuezi could completely defeat him. His cronies are all masters, but they can't beat 4 fists. What's more, they are facing tens of thousands of foreign troops and the tiger guards, who came for reinforcements. After capturing Li Jinxi, Chu Yuezi immediately cut off his hands and hamstrings and imprisoned him. On the other side, the 3 countries on the front line were deceived by Li Jinxi into invading together. Li Jinxi told them that the Qi dynasty would not send troops to suppress the border. If they could successfully break through the siege and enter the border, they could march straight into Jiangdu and attack Huanglong. But no one expected that before their troops reached the outer border, they would be surrounded by the outer border army and the tiger guards, who had ambushed them in advance. Originally, with the overwhelming strength of the 3 kingdoms, if they wanted to fight against the Qi dynasty's army, they could still give it a go. But unexpectedly, Xiliang suddenly rebelled at this time and turned to Qi dynasty's side, catching Shurong and Nanman by surprise. In a reversal, the battle lasted less than 10 days before the winner was decided. Li Maobai had given the imperial order that in this battle, there was no such thing as surrendering one's weapons without killing. As long as they are foreign soldiers who go to the battlefield, they will be killed without leaving any trace. In the end, Nanman and Shurong suffered heavy casualties in this battle. But Xiliang, who switched sides, was spared. Chapter 272 to Princess Jing. The day when Chu Yu's troops returned to the court was on the 3rd day of November. He had made great achievements and should have been worshipped and welcomed by the officials. But because this matter has been kept secret in Jiangdu, no one except a very small number of military attachés knows what happened on the border during this period. He also kept a low profile when he returned to Jiangdu. He did not enter the palace to see Li Maobai, but went directly back to his residence. In the palace, the queen's health was getting worse day by day. When the concubines paid her respects yesterday, she coughed twice and coughed up blood. The imperial doctor was urgently summoned to diagnose and treat her. And the person who went was Wu Shini. Wu Shini said that everything was fine with her, and then gave her a medicine to calm her nerves. After drinking the medicine, the queen's energy improved a lot. But she gradually became suspicious of the matter. She privately asked Xiang Ling to ask the new imperial physician from the imperial hospital to diagnose her pulse. After examining her pulse, the imperial physician reported back to her, "Your Majesty is fine, but her heart is depressed and worries a lot, which causes qi and blood disorders. As long as you relax, everything will be fine." After hearing what he said, the queen felt relieved. Little did she know that Tai Hospital had already had the same tongue under the leadership of Wu Shini. The court judge, Shen Xiao, asked Wu Shini privately, "How long can she stay alive?" Wu Shinian said, "Zinsha has stopped now, but she was too deeply poisoned, and I'm afraid she won't be able to survive this year. However, Wei Chen will keep using the decoction to keep her remaining breath alive, so that she can't notice it until she dies. I have been poisoned. When the medicine can no longer hold me back, the time from onset to death will be no more than 2 days. I remembered that when I paid greetings to the queen these past 2 days, she still acted like a superior person every day, pointing out the concubine's clothes, and said that the concubine had not behaved recently, and she had to pick out some of the eggs. The bones seemed to make her a queen worthy of being in vain. It's also pitiful." As she spoke, Payer bowed inside and bowed to the 2 of them, saying, "Your Majesty, the Emperor has gone to court now, and said he would take you out of the palace." Shen Xiao probably already knew why he left the palace at this time. Li Jinxi should have returned. He could not appear and had to be executed outside the palace. So Li Maobai ordered Chu Yuezi to bring him back directly to his house. His trial of Li Jinxi was conducted secretly outside the palace. On the way out of the palace,
Li Mobai's expression was a little solemn. Shinxio stayed by his side silently, saying nothing to comfort him or disturbing him. When he was about to leave the palace, Li Mobai asked her first, "Do you think my mother will blame me if I do this? He is the son of the late emperor after all. And the late emperor is under Jiuquan. Will she blame me?" Shinxio shook his head. "If you become a great businessman, you will never stick to trivial details. Even if the 8th prince grew up with the emperor can do something to him. So how about someone who has committed a heavier crime than him? The world belongs to the emperor, and all those who conspire and cause rebellion, no matter who they are or for what reason, must die. Only in this way can he be responsible for the people of the world and be a wise king." Shinxio's words were somewhat arrogant. At first, it seemed like he was accusing Li Mobai of being ruthless and capable of killing his own siblings. Secondly, in ancient times, it was taboo for her to share such opinions with emperors. She looked at Li Mobai staring at her and suddenly realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. "My husband is not an ordinary man, and the era I live in is not the modern era of freedom of speech." The closer she got to Li Mobai, the less able she was to grasp such a sense of proportion. She thought for a while and was about to explain, but Li Mobai held her hand. The warmth in his palm spread all the way to Shinxio's heart along with the contact between their skins. It was a pair of hands that gave her a sense of security, as hot as his love for her. "You are the only one around me who dares to say such things to me. Only you can make me feel that I am a king and an ordinary person. I don't have to be a perfect person. And I don't have to be perfect in everything. Don't worry about everyone's feelings." Shinxio smiled gently. "Only the emperor can allow me to act so recklessly and say so many unruly things. After this matter is resolved and the child is born, I will take you south for a nice trip." "Ah?" Shinxio thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "There are 2 big devils in my belly, and they will still make trouble after they are born. The emperor has to deal with the affairs of the court, and I have to be tied down by these 2 little things. How can I still leave the palace? I welcome you back, and I don't want you to give birth to and take care of my children. I like you, and they are just accessories. At any time, I don't want you to be tied down by anything and lose yourself. A chance to be yourself." Li Mobai's tone was very light, but the hand holding Shinxio was secretly exerting force. "You gave me the opportunity to be myself, and I can't deprive you of the freedom to be yourself. You are with me, and I hope you are the happiest woman in the world. Do you understand?" "I go." This kind of awareness that modern men don't have. But he, an ancient tyrant, actually has it. Oh my god! What kind of magical man did I marry? Shinxio was filled with worry, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm. They are 8 months old, and they can hear everything the emperor says clearly. The emperor is not afraid that these 2 little enemies will care about you after they are born, and they will be different from you. "Are you so close that you only miss me every day? I only care about you." Li Mobai held Shinxio's waist and returned his hand to caress his belly. "As for them, they heard it, and I'm not afraid. I was disobedient when I was young, and the late emperor often served him according to his family's rules. If they are disobedient, so be it." Before he finished speaking, he clearly felt the cute little girl in Shinxio's belly kicking him through her belly. Shinxio was amused by this scene. Look, he is already dissatisfied. It seems that the emperor, as a father, will have a hard time being a father in the future. Asterisk. After entering the Chu mansion, he walked to the main hall and saw Li Jinyan standing there blankly, staring straight ahead. It was Li Jinxi, who was chained in an iron cage and curled up like an animal. His limbs were severed, and he could not stand at all, so he could only sit in such a cramped environment. It was a bumpy ride, and he was covered in dried mud. The messy hair and dust-covered cheeks are in sharp contrast to Li Jinyan, who is dressed in rustling clothes and has a cool breeze. They are obviously 2 people with the same face, but they lead completely different lives. Regardless of his emotions, Li Jinxi also set his sights on Li Mobai and Shinxio. He smiled, the corners of his eyes and brows full of disdain. "Emperor, you are here." Chapter 273. Li Jinxi. Li Mobai ignored him and just held Shinxio's hand and sat aside. Chu Yueji closed the door and retreated, leaving only the 4 of them looking at each other. Li Jinxi glanced at Li Mobai and said sarcastically, "Just take care of your 12th brother. He has been staring at me like this since he came in. He looks like a fool." Li Mobai said, "Jinyan, sit down." After Li Jinyan sat down in a daze, he asked, Wang Yu, have you ever thought that one day you would face me in this way? I have thought about it.
Li Jinsi sneered.
But all I thought about was that you were in the cage, and I was outside the cage. Do you regret doing these things? Regret?
Li Jinsi asked.
What should I regret? Regret that I didn't kill you early? Or regret that I had all my tricks but missed a move?
Li Maobai said in a deep voice.
The blood flowing on your body is also the blood of the Li family. If you peel off the skin and bones, you and I are a family after all. You should have known the truth very early. Right. Back then, Wang Shi followed the late emperor. The power around him is overwhelming. But because he felt that the late emperor owed his family justice, he had been dormant for many years and wanted to destroy the Li family. You are one of his pawns. When the mother gave birth to twins, the twins were not seriously ill from their mother's womb. All this is Wang Shi's plan. It was he who personally gave you and Jin Yin the medicine to make you dying. It was also he who let the Queen Mother know that the method of
exerting blood
could save a child's life, and let the Queen Mother choose who would live and who would die. In the end, the Queen Mother chose Jin Yin and gave up on you in desperation. But Wang Shi succeeded. At the time of burial, the civet cat replaced the prince, took you out of the palace, and raised you under his knees. What he wants is to wait for you to grow up and be used by him. He is an eunuch, and no matter how many calculations he makes, he will never be able to ascend to the throne. So you become his only bet. He cultivated you with all his heart, taught you everything, and indoctrinated you all year round. It was the Queen Mother and the others who abandoned your thoughts, making you only hate the Queen Mother and the late emperor.
You were young then, so you could be said to be ignorant. But as you grow up, with your mentality, you won't be able to see through what Wang Shi's plan is? Do you have any doubts? Since it is a terminal illness that will lead to death, how did you survive? Since you survived, why didn't Wang Shi return you to the palace? You have always been used by him, and you are willing to be used by him.
Li Jinsi listened quietly to Li Maobai's narration without saying a word, and even had a slight smile on his lips. Li Maobai continued.
Later, my father became seriously ill, and it was Wang Shi who got in the way and replaced his father's decoction, which led to his sudden death. His father passed away before he could establish a prince, and the opportunity Wang Shi had been waiting for finally arrived. When my father was in power, he always considered me and Lao Ba as the successors of the country. I have the support of the Zhu family behind me. If I are allowed to ascend the throne, Wang Shi will never be able to control the Li family, let alone support you on the throne. So he took Lao Ba's idea. In order to seize power, Lao Ba is running around like a headless fly. Wang Shi took the initiative to find him and provide him with soldiers and power so that he could compete with me. If I guess correctly, if I lose in that all-out game, after Lao Ba ascends the throne, Wang Shi will soon pull him off the throne and then support you to ascend the throne. Until then, this world belongs to you and Wang Shi. He then truly destroyed the Li family, avenged him, and fulfilled his dream of becoming emperor. It's a pity that he lost to me in this game. So you accepted the Qing sect founded by him and wanted to complete for him what he had not completed. Are these what I said correct?
Li Jinsi nodded in agreement and said with a smile,
You are right. Now that the matter is over, I have become a prisoner. What else can I deny?
Li Jinyan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked,
But why? You know clearly that Wang Shi, that thief and eunuch, has harmed you for the rest of your life. You know clearly that it was him who caused our siblings to be separated. And it was he who separated you from your happiness.
Your life is ruined. Why don't you run away? Why don't you come to us when you grow up? Why don't you just focus on him? Why? Is there any reason?
Li Jinsi sneered.
I have been raised by my godfather since I was born. Do you think I discovered what you said only after I grew up?
He shook his head.
As long as I can remember, my godfather has told me everything. He was confessing to me, saying that he should not have ruined my life. Over the years, my godfather took great care and concern for me. Although his motives were bad at the beginning, after raising me for so long, we already had a deep relationship. My godfather said that if I wanted to, he would send me back to the palace. But why should I follow him? With my parents who gave up on my life? My godfather was at fault. But what if I was really terminally ill instead of taking medicine that day? How would the Queen Mother choose? She will still choose you and watch me die with her own eyes. Is there a difference? The moment she made her choice, and the moment the late emperor agreed to her choice, it meant that I had been given up by them. What should I do back at this time? I already regard Gane as my relative. And I can feel that he really treats me as his son. He is my relative. There is no doubt about it.
Facing his explanation, Li Jinyan found it incredible. He stared at him with wide eyes and yelled with all his strength.
Are you a fool? What nonsense are you talking about? If that thief Wang Shi didn't do this, you wouldn't have to go through so much suffering. In the end, but you still want to speak for him. What if you don't consider yourself a thief?
Compared to his excitement, Li Jinxi was very calm.
Whatever you say. I don't regret my choice.
Shinxio looked on from the side and saw that Li Jinyan was still trying to tell him off. So she tried to persuade him.
Prince Jing, for such a person, are you still trying to let him know that you have done something wrong? Sister-in-law, brother, he is not hopeless.
Although Li Jinyan said that he would not be soft-hearted towards Li Jinxi, when things really came to this, he still couldn't control his emotions. His eyes were red and his voice was trembling.
He could have killed me after kidnapping me. But he didn't do that. If he wanted to do it to me, how could I still be alive until you came to rescue me?
Chapter 274 Brothers. Li Jinxi sarcastically said.
Why do you think I kept you alive? It's just to save you trouble in the future. When Jiang Wanting was born, it was like a time bomb tied to me. If someone doubts my identity in the future and asks me to do a blood test with him, won't my identity be exposed?
He said it calmly and without any emotion.
My keeping you alive is actually no different from raising ducks and chickens. I just want you to live. And at the appropriate time, with your blood. It's just to prove that I'm related by blood to that child, so as to better conceal my identity. That's not the case.
Li Jinyan held back tears and shook his head.
That's not the case. Since you want to become a big thing, you can abort my child. Or you can kill Wan Ning too. But you didn't do that. Killing is the easiest thing for me. I can kill Li Xiaoming, Li Keiji, and Li Zhongxuan. Naturally, I can also kill you and Jiang Wanting. But now is not the time for you to die,
Li Maobai said.
Everything you do has a careful plan. You are an extremely conceited person. Everything must be done step by step under your arrangement to satisfy your twisted and pathological sense of accomplishment.
You killed third brother, Lao Qi and Lao Ba, and Lao Jiao, who you were planning to attack because you wanted to avenge Wang Shi. Third brother, Lao Qi and Lao Ninth. They all stood by me when I and Lao Ba were fighting for the throne. So you hate them. You think they indirectly killed Wang Shi, and you want revenge. As for Lao Ba, he failed to seize power and betrayed Wang Shi to save his life. So you hated him the most and cut him into pieces. Did I say anything wrong?
Li Jinxi said calmly.
Yes, that's right. After they die, you will be the last one. If I wanted to kill you early on, and I have so many opportunities to get close to you, how could I not do it?
Shinxio said.
It's because you are so conceited that you lose everything. Who is talking?
Li Jinxi glanced at Shinxio.
Oh, you are just a dog raised by my godfather and me. And you are also an insincere dog. You are also worthy of being here. Pointing fingers here? My biggest oversight was that I miscalculated you. I didn't expect that you could hook up with Li Maobai and become the most favored woman around him. Presumptuous.
Li Maobai raised the teacup in his hand and threw the hot tea at Li Jinxi. The boiling tea was poured on his face, and the broken pieces of the teacup scratched his skin. He didn't cry out in pain. He just looked at him and sneered. Ever since Li Maobai entered, he had been talking to him calmly. It didn't matter what arrogant words he said, but he couldn't humiliate Shinxio. He said,
look at your current situation. You are more like a lost dog.
Shinxio didn't care that much about Li Jinxi as sarcasm just now. She said,
you are too conceited. My brother has died in your hands. You have no way to control me. But you still believe that I will do things for you? I tell you, since I after the palace became the emperor's concubine, you told the emperor early on about your conspiracy. You thought you had an almost perfect layout. But in fact, we were exposed early on. We were just accompanying you. Play. Really?
Li Jinxi laughed suddenly.
Ha ha ha. So you guys played with me and killed King Rui? You still don't know how King Rui died, right?
Looking at him like that, he seemed to be expecting someone to ask how he managed to kill King Rui silently and in full view of the public. But Shinxio said,
are you laughing at your mother? Who wants to ask you? You are willing to tell, but I am not willing to listen. You keep this secret and go down and tell His Highness Prince Rui in person.
Li Maobai glanced at Shinxio approvingly. Yes. Not bad. My little baby boy will finally be cruel to people other than him. Li Jinyan, who was sitting aside, suddenly stood up, walked to the iron cage and squatted down. He reached out and slowly approached Li Jinxi. Li Jinxi frowned and avoided.
What are you doing?
Li Jinyan said nothing.
Only put his palm on his face and stroked it gently. Li Jinxi looked at his clear eyes and did not avoid them anymore.
Brother,
Li Jinyan called in a very small voice.
My mother's choice back then not only hurts you. I have also been living in your shadow over the years. My mother loves you. And he always treats me, she said.
I must work hard and make progress. Otherwise, I will be sorry for your sacrifice for me. In fact, she has never been able to overcome this hurdle in her heart.
Shut up. Li Jinxi stepped back and distanced himself from Li Jinyan.
She deserves it if she can't pass this hurdle. She deserves to live in guilt and guilt day and night. Why are you telling me this?
You hope I can forgive her? Oh, I tell you, I don't have to forgive her. Because she is not my mother. But the Queen Mother, what does she have to do with me? But do you really not care? If you don't care, why are you so resistant?
For a moment, Li Jinyan read a little sadness in Li Jinxi's eyes. Doesn't he care? Of course he cares. It's just that he cares. But he can't say it out loud. Li Jinyan.
Brother, no matter what, you are also my brother. Whether you recognize me or not. Whether you believe it or not. In fact, I have always felt that you are not dead. And I have always felt your presence.
Li Jinxi sneered.
What are you trying to do now by being so sensational? Do you feel sorry for me? Or do you think I'm pitiful? Are you sympathizing with me? If you sympathize with me, just call me brother.
Tell the Emperor to spare my life and see if he will agree to it.
Li Jinyan shook his head and said in the gentlest tone possible.
I don't need to ask my brother. Because you have to die. You have done too many wrong things. Not everyone who makes a mistake can change and start over. Opportunity passed. And the reason why I want to call you brother, and the reason why I want to tell you this, is not to pity you or sympathize with you. I just want you to know that there is someone in this world who cares about you and cares about you. You are never the abandoned one.
Li Jinxi looked at him from top to bottom and smiled coldly.
You have everything now. Don't you think it's funny to tell me this again?
Chapter 275. This good show has just begun. Li Jinxi stared at his face that looked exactly like his own, and spoke loudly.
Have you ever heard a saying? How can you be bright when you are born with beauty? Sometimes I wonder if the Queen Mother left you alive. And seeing you become such a coward, will you feel heartbroken? Will you feel that you made the wrong choice? Do you think that letting you die that day and leaving me behind might be the best choice?
Both Li Maobai and Shen Xiao knew where the hidden pain in Li Jinyan's heart lay. When Li Jinxi said these words, they were a little worried that Li Jinyan would think too much. But I didn't expect that he didn't care, and instead answered him categorically.
I am very sure that my mother will not. Just like you grew up next to Wang Shi. So you trust him very much. Whenever my mother talks about me, I know very well how much she loves me.
As soon as the words were spoken, there was a long silence. Li Maobai no longer wanted this topic to continue. So he changed the topic and asked,
I feel strange about something. Why do you want to instigate Zhu Hongchuan to rebel on his own instead of allying with you? He already has the intention to rebel. If he can stand on the same front with you, wouldn't your winning rate be greater?
Li Jinxi sneered with the tip of his nose.
He is just a fool. I have never used him. He was my last move. But I didn't expect that he would commit suicide for him. That unsatisfactory son has committed so many stupid things. If he hadn't rebelled without any reason, I could have used him. And I wouldn't have had to connect the 3 countries outside to take this step. It's not you.
Li Maobai asked.
Your whereabouts were exposed that day. And the secret guards chased you all the way. How could it not be you?
Li Jinxi was stunned for a moment and then laughed again.
Actually, what does it matter whether it's me or not? It's meaningless whether I admit it or not.
He pretended to be mysterious and deliberately changed the topic.
Speaking of which, what is the Emperor planning to do with me? Cut in half? Beheaded? Or quartered? TSK. Probably none of them. These execution methods make too much noise. Since you choose coming to see me at Chu Yuezi's house means that you don't want others to know that I exist in this world. Do you want to execute me secretly?
Li Maobai did not answer his question immediately, but was thinking about other things. If it wasn't Li Jinxi, then who was it that provoked Zhu Hongchuan in advance? What is his intention? Should we wish Hongchuan to rebel in advance? Or should Li Jinsi lose the most important link in his conspiracy, leading to a total loss? Li Mabai thought to himself. After seeing Li Jinsi's somewhat provocative gaze, another idea suddenly came to his mind. Or maybe he did all this, but he didn't want to admit it. So that made me feel uneasy. After all, in the history of Yu's time and space, he became the emperor in the end. And no one else came forward. He has always been the one causing trouble from beginning to end. No matter what, he will not be able to survive. Li Mabai cleared his throat and said firmly, "Since you don't regret it, I will reward you happily." Li Mabai high-fived, and Chu Yueji pushed the door open and entered. He held an exquisite brocade box in his hand. Inside the brocade box, there was a light yellow pill quietly placed. Li Mabai took the brocade box and threw it into the iron cage. The elixir came out of the brocade box and rolled to the ground, stained with some dust. "Eat it, and you won't feel any pain. This is my brotherly love for you, and my last kindness to you." Li Jinsi glanced at the pill and smiled lightly. "So, thank you for your generosity, Emperor." Everyone stopped talking to him and turned around and walked out of the room. The afterglow of the setting sun casts mottled light and shadow on Li Jinsi's face through the gaps in the carved window lattice. He looked at the heavily closed door and suddenly smiled. A beautiful melody sounded in his mind. Cool and cool across the river. The sun is coming over the mountains. Foot donkey spotted. Set foot on Nanshan. Nanshan Beidou. Feed the family dog. Domestic dog grinds noodles. 30 bows and arrows. Mount the pipa. Dismount the lute. Donkey's hooves and horse's hooves. One shrank. This was a nursery rhyme he once heard a woman humming while coaxing her infant baby in her arms at the market in Jiangdu. He remembered clearly that day, he stood on the street for a long time, watching the baby's mother sometimes kiss his chubby cheeks during her busy schedule, sometimes sing nursery rhymes to coax him when he cries, or hold a somewhat damaged rattle to make him laugh. He could have had such a life. Original. He once longed for his mother's love and his father's company. What he wanted was that simple. But he never got it. He secretly visited the Imperial Mausoleum several times, sneaking in at night to visit his own tomb. He always saw that other people's graves were very clean, but even his own tablets were covered in dust. It seems that his father and mother have not visited him in all these years. They seem to have forgotten about him. Yes, with so many living children by their side, how could they still remember him? A child who died not long after he was born. As his thoughts changed, Wang Shi's wrinkled face was reflected. The tenderness he felt from this world in his childhood all came from this man who had cut off his roots. So even if he later learns that the tragedy of his life also comes from this man, he will soon be able to forgive him. The love he was missing, the companionship he wanted, only this man had given him over the years. So they are his reborn parents. Li Jinsi, looking at the poison Li Mabai left in front of his cage. The fear of death began to gradually erode him. But he was not afraid. A person who died more than 20 years ago, why should he be afraid of dying again? He had his hands and hamstrings broken, and he could no longer move his hands freely. It took a lot of effort to put the pill into his mouth. He held it in his mouth, but felt that the pill seemed to be sweet. He chewed it gently, trying desperately to keep the sweetness in his mouth for a while. After swallowing it completely, he lowered his head with a sneer and murmured in an almost inaudible voice, "Do you think this nightmare will end if I die? Do you think I made a careful calculation and will expose myself at the most critical moment to make you happy? Do you think you can sit safely on the throne after knowing everything and getting rid of me?" The sun was setting in the west, and the last ray of stingy sunlight slowly faded from his face. Dark red blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and a creepy smile appeared at the same time, gradually disappearing into the darkness. This good show has just begun. Chapter 276 The Queen Mother is the Awakening of the World. Half an hour later, when Chu Yueji went in to collect his body, he was already freezing. He was facing the direction of the sunset, lying calmly, as if asleep, with a frozen smile on his lips. Li Jinyan hugged Li Mabai and cried bitterly. He had always been a person with delicate emotions. After crying, he had given his twin brother a ride. Everything came to an end with Li Jinsi's death. His body was cremated and his ashes were buried in the Imperial Mausoleum prepared for him 23 years ago. Li Mabai finally allowed him to recognize his ancestors and return to his clan, and his soul had a place to rest. After the Li Jinsi incident, the knot in Li Jinyan's heart for many years was untied. The relationship between him and the Queen Mother is now closer than before.
The Queen Mother still wears the He-Urshian step rocker that Li Jinsi gave her every day. But that Buyao has been replaced by a brand new one by Shenxiu, which is not poisonous. On this day, when Shenxiu went to greet the Queen Mother, he saw her kneeling in front of the Buddhist niche in the main hall and reciting Buddhist scriptures. So she waited outside the door. She could vaguely hear the voice of the Queen Mother chanting sutras.
Namo Amiba Yi. Duo Tagadi Yi. Duo Di Yeta.
Amiridapovi. She could tell that this was the incantation of the rebirth mantra. Alright. What mantra did the Queen Mother recite? After the Queen Mother finished reciting the Buddhist scriptures, Qingju led Shenxiu inside. The scent of sandalwood in the palace was a bit pungent. So the Queen Mother said,
You are pregnant, so you can't smell the scent of sandalwood. Let's go and follow the AI family to the bedroom to talk.
She took Shenxiu's hand into the bedroom and sat down with her to warm her seat. Qingju brought tea. The tea was fragrant and refreshing. He said it was the silver needle, given by Prince Jing to honor the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother smiled.
This child has a heart.
The Queen Mother seemed to be in a bad mood today. There were red bloodshot eyes under her eyes, as if she had not slept well last night.
Has the Queen Mother's headache happened again? No.
The Queen Mother shook her head, and the tassels on the step rocker moved with her movements.
The AI family just remembered some things from the past and couldn't sleep well at night. If the Queen Mother has anything on your mind, you can tell it to me. If I talk to the Queen Mother, maybe it will come to light.
The Queen Mother looked at her in silence for a moment, then gently stroked Buyao on her bun and said,
The AI family would like to thank you very much for this.
Shenxiu was stunned.
What?
The Queen Mother said.
Thank you very much for saving the AI family's life again.
Shenxiu heard the meaning of the Queen Mother's words. She was thanking herself for replacing this step and saving her. Doesn't that mean she knows?
Queen Mother. You? Today is his first 7.
The Queen Mother said firmly.
So the AI family has to bully and recite sutras for him.
Her eyes were red, but there was a smile on her lips.
My child is still my child no matter how many wrong things he does. No matter what. The AI family is his mother.
The Queen Mother choked with sobs, raised her handkerchief to wipe her tears, and shook her head frequently.
The AI family knows that you are all hiding it from the AI family, for fear that the AI family will be sad. But how can you hide it? He and Jin Yin both fell on the AI family. A piece of meat. The connection between mother and child can sometimes be understood with just one look or movement.
She reached out and stroked Shenxiu's bulging belly.
You are going to be a mother soon, and you will soon experience these things.
Shenxiu was surprised that the Queen Mother had understood everything, so she stopped lying.
When did the Queen Mother know?
The Queen Mother thought for a moment and said,
When he entered the palace the next day after getting married. The AI family knew that he was not Jin Yin. So when the AI family saw him, they couldn't help crying. The AI family held his hand, saying that he was married and grown up. AI Jia was very happy. He wiped AI Jia's tears, and AI Jia told him that he hoped everything would be fine for him in the future. In fact, at that time, AI Jia had already guessed a few things. Jin Yin is also the heart and soul of the AI family. So naturally the AI family can't bear to let him go. Countless times, the AI family wanted to tell the emperor about this, but he held back. It was also the selfishness of the AI family. The AI family knew that if the emperor knew about his existence and that he might be involved in many things, the emperor would never let him go. The AI family originally thought that they could only meet him in dreams in this life. God gave the AI family such a short opportunity to reunite mother and son, and the AI family was very satisfied. The AI family had something to say to the queen before, and those words were also the principles of the AI family's life. As a human being, you cannot want, and want at the same time. If the Ijaw gets what the Ijaw deserves, it must lose what the Ijaw cannot keep.
Shenxiu said respectfully.
The Queen Mother's words are like enlightenment to me, and I am taught.
The Queen Mother looked at her with a smile.
Where are you from? You have always been a very smart woman. The AI family knows that you have helped the Emperor a lot. It is reasonable for you to be so loved by the Emperor. Unlike the Empress.
She smiled bitterly and shook her head.
The AI family only wants to preserve the honor of her queen, in order to preserve the Zhu family's face in the harem. Although the Zhu family has fallen, the AI family is still the daughter of the Zhu family, and she still has to take care of her, the glory of the mother's family. Therefore, even if the queen is to die, she must die on the queen's throne.
Shenxiu was worried and frightened, so she had to force herself to calm down and pretend to be confused.
I don't understand what the Queen Mother said. But I can't understand it. You are a smart boy. You know what the AI family is talking about. The Emperor is the son of the AI family. What he is thinking about can be guessed by the AI family even if he can't guess even 10% of it.
The Queen Mother took a sip of tea and said,
If the Queen was half as smart as you, she wouldn't have led herself to death. Well, if she dies, she will always be the Queen. In the future, history books will be written carefully. It's enough that Ju will always be the Emperor's legitimate wife and will never be deposed. The Queen Mother is overthinking. The Queen is very good, and she will always be the Emperor's legitimate wife.
Shinseyo understood what the Queen Mother was saying, but she couldn't admit it to herself. She looked at this woman whose face showed the wind and frost, and suddenly felt a little respect. The woman who became the last palace fighting champion really had some skills.
After talking to you about my son for a while, the AI family feels a little tired. You are pregnant, so you should rest more. Go back to the palace.
The Queen Mother waved her hand, then stood up and walked towards the bed. Shinseyo supported her from the side. She didn't pat Shinseyo's hand until she sat on the bed and said,
Those who want to leave will eventually leave. Keeping her in this world for one more day will only increase the torture.
It's better to let her go earlier. Escape from this mortal world. And feel relaxed and at ease. Isn't that a relief?
Shinseyo remained silent. Finally, under the Queen Mother's warm gaze, she could not respond with a shallow nod. Chapter 277 Send the Queen to Die. On this day, the Queen Mother and Shinseyo talked a lot. She kept smiling, and there were tears in her laughter. How can a mother not recognize her own child? She touched her belly,
feeling slightly sad. The reason why the Queen Mother did not reveal these things was also because of Li Maobai and Li Jinian's consideration. If she spoke out, how would she get along with her two sons in the future? Simply don't talk about it. Just enjoy yourself every day you are confused. Just like she had noticed early on that Li Maobai was poisoning to kill the queen. She just pretended to be confused and didn't clarify anything. Anyway, she was extremely disappointed with the queen. All she wanted was for the queen to keep her post. All things are at peace. King Qing was also sent out of the palace and returned to his home. No one will threaten his life anymore. And there will no longer be any subtleties in the front court and the harem that need to be watched out for. According to the history of the Qi dynasty that Shinseyo studied, the person who finally ascended the throne was not Li Jinian, but Li Jinsi. Now that he is dead, the history of Qi dynasty has been completely changed. Without this threat, Li Maobai would not have died suddenly in the 8th year of Qi dynasty. Recalling the many things that happened along the way, Shinseyo felt a little lucky. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief and finally save the person she cared about most. In the afternoon, when Wu Shini came to ask Shinseyo for a safe pulse, Shinseyo told her,
Give the Empress the decoction to revive her spirits, and stop tomorrow. Stop?
Wu Shini asked doubtfully.
Did she offend the Empress again? If you stop the medicine, the disease will appear within 2 days, and there is no way to save it. Didn't you say that she won't survive this year? Anyway, she will die sooner or later. The queen is newly mourned. If it happens to be during the New Year's Day, it will be somewhat unlucky. It is better to give her a ride as early as possible. Does the emperor know about this? He suddenly stopped taking the medicine, and the disease came out so quickly that it was difficult not to notice the clues. The emperor used this method to deal with the queen. His original intention was to pass the Queen Mother's test. If the Queen Mother was aware of it, knowing that the emperor poisoned the queen, wouldn't there be more trouble between mother and son?
Shinseyo was arranging a pot of kumquat leaves on the small table, and mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally.
So, do you think the queen and I are getting along well recently? Who asked me to send her off in advance?
Wu Shini thought for a moment and said,
Pear said that the Empress went to the Queen Mother's palace this morning. Could it be that she knew about it?
Shinseyo picked off the dead leaves and put them into the charcoal basin and burned them.
The Queen Mother meant that she would suffer less in this world. She also considered it for her only niece. Go ahead and do this.
Be more agile when doing things. It's okay. It's okay. I can't guess what these women are thinking about all day long.
Wu Shini muttered as he packed the medicine box.
With the death of the queen, the good days of the empress will come.
Shinseyo smiled meaninglessly.
My good life has nothing to do with my position. I got everything I wanted early in the morning. In comparison, the queen has a high position and power. But she wants it most. What I wanted, I never got.
Wu Shini raised his eyebrows and nodded to express his agreement with Shinseyo's words. When he left, Shinseyo called him again.
If possible, try to make her suffer as little as possible. She is also a pitiful person.
Asterisk. The queen's illness became severe the next day, when the concubines went to pay their respects to her. It just so happened that concubine she bumped into the muzzle of the gun. She saw that the queen had put on a lot of makeup to cover up her poor complexion. When she saw her, she said sarcastically,
"Oh, the queen's makeup looks really good today. I am very envious of her."
The queen coughed twice and glared at her with raised eyebrows.
"I am envious. Concubine, if I have time to change the Japanese palace, I will teach you personally." "Oh, I can't bear it."
Concubine she covered her mouth and laughed, muttering to concubine Shin beside her in a moderate voice,
"If you didn't look carefully, you would think you had makeup on your face. Well, it's so unlucky."
The queen's cough became more and more serious. Xiangling swept the queen's back and scolded concubine Shi.
"Concubine Shi, please speak with caution. How can you be so rude to the empress?"
Concubine Shi held up the silk handkerchief, her face full of disgust.
"The queen is so ill. Why do you still need us to come to greet you? If I were you, I would be able to rest. I don't have to worry so much every day. Don't tire yourself out."
Then, concubine, she suddenly screamed because she saw the queen spurting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Amid the horrified sounds of the concubines, the queen fainted after coughing up blood. Fengwan Palace was immediately in chaos. Those who invited the imperial doctor asked the imperial doctor, and those who notified the queen mother informed the queen mother. Concubine she stood outside the bedroom and paced back and forth. Seeing Wu Shini coming with several imperial doctors, she quickly said,
"Quick, go see how the queen is doing."
The queen is certain to die this time, but there had to be a reason for her death so as not to arouse suspicion. "No, concubine, she just bumped into her," Shinseyo said.
"Your Highness, we are not talking about you. You know clearly that the queen has been feeling unwell these past 2 days. So why do you still say those irritating words to her? Are you just looking for trouble?"
Concubine she's expression changed drastically, and she suddenly raised her voice and said,
"Don't spit on others with blood. I'm looking for trouble? What did I say?"
Shinseyo said firmly.
"What the queen said can be heard clearly by the queen. The concubines can hear it clearly. And the sisters present can also hear it clearly."
As soon as these words were said, almost everyone began to accuse concubine Shi of her faults. Even concubine Chen, who had always been close to her, couldn't help but say a few words about her. The queen mother and Li Mabai rushed to Fengwan Palace after hearing the news. After learning the cause and effect of the incident, the queen mother angrily scolded concubine Shi.
"If you make the queen angry, the AI family will never forgive you."
Before the last word of this sentence could be finished, Wu Xinyu, who went in to diagnose the queen's pulse, came out in a hurry
to report to the queen mother, "Your Majesty, the queen mother is depressed and unable to relax. She is suffering from internal and external damage. I'm afraid she won't be able to survive for a few more days."
After hearing this, concubine she slumped down and sat on the ground. Her eyes were dull, and she couldn't stop mumbling to herself.
"How could it be possible that I just said a few slanderous words? How could the queen be so mad at me?"
"Maybe you must have made a mistake. Shut up."
The queen mother slapped concubine Shi hard, and Li Mabai advised her,
"Queen mother, don't get angry or harm yourself carefully. It's better to go see the queen first."
He supported the queen mother as she walked towards the bedroom. As he walked, he told Sanfu,
"The imperial concubine collided with the queen. She committed a crime below and committed a breach of ethics. She has been demoted to a concubine. She is banned from the Yaohua Palace. She cannot come out unless she is summoned."
Chapter 278. Which woman in the harem is not pitiable? When the queen mother and Li Mabai saw the queen, she was already very weak. She was so weak that she, who had always been courteous, could no longer even stand up and salute. With Xiang Ling's support, she reluctantly sat half sitting on the bed. After coughing twice, she said to the queen mother and Li Mabai,
"I am ill and cannot get up to pay my respects to the queen mother and the emperor. I hope the queen mother and the emperor will forgive me."
The imperial doctor did not tell her that she was dying. She was only in her 20s, and still so young. She just felt that she was seriously ill and believed that she would recover soon. Seeing that the queen mother's eyes were red, she asked,
"The queen mother's eyes are red, but she didn't get a good rest last night?"
The queen mother shook her head with a wry smile, sat next to her, and held her hand. The queen added,
"Actually, I am not in serious condition. It is really my fault that I have to ask the Empress Dowager and the Emperor to visit me together. Queen Mother, you are the mother of a country. If you are unwell, the AI family and the Emperor will naturally be concerned. Li Mobai also said, you take good care of your health first, and you don't have to worry too much about other things. The Queen was so moved that she even felt as if she was dreaming for a moment. In the past, when she was sick, people went to Yueguang Palace to urge her to clean up. But Li Mobai couldn't be summoned. Today he came uninvited and even said caring words to me? The Queen looked into Li Mobai's eyes, and saw a bit of pity in his eyes. Although she didn't know it, the pity she understood was just that Li Mobai thought she was a pitiable person. At this time, the Queen was not thinking about how to take good care of her body. She felt that she was being favored a little bit. So she wanted to take this opportunity to suppress concubine Shi, who she said wanted to form an alliance with her, but who repeatedly stabbed her in the back. She coughed a little louder, and started her tea smell performance in a low voice. Your Majesty, although I was made like this by concubine Shi also made an unintentional mistake. That's how she is. She is not forgiving, but she has no evil intentions. Please don't argue with her, and don't punish her for this matter. She must have been frightened when she saw that my concubine had fainted just now. Li Mobai looked at her silently, a little speechless. It was already here, and she was still thinking about how to drag others into trouble. What is going on in this woman's head? Besides harming people, what else would she do? Queen, have a good rest. I have something to do before the court. I will see you again tomorrow. The Queen bowed on the bed and half bowed her head. I respectfully send you off to your Majesty. She didn't know at this time that this was the last time she would see Li Mobai in her life. After Li Mobai left, the Queen Mother held her hand and said to her, did you know that the Emperor had already punished concubine Shi when he came just now? The Queen shook her head. I don't have any serious health problems. It's not very good to punish the noble concubine for some trivial things. How could the Queen Mother not know what her niece was thinking? She just thought that this would be their last meeting. So she didn't get angry, but chose to accompany the Queen to continue acting. But the Emperor was furious because of this matter. He demoted concubine Shi to the rank of concubine, and kept her in the Yueguang Palace without being summoned. This shows that the Emperor still has intentions towards you. Ever since Imperial Concubine, she climbed to the position of Imperial Concubine. Li Mobai had never blamed her seriously no matter what mistakes she made in the past. Even if concubine Shi had offended Shinxio in the past, Li Mobai would have just grounded her for a few days and settled the matter. Today, Li Mobai demoted concubine Shi for his own sake? The Queen was overjoyed and felt that most of her illness had been cured. She had already begun to think about how she would show off her power in front of concubine Shi and humiliate her after she recovered from her illness in 2 days. The Queen Mother said sincerely, the most important thing for you now is to take good care of your health. Seeing that the Emperor's attitude towards you has changed, you should wait until you take good care of your health and serve the Emperor well. Right? After all, you are also from the AI family. Niece, the AI family naturally hopes that you and the Emperor can also give birth to a fat and white grandson for the AI family. The Queen smiled happily and said, yes, I will obey the Queen Mother's teachings. After I recover from this illness, I will serve the Emperor well. The smile on her face was so bright. It was as if her illness had faded a bit because of such a smile. After the Queen Mother and Li Mobai visited the Queen that day, the door of Yueguang Palace was closed. Li Mobai's will is that all concubines cannot visit the Queen until she dies. After the Queen Mother returned to the palace, she kept worshipping Buddha and praying in the main hall. She knelt in front of the Buddhist niche for almost 2 hours. Later, Qingzhu was worried that her body couldn't bear it, so he forcibly pulled her up from the ground. Her knees were swollen, and she could no longer walk normally. Qingzhu helped her sit on the warm seat, put a warm handkerchief on her knees, and helped her take out the cold air. Queen Mother, why are you so troubled? Queen Mother, what do you know? Today is the last time the AI family can see the Queen before she is alive. She has done all kinds of bad things, and she even thought about how to plot against others at the last moment. Her thoughts are extremely vicious. But no matter how bad she is also the niece of the AI family and the daughter-in-law of the AI family. She is the Queen of the Middle Palace, who was brought in from the gate of the Qi dynasty. Qingzhu. Actually, the Queen is also a pitiful person. The Queen Mother interrupted her. Which royal woman is not pitiful, even if she has endured her whole life and reached the status of the AI family? So what? There is so much helplessness that she cannot help herself, and she cannot help others at all. After thinking for a while, he chuckled and said,
Maybe you are like concubine Rome. She was favored by the emperor and gained a status far beyond her birth. God also took pity on her and gave her a pair of pears. Give birth to a child. If we want to say which woman in the royal family has lived the happiest life, the AI family believes that she will be recorded in the history books in the future.
The day when the queen became seriously ill was November 24th. Shinseo's birthday will be in 4 days. Wu Shini originally said that she would not be able to survive the next day, but on November 26th, the queen was still alive and well. Wu Shini said that although she had been poisoned to the bone and the medicine had no effect, it was normal for her to live for 2 more days because of her open mind. But Li Mabai refused. He said to Shinseo,
November 28th is your birthday in 2 days. What if she dies on that day? The whole country will mourn on the memorial day of the central palace. Doesn't that mean you won't be able to celebrate your birthday in the future?
Shinseo knew that Li Mabai was thinking about her. So he shook his head and said,
It doesn't matter if you miss a birthday. Anyway, I am happy every day when I am with the emperor. And I am not missing a birthday.
Chapter 279, The Queen's Funeral. Shinseo didn't care. But Li Mabai did.
You don't care. But I do. I don't want her to die on your birthday. And I don't want such a woman to have anything to do with you. Do you understand?
Shinseo.
Then what does the emperor plan to do? Let Wu Shini send her away personally.
Li Mabai.
You don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me.
That night, after Li Mabai left Yueguang Palace, Shinseo fell asleep, remembering that since she entered the palace and accepted the favor, she and the queen have been involved in endless battles. With open swords and hidden guns, almost all the methods the queen could use were used on her. In the end, Shinseo was unscathed, but she brought herself to a dead end along the way. She felt a lot and felt that it was time for her to say goodbye to this old rival. She put on a thick cloak, held a tang posy in her hand, and took a sedan chair to Fenghuan Palace in the middle of the night. The palace guard outside Fenghuan Palace did not originally intend to let Shinseo in.
The emperor has ordered that no one can visit the queen without his instructions.
Shinseo said firmly.
I want to see the queen off. It's getting late now. And I'm pregnant. Do you want me to go back to Yueguang Palace and ask for the emperor's decree? If something goes wrong on the way to the palace, can you afford it?
Naturally. The palace people couldn't bear it. If something happened to Shinseo on the way to find Li Mabai after being rejected, they would have to move their heads in a matter of minutes. Besides, the queen wouldn't live long anyway. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that as long as the queen dies, the harem will become Shinseo's world. It was really not a wise move to offend her at this time. So instead of being embarrassed, the palace people welcomed her in respectfully. Tonight, Fenghuan Palace seemed particularly desolate, without the vitality of the past.
As soon as you enter the courtyard, you are greeted by a row of green plants with bare leaves. Occasionally, a few dead leaves were still hanging on it, but they were swaying in the wind, as fragile as the queen's life. Shinseo walked all the way to the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, Lai Shi stopped her and refused to let her in. Xiang Ling, who was waiting in the dormitory, heard the noise outside and quickly rushed out. She glared at Shinseo and said angrily,
The queen doesn't want to see you at this time, so please come back. Princess Rong.
Shinseo looked at her and Lai Shi and asked solemnly,
After the queen's death, you 2 loyal slaves who protect the master plan to bury the queen with her?
Xiang Ling stared at her in silence, but Lai Shi was a little panicked and asked stutteringly,
What do you mean?
Shinseo said,
I know how many destructive things you have done around the queen these years. After the queen's death, I will only tell you if the Internal Affairs Office and the Palace Lady's Office want to investigate the 2 of you thoroughly. It's up to you whether you want to take this life or not.
When Lai Shi heard this, she was immediately frightened. She quickly apologized to Shinseo and said with a smile,
Rong Fei, please invite me, and I will welcome you in.
Xiang Ling raised her hand and gave Lai Shi a hard slap in the face, scolding,
You bitch slave. The queen treats you well on weekdays. How can you betray the queen at this time?
The loud noise outside also woke up the queen, who was sleeping soundly in her bed. She asked in a low voice,
What's wrong?
Lai Shi quickly shouted back,
Queen, it's concubine Rong who is here to see you.
Oh. The queen pondered for a moment and said,
Let her come in. Cough. Cough.
Xiang Ling was worried about Shinseo and followed her inside. Shinseo bowed to the queen in front of her bed, and then said,
Queen, I have some personal things to say to the queen, and please ask the queen to let Xiang Ling stay away for a while.
Although Xianling refused, the queen had an order, so she had no choice but to comply. Before going out, she said fiercely to Shenxiu,
"If you dare to talk nonsense to the queen, I will never let you go."
The queen felt that what she said was strange. So after she left, she asked Shenxiu,
"What do you want to say to me? To make Xiangling say such serious words to you?"
Shenxiu smiled lightly and sat down on the warm seat, and said leisurely,
"The main reason I came today is to make the queen understand her death."
The queen frowned and stared at her.
"You are so impudent. Cough. Cough."
She coughed more violently, and covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. After coughing, her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, and there was more and more blood on the handkerchief. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand and cursed.
"Are you cursing me? Have you really never doubted it?"
Shenxiu raised an eyebrow and asked her,
"Have you never doubted where your illness came from? Why did Wu Shini, who can even cure poisonous poisons, treat you for so long? Your health is getting worse. Do you know what is in the medicine Wu Shini gave you to treat your illness?"
She lowered her voice and said word by word,
"It's cinnabar." "You're talking nonsense,"
the queen retorted.
"Impossible. I suspect that Wu Shini is yours. The medicine he gave me was tested by 7 or 8 other doctors, and they all said there was nothing wrong with it. And although my body was consulted by him on the surface, secretly I also met many other doctors. They all said that this is just a minor problem. If it is as you said, Wu Xinyan gave me a diagnosis. There is cinnabar in the palace's medicine. How could other doctors not notice it?"
Shenxiu wrote lightly.
"What if they had noticed it a long time ago?"
One sentence choked the queen to silence for a long time. Shenxiu continued,
"As smart as the queen. You can't guess why the people from the Imperial Hospital are surprisingly consistent on this matter. Right. Impossible. Absolutely impossible."
The queen muttered to herself in a daze, and soon began to cough violently again. She clutched her chest and looked in agony.
"Why does the Emperor treat me like this? I have clearly betrayed my father, and have nothing left to stand on the same front with him. Why is he so intolerant of me? She's his queen. She's his legitimate wife. How could he poison me?"
Shenxiu got straight to the point.
"Because of the homozygous princess. Because the Emperor knew the secret of why she contracted the epidemic and died of the epidemic in the past. The homozygous princess grew up with the Emperor since she was a child. She is the Emperor's half-sister. The Emperor's most beloved sister. You designed to kill the Emperor's most important relative. So how can you blame the Emperor for planning to harm you today?"
She looked at the queen's stunned expression and said calmly,
"Think carefully. How many evil things have you done over the years? How many innocent lives have you killed? Your hands are stained with blood. How dare you do it for those things? We should have expected retribution like today."
Chapter 280. The queen knew that Shenxiu's well-founded words were not a lie to her. She had already suspected that the various abnormalities in her body might be a reaction to poisoning. And she had also suspected Li Mobai. It's just that she doesn't want to believe that this is really the truth. She raised her chin and blinked hard to prevent herself from shedding a tear in front of Shenxiu. She maintained the demeanor of a queen, with her usual arrogance originating from her bones, and sneered.
"Do you think I will believe you when you say this? I am in good health. And even the Queen Mother is with me, by the way. The Emperor's attitude towards me has improved a lot recently. Haven't you seen that the Emperor demoted concubine Shi from a concubine to a concubine? Get ahead?"
Shenxiu worriedly said.
"If you hadn't found a suitable scapegoat for your death, and concubine Shi happened to bump into her at this time, do you think the Emperor would have the intention to take care of the turmoil between you? That's nonsense. Even if it's as you said, the Emperor is deceiving me in all this. But the Queen Mother will never lie to me. I and the Queen Mother have the same blood, and are the Queen Mother's niece. How could the Queen Mother lie to me? If I am really going to die soon, how could the Queen Mother not thoroughly investigate what caused my body to become like this?"
The queen sneered.
"Shenxiu, your lies are too clumsy."
Shenxiu was silent for a moment, shook his head and smiled bitterly.
"To be honest, I have always admired the Queen, no matter in good times or bad. You can quickly adapt to the status quo and find many words to comfort yourself."
She stood up and walked to the queen, looking at her with lowered eyebrows.
"If you think about it carefully, when things have reached this point, will the Queen Mother have to fight with her own flesh and blood for the sake of you? A niece who will never be favored in her life?
There is a conflict? Since you can't save it, it's better to let you disappear completely. After all, if you die, the queen's position will remain in the Zhu family forever, while you are alive, with your usual way of dealing with people. This queen, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my throne for long.
The queen's eyes were filled with shock. She recalled what the queen mother had said to her when she was ill 2 days ago. She said that she hoped that she and the emperor could give birth to a fat and white grandson for her. She said that her health was fine, and she would be fine soon. She also said a lot of words to comfort herself. But when she said these words, she didn't dare to look into her own eyes. In an instant, the queen suddenly woke up. She finally understood that her husband and her aunt had given up on her a long time ago. Her whole life was nothing more than a wedding dress for other people. She fulfilled the Zhu family, fulfilled the queen mother, and took away the false title of a queen. In the best years of her youth, she remained a widow and fought to the death with other women. In the end, what did she gain? Cough. Cough. Her coughing became more violent, and the blood spurted out more and more. She simply wiped it without a handkerchief, letting the blood splash all over her face and body, and then wiped it casually with her hand, looking at the candle that was about to burn out on the table with dull eyes, smiling in a daze. That kind of laughter came from the mouth of the queen, whose mouth was full of blood, combined with her withered cheeks and pale face. She looked like a ghost coming to kill her in the middle of the night. But despite who she was, Shenxiu, who had never done anything wrong before, was not afraid. She asked the queen, "For so many years, you have worked hard and done so many things to win the emperor's favor. But in the end you have failed. Do you think it is worth it?" The queen sneered and laughed at herself. "Is it worth it? I have never lived a day in my life according to my own ideas. For the glory of my mother's family, I was forced to separate from my beloved and marry into the imperial city. Although I became the queen, the emperor never looked at me. Although I had someone else hidden in my heart when I first entered the palace. During the time I spent with the emperor, I was already impressed by his charm and felt myself. It is a blessing to be able to marry such a husband. I admit that I did something wrong, because I was jealous of Princess Zhongzhe for telling the emperor about me and my old acquaintance. The emperor became very alienated from me. Do you know what it feels like as a wife to be a stranger to your husband every day?" The queen looked at Shenxiu. At this moment, there was no anger in her eyes. She seemed like a helpless woman, eager to find the answer to something from another person. She asked, "Do you think, Your Majesty, he has ever loved me? Is it because he cares about me having been with someone else before that he is jealous and alienated me? Or is it that he has never loved me at all, even if I don't have that? This love story. Will he still be indifferent to me like he is now?" Shenxiu knew clearly that Li Maobai had never loved the queen. But at this moment, she did not choose to tell the truth to the queen. Maybe, in fact, if you had not done so many unforgivable things without conscience, you might not be happy with the emperor. But at the very least, your life would not be as miserable as it is today. And the queen struggled to climb down from the couch and fell to the ground. She ignored her pain and crawled forward bit by bit. In the past, the phoenix from the 9 heavens, who looked down upon the harem, was now a worm sinking into the soil. It is inevitable to make people sigh. Shenxiu couldn't bear it, so she asked, "What do you want to get?" The queen was lying on the ground, pointing to the sealed box next to the wardrobe, gasping and saying, "There is a red quilt in there. Can you get it for me?" She no longer calls herself this palace. But she was such a person who cared about her status. Before she died, she could finally put down her burdens and be herself openly and honestly. Shenxiu took out the wedding quilt from the sealed box and helped the queen sit on the bed. The queen unfolded the secret with great effort and wrapped it tightly around herself. Then, a delighted smile broke out on his face. She closed her eyes and said with a smile, "This is the quilt that the emperor and I used together when we got married. It is also the only thing that I have used with him in all these years." She slowly lay down, holding the corner of the quilt tightly with her hands. "I spent countless bitter and cold nights in the palace like this. I often waited for the people to fall asleep, and then secretly took out the quilt to cover it. It's just like today. They all say that things can only be used once, and it is unlucky to use them again. But I don't think so. Only by covering it can I feel at ease and have a good sleep." Chapter 281. It seems like an old friend has arrived. The queen's voice became weaker and weaker, almost inaudible, until finally, there were no more words, and the sound of breathing became weaker and weaker. She seemed to be asleep, with a faint smile on her lips. She said that she could only feel her husband caring for her and giving her heartwarming warmth only in her dreams. She was afraid to open her eyes, afraid that every time she woke up from a joyful sleep,
she would have to face endless coldness. This time, she had no chance to open her eyes again. The things she was afraid of and worried about would no longer have to be faced by her in this life. For her, death is a relief. In the 5th year of the Qianyuan period of the Qi dynasty, it was November 27th. Queen Zhu Junwen died of illness in Fenghuan Palace. The whole country mourned for 3 days. Shen Xiu's birthday this year was spent in front of the queen's mourning hall. At the funeral, all the concubines cried profusely, as if it was not the queen who died, but their relatives. But after the 3-day period of national mourning, those mournful concubines returned to their normal state, with smiles blooming on their faces. On the day when Queen Zi Palace was consecrated to the imperial mausoleum, it snowed heavily in Jiangdu. The original departure time was postponed for an hour due to heavy snow blocking the road. Xiangling, the eldest maid in the queen's palace, ran to Yong'an Palace at this time, knelt in front of Shen Xiu and begged her in tears.
Concubine Rong, I beg you, please let the quilt be buried with the queen.
That was her only thought.
The color red cannot appear in the imperial mausoleum, and Shen Xiu cannot violate this taboo for the sake of the queen. But she still thought of a comprehensive solution for Xiangling.
The red color cannot enter the imperial mausoleum, so I cannot allow you to bring the wedding quilt into the imperial mausoleum. But the dragon and phoenix on the quilt are embroidered with auspicious patterns, which is gold. It's also a good idea to sew it with silk. You can cut it out, fold it into a veil, and put it in the late queen's clothes.
Xiangling thanked Shen Xiu for her kindness and hurried back to prepare. Later, after the funeral procession left the imperial city, Shen Xiu heard a piece of news. Xiangling committed suicide by hitting the wall in front of Fenghuan Palace. Payer said,
Your Majesty, it is a big taboo for a palace lady to kill herself. She is clearly provoking the queen by doing such a thing in the palace. The queen is dead, and concubine, she was demoted to concubine she. In her hand, the concubine is in charge of matters in the 6th palace. De Quan, she is so provocative. I must teach her a lesson.
Shen Xiu said,
She is already dead. What lesson should I give her? Forget it. She has been serving the queen since she was 8 years old, and she has a deep relationship with the queen. She committed suicide not to embarrass me, but to follow suit. Go with the queen. Don't pursue this matter. Send her body back to her home outside the palace, and send her 100 taels of silver. She is a loyal servant after all.
Although Shen Xiu didn't have the slightest fondness for the queen, her death still shocked her a little. It also made her cherish her unfavorable life even more. In the previous dynasty, Nanman and Shurong were defeated. Qi's army took advantage of the victory and entered their capitals, captured the kings of various countries, forced them to abdicate, and handed over the rule to Qi dynasty. As for Xiliang, it had an advantage in this battle and turned against the enemy, helping Qi dynasty to resist the foreign troops. So Li Mabai did not kill them all. At the beginning of December, Chu Yu returned in triumph and reported something to Li Mabai.
Your Majesty, the king of Xiliang wants to enter the palace to see the emperor. Is he here to ask for a reward?
Li Mabai asked while reviewing the memorial at hand.
I will not conquer Xiliang, and I will also exempt them from taxes for 3 years. What else does he want to ask for?
Chu Yueji,
Your Majesty, he is not asking for anything. He just wants to enter the palace to see the emperor. He has arrived in Jiangdu, and is staying at an inn. He only brought 2 personal soldiers with him, and did not even march with him. He is asking the emperor to it shows his sincerity.
Me?
Li Mabai joked.
That's all. Everyone who comes is a guest. He has arrived in Jiangdu. If I don't see him, I have lost the way a king treats guests. You let him enter the palace at noon tomorrow, and I will hold a banquet in the palace. Treat him. Yes. Wei Chen accepted the order. It's just...
Chu Yueji stuttered for a moment before saying,
It's just that he has another request. He wants concubine Rong and the emperor to receive him together.
It's okay to see him, but not his wife. How could he show his worries to other men casually? Li Mabai dismissed the matter without thinking.
Concubine Rong has been pregnant for 9 months and is about to give birth. How can she come with me to meet him? The king of Xiliang, with a heavy belly? She and concubine Rong don't know each other. Why make such a request?
The way of Chu and Yu.
I have seen the king of Xiliang on the battlefield. He led the troops to go to war in person. He has good skills and a handsome life. I wonder if the emperor still remembers that when King Rui returned to the palace, he met concubine Rong for the first time. What did you say when you were there?
Li Mabai recalled for a moment.
He said, Concubine Rong looks a bit like the new king of Xiliang?
Chu Yueji.
Exactly. Wei Chen feels the same way. Especially the eyebrows and charm. They are at least 80 similar to Concubine Rong.
Li Maobai knew that Shen Xiao had a younger brother who was also raised in Wang Qi's mysterious organization. However, his younger brother has some problems with his IQ and thinks like a child. He died 2 years ago, and Xiliang is far away from Jiangdu. Even if her brother is not dead, there is absolutely no way that he can go to Xiliang and become Xiliang, the king. In this way, Li Maobai was even more curious about the identity of the visitor. He asked Chu Yueji to inform the king of Xiliang to prepare for an audience tomorrow. While he went to Yong'an Palace, when she came, she saw Shen Xiao lying on the bed with her, but sticking out, while Pear and Cheer were cheering her on.
Come on! My dear! Lift your butt back hard! Come on! Come on!
Li Maobai was stunned.
What are you doing?
When Shen Xiao heard his voice, she quickly returned to her normal posture and sat on the bed, smiling awkwardly.
Huh? Hee hee. No, it's nothing,
Pear explained with a smile.
Hail your majesty. This is the recipe taught by Wenpa. It is said that the time of delivery is coming soon. Keep doing this for a quarter of an hour every day. When the time comes, the birth will be extra smooth.
Woolen cloth.
Li Maobai walked to Shen Xiao and sat down on the edge of the bed.
You have to endure such hardships for the sake of your child. Look at you. You are sweating all over your head from exhaustion in the winter.
He wiped the sweat on Shen Xiao's forehead with his sleeves.
Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I can stay with you.
Shen Xiao? Are you staying with me? Do you think the way I stick my butt out is sexy? Do you want to stay with me? It's so embarrassing.
The emperor is busy with everything. It would be too unreasonable for me to have the emperor accompany me whenever I do good things.
Li Maobai.
Counting the days. You will be giving birth in more than half a month. When and the things used for delivery have been prepared, I will stay in Yong'an Palace to accompany you these days.
He held Shen Xiao's hand tightly.
I know that you must be scared for your first childbirth. In fact, I am also very nervous like you. We will face such a thing together, and I will never lose it. It's yours alone.
Chapter 282, The King of Xiliang's Audience. Such a sincere promise works better than any sweet words. Although Shen Xiao took the dragon and phoenix pill, she would definitely be able to give birth safely, and the birth process would not be painful. Just like Xiao Tuochuo said, she just felt like an egg was laid in no time. The child was born, but she never went into labor. People are still afraid of unknown things, even if they know it is 100% safe. At this time, nothing is more reassuring than having your lover by your side. At this point, it seems that Li Maobai has always done a good job. It was so good that Shen Xiao often felt that he was not like an emperor. Every day she spent with him was covered with a filter.
So beautiful that it seemed unreal. Maybe this is what is called marrying love. The two of them were flirting with each other. Pear and Cheer had long been accustomed to all this. They winked at each other and quietly retreated. Only after they left did Li Maobai say to Shen Xiao,
I can't come to have dinner with you tomorrow at noon, because the king of Xiliang came to Jiangdu, and he wants to see me.
Shen Xiao nodded in agreement.
Your majesty is busy with business, and I don't need you to accompany me every day. It's as if I have become your little tail and a burden to you.
She smiled and raised her head, leaning on Li Maobai's shoulder.
This time Li Jinsi colluded with 3 foreign countries to encircle and suppress us. If Xiliang hadn't turned against us before the battle, this battle might not have been so successful. Your majesty should treat the king of Xiliang well.
Li Maobai.
I think so too. So tomorrow's arrangement is a state banquet level entertainment. Generally, the queen needs to be present to entertain the guests at the state banquet. But you are pregnant, and it's inconvenient. So I don't plan to let the concubine attend.
Shen Xiao.
I have the inconvenience of being pregnant. Don't I still have concubine Hui, concubine Chen, and concubine Shi? They are all in the concubine position like me. There is no queen in the harem now, so they are the highest ranking concubines in the harem. It is reasonable for them to accompany the emperor to the reception. Them?
Li Maobai sneered.
How can they deserve to sit next to me?
His eyes were fixed on Shen Xiao's face, and he said word by word,
After you give birth successfully, I will immediately make you my concubine. In fact, my original intention was to make you my queen. But Zhu Juwen died just now. If I become queen at this time, the criticism from the previous government will only increase. I don't want you to be harmed by rumors, so I put the matter on hold. But don't worry. I will wait for Zhu Junwen's mourning period to expire. I will immediately make you my queen and give you the status of a head wife.
He looked into Shinseo's eyes so seriously and said these words. Shinseo's heartbeat was so fast that it was about to jump out of her throat. Although she didn't care about her status, she was really touched by the fact that Li Mabai had such a heart. If a husband and wife always talk politely, it would appear to be unreasonable. This time, Shinseo didn't follow the routine and said with a smile,
I'll be waiting for you. If on my birthday next year, the emperor doesn't make me your queen.
Then the concubine took her son and daughter and hid outside the palace, anxious to kill the emperor. Ha ha ha. Are you willing to leave me? I'm willing to give up. Why can't I give up?
Seeing Shinseo's arrogant look, Li Mabai couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. Shinseo said,
Your Majesty, why don't I accompany you tomorrow? The king of Xiliang has helped Qi dynasty a lot. He came to the court in person. If the etiquette for receiving him is not complete, people will inevitably laugh at us behind our backs.
Li Mabai,
I don't care if he is comfortable or not. I just want you to sit at the banquet for 2 hours. I can't bear it.
Shinseo,
Oh, Your Majesty, it won't be that long. I'm just showing up. After that, I can't get in the middle of the conversation between men. He saw that I had to attend with my big belly. So he knew it. The emperor attaches great importance to him. Will it be over if I come back at that time? I can only sit in the show for a quarter of an hour, and it will not be a problem.
In this way, Li Mabai agreed to the matter.
Half-heartedly.
At noon on the second day, Li Mabai waited for the king of Xiliang at Tenghua Terrace early. Not long after, people arrived under the leadership of Sanfu. The king of Xiliang was dressed in foreign clothes, but he had a face that did not look like a foreigner. Shinseo no longer had the mind to care about what clothes he was wearing. His face alone was enough to attract Shinseo's full attention. He is more than 7 feet tall, slightly shorter than Li Mabai, but his figure is very strong. Taking off the robe, the slim-fitting underwear reveals her full chest muscles. His eyebrows are very soft, and under the crescent eyebrows are a pair of bright peach blossom eyes. The deep folds of his double eyelids are exactly the same as Shinseo.
Such eyebrows are a bit feminine, but the high nose bones and clear jawline make the whole person look tougher. Under the handsome nose, the thin lips are glowing with a light pink color, which makes his whole person look more fair. Shinseo has definitely seen this face before. Not only had she seen it, she was also very familiar with it. She searched desperately in her mind. And finally, the face of the original owner's brother, when he was a child, could easily overlap perfectly with the appearance of the king of Xiliang in front of her. She was beyond shocked, because she was not the original owner. She was not too surprised even if she saw her brother resurrected from the dead. More importantly, it's curiosity. The king of Xiliang took 2 steps forward, bowed his hands to Li Mabai and Shinseo.
The leader of Xiliang, Ashina, has met Emperor Qi, concubine Rong.
Li Mabai nodded and returned the greeting.
The king of Xiliang has been tired of traveling all the way. I have prepared a simple meal for you. I hope you won't mind it.
Looking at the dozens of dishes that have been served on the table. If this is a simple meal, then the meal eaten by others is not even slop. They exchanged a few pleasantries with each other, and after the king of Xiliang sat down, Shinseo's eyes were still fixed on his face, and never moved away. Li Mabai spoke frankly and asked,
King Xiliang, doesn't he think you and my beloved concubine look a bit alike?
The king of Xiliang looked at Shinseo. His eyes met hers.
Concubine Rong is beautiful. How can I compare with the empress?
In Shinseo's memory, the original owner's brother had a scar on his wrist. So she tentatively said,
I also feel that I have affinity with the king of Xiliang. I am proficient in fortune-telling. I wonder if the king of Xiliang would like me to read your palm for you.
The king of Xiliang laughed openly, then stood up and bowed deeply to Shinseo.
Eldest sister has such ability. Why didn't I, the younger brother, know about it before?
On the small section of his exposed wrist, Shinseo clearly saw the same scar as the original owner's brother. She was shocked.
Are you Xizhong?
The king of Xiliang nodded vigorously, and when he raised his eyes again, tears filled his eyelashes. Chapter 283. Sister and brother recognize each other. Time stood still briefly, and Shinseo quickly recalled the memories of the original owner's brother Shinsizhong in her mind. Although the man in front of him was not her biological brother, when the memories of the original owner emerged bit by bit, Shinseo's already strong empathy began to come into play. She stood up from her seat and went to the hall, holding Shinsizhong's hand, and asked him happily,
How could this happen? Haven't you already?
She covered her mouth. Tears streaked across the corners of her eyes, and felt like they were stuck in her throat for a moment. Shen Xizhong stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, and said with a smile,
Eldest sister, don't cry. It's a good thing to meet each other. You shouldn't shed tears.
Later he explained to Shen Xiao and Li Mobai.
The people in the Qingzong said that I died of illness. But that is not the case. The eldest sister's entry into the palace became a trick, and my stay in the Qingzong became a bargaining chip for them to check and balance the eldest sister. But because I was as intelligent as a child at that time, in the Qingzong couldn't help them, and he always caused trouble. Gradually, they became impatient with me. Punches and kicks were commonplace. If I made any mistake, I would be thrown into a small dark room, deprived of food for 2 days, and left to fend for myself. Later, I became seriously ill, and the people in Qingzong didn't intend to treat me. Anyway, the eldest sister doesn't know the situation outside the palace in the palace. Even if I die, the eldest sister will not know. I was ill for several days. When they saw that I was dying, they were afraid that I would die on their property and dirty their land. So they transported me out on a cart and threw me in a mass grave. I thought I was dead at that time. I was very scared. There were corpses all around me. My remaining willpower told me that if I continued to lie like this, I would definitely be eaten by wild beasts or starve to death. So I used all my strength to climb out of the pile of dead people. Li struggled to crawl out. When I was a child and I was on my way to Jiangdu with my eldest sister, I knew that I could climb over the mountain behind the mass graves and leave Jiangdu. As long as I leave this place, no one will beat me every day. I didn't know anything at that time. I just thought that I could survive by climbing over that mountain. I had a high fever and could only eat wild fruits that fell from the trees. Later, when I was halfway up the mountain, I couldn't hold on anymore. My feet slipped and I tumbled down the mountainside. When I woke up again, I was on the back of a galloping horse. I was surrounded by cavalry. The clothes they wore were very different from mine. I was very scared. But the man riding the horse turned around and smiled at me. He told me not to be afraid. He would lead me. Go to a safe place. He has a thick beard, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looks a bit fierce. Although he smiled at me, I was still scared. Just like that, I sat on his horse and walked for who knows how long. When we checked into the inn at night, he told me that he was an envoy from Xiliang and had come to Jiangdu to meet the Holy Spirit. He happened to meet me on the way back to Xiliang, and he said that I looked like their young master from Xiliang. However, the young master was short-lived and died of a serious illness when he was 14 years old. Later, I was brought back to Xiliang by them. The king of Xiliang was very affectionate to me as soon as he saw me. He missed his son too much, and I looked very similar to his son. So I stayed in the royal city of Xiliang and lived a life of fine clothing and food that I had never had before. The king of Xiliang knew that I had mental problems, so he summoned all the famous doctors in Xiliang to diagnose and treat me. After a few months, I regained my sanity and became a normal adult man. I am called the foster father of the king of Xiliang because he gave me a chance to be reborn. He treated me like his own son, imparting all his experience and strategies to me. And it was also at that time that I found out after asking around that the eldest sister was living a good life in the palace and became the emperor's favorite concubine. But I don't know if the emperor knows your identity. I'm afraid that you will be exposed and be killed. So I want to come to Jiangdu as soon as possible. I want to pay an audience as an envoy, and then take the opportunity to rescue the eldest sister from the palace. But at this time, the adoptive father fell seriously ill and was bedridden. When he was lying in bed, he left all the state affairs in Xiliang to me. With this delay, another year has passed. Until later, my adoptive father died of illness. He had no children in his life, and his only biological son died early. I was the only adopted son, so he inherited the throne of Xiliang to me and made me the next king of Xiliang. You will all know what happens next. When I was about to go to Qi dynasty to see the emperor in person, people from Qingzong came to Xiliang. I was afraid that they would recognize me, so I did not meet them directly, but asked my ministers to meet them on my behalf. Only then did I know that their original intention was to win over the 3 foreign countries and cooperate with Wang Yuli to carve up the territory of Qi dynasty and break the dominance of one country in Qi dynasty. I have always inquired about the eldest sister's situation in the palace. I know that you are 7 or 8 months pregnant and have a very good relationship with the emperor, although Wang Yu and I collude and form an alliance with the other 2 countries.
It is possible to defeat the Qi dynasty and let Xiliang live a more prosperous life. But since the eldest sister really likes the emperor, then the emperor is my brother-in-law. And Qi dynasty is also the place where I was born and raised. How can I do it? And it's good to win this battle. If we lose, Qi dynasty will never leave away for us. The 3 foreign countries, to survive. After thinking about it, I decided to temporarily switch sides on the battlefield, turn my gun to attack them, and help Qi dynasty.
Shen Xizhong said a lot in one breath, almost answering all the questions that Shen Xiao and Li Mabai wanted to ask, but had not had time to ask.
Seeing how high-spirited Shen Xizhong is now, he has become a big shot who can stand alone. Shen Xiao felt a little sad. The original owner committed suicide because he was devastated after learning about his brother's death and felt that life was hopeless. If she knew that her brother was not dead, or could foresee that his brother would be so promising in the future, she probably wouldn't have taken that step. But then again, if she didn't die, he wouldn't be able to wear her. With the original owner's weak temperament, ignorance of the changes in the court situation, and the identity of a craftsman on her back, she could only be considered a ghost if she could live to this point. All I can say is that this is all destiny and the best arrangement. Shen Xiao held Shen Xizhong's hand and was filled with emotion.
I never thought that there would be a day when I could see you again.
She stroked Shen Xizhong's cheek and looked at him carefully.
You have grown taller and stronger.
Li Mabai watched quietly from the side as the siblings recognized each other, with the word unhappy clearly written on his face. He complained silently in his heart, Shen Xiao, what are you touching? Why are you touching his face? He is the younger brother in this body. Not your younger brother. Why are you so close to him? Chapter 284 Unification of the World. Yes, Li Mabai knows Shen Xiao's true identity. He knows that there is an interesting soul in her body. So she is not the original Shen Xiao at all. And she is not Shen Xizhong's sister at all. The two of them were just strangers who met for the first time today. Isn't she just greedy for someone's good looks and deliberately taking advantage of him? Li Mabai thought about it for a while, and was almost angry to death. He deliberately cleared his throat, and said in a deep voice,
No storyteller can write such a coincidence. After many twists and turns, you two siblings are able to meet again today. I am also happy for concubine Rong. Come! I respect you. 1 cup.
He raised his glass to Shen Xizhong, and then said to Shen Xiao,
Concubine Rong, you can also use water instead of wine to toast the king of Xiliang.
Shen Xiao still didn't understand what Li Mabai meant.
Oh no! Your Majesty, why should I be polite to my brother? He is the king of Xiliang first, and then your brother.
Li Mabai's tone was slightly heavier. When Shen Xiao heard this tone and looked at his expression, she immediately guessed that he was jealous again. She returned to Li Mabai dejectedly, picked up the cup of sour plum soup, clinked the cup with Shen Xizhong in the air, and drank it all in one gulp. As soon as she finished drinking, she was anxious to return to Shen Xizhong.
Brother, tell me what you have been up to these years. Rong Fei.
Li Mabai held her arm and didn't allow her to leave her seat.
You are pregnant and running back and forth like this. What if you fall or get your waist hurt? Just sit still. If you want to ask the king of Xiliang, ask here. He is not deaf and can hear.
Shen Xiao smiled awkwardly and whispered in Li Mabai's ear.
Your Majesty, he is my younger brother. Are you jealous if I get closer to my own younger brother?
Li Mabai also whispered back to her.
Why am I jealous? I am thinking about your safety.
After that, he said to Shen Xizhong in an open voice.
Since you are concubine Rong's brother, and a person who has made great contributions to helping the Qi dynasty quell the external chaos, I will allow you to stay in the palace for a few days. The island in the middle of the lake is also considered elegant. The place is just a bit off. Does the king of Xiliang mind?
The island in the middle of the lake? Shen Xiao knew that place. It was the place where the late emperor punished guilty concubines. It is located in the center of Yuehu Lake, and you have to take a boat to get in and out. In the past, the late emperor sent the concubines who had committed serious crimes but could not be relegated to the cold palace to that place. They were not allowed to bring personal attendants to the palace, and they were left to fend for themselves on the island. During the reign of the late emperor, at least 5 or 6 concubines died on the island. Since then, there have been rumors that the island in the middle of the lake is haunted. When someone from the palace took a boat to clean the empty island, they saw a ghost in red floating by, and they were so scared that they were dumbfounded. So far, the island in the middle of the lake has been vacant. Li Mabai has been on the throne for 5 years, and no one has been to that place. He arranged for Shen Xizhong to live in such a place. Wasn't he clearly trying to make things difficult? Shen Xiao was a little unhappy and said in a low voice,
Your Majesty, if you let my brother live in such a shady place, you might as well let him go out of the palace and live in and outside the palace, regardless of whether he is my brother or not. After all, he is also the new king of Xiliang, and he is a person who has made great contributions to our dynasty. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for the emperor to treat guests like this?
Li Mobai ignored Shen Xiao and just looked at Shen Xizhong with a smile.
How? But I don't want to.
Shen Xizhong bowed his hands and replied,
Everything depends on Emperor Qi's arrangement.
Later at the banquet, Li Mobai couldn't eat more than 2 bites and asked Shen Xiao,
Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go back first?
Shen Xiao was angry, and she refused to go back.
I am in very good health, so I don't need to bother the emperor.
Li Mobai stopped paying attention to her and just chatted and laughed with Shen Xizhong. The two of them ignored Shen Xiao and were still very speculative when talking about other topics. The two people had very similar views on many political aspects such as governing the country, uniting the army, defending against enemies, and maintaining internal affairs. Shen Xiao could not understand these and just looked at Shen Xizhong with admiration. A fool can sit with the emperor and discuss national affairs in just 2 or 3 years. How can he be a fool? He is clearly a genius. Li Mobai caught a glimpse of Shen Xiao's expression out of the corner of his eye, and his jealousy boiled over again. How unreasonable. It was obvious that I was talking with him, and I expressed many of my opinions first, but he was just echoing them. Why are you looking at him like that instead of looking at me? I'm so angry, Shen Xizhong said.
Actually, I want to see Emperor Qi in person this time. I have something I want to discuss with Emperor Qi.
Li Mobai nodded and said,
You say,
Shen Xizhong.
Now the Nanman and Xu Rong are at the end of their strength. Under the suppressive leadership of the Qi army, they will soon lose their territory and become part of the Qi dynasty. This time the world is unified. Only Xiliang is interested in the Qi dynasty. It is said that it is still an external country. However, the unification of the world is already a general trend. Xiliang exists independently of Qi dynasty. It is not a wise choice for the country and the people. So it is not a wise choice to make Xiliang a vassal state of Qi dynasty. What is Emperor Qi's intention to change the country into a county? To put it simply, Shen Xizhong's words meant that he wanted to give a piece of fat as big as Xiliang to Li Mobai. Although Xiliang has a small land area, it is very rich in materials and is a geomantic treasure. Everyone else is trying to figure out how to protect the country under their control. Even if the country is not strong, it is still their own territory. But he was lucky. He had only finished half of the meal and was about to put such a big piece of fat meat into Li Mobai's bowl. Li Mobai said, Have you thought clearly? I am not an ungrateful person, and I have no intention of attacking Xiliang. Although you are a subject of Qi dynasty, you also have the entrustment of the late king of Xiliang. You will attack Xiliang like this.
If Lian gives it to Qi Chao, how will your people revile you? And how will the civil and military officials revolt? Have you figured out how to deal with it?
Shen Xizhong smiled and said,
What are the civil and military officials and the people most concerned about? It is nothing more than whether they can have enough to eat, whether they can save money, and whether they can live a better life. Xiliang gives the Qi dynasty paid taxes and tribute in tribute, accounting for 1/3 of Xiliang's total output. If it now belongs to the Qi dynasty and becomes a county alone, these taxes and tributes can be exempted, taken from the people, used by the people, and returned to the people. Wouldn't their lives be much richer now? Their pockets are stuffed with money. They have moved from the old thatched hut to a brick house, and their working time can be reduced from 5 hours to 3.5 hours a day. Why not do it for them? Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Xiliang belonged to the Qi dynasty. Emperor Qi can promise not to attack Xiliang, but in the next 10, 20 years, or 100 years after Emperor Qi, can Xiliang still survive independently? If one submits after being attacked, like today's Nanman and Shurong, the people will be in dire straits. And why will they suffer?
Chapter 285 Jealous Men are so scary. Shen Xizhong's analysis was correct. The world is unified. Only Xiliang is an accident. Even if Li Mobai doesn't attack it now, it will only be a matter of time before it is annexed by the Qi dynasty. Instead of beating it down with fists and causing trouble for the people, it would be better for someone who knows the current affairs to be a hero and make good friends with Qi Chao first, so that he can have the weight to negotiate terms. Shen Xizhong gave away such a big piece of fat. Of course he also had demands. Li Maobai didn't mince words with him, and simply asked directly,
"What are your requirements for giving me such a big gift?"
Shen Xizhong said.
Gu's request is very simple. After Xiliang became a vassal state of Qi dynasty, Gu was still in charge of all matters big and small. However, Gu would report important matters to Emperor Qi in the morning. Gu needed Emperor Qi exempting Xiliang from excessive taxes and miscellaneous taxes for 15 years, allow Xiliang to focus on local development and better use its own resources to build the Qi dynasty. The extra money will be distributed to the people of Xiliang.
I don't know.
What does Emperor Qi mean?
Exempting Xiliang from exorbitant taxes for 15 years is a big expense. What Shen Xizhong meant was that even if Xiliang surrendered to the Qi dynasty, his direct rule would still be in Shen Xizhong's hands. But I only have the right to know. Li Maobai thought for a moment and said,
I can promise you other things. Just a little. I not only have the right to know about the political affairs in Xiliang, but also the right to intervene. But don't worry. I want to govern the entire Qi dynasty. I don't have much thought about how Xiliang plans to develop. I will only intervene when there is something that requires my intervention.
Shen Xizhong nodded and said,
This is feasible.
Li Maobai,
then hand over your military power to me. After I get the military power of Xiliang, I will naturally change the country of Xiliang to the city of Xiliang in the Qi dynasty. There will be no need for additional foreign taxes on goods entering and exiting, and the people will not need to clear customs for circulation. I will grant you the title of king.
Shen Xizhong's eyes flashed, and Shen Xiao was also surprised. King's title. In the Qi dynasty, only the emperor's biological son could be awarded the title of king, even if Xiliang takes care of its own business. Shen Xizhong is still equivalent to the mayor of a city now. With the addition of Li Maobai's title of king, he directly changed from mayor to a member of the national leadership team with real power. This shows what a gift Li Maobai gave him. Shen Xiao knew that most of this gift was given to him by Li Maobai for his own sake.
Your Majesty, he is my concubine's younger brother, not a relative of the emperor. The emperor granted him the title of king. I am afraid that the criticism from the previous court will be endless.
Li Maobai waved his sleeves and said grandly,
It doesn't matter. A king's title is exchanged for the entire Xiliang kingdom, as well as Xiliang's 200,000 elite soldiers and cavalry. It also declares that the Qi dynasty will dominate the world. This deal is not deficit.
Shen Xizhong was also a cheerful person. After negotiating the terms with Li Maobai, he immediately ordered his entourage to return to Xiliang to get his military talisman. Then he stood up and walked to the middle of the hall, bowed to Li Maobai, and said respectfully,
I have met the emperor. Concubine Rong. The concubine Shen Xizhong. Li Maobai said firmly,
I will be free of ceremony.
The etiquette between monarch and ministers was established, and Xiliang became a vassal state of Qi dynasty from then on. And it is no longer called Xiliang Kingdom. Only Xiliang City. And Shen Xizhong, the king of Xiliang, also removed the word and adopted a homophonic pronunciation, becoming the king of Liang. They were chatting happily with each other. Obviously they were having lunch together. But after they finished eating and drinking and talking about things, it was already dark outside. Li Maobai ordered Sanfu to send Shen Xizhong to the island in the middle of the lake, and then took Shen Xiao's hand back to Yueguang Palace with her. On the way, Shen Xiao couldn't help but burst out the anger he had been holding in for a day.
What's going on today? Your Majesty? I haven't seen my brother for so long. I always thought he was dead. Then I saw him come back to life. How can I be unhappy? I just hugged him and touched his face, and the emperor's expression immediately changed, as if I was hooking up with another man in front of the emperor.
Shen Xiao got angrier and angrier as she talked, and simply turned her back and didn't bother to talk to Li Maobai. He wasn't the only one who was angry. Li Maobai was also very angry because of his jealousy, but he couldn't say it clearly. You call each other your younger brother so affectionately. What kind of younger brother is he? Isn't he just a stranger to you? The first time you saw him, you hugged him again and again in front of me. How can I endure this? Letting him move to the island in the middle of the lake is just to give him face. If he hadn't behaved decently, I would have killed him today. Men are indeed more jealous than women. Seeing Shen Xiao turning away and ignoring her, Li Maobai simply remained silent. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. When the imperial driver was about to arrive at Yueguang Palace, Shen Xiao suddenly shouted to the servant carrying the sedan,
Stop the sedan! I am feeling bored and want to go down for a walk.
After the sedan chair was stable, Shen Xiao got off the sedan chair in front of Li Maobai without even looking at him. Li Maobai originally wanted to ignore her and let her make trouble. But his daughter-in-law was walking alone on the dark long street with a pregnant belly of more than 9 months. How could he feel relieved? Although he didn't catch up directly, he followed her quietly. The cold winter wind cut people's skin like knives. It also woke up Li Maobai's drunkenness and dispersed some of the strong smell of vinegar on his body. He calmed down and analyzed the matter. Although he is not Yu's younger brother, he is the younger brother of the original owner of this body. Yu doesn't know that I know that she came from time travel. So she must maintain her identity as the original owner and not let me detect any mistakes. In this way, she got close to Shen Xizhong just to act for me. It is to prevent me from doubting her identity. Hiss then. Isn't she just thinking about me? Why do I have the nerve to be so cruel to her? He was just thinking about it while thinking about it on his own. He was angry just now. But in the blink of an eye, he was filled with regret and felt sorry for his wife. He quickly ran forward, took off his dragon robe and cloak, and put it on Shen Xiao's shoulders. I'm just kidding you. Why are you really angry? Shen Xiao snorted. I don't dare to be angry with you. You are the emperor. How can I dare to be angry? Li Maobai racked his brains to make amends for himself. Do you think I let him live on the island in the middle of the lake just to embarrass him? He is your brother. Why should I be jealous if you behave closer to him? Why should I embarrass him? I won't let him today. You are walking back and forth because you are a little excited. And you are afraid of affecting the baby in your belly. You are running around without looking at your feet. What if you fall? If I don't think about you, I won't let him. What does it have to do with me to stay in the palace and live wherever you like after leaving the palace? Chapter 286. Wu Xinyan is actually the savior of Brother Yu. Li Maobai paid attention to Shen Xiao's expression as he spoke, and saw that her frown relaxed, as if she was not so angry after hearing his explanation. So he pursued the victory and continued to make things up. I let him live in the palace just to make it convenient for you to meet. As for the island in the middle of the lake, you only know that the place is an uninhabited wasteland. How do you know that I didn't let the palace people clean it privately? Although he is yours, my younger brother is also a man. If he is allowed to live in the palace, the women in the harem will have to avoid it. So choosing the island in the middle of the lake is the most suitable place for him. As he spoke, he was moved by his sweet words, and his tone became aggrieved. I have considered everything for you, but you are still angry with me. I am unjust. Shen Xiao knew clearly that he was talking nonsense, but seeing that he was pretending to be aggrieved, she couldn't bear to continue to blame him. It's just that the emperor is not jealous. Otherwise, if he even makes my brother jealous, then I might as well lock myself in the palace without leaving the door, and only face the emperor for the rest of my life, and ignore other people. There is a time to be noisy and a time to laugh. Li Maobai helped her get into the sedan chair and said with a smile, I was thinking a few days ago that since I expressed my feelings to you, we never seem to have a quarrel. I really can't think of it. If one day we have a quarrel, then what kind of thing can make each other so unhappy? Shen Xiao leaned in his arms. I have never thought about such a thing. Why should we quarrel? Isn't it bad to stay like this? Li Maobai. Yes, Yu is right. In this life, you are with me, and I am with you. We are the couple of gods and gods that others envy. How can there be any time to quarrel? The next day, after Li Maobai went to the morning court, he ordered Sanfu to bring Prince Liang to reunite with Shen Xiao and his sister. The names of the siblings are so similar that from now on the younger brother will be called Yueguang. The brother and sister had not seen each other for a long time, and King Liang kept telling his thoughts about Shen Xiao, and would also bring up memories from the past from time to time. Shen Xiao kept searching for what he mentioned in her mind, and as she chatted, she suddenly felt that the somewhat strange man in front of her really seemed to have an indescribable intimacy with her own brother. Shen Xiao, who has been an only child since childhood, has always looked forward to having a brother and sister, so that they can accompany each other while growing up and not be too lonely. God has now helped her realize this wish, and she should cherish it. Prince Liang looked at Shen Xiao's belly, which had swelled like a hill, and asked, Is the eldest sister going to give birth soon? I heard from the emperor yesterday that they are twins. Shen Xiao smiled and nodded, and Prince Liang asked again, Can I touch it? Of course. What can't you touch about your nephew? She held up Prince Liang's hand and gently placed it on her lower abdomen. It seemed that it was due to blood relationship. As soon as Prince Liang put his hand on Shen Xiao's belly, he felt very obvious fetal movement. Ah, eldest sister. He kicked me. Oh, he's not very strong.
It seems he must be a big fat boy.
Just as he was talking, Pear opened the curtain and went in.
Mother, Wu Yuanjing is here to ask you for a safe pulse.
Shincio.
Well, please come in.
Wu Xini's voice had already entered his ears before he arrived.
Oh my lady, it will cost me half my life to get a safe pulse for you now. It's snowing so hard outside. Please take the time to tell the emperor.
Give me some extra money. You are about to give birth, and I come here twice a day. The slippage on the road almost killed me.
It was snowing heavily outside. Wu Shi was in the main hall, taking off his coat, dusting off the snow spots, and laughing with Shincio through the door. Shincio replied to him.
It's impossible to add more money. If you feel too tired from running back and forth. Have you seen the doghouse at the entrance of this palace? You can stay there.
Wu Xini.
My dear, please don't humiliate me. How can there be a dog as big as me?
King Liang listened to Shincio and Wu Xini singing and joking.
And he was very happy to joke. He lowered his voice and said to Shincio.
Elder sister, this imperial doctor is too unruly. You are the emperor's favorite concubine after all. He is somewhat inappropriate to talk to you like this.
Shincio and Li Mabai had long been accustomed to Wu Xini's mouth, so they thought it was nothing.
Don't pay attention to him. He is a mean-mouthed person. But he is a very nice person, and his medical skills are very good.
While talking, Wu Xini opened the curtain and walked in. Prince Liang's eyes met with his, and both of them were almost surprised, saying in unison,
Is it you?
Shincio was also stunned.
Do you know each other?
King Liang was sitting peacefully. When he saw Wu Xini come in, he suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to Wu Xini. Wu Xini helped him and said,
Bye-bye. What are you doing?
King Liang.
If I hadn't been rescued by my husband, I would never have recovered. Your husband left in a hurry, and I didn't have time to say thank you personally. But I didn't want to meet you in the palace today.
Wu Xini waved his hand and grinned broadly.
It doesn't matter. The king of Xiliang gave me enough money. I will save you, and he will give me the money. We don't owe each other anything. You don't have to be so polite.
He slowed down. His eyes wandered back and forth between Shincio and Prince Liang, and said hesitantly,
Wait a minute. Yesterday, I heard that the king of Xiliang entered the palace, and he is also the biological brother of concubine Rong. This matter it's already fantasy enough. But don't tell me that you are the king of Xiliang?
Liang Wang smiled.
Exactly.
Wu Xini's pupils were shaking. His mouth was wide open, and his jaw was almost dislocated.
I wish I had known your identity earlier. I would have cheated the king of Xiliang for more money that day. It made me so angry.
Shincio asked her younger brother.
You said he was the miracle doctor who saved you?
King Liang nodded vigorously.
Mr. Wu has superb medical skills. No one else could do anything about my brain injury. But he made me recover in just one day.
Wu Xini said cheerfully.
Don't praise me. Don't praise me. If you praise me again, I will be proud.
So many coincidences coming together made Shincio feel numb. Is his younger brother the king of Xiliang? Or was he cured by Wu Xini?
This is a bit unbelievable. Have you ever been to Xiliang?
Shincio asked Wu Xini.
I have forgotten. I used to wander around the world. Wherever I could make money. That was my home.
It can be seen that King Liang was really grateful to Wu Xini. After Wu Xini diagnosed Shincio's ping and pulse, King Liang kept pulling him and said that he would have a good 2 glasses of wine with him to reminisce about the past. Wu Xini used the palace rules as a shield.
I am on duty, so I cannot drink.
Shincio exposed him ruthlessly.
I've never seen you abide by the rules like this before. Today, I have promised that you don't have to abide by the rules. Go with Xizhong.
Wu Xini lamented like a frustrated bull.
Why do you have to drink with me when you are treating someone's illness? I feel so tired.
Chapter 287 Conspiracy. After coming out of Yong'an Palace, the smile on Prince Liang's face quickly disappeared. He squinted his eyes and looked at Wu Shinixu for a moment, and was about to say something. But suddenly, he heard Pear's voice coming from behind him.
Master Shen, stay.
She hurried out and handed a food box to Prince Liang.
The Empress was thinking about how you liked to eat sweet-scented osmanthus cakes when you were a child. So she specially ordered the kitchen to prepare some. You can take them back and try them.
King Liang opened the food box, and the scent of osmanthus that hit his nostrils made him intoxicated.
Thank you for taking the trouble to do my thing.
Pear waved her hand and said with a smile.
Your business is my mother's business. So don't worry about it. I will leave first.
After she left, Wu Shini suddenly took an osmanthus cake from the food box and stuffed it into his mouth.
Well, it tastes pretty good. Your Highness Prince Liang will try it too.
King Liang recovered the food box, glanced at Wu Shini, and said solemnly,
Wu Yuan seems to have nothing.
Please follow me to the island in the middle of the lake to gather together. Let's just walk.
Wu Shini whistled and walked casually in front of King Liang.
To go to the island in the middle of the lake, we need to take a boat. It needs to cool down today. It's afternoon before the lake freezes over. So we have to go early and come back early. Otherwise the lake is frozen. So I have to sleep with you tonight.
The island in the center of the lake is in the middle of the Imperial Lake. You can take a boat from the west of the Imperial Garden to get there. And it only takes a quarter of an hour to get there. Li Mabai asked Sanfu to send people to clean up the place overnight yesterday. Although everything was a bit shabby, it was still clean. Only King Liang lived on the island in the middle of the lake, so it seemed particularly empty. There was a house with 3 openings and 3 closings in the middle, and King Liang chose the innermost house to live in. Wu Shi followed him into the room. As soon as the door closed, King Liang punched him in the face. Wu Shini turned sideways slightly, frowned and shook his head.
Tell me, why can't you change your temper?
King Liang.
You traitor. It was you who killed Mr. Yu.
Wu Shini.
What the hell does it have to do with me? He got off on his own and was found out. How can he say that I was the one who killed him?
Prince Liang.
You have superb medical skills. No matter what kind of poison he is poisoned, you can always cure him. Why was he still poisoned by the emperor?
Wu Xinyan looked helpless. He sat on a wooden chair, poured himself a cup of herbal tea, and said lazily,
No matter how great I am, I can only save people. The emperor dealt with him outside the palace and also sent him to the hospital.
Burned to a pile of ashes. What do you want me to do? If I were the 10th Palace Yama, I could still cross his name out of the Book of Life and Death. What can I do now that he is reduced to ashes? Glue it back together? Stop quibbling.
King Liang stepped forward and snatched the cup from Wu Shini's hand, slamming it to the ground.
If it weren't for you, how could Mr. Yu's identity be exposed so quickly? It's obvious that the 3 foreign countries have already joined forces with each other. Just wait for Mr. Yu to get the Tiger Talisman, and we can march forward and destroy the Li family. How could something go wrong at this moment?
Wu Shini.
Please understand it clearly. I am only responsible for collecting intelligence in the palace and using my medical skills to make Li Mabai trust me. Other things are not my responsibility. Do you think I want something to happen to Mr. Yu?
I only do things for him for money. If he dies, who can I get the money from?
His gaze circled around Prince Liang, and suddenly he flashed his eyes and said with a smile,
Otherwise, just give it to me. It's one thing if you give me money, and I will work for you. Anyway, you learned on the battlefield when Mr. Yu was captured. You immediately turned against him. Didn't you also seek to survive? Then, as concubine Rong's younger brother, you entered the palace to gain access to Li Mabai. I believe that you should too need my help very much.
The king of Liang said angrily,
I have no interest in the Li family's empire at all. I did this just to avenge my parents. More than 10 years ago, if the late emperor had not been indiscriminate and only listened to the frame-up of traitors, he would have confiscated my Shen family.
With all the money, my father would not have died of a heart attack, and my mother would not have been beaten to death just to give me and my eldest sister a bite to eat. My eldest sister and I would not have been homeless for many years, and I would not have fallen off the mountain and become an idiot. Mr. Yu was right. The tragedies in my life were all brought to me by the Li family. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. How come my eldest sister and I have been in poverty for half our lives, while his Li family has been prosperous for generations? What's even more hateful is that the eldest sister was kept in the dark and became the thief's favorite concubine. How can the souls of the father and mother, who are under the 9 springs, be at peace?
Wu Shini frowned.
I asked, Are you too angry? What the late emperor did is the late emperor.
And the emperor is the emperor. They are not the same person. The late emperor is dead. So you can't let go of this hatred. Have you thought clearly? Now your sister and the emperor are truly in love. And her twins are about to be born. What are you going to do? You have to sacrifice your eldest sister for these old grudges. Lifetime? I don't want to ruin the eldest sister's life.
King Liang became more and more emotional.
I believe that the eldest sister knows the truth of the matter, and she will definitely stand on the same front as me. As for the eldest sister's children, I will raise them together with my eldest sister, And I won't let my eldest sister live a hard life by herself.
Wu Shini.
Forget it. You blame me for not giving you a radical cure for your stupid brain. Your brain is smart, but it has become a stubborn thing. In short, I don't care what grudges you have with the Li family. I only want money. If you can afford it, I will continue to do things for you. But if you can't afford it, I will continue to do things for you.
He paused, then quickly changed his words with a smile.
You have become the king of Liang. How can you not be able to afford money?
King Liang said coldly.
I don't need you to do things for me. I don't trust you. Oh, that's such a pity.
Wu Shini stretched his waist and said humbly.
Then please pay me the balance that Mr. Yu didn't settle. No more. No less. Exactly 100,000 too. 100,000 taels.
Prince Liang spat at him.
You just say it without proof? Besides, why should I pay you? You want to default on your debt? Brother, now that you have inherited Mr. Yu's mantle, you have become a villain. Don't you know it yourself?
Wu Shini sneered and said,
You won't pay me the hush money? Are you not afraid that I will pay it back to the emperor?
Can your sister tell you the whole story so that they all know who you are? Do you think you still have this chance?
Prince Liang took out a dagger from his sleeve behind his back. And the next moment, he stabbed Wu Shini in the heart at an extremely fast speed. Just when the tip of the dagger was about to hit Wu Shini, his arm suddenly stiffened uncontrollably in midair. Unable to move, Wu Shini smiled disdainfully, pushed the dagger away from his body with his hand, and looked at him with raised eyebrows.
Kid, haven't your parents taught you since you were a child that you shouldn't play with such dangerous knives casually?
Chapter 288 Momentary Amnesia. Soon, King Liang noticed something that made him even more trembling. Not just his arms. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place, with no place left to move except his eyelids. He could only look at himself out of the corner of his eye. Countless silver needles were pierced into his arms, some of which were so deep into the flesh that the pillow was almost invisible. There seems to be one on the legs, but I can't see it clearly. How can it be? But in the blink of an eye, how could Wu Shini have such good skills? He could actually insert silver needles into so many acupuncture points on his body from a distance. And it was still accurate. Wu Shini could read the panic in his eyes. He took the dagger from Prince Liang's hand and put it on the table. Then walked around behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders, and said with a smile,
Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. It's just that you are a little moody now. Excited? I think only if you know that with your strength you can't hurt me at all. You will calm down and stop doing impulsive things.
King Liang stammered.
Who are you? Me? I am me. Who else can I be?
Wu Shini stretched his waist, yawned, and then said,
You also saw that the things I inserted with the silver needle just now were all harmless. Your life will only paralyze your acupuncture points. So you can't move. If all I hit were your fatal points, you would be dead by now. So, do you still think that Mr. Yu was killed by me? Why did I kill him? But if I could kill him with just a few clicks of my fingers, why should I hurt him? If I kill him, who will pay me?
The more Wu Shini spoke in such a half-joking tone, the more King Liang felt shuddered. Wu Shini was silent for a moment and continued.
I can untie your acupuncture points now. But you have to promise me that you won't go crazy again after I untie your acupuncture points.
King Liang had no choice but to agree to him, and Wu Shini pulled out the silver needles from his body one by one.
Have you thought about it? Do you want me to be your internal agent?
King Liang moved his shoulders twice and asked him.
You have such ability. The benefits you can get from being with Li Maobai will be more or less. As far as I know, Mr. Yu has given you 5 pieces of silver at least over the years.
Wan Liang, what do you need so much money for?
Wu Shini.
Of course you want money to spend. Otherwise what are you going to do? Use it to make the bed? Answer my question first. Do you want me to be a spy? If you don't want me to be a spy, just give me the money Mr. Yu owes me. After receiving the money, I will naturally keep my mouth shut and won't mention anything about you to anyone. If you want me to continue to help you, then we will have to discuss the price separately.
King Liang originally only thought that Wu Shini was a doctor with excellent medical skills. But after contacting him again today, he always felt that this person's ability was definitely more than that. When King Liang entered the palace this time, he originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill Li Maobai. But seeing how deeply Shinxio loved Li Maobai, he was also shaken. His eldest sister was his only relative in the world. No matter how harsh his words were, he could not bear to let his eldest sister lose her husband and the newly born child lose his father. He had experienced the pain of losing his parents. So how could he bear to inflict this pain on his eldest sister and nephew? But the parents' revenge must be avenged. If you can't kill Imabai, then take away the power of the Li family. Let the Li family owe the Shin family the whole world to pay for it. King Liang,
You have great medical skills. Let me ask you, is there any medicine that can take away the soul?
Wu Shini,
You mean controlling the will of others and making them completely under your control?
Liang Wang,
That's right.
Wu Shiji said in a contrived manner.
I am a doctor, not a goddess. Of course, I don't have that kind of thing. But as long as you give me enough money, I actually don't mind becoming a goddess. Can you really do it? It depends on whether you have given me enough money.
Wu Shini stretched out a finger and waved it in front of King Liang.
With this amount, I will give you what you want.
King Liang asked tentatively.
100,000 taels? No. 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 That's a lot more.
Wu Shini smiled and shook his head.
10,000 taels is enough. Really? Of course I take it seriously.
King Liang immediately agreed.
Okay. Deal. I still have more than 10,000 taels of silver at my disposal in Xiliang, which is enough to pay you. Tomorrow I will get the silver to you. And you give me the medicine.
Deal. Then you can come to the Tai hospital to see me tomorrow.
Asterisk. The next day, King Liang really took the 10,000 taels of silver notes and went to see Wu Shini. After Wu Shini accepted the banknote, he also gave King Liang a small light brown pill as promised.
Is this the thing?
King Liang looked at the ordinary pill and asked.
After letting him take it, how can I make him obey my orders?
Wu Shini.
After taking this pill, he will listen to whatever you say, and he will do whatever you ask him to do. But the effect of this pill can only last half a quarter of an hour. Half a quarter of an hour?
Prince Liang felt that he had been tricked by him.
What can I do in half a quarter of an hour?
Wu Shinigami smiled.
There's a lot that can be done in half a quarter of an hour. Let me show you.
He suddenly slapped the back of Liang Wang's hand holding the pill, and the pill was thrown into the air. The next moment, he unfolded the folding fan in his hand, turned his head, and put the pill into the mouth of King Liang without any bias. The moment King Liang swallowed the pill, he was about to scold Wu Shini, but he felt dizzy, and the scenery in front of him began to become blurry. Wu Shini walked to him and whispered in his ear.
From now on, completely forget my identity. You only remember that I treated your brain in Xiliang, and forget everything else.
He spoke in a very soft and slow tone, and King Liang also softened his voice and slowly closed his eyes. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw that he was in the Taiyuan hospital. His expression was obviously shocked.
I am. Here you go.
Wu Shini handed a packet of medicine to Prince Liang and said with a smile.
You didn't have any rest last night. Okay. You were drowsy as soon as you came to Tai Hospital. Don't you want to go to Concubine Rome later?
In the palace? Help me bring this medicine to her palace.
King Liang vaguely remembered that he came to Wu Shinya today to thank him for his life-saving grace in the past. As for Wu Shi's other identity, he had already forgotten all about it. He accepted the package of medicine, and then said respectfully to Wu Shini,
Then I'll take my leave now. If the Wu court is free some other day, I'll ask you to have a drink again.
Wu Shini nodded in agreement and personally sent Prince Liang out of the Taiyuan hospital. He kept watching Liang Wang leave, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 289: A murderous case caused by a fart. By the second half of December, 3 or 4 days had passed since Shinseyo was due to give birth. A few days ago, the child was always stretching his fists and kicking his feet in his stomach. But these 2 days, he seemed to be wilted, and there was very little movement. Shinseyo was standing up like a hill, neither standing nor sitting. The closer she gets to giving birth, the more nervous she becomes. In addition, she doesn't suffer from morning sickness, so she has a particularly good appetite when she gets nervous. Today, she suddenly wanted to eat dumplings, so Pear made her some dumplings stuffed with radish and meat. In the past, in modern times, her mother would always make dumplings with this filling for her when she came home from holidays. She really missed the taste. Pear's craftsmanship is very good. The dumplings she makes are thin in skin and large in filling, and they taste delicious. Shinseyo turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate a dozen in one breath. Pear saw that she was eating with gusto and laughed at her.
Mom, eat less. If you eat too much radish, you will end up farting. I feel panic now if I don't eat something.
She touched her belly and said helplessly,
You said they won't come out when the time comes. Are they hibernating in my belly? It is said that the Empress will not be full term until the end of the month. And the current delivery date is only estimated by the Imperial Doctor. Besides, why is the Empress anxious? The longer the little prince stays in the Empress's belly, the better he will be when he comes out. This is a good thing. What a good thing.
Shinseyo sighed.
This good thing has not happened to you. If it had happened to you, you wouldn't be able to say anything about it.
Pear blushed and said,
I'm used to making fun of my slaves.
Pear made a total of 30 dumplings today, and Shinseyo ate 27 of them alone. If she hadn't stopped her, I'm afraid the last 3 dumplings with rotten wrappers would have been eaten by her. After she had eaten and drank enough, it was time for her daily walk. The Imperial Doctor said that walking more would help her give birth smoothly, so she insisted on walking thousands of steps every day. However, it snowed a few days ago, and Shinseyo could only walk around inside and outside his palace for fear of slippery roads outside. Feeling bored and panicked, as the snow stopped yesterday and it was a sunny day again, Shinseyo wanted to go for a walk in the Imperial Garden to see the snow falling on the plum blossoms. Pear stopped her.
Your Majesty, you don't dare to walk around. The Emperor has ordered you not to leave the palace. The land in the royal garden, where the snow has melted, is the muddiest. What if you accidentally trip and fall? Oh, Pear, I'll go for a while. Just follow me, and nothing will happen to me.
Shinseyo said coquettishly.
I've been bored in the palace for several days. If you don't let me go out, I'll be sure going crazy.
Her master teases her hard, acts coquettishly, and pretends to cry. What can Pear do? I can only pamper her. So he called a few discerning palace attendants and escorted Shinseyo out of the palace. Just as he was about to get on the sedan,
he heard a familiar voice behind him.
Where are you going?
Shinseyo looked back awkwardly, looked at Li Maobai's frown, and smiled awkwardly.
Your Majesty. What a coincidence.
Li Maobai walked up to her, stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers on her forehead.
Where are you going to sneak away again? I'm only half an hour late. And you won't stop?
Shinseyo took Li Maobai's hand and pouted coquettishly.
Oh, Your Majesty. I'm so bored in the palace. Can you accompany me to the Imperial Garden to see the plum blossoms?
No. Li Maobai decisively rejected her.
The Imperial Garden has turned into snow and mud. Why are you going there? If you feel bored in the palace, I can accompany you for a walk on the long street.
No. Shinseyo snorted sadly, with an unhappy look on his face.
The Emperor only cares about the Emperor's heirs. And now, he doesn't even care about whether I am happy or not. Opening one's mouth or keeping silent is so dangerous. If that doesn't work, it will hurt the child. The Emperor has now that I have a child. I no longer love me as much as before.
Li Maobai called him a good guy. She is forcing herself to put on the label of having a child and forgetting her mother. His face was full of helplessness. He couldn't resist Shinseyo and couldn't bear to see her look pitiful. Knowing in time that she was just faking it, Li Maobai couldn't help but feel sad. He had no choice but to sigh and compromise.
Go ahead. But you have to ride in the same sedan carriage with me. If you want to appreciate the plum blossoms, then do it in the sedan chair. The place is muddy, so don't get off the sedan chair.
Is this good?
Shinseyo immediately smiled and said,
One step back and the deal is done.
The two of them took the Imperial chariot together and soon arrived at the Imperial Garden. Like a child who has never seen the world, Shinseyo opened the window and pointed at a flash of red in the vast sea of snow, and said cheerfully,
Your Majesty, look, the plum blossoms are blooming beautifully this year.
Li Maobai,
I didn't see anything. I only saw the breath coming out of your mouth. Don't you feel cold when the curtain is open so wide?
He opened his cloak and took Shinseyo into his arms from behind.
I'm holding you. Look.
There was a reassuring woody fragrance in his arms. Shinseyo leaned into his arms and stared at the plum blossoms intently. What was embarrassing was that the sudden fart feeling made Shinseyo extremely embarrassed. Pear's crow's mouth. Eating carrots was fine before. So why do I want to fart so much now? No. I have to endure it. I am in Bai's arms. If I fart, do I still need to lose face? But people have 3 urgent needs. They can't help it. Hey! No. I'd better find a cover to get off the sedan first. Shinseyo got out of Li Maobai's arms and called out to the sedan.
Stop the sedan.
The carriage stopped, and Li Maobai frowned and asked her,
What's wrong? Don't tell me that you want to go down.
No.
Oh, Your Majesty, I'll just go down for a moment, and I'll be up right away.
She stood up half straight and moved towards the sedan door. Li Mobai waved his hand and pressed it on the sedan door.
If it doesn't work, it won't work. I only came with you after you promised me not to get off the sedan. You have to keep your word.
You have to keep your word as a human being. But you also have to fart as a human being. While the two were tugging, Li Mobai even pulled Shinseyo into his arms.
Be obedient and don't make trouble.
With this pull, Shinseyo sat down on Li Mobai's lap, causing her to let out the fart that had been holding her for a long time. Only then did Li Mobai understand what she was going to do in her hurry to get off the sedan chair. Seeing that her face was red to the roots of her ears,
she suppressed a smile and said, "Why do you want to get off the sedan chair? It's just that people have 3 urgent needs. You have been sharing the same bed with me for so long. Do you still need to avoid this matter?"
Shinseyo wished she could find a crack in the ground and burrow down. She tried to think of something to say to make herself less embarrassed. Suddenly, she felt something strange coming from her stomach. When he lowered his head,
he discovered that an unknown liquid was flowing down his trouser legs. Li Mobai also noticed something was wrong and asked doubtfully,
"What's wrong? Could it be urination?"
Shinseyo hit his arm and roared,
"You're so stupid! This is because the amniotic water has broken. It's time to give birth."
Chapter 290. Shinseyo gives birth to twins. Others had violent fetal movements and contractions before giving birth, which were extremely painful. But Shinseyo acted like a normal person. He didn't feel any pain or itching on the way back to Yueguang Palace. And he could even make a few jokes with Li Mobai. Li Mobai knew that she had taken the Dragon and Phoenix pill, and that the pregnancy would be safe for both mother and child, and that she would not suffer any torture. So her nervousness eased a bit. He joked with Shinseyo.
"I have already thought of our son's name."
Shinseyo asked curiously.
"What?"
Li Mobai suppressed a laugh.
"Since Yu farts and is going to have a baby, why not just call her Fart?"
Shinseyo glared at him fiercely and punched him in the chest.
"If you keep talking nonsense, I will tell our son about this and make him ignore you in the future." "No, no, no, no."
Li Mobai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender.
"I am not afraid that you will be nervous. So I am making a joke to make you happy. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Even if you agree to this name, I will not let my son be called that. An unpleasant name."
Asterisk. Back at Yueguang Palace, the palace attendants who reported the news in advance had already reported back the news that Shinseyo was going to give birth. And everything in the palace was ready. The midwife Wenpo was inside delivering Shinseyo, while Wu Shini was waiting outside to prevent any accidents. He saw Li Mobai pacing back and forth, and occasionally looking into the bedroom. So he joked,
"Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Judging from concubine Rome's pulse, her delivery will definitely go smoothly. I know. But if she doesn't come out for a moment, I won't be able to feel at ease for a moment."
While talking, King Liang and the Queen Mother also arrived. The Queen Mother held a string of Buddhist beads in her hand and asked nervously as soon as she entered the door,
"How's it going? What's the situation now? I heard that the Ai family was going to have a baby in the Imperial Garden? You, too, the Emperor, knowing full well about concubine Rome's condition, and you want to take her to the Royal Garden? If this is a waste of time, there will be a time when you will regret it."
Halfway through her words, the Queen Mother seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. So she quickly closed her eyes, grasped the beads and recited the Buddha twice.
"Amitabha, Buddha bless me. Concubine Rome's pregnancy must be safe and sound."
The King of Liang asked Wu Shini,
"Mr. Wu, what's going on inside? Don't women scream when they give birth? Why do I hear no movement inside?"
Wu Shini smiled and said,
"Not screaming means it doesn't hurt. It's a good thing if it doesn't hurt. Some people give birth to a child as if they have gone through HL, while some people give birth to a child as easy as laying an egg."
As soon as the words came out, he felt the murderous intent in Li Mobai's eyes, and quickly changed his words.
"In short, concubine Rome's pregnancy will definitely be safe for mother and child. So all the masters can rest assured."
Wu Shini's words.
"Some people give birth to a child as if they have passed through the gate of HL, while some people give birth to a child as easy as laying an egg."
That's right. I don't know who seemed to have been through the gate of HL, but Shinseyo really seemed to have laid an egg. In the sleeping hall, Poing kept saying to Shinseyo,
"Come on, my queen. Work hard, my queen."
Shinseyo felt no pain or itching. She didn't feel anything at all. And it wasn't even as hard as when she untied her big hand. She would ask after 2 minutes,
What stage of birth are you at now? Have you seen your head? Hurry up. Hurry up. My dear. Work harder.
Shinseyo also wanted to work harder. But she couldn't put in the effort at all. She gave birth completely automatically. And after enough time, the baby came out on its own. She almost fell asleep on the bed. And her mind began to have random thoughts. Did the boys come out first or the girls? I think it's better for the boy to come out first. This way he becomes the older brother and can protect his younger sister in the future. But it's okay if the girl comes out first. The older sister has authority and can bully the younger brother in the future. She was thinking about it. And suddenly, she heard Pawin shout happily.
The Empress has come out! A little prince has come out!
Pawin slapped the child lightly on the buttocks. And the child's loud cries spread throughout the dormitory. She brought the child to Shinseyo. This was the first time she saw her child. Well, how should I put it? It seemed a little different from what she imagined. The child's skin was red and wrinkled. And his facial features were squeezed together from crying. To be honest, he was not cute at all, and was a bit ugly. Shinseyo disliked him a little.
Oh, I understand. You can take it out and show it to the Emperor.
Pawin smiled and said,
Your Majesty, you are too tired. The mothers next to you are all happy when they see their children. But your Majesty is different.
Aren't you talking nonsense? What do I like? I still haven't given birth to another one. About a quarter of an hour later, the little princess was born safely. When Pawin showed the little princess to Shinseyo, Shinseyo's attitude changed obviously.
Yeah, they are white and tender. These little hands are like lotus root segments. They are so cute.
The little princess was still crying sweetly. But when she saw Shinseyo, her crying stopped immediately. He looked at her with wide eyes. And after looking at her for a while, he actually chuckled. Shinseyo was so distressed that she held her daughter in her arms and kissed her. After learning that Shinseyo gave birth successfully, Li Maobai and the queen mother went in to see her condition. Seeing that Shinseyo was fine at all and already holding the princess in her arms, she was spitting around on the ground, which shocked the queen mother.
Concubine Rong, you have just given birth. How can you get down to the ground? Hurry! Lie down!
Shinseyo was fine. But others didn't know she had such magical powers. In this way, she had no choice but to leave her daughter to Pawin for the time being and lay back on the bed obediently. Li Maobai held her hand and said happily,
You, thank you for your hard work.
Shinseyo was too lazy to listen to these words. After all, she knew how much Li Maobai cared about her and his actions had already shown it. So there was no need for him to say any more sweet words. She pointed at her daughter and said to Li Maobai,
Go and see our daughter. She is so cute. She is much cuter than our son.
Pawin brought the princess to show to Li Maobai, who also loved the princess very much. He is not as double-standard as Shinseyo. He loves both his son and daughter. However, the queen mother saw that Shinseyo was partial and said,
The AI family's grandson is also born with a round sky and a square place. And he is very spiritual.
Later, Wu Shini, Lian Wang, Fu Qingqing and others swarmed in to congratulate Li Maobai and Shinseyo on their new son. The entire Yueguang palace was filled with joy and harmony. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shinseyo felt extremely satisfied. She didn't know what this time travel meant to her, but she always felt as if everything in her life had its own plan. All the happiness she lacked in modern times has been compensated by God in the 2 years since she came to Qi dynasty. Just more, not less. Chapter 291 Tyrant. Let's have more children. After having these 2 little guys, my life has become more fulfilling. Although this year's New Year saw the death of the queen, it coincided with Li Maobai's first child since he ascended the throne. And they were twins. So the queen's death did not affect the joy of the new year at all. Normally, it would take a woman more than a month to undergo confinement. But Shinseyo returned to normal within 3 days. In fact, her body had fully recovered after giving birth. But just to give everyone face and pretend in front of everyone, she delayed her confinement until New Year's Eve. Both children were given names. The prince's name is Li Xuan. The princess's name is Li Chongning. Good intentions for peace and happiness. On the New Year's Eve dinner, the 2 little guys also attended the family dinner. This day has simply become their home field. Everyone gathered around them. And the concubines came over one by one with smiling faces to make the children happy. There is some sincerity behind these smiling faces. Shinseyo doesn't want to guess. But as a mother, she has responsibilities on her shoulders. It didn't matter how these women fought in the past. But if anyone dared to target her child,
she would definitely make that person unable to survive or die. After Zishur, it was the 6th year of Qi dynasty. History records that the 6th year of the Qi dynasty was a year of many disasters and changes. But those thieves who caused the disasters are now dead. Shinseyo is also very curious about how this year's history will develop. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy. She is still afraid. I was afraid that at the beginning of the 8th year of the Qi dynasty, Li Maobai would follow the trajectory of history and die suddenly. But no matter how worried you are, life has to go on. After all, now that we are tied together, we can no longer be as free and easy as before. Speaking of raising children, it is really a headache for Shinseyo. The 2 babies were not sent to the prince's residence, but lived with Shinseyo in Yueguang Palace. Although Li Maobai and the queen mother found 7 or 8 wet nurses to help Shinseyo take care of the children, they were somewhat uneasy about letting others take care of their own children. The first difficulty Shinseyo faced was the problem of insufficient milk supply. She wanted to feed the children herself, but with 2 children fed at the same time, her little food reserves seemed to be a drop in the bucket. The most important thing is that her chest is connected to Xiao Tuo's sensing system. In the past, Shinseyo and Li Maobai worked in the evening, and Xiao Tuo had already gotten off work, so it wouldn't have any impact. But now the time for the 2 children to breastfeed is not fixed in a day. The child needs milk when he is hungry, and there is no telling when. Sometimes when Shinseyo was breastfeeding in broad daylight, she could hear Xiao Tuo chanting in her mind, "Host, this is a bit embarrassing. Why not let the wet nurse feed you? You are so annoying. You have a lot on your plate. You have taken so many hosts before. Are your sensors hidden in their sensitive parts? No. This is the first time for the host. Others are palms, earlobes, or necks. This is also the first time I have seen this happen. The host should consider whether the problem is his own." Shinseyo was so angry that she had nothing to say. Later, Xiao Tuo said, "Anyway, we are celebrating the new year here soon. I can take half a month off during the new year." The host should use this half month to experience the joy of being a mother breastfeeding in person. After the time has passed, I will come back. But before I leave, I have to assign a task to the host. Let concubine Cici kneel down and call her mother. The points for completing the task will be plus 80, and the points for failing the task will be minus 80. Shinseyo? Are you sick? She has been locked up for nothing. Why should I provoke her? Xiao Tuo, host is up to you. But I can reveal one thing to the host. That is, during the host's pregnancy, she suffered a total of 8 poisoning incidents. 4 of them were discovered by the host, and 4 others were not discovered by the host. But all were resolved because of the dragon and phoenix pill. So host, guess, who secretly arranged those 4 poisonings? Shinseyo asked tentatively. Is this Princess Shi? Xiao Tuo, yes. Compared to the queen, she is the most sinister person in the harem. Does the host know what to do? A sinister light flashed in Shinseyo's eyes. I understand. If she is looking for death, I have to help her. Right? Don't worry. I will definitely be able to complete this task before you come back from vacation. Asterisk. During Xiao Tuo's vacation, Shinseyo fed almost all of her breast milk. In the end, she had no choice but to ask the wet nurse to do it for her. But these 2 children seem to be deliberately going against her. My son sleeps during the day and cries at night, and my daughter goes to bed at night and cries during the day. The 2 of them cooperated closely, as if they would not give up until Shinseyo suffered a mental breakdown. Not to mention that Shinseyo couldn't bear it. Even Li Maobai couldn't stand it when he came to Yueguang Palace to accompany Shinseyo. Shinseyo is 10 months pregnant, plus a series of messy things like returning to confinement after giving birth, which is equivalent to being pregnant for a year. Naturally, Li Maobai's physiological needs had been suppressed for a year. After finally waiting for the child to mature, he can do something big with his wife. But every time the prelude started, the child's cries were like chasing a ghost for his life, ruthlessly interrupting their boudoir fun. After doing this several times, Li Maobai became annoyed. He got dressed and got up from the bed, muttering, "That's unreasonable. I must let them know how powerful I am today." Seeing how angry he was, Shinseyo thought he was going to beat the child. So she quickly advised, "Don't do it. If you dare to hit them, I will beat you." Li Maobai didn't respond to her. He grunted and rushed out the door. Shinseyo felt something was wrong, so she also put on her clothes and chased him out. Who would have thought that when she arrived at the side hall, she would see such a funny scene through the window? Li Maobai held a baby in one hand,
looked at them with kind eyes and whispered softly.
Baby, be good. Baby, don't cry. My father and your mother and concubine are doing what they need to do. After this is done, they will give birth to many babies for you.
Many little babies. Would you like to play with you? When the time comes, you will become brothers and sisters. And you can bully your younger brothers and sisters. Aren't you very happy? Then be obedient. Stop crying. And sleep well. Okay?
Perhaps it was because the children were spiritual and could understand what adults said. Or maybe it was because Li Mobai's father's gentle tone made the children feel at ease. After listening to his words, the children were really quiet and neither cried nor made a fuss. He put the children back on the nursery couch very gently, and then tiptoed out. After going out, he found that Shinseyo had been looking at him with his arms folded. Chapter 292 Yu becomes a noble concubine. Li Mabai cleared his throat and said seriously,
How about it? Look, I still have something to do about this kind of thing. Right? Yes. The emperor is the most powerful.
Shinseyo responded in a strange way, and then yawned and said,
I haven't had a good sleep for several days after being tortured by them. And now I am very sleepy. I want to go back to sleep.
Oh, stop it. Li Mabai followed Shinseyo and asked,
Should we do something before going to bed?
What to do? Shinseyo asked.
Have you already done everything you need to do? If the emperor is energetic, you can do a few push-ups and go to bed when you are tired.
She turned around and pushed open the bedroom door with a snicker. Li Mabai followed closely behind. And after Shinseyo sat on the couch, he threw her down without any explanation. He covered her body, attached his ears to hers, and whispered,
I miss you so much.
Shinseyo blushed and stared into his eyes.
I see you every day. What do you miss about me? What do you think?
Li Mabai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised her chin and looked at her for a moment. I was thinking that the two children are always lonely. And Yu said that he likes the feeling of having his children and grandchildren at his knees. So we have to work harder.
With that said, before Shinseyo could reply, he pressed his lips against hers. The passionate kiss continued. Asterisk. The next day, King Liang entered the palace to bid farewell to Shinseyo. The transfer of power in Xiliang had been completed, and he needed to go back to deal with the aftermath. Shinseyo asked him,
That's your fiefdom. Will you come back when you leave?
Liang once said.
Eldest sister, don't worry. The emperor knows that it is not easy for us siblings to reunite. So he promised me that I could enter the palace and live on the island in the middle of the lake at any time. In the future, eldest sister and I will be able to see each other more often. That's good. The emperor still has a heart for you. How can I compare with the eldest sister?
Prince Liang smiled knowingly.
When I came from the imperial court, I heard that the emperor was explaining to Sanfu that an imperial edict would be sent to the eldest sister's palace soon.
Sure enough, in the afternoon of that day, the imperial edict came to Yueguang Palace. Shinseyo was officially enthroned as a noble concubine. Li Mabai originally arranged a grand canonization ceremony for her, but Shinseyo felt that those procedures were troublesome. So she asked Li Mabai to omit all these procedures and only let the concubine come to Yueguang Palace to celebrate her. There was no queen in the harem. So concubine, she was demoted to concubine she, and was banned. Shinseyo obtained the status of a noble concubine, was favored by Li Mabai, and gave birth to a prince and a princess for the royal family. Her current status in the hearts of the concubines was equivalent to that of an uncrowned queen. Now that Shinseyo has the power, she no longer has to rely on others. The first thing she has to do is to establish her authority in the harem. Only if everyone is afraid of her and dare not provoke her can her children be extra safe. On the first day, when the concubine came to Yueguang Palace to pay her respects, she, who had always loved to smile, had a straight face today and looked like she would not let strangers approach her.
Don't be formal. Please sit flat on your back.
Pei served new tea to all the concubines. The tea was newly rewarded by Li Mabai and was very valuable. But none of these concubines could drink it. Shinseyo glanced at them one by one and asked,
Why don't you drink? But you can't get used to the tea in this palace?
Concubine Shin said.
The tea in the palace is very good. I like it very much.
She took a big sip. Concubine Hui also said,
I also think it's very good. But I think it's expensive, and I can't bear to drink it.
The remaining nobles and Changzai also agreed. Shinseyo smiled and said,
Look at you. I'm just chatting with you. Why are you so nervous? But having said that, since the emperor gave me the power to take charge of the affairs of the sixth palace, The Queen Mother also ordered me to I have to look after the harem for her. And I can't just turn a blind eye and pretend I didn't see many things.
She paused and asked in a deep voice.
Where are Xingui and Jicheng?
In response to her words, two ordinary-looking concubines squeezed out of the crowd. They looked a little panicked. After respectfully greeting Shinseyo, they did not dare to raise their heads. Shinseyo said firmly,
Raise your head and let me see you.
When the two of them looked up, their expressions could not hide their panic. After Shinseyo gave birth, these two people discussed Shinseyo privately in their palace. She said that she just relied on her charming spirit to seduce Li Mobai, and Li Mobai was just playing with her. He also said that women will age quickly after giving birth to children, and it won't be long before Li Mobai loses his sense of freshness towards her, and she was left alone. Such words were heard by the maids in their palace, and they sold favors in front of Pear and told Pear the gossip. Shinseyo looked at them and smiled.
There has never been an airtight wall in this palace. In fact, it is not a big deal to discuss people's rights and wrongs behind their backs. After all,
you can't see the emperor. You have no favor, and your status is low in the palace. Life is like walking on thin ice. And I can understand even if you say a few angry words in private. But if you whisper something, you have to speak wisely. If the rumor reaches my ears, I will not agree to it.
Neither of them made any excuses, and quickly kowtowed and confessed.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. I know I was wrong.
Shinseyo,
if you realize your mistake, accept the punishment. Each of you will be punished for half a year. Then you will go back to the palace to reflect on your mistakes. Copy 5 volumes of Female Virtue, and send it to me the next day. This is just a small punishment, but a big warning. If you dare to do it again in the future, whether you are talking about me or the concubine next to you, then I will not just give you a fine. I will have someone smash the clever mouth on your pretty face. I can do this too.
The two of them saved their lives and quickly kowtowed to thank them. Later, Shinseyo punished many unruly concubines, but they were all small punishments and big warnings. The purpose was to make them understand that she knew all the shameful things they had done, so that they could behave with their tail between their legs in the future. Stop causing trouble. After punishing these little minions, she became kind and cheerful towards concubine Chen and concubine Hui.
The two sisters have been concubines since I became concubines, and they have taught me a lot in the past 2 years. I hope that the sisters can help me and look after the harem. Otherwise, I will be in charge alone. Many things are beyond our capabilities.
Concubine Hui later turned to Shinseyo, and although concubine Chen had always been attached to concubine she was smart and realized early on that Shinseyo was not a creature of the pond, so she never really offended her. While establishing power in the harem, you must also show kindness and power in order to win over people's hearts. Shinseyo ordered Pear to bring gifts to the two of her. A pair of earrings was given to concubine Chen, and a necklace was given to concubine Hui. They are all made of fine agate and are priceless. The two of them tried to shirk it at first, but soon accepted Shinseyo's kindness. He also said that in the future, he would follow Shinseyo's lead and try his best to assist her in managing the affairs of the harem. Chapter 293 New Mission. Let concubine she call her mother. After tasting 2 cups of tea, Shinseyo said with emotion,
I have been thinking just now that today's greetings seem to have become much more deserted than before. I can't tell what is wrong, but I always feel that it is not as lively as before. It's just that when I calmed down and took a quick look, I suddenly realized that concubine she was missing.
Concubine Hui said,
Have you forgotten? She made the queen so angry that the emperor ordered her to be grounded. I'm afraid she will never be able to come out of Yuehua Palace in her life.
Concubine Chen had had a relationship with concubine Shi before, and she didn't pull her down at this time, but just kept silent. Shinseyo said,
The queen's affairs cannot be entirely blamed on her. She has such a temperament, and she often choked the queen. It's just that the queen happened to be sick, and she was so aroused that the illness came out. She was also grounded. It has been 2 or 3 months. I think that the birth of the prince and princess is a happy event celebrated by everyone. If she realizes her mistake now, it is not impossible to release her.
Concubine Hui quickly fawned over Shinseyo and said,
Your Majesty, you are kind and kind, but concubine Shi's mouth is notorious for annoying people. Don't let her out until then, and she will start talking nonsense in front of you again. Concubine Chen said,
I feel that although concubine Shi has a fierce temper, she is not a bad person.
Shinseyo smiled coldly, and did not answer. Concubine Shi secretly used some elaborate method to poison her 4 times. If this was not bad, then there would be no bad people in the world. After the greetings were dispersed that day, Shinseyo went to Yuehua Palace alone. When the palace guard saw that she was coming, even without Li Mabai's instructions, he still opened the door and welcomed her in. When she entered, she saw concubine she practicing dancing in the courtyard. For years, she ate only one meal a day and exercised every day in order to maintain her slim figure. Although her kyphosis is fake, her perfect figure is the result of years of hard work. When she saw Shinseyo coming, she was a little surprised.
Concubine Rome? Why are you here?
Seeing that her belly was flat, he tentatively asked.
Have you given birth to a baby?
Shinseyo smiled sadly.
Thanks to you. A boy and a girl. Mother and son are safe.
An unnatural smile appeared on concubine Shi's face.
That's good. The emperor has an heir. Why can you come to see me? But the emperor wants to let me out.
Shinseyo,
the emperor didn't want to let you out. It was me who wanted to see you. People in your palace don't have any information from the outside. You probably don't know that. Right. I am no longer a concubine, but a noble concubine. Noble concubine?
Concubine Shi was silent for a moment, shaking her head with a self-deprecating smile.
Yes, you are so favored, and you have given birth to an heir. It is only a matter of time before the emperor canonizes you as a concubine. So why did you come to me today to ask? What to do? Show off in front of me.
Shinseyo asked the palace attendants in Yuehua Palace to move a Grand Master's chair to the courtyard. After sitting down, he said,
I'm here because I want to hear what you said about the methods you used to give me help during the period when I was pregnant.
Is the palace poisoned?
Concubine, she was stunned for a moment. And then she quickly denied it.
You? Don't lie. I didn't poison you.
Shinseyo sneered.
I can ask you this because I already have the evidence in my hands. You poisoned me 4 times. But you didn't hurt me even once. You thought it was me as your fake great?
She leaned forward slightly and said in a fierce voice,
I tell you, if you are wise, I will not make it difficult for you. You kowtow to me and apologize. Then this matter is over. I can still save you from Yuehua Palace. But if you are shameless and insist on arguing with me, then this Yuehua Palace will be your cold palace from now on. I will tell the emperor everything and let him investigate thoroughly. You are angry at the queen before you, and you are trying to murder the emperor at the back. Look, the emperor still can't tolerate you.
Concubine, she was really frightened by her, because she poisoned Shinseyo 4 times during her pregnancy, and she used sophisticated methods that were extremely difficult for others to detect. Although she didn't know how Shinseyo found out, Shinseyo could tell that she had been poisoned 4 times, which showed that she might actually have something in Shinseyo's hands. If Li Mabai knew that she had taken action against the emperor's heir, her life might not be saved. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't suffer the consequences of his life. After a moment of silence, Concubine, she said in a deep voice, Are you really willing to let me go? Of course. If I don't want to let you go, why do I have to tell you so much here? Wouldn't it be over if I just tell the emperor the evidence? Concubine, she,
Are you really willing to beg the emperor for me to let him out?
Shinseyo,
there is never a word of begging between me and the emperor. As long as I open my mouth, the emperor will naturally let you go.
Concubine, she was doubtful.
Then what do you need me to do for you? You don't need to do anything. I just need you to apologize to me. Can you do it? It's that simple?
Shinseyo worriedly nodded. And Concubine, she said,
Then I can't forgive you. So I can't apologize to you.
She went down and bowed her head. But Shinseyo shook his head and said,
How are you apologizing to others? If you don't know, you think you are rolling up your sleeves to have a fight with me.
Concubine, she,
Then what do you want from me?
Shinseyo raised her eyebrows and looked at the ground.
Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. You? Kneel down. I don't want to say it again.
There was no way. She had the leverage in Shinseyo's hands, and she had to do whatever Shinseyo said. So he could only bite the bullet and kneel in front of Shinseyo in front of many palace people.
She leaned down, kowtowed as if pounding garlic, and said angrily,
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Shinseyo looked at her with disdain.
TSK. 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 I think your mother's family must be responsible for your lack of education. When you were at your mother's house, your mother must have neglected to discipline you. Right. That's why you talk so much so vicious and evil-minded. It doesn't matter. I can teach you what your mother doesn't do. My hometown calls my mother Mom. If you call me Mom now, I will forgive you. About you.
Concubine, she raised her head and glared at her with gritted teeth.
Shinseyo, don't bully others too much,
Shinseyo said impatiently.
hurry up and stop talking nonsense.
You? All the palace people around her focused their attention on concubine Shi. She was such a proud person who could choke the queen to the point of being speechless. But today she was so humiliated by Shinseyo, a latecomer. Her cheeks were burning red and tears filled her eyelashes. But she tried her best to hold them back. After a long silence, 2 words came out of his mouth.
Mom.
Shinseyo laughed sarcastically, reached out and touched concubine Shi's head, and responded.
Oh, Mom is here. From now on, you must be obedient. Be good, and don't be mean if nothing happens. Do you understand?
Chapter 294. Accumulate 500 points and return to modern times anxiously. 2 days after this farce ended, an imperial decree was issued to Yueguang Palace. Although it was not reset, concubine Cece's confinement was finally lifted. However, concubine Shi didn't know that her mother's family sent a greeting note to Li Mabai every day, asking Li Mabai to forgive her. As long as Li Mabai can forgive concubine Shi and let her out, her mother's family is willing to pay 10,000 taels of silver to the court. If you don't make money, you are a fool. Therefore, in fact, Shinseyo did nothing. Li Mabai was able to let her out entirely because of her mother's family's contribution. I feel sorry for her. In order to make her life easier, it is really shameful and humiliating to kneel in front of Shinseyo and call her mother in front of so many palace people. Asterisk. On the night of the Lantern Festival, after the family banquet, Li Mabai was originally going to return to Yueguang Palace with Shinseyo. However, because the weather had been hot and cold in the past 2 days, he was greedy for coolness and wore less clothes. So he was not infected by the wind and cold. He was afraid of going to Yueguang Palace and passing on the illness to Shinseyo and the children. So he stayed alone in Yueguang Palace. After Shinseyo returned to the palace, she played with the 2 children for a while with a rattle. After the children fell asleep, she finished washing and lay down on the bed. Just as I was about to go to bed, a system voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Dee. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of letting concubine Shi call her mother. The host will be rewarded with plus 80 points. The remaining points are currently 200. Only then did Shinseyo remember that today happened to be the day when Xiao Tuochuo returned to work. Shinseyo, why are you so invisible? Didn't you say you don't work overtime? It's your rest time now. Why did you run out suddenly? Scared me. Xiao Tuochuo, because I sensed that the tyrant did not come to the host today. I have 2 things to tell the host. The first thing is to give the host bonus points for good things. Host, do you still remember the mission you took over from me when you were just pregnant? Shinseyo almost forgot about it if it didn't mention it. That's right. When the system coaxed her to use all her belongings to buy Longfeng pill, didn't it give her a task? As long as she gives birth to a child, she can be rewarded with 300 points. Shinseyo, I remembered. You still owe me 300 points. Xiao Tuochuo, hee. Yes, I should have given these 300 points to the host after the baby was born. But it happened to be the Chinese New Year at that time. I finally went home and wanted to buy some for my family. However, the Space and Time Management Bureau did not pay wages before the year, and the payment will be delayed until after the year. So I took the host's points to temporarily turn around. The host won't blame me. Right? Shinseyo, of course I will blame you. So are you paid now? Xiao Tuochuo, I sent it. Didn't I take the initiative to admit to the host that I was wrong? Dee reward the host with plus 300 points. And the remaining points are currently 500. Congratulations to the host for reaching a point balance of over 500 for the first time. He has already accumulated more than half of the 1,000 points. Already halfway? Hearing the news, Shinseyo should have been happy. But somehow, she wasn't happy at all. If she accumulates 1,000 points, she will return to the present day. Now she couldn't leave Li Mabai at all. Not to mention she had 2 children with her. So she couldn't leave. Xiao Tuochuo saw that she didn't respond for a long time, and called her.
What is the host thinking?
No. Nothing. Shinseyo replied while distracted. She thought, points can be spent anyway. So even if she has accumulated 900 points, as long as she spends them squanderingly or refuses to accept the tasks assigned by Xiao Tuochuo, her points will be deducted. As long as she wanted to. She had plenty of ways to stay in Shi Dynasty, and stay with Li Mabai and the children. Didn't you say you wanted to tell me 2 things? One more thing. Little Tuochuo, host, Do you still remember your birthday last year? Every year on his birthday, the Space and Time Administration will give the host a homecoming pill. After taking it, the host can return to the modern world for 24 hours. The last time the host's pills were eaten by the Tyrant. This time on the host's birthday, he couldn't take the homecoming pill because he was pregnant. So I temporarily kept it for the host. Now that the Tyrant is gone, and the host has given birth to the baby safely, there will be no more surprises on this trip back home. Return home. Is there anything else worthy of her attachment in her modern home? Lucky has followed him to ancient times, and is by his side in another form. And his best friend Xiaoyao also betrayed him, sold all his furniture, and planned to occupy the dove's nest and occupy her house. Is there any point in her going back? Shinxio thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. Yes. She could go back to modern times to read historical records, and see what the Qi dynasty had become after so many changes she had made. In this way, doesn't she have the ability to predict the future? If Li Maobai encounters any danger again, she can help him avoid it in time. Okay. Then give it to me. Okay, host. Please spread your palms. With a burst of warmth in the palm of his hand, a pink ball the size of an egg appeared in Shinxio's hand. Xiao Taochua told her, it's the same as last time. The host only needs to soak it in water. Drink it after it completely melts. And then you can return to modern times. Shinxio knew the process well. Without Li Maobai here this time, there would definitely be no more surprises. It's just that when Bai Bai traveled back in time last time, he was still wearing ancient clothes. I don't want to go back wearing ancient clothes and be regarded as a monster. Host, don't worry. Because the Tyrant was originally from ancient times. He was wearing ancient clothes by mistake. So he went back wearing ancient clothes. But the host is different. The host is originally a modern person. So after the host travels back, he will wear his previous clothes. After settling all his concerns, Shinxio took the returning pill into water. After drinking the large bowl of cherry-flavored sparkling water, her vision went dark and she fainted instantly. Then she seemed to be in a dark tunnel, with an invisible force behind her pushing her forward. She didn't slowly open her eyes until she reached the light at the end of the tunnel. Everything around me has changed. What you see in front of you is no longer antique decoration, but a dazzling array of modern furniture. Shinxio looked around, and the more he looked, the more familiar the layout of this room became. Is this your home? Why are the decoration styles all so different? And what's hanging on the wall is? The photo hanging on the wall is of her former best friend, Xiaoyao. Did she really occupy her own house and live in it openly? At this moment, Shinxio heard a loud gasp from the bedroom. It seems like someone is inside, doing some indescribable things. Chapter 295. You tears the green tea bitch with your hands. Shinxio approached the bedroom and put her ear against the door. Sure enough, the indescribable sound inside could be heard more clearly. It's uncomfortable enough for someone to do something like that in broad daylight. The point is, that used to be her bedroom. Thinking of this, Shinxio suddenly felt sick. Without thinking, she kicked open the bedroom door. In front of me, there were two people doing disgusting things. The heroine is none other than her former best friend, Xiaoyao. When she saw Shinxio standing at her door, she was instantly dumbfounded. The man was also frightened. He immediately pulled a quilt to cover the two of them. Didn't you say you live alone? Who is she? Shinxio would get corns if she looked at this couple. She picked up the clothes the man put on the back of the chair, opened the window, and threw them all out. The man yelled, "Are you hacking sick?" Shinxio glared at the man and cursed back. "This is my hacking house, and my name is written on the property certificate. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight, or else I'll call the police." The man was shocked by Shinxio's momentum. After turning around and scolding Xiaoyao, he covered himself with his hands and rushed out the door. Now, only Shinxio and Xiaoyao were left in the whole bedroom. Xiaoyao quickly put on his clothes, then stepped forward and grabbed Shinxio's hand, crying and saying, You, where have you been? Do you know that I can't find you wherever I look? Are you worried to death?" "Me," Shinxio sneered. "So in order to relieve your worries, you found a man to come back to my house and do shameless things on my bed?" Lil Yao blushed. You, listen to me explain to you." "Okay, I'm just waiting to hear your explanation." Shinxio shook off her hand, pointed at the brand new furnishings in the room and asked, "Explain to me why everything in my house has been why are my clothes all in my closet?" Xiaoyao quickly calmed down and said nonsensically, "No, things are not what you think. I saw that the furniture in the house was old.
So I bought new ones for you. And the reason why the wardrobe is they are all my clothes because I moved here and I couldn't find you. I thought maybe you would be rescued one day and I could open the door for you at home. Oh, then you are really kind-hearted.
Shinseyo sneered.
What about Lucky? Why didn't I see it? I didn't even see the doghouse or dog food. Where did it go? Lucky.
Xiao Yao stammered a few words, then suddenly covered his face and cried.
Woo-hoo-hoo. It's all my fault. I didn't tie the dog leash when I walked the dog. Lucky suddenly went crazy and ran away. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. I thought it might have been taken away. So I put its kennel and dog food downstairs, hoping that the person who picked it up would be able to find it. Treat it well.
Shinseyo just wanted to give her a thumbs up for her acting skills. How shameless does this person have to be to lie without blinking an eye? Shinseyo pointed to the computer on the table and asked.
This computer, the TV outside, and all the furniture in this house are all new ones you bought for me. Right. In other words, these are all my things. Right. Wrong? Yes. Okay.
Shinseyo turned back to the toilet to get a mop, picked up the mop stick and smashed it against the computer screen. After a few sticks, the computer started to smoke. Xiao Yao was dumbfounded and wanted to step forward to stop him. But Shinseyo hit his calf with a stick. The pain made him unable to stand up.
You? What are you doing?
Shinseyo.
It's my home. I can do whatever I like.
She picked up the stick and smashed everything in sight in the house to pieces. He also took out all Xiao Yao's clothes from the closet, put them in the bathtub in the bathroom, and lit a fire. Xiao Yao looked at the mess in the room and said angrily,
Shin you crazy woman! Do you know what you are doing? You dare to scold me?
Shinseyo picked up the mop stick and pushed the end with the mop directly into Xiao Yao's face. Xiao Yao cried and shouted to her.
You are crazy! Ah! You crazy person!
Shinseyo sneered at himself.
Am I crazy? Who helped you when you had no money to eat? Who took you in when you had no place to live? Who accompanied you to get drunk when you broke up and fell in love? Again, who saw you being bullied in the company and rushed to help you? What did I do to you? And what did you do to me? I am blind to know a scumbag like you.
Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone from his pocket and wanted to call the police. Shinseyo snatched her phone away and smashed it against the wall. With a bang, the phone exploded into pieces.
You still dare to call the police? You sold all my furniture and books without my consent, then moved in and changed the door locks and treated it as your own home. You also sold my Lucky to a dog meat restaurant. You still a person?
Shinseyo was so high that she didn't care about the severity of her attack. Anyway, she will return to ancient times in 24 hours. She doesn't have enough time now to take revenge or complain. She beat Xiao Yao until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he never dared to fight back. She cried and knelt in front of Shinseyo, hugging her thighs and said,
You, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. It was my fault. It was my greed that made me do this. I will give you back now.
Please let me go.
Okay. To be honest, Shinseyo really felt that he was a big fool when he thought of how kind he was to Xiao Yao in the past. The better you treat a person, the deeper your hatred for her will be after experiencing that person's betrayal. Shinseyo was tired from beating and felt extremely disgusted when he saw her again. She threw the mop stick aside, pointed at the door and cursed.
This is my home. Get out of here right now.
Xiao Yao crawled out of her house. When Shinseyo saw her running for her life like a dog, she felt a little relieved. I originally wanted to check out the history of the Qi dynasty when I returned home, but I didn't expect that I would get something unexpected. Relieve your anger. However, she smashed all the usable electrical appliances in the house, and her history books were sold by Xiao Yao early in the morning. Where was she going to check out the history of Qi dynasty? At this moment, she suddenly saw Xiao Yao forgetting to bring his wallet when he ran away in a hurry. Her wallet was placed on the table. Shinseyo opened the wallet and found that there was still some cash inside. As long as she has money, she can go to an internet cafe to look up information, or go directly to the library to read books. She only had 24 hours, so she didn't want to delay too much. So she put the money in her pocket, took a mask, put it on and went out. Chapter 296. Why doesn't anyone seem to recognize her? Shinseyo returned to her school first, because the school library was the place she went to the most before. There, she could quickly dig up all the historical records about the Qi dynasty. Then, to her surprise, The library's security guard stopped her. The school has regulations that people from outside the school are not allowed to enter the school library. Even students of our school must swipe their cards to verify their identity when entering or exiting the library. Shinseo's personal belongings were sold out by Xiaoyao early in the morning, and she had nothing to prove her identity. But the library's security guard knew her very well. When she didn't bring her card, she said a few nice words to the security guard, and the security guard let her in. Today she followed the same pattern.
Brother, I was in a hurry to leave the dormitory and forgot to bring my key card today. Can you help me swipe it?
The security guard glanced up at her, seemingly not recognizing her.
Which department are you from?
Shinseo's worriedly thought that maybe the security guard had forgotten her because she hadn't shown up for so long. So he said,
Class 3 of the History Department, specializing in the history of the Qi dynasty.
Class 3? The security guard glanced at her.
There is no Class 3 in the History Department of our school. Go. Go. Hurry up.
Shinseo.
How could there not be one? I used to come to the library with my classmates in the same dormitory. This is where I went to university. And my graduate school was also admitted to our school. How come there is no Class 3 of the History Department?
The security guard drove her away impatiently.
Don't disturb my work here. I don't know how many booksellers like you have to deal with in a day. What if I let you in and steal the important books? And this I know all the students in the school who often come to the library. But I have never met you.
She asked the security guard.
What year is it?
The security guard raised his hand and pointed at the electronic clock in front of the library door.
Watch it for yourself. Leave immediately after reading it.
Shinseo looked up and saw that the electronic clock calendar showed March 3rd, 2022. In other words, in real life, she only traveled through time for a few months. In just a few months, it was impossible for Class 3, the largest class in the history department, to be banned. The security guard's attitude was very resolute, and the dispute between the two at the library door quickly attracted onlookers from passing students. Shinseo felt a little embarrassed, so she decided to go back to the dormitory to ask her roommates for help. She stood at the door and knocked for a long time, but found that no one seemed to be inside. However, she knew the habits of her roommates. In order to prevent them from forgetting their keys and being unable to return to the dormitory in case of emergency, they would hide a spare key behind the sticker in the middle of the door. Shinseo tore off a corner of the sticker, and the key fell out. She picked up the key and was about to open the door when she heard a yell from behind her.
What are you doing?
Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw Xiaomin and Xiaosu, who were in the same dormitory with him. Shinseo smiled and greeted her as if she were seeing a relative.
You are back.
She patted the two of them on the shoulders affectionately.
I've been home for a few months, and I haven't had time to tell you. You? Who are you?
Xiaomin interrupted her with a cold voice.
Don't act like you are familiar with us.
Xiaosu snatched the spare key from Shinseo's hand.
What are you doing with our dormitory key? Do you want to steal something?
Shinseo looked worried and dull. Why doesn't the roommate who used to have a
husband and back
with him no longer recognize him?
Me. I'm Shinyuyu.
Shinseo pointed at herself with wide eyes, trying to arouse their impression of her by talking about some common memories.
We were in the same dormitory in college, and we passed the exam together. Graduate students. When we were in school, we went to the library together from morning to night. How could you not know me?
Xiaomin and Xiaosu looked at each other.
Is this person crazy? What are you talking about? I have been living and studying with Xiaomin since I went to college. What does this have to do with you? Who are you?
They shook off Shinseo's hand and were about to leave. Shinseo chased after them and stopped them.
It's impossible. Think about it again. We are all from Class 3 of the History Department, studying the history of the Qi dynasty. Are you sick? If you don't leave, I'll call the police.
Xiaomin and Xiaosu ignored her and just talked about themselves. They took the key and opened the door to the dormitory. Shinseo took the opportunity to rush in. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she was dumbfounded. Everything here is so familiar, except that there are only 2 beds, and there is no trace of her presence at all. She saw the books on the table, almost all of which were related to the Tang dynasty, but they obviously have the same professional direction as themselves. Studying the Qi dynasty? Before Shinseo could come to her senses, Xiaomin and Xiaosu pushed her out of the dormitory.
Where are you crazy from? You should leave quickly. If you break into our dormitory again, we will really call the police.
Only then did Shinseo realize the seriousness of the matter. She took a breath, stood at the door and asked, "Do you know about Chi Chao?" "Ill." The dormitory door was slammed shut. The sound of the door closing seemed to hit Shinseo's heart, making her shiver. My roommates who had lived together for several years didn't even recognize me when I mentioned Chi Chao. They also looked confused. Shinseo had a bad thought in his mind. Could it be that because of her time travel, the history of Qi dynasty has been changed and no longer exists in real life? In order to confirm her seemingly absurd idea, she ran to an internet cafe near the school to check online for information about Chi Chao. Although she does not have an ID card, she has already entered her identity information into the supervision network, as she used to go to internet cafes to check information. She only needs to report her ID card at the front desk, and then pass the face recognition system for comparison and authentication to go through the internet procedures. However, when she reported her ID card, the staff at the internet cafe told her that there was no such person in the ID number, and it was a wrong number, and asked her to report it again. "My ID card number has been memorized by heart since I was 18 years old. It is already engraved in my DNA. How could there be a mistake?" Shinseo checked several times, but the results were the same. As long as she can ensure that her ID card number is 100% correct, there is only one possibility of this happening. That is, she has probably disappeared from real life. But if this is the case, it stands to reason that Xiaoyao would not know her. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all the people she knew because of her research on Chi Chao no longer knew her. She stood at the front desk of the internet cafe, stunned. Chapter 297 Qi Dynasty is gone. A mixed blessing. Since you can't access the internet, there should be clues in the history museum, right? After all, she had been to the museum many times before when she was writing her thesis. There were many cultural relics left over from the Qi dynasty that she had seen with her own eyes. After Shinseo came out of the internet cafe, she took a taxi and went straight to the history museum. On the way, she looked at the scenery passing by outside the car window, feeling very strange in a daze. The whole city is like a cage made of steel and concrete. People of all kinds are struggling to survive, as if it has become a luxury for them to stop. Compared to here, Shinseo felt that she had completely adapted to life in Qi dynasty. After arriving at the history museum, Shinseo bought a ticket and followed his memory in the huge venue to find bits and pieces about the Qi dynasty. However, she had searched almost all the museums, but could not find any clues related to the Qi dynasty. She found the commentator in the venue and asked her, "Hello, I would like to ask where the cultural relics of the Qi dynasty are displayed." "Qi dynasty?" The commentator was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Little girl, have you read too much unofficial history? Qi dynasty is just a dynasty that has appeared in unofficial history records. But the history we know at this stage, it does not prove that this dynasty really existed. Can't it be proven that it really existed?" Shinseo murmured to herself. Could it really disappear? Actually, I am also quite interested in the unofficial history of the Qi dynasty. I have also done some data collection. If you are interested, I can show it to you. The narrator enthusiastically handed her tablet to Shinseo. This folder contains unofficial histories related to the Qi dynasty. It is quite complete. If this dynasty really existed, then its ruler must be a very interesting person. Shinseo looked at the unofficial history records and asked, "Why?" "Because the ruler of this dynasty, according to unofficial history, finally gave up the throne and retired to seclusion with the queen. He was one of the few emperors in ancient history who truly lived as a couple for the rest of his life." The ruler she mentioned was most likely Li Mabai. But faced with the unofficial historical information in his hands, Shinseo was a little confused. The records of unofficial history were incomplete to begin with, and when she read the information to the 6th year of the Qi dynasty, all the records became a mosaic. She handed the tablet to the narrator. "How come these later ones are all turned into mosaics?" The commentator took the tablet with a puzzled look on her face. After seeing that all the subsequent content had turned into a mosaic, she also looked puzzled. "Huh? Strange. What's going on? Could it be poisoning? I read it a few days ago." Very good. Shinseo quickly realized what was going on. She and Li Mabai became a biological child, and she has become a complete ancient person. When Li Mabai traveled to modern times, Xiao Tuaichua once told Shinseo that if ancient people traveled to modern times, the Space-Time Management Bureau would automatically trigger a protection mechanism in order not to reveal the timeline development of their world to ancient people, so they cannot learn in the modern world what happened in the past.
After understanding this truth, Shinseyo stopped struggling. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't possibly know how the plot would develop. In this case, she doesn't need to bother. It's better to go back and take it one step at a time. Anyway, with Xiao Tua here, and she still has a lot of points. Nothing should be able to stump her. When we came out of the museum, it was getting late. In the Qi dynasty, I was used to having only candlelight and palace lanterns to illuminate my eyes in the dark. But now looking at the bright neon lights in the streets and alleys, I feel a little dazzling. She wandered aimlessly on the streets, muttering to herself. It has now become a dynasty recorded in unofficial histories, which means that it existed. But there is no evidence of its existence. There is no queen in the Qi dynasty now. Bai Bai said that he would make me his queen in the future. The narrator also said that Bai Bai would take me to live in seclusion in the future, which meant that our ending was at least good. These are enough. Anyway, people only live this life. Why should I worry about so many things in the future? Thinking of this, she felt much more relaxed. 12 hours have passed since she traveled back to the present day, and there is still half of the time before she can travel back. Now that he has returned to modern times and has taken so much money from Xiaoyao. Of course he has to eat and drink a lot and live in style. Although the meals she ate in the palace were royal meals, and the dishes were exquisite in color, attractive in taste, but the junk food she liked did not exist in ancient times. She first went to have a meal at KFC, and then went to a barbecue stall to pack some skewers, and was going to sit on the beach and enjoy the sea breeze while drinking beer. She felt comfortable just thinking about it. It was still very cold at the beach in March, so there were no people on the beach. Shinseyo spread a sheet on the floor that she just bought in the supermarket, and then sat on the floor, smelling the freshness of the seawater, blowing the cool sea breeze, drinking beer and eating skewers. I felt very good. It would be even better if the two little naughty boys and Li Maobai were also around. There was no sea in Jiangdu, so she thought that when her children were older, Bai Bai would take them out of the palace to play somewhere with the sea. Su! A frivolous whistle interrupted Shinseyo's thoughts. She looked sideways and saw two cowering-looking men greeting her. Little beauty, are you drinking alone at the beach in the middle of the night? If you have anything on your mind, tell me, and he will help you solve your problems. The two of them walked a little unsteadily, and when they got closer, Shinseyo could clearly smell the alcohol on their bodies. It would be best if you don't mess with drunken and troublemaking gangsters like this. Shinseyo ignored them and stood up to leave. Oh, beauty, why are you running away? They staggered to catch up and grabbed Shinseyo's arm. Tell me, brother, did you break up with your boyfriend? Are you lonely? Come on, follow me. He won't let you be lonely. Let go. Get out. Shinseyo shouted at them. But this action only made them more excited. They pulled Shinseyo's wrist tighter, and even started to hug him in their arms. Hey, he is still a hot-tempered man. Just what I want. If you blindly obey, you will definitely be bullied by these two scum. In addition, there was no one on the beach at the moment, so she had no choice but to save herself. So she first pretended to be submissive and said to the wretched man in a sweet voice, Brother, please be gentle. You are hurting me. This voice made the wretched man go numb. As soon as he loosened his hand slightly, Shinseyo kicked him hard in the crotch, then picked up the beer bottle on the ground and threw it at the head of another greasy man. Chapter 298, Meeting a Modern Crush. These two wretched and greasy men obviously did not expect that Shinseyo would suddenly be so cruel to them. One of the two people was squatting on the ground with his crotch in hand, looking miserable, while the other was holding his bleeding head, pointing at Shinseyo and yelling, You bitch! Don't run! Shinseyo ran away without looking back. When she heard the man's curses behind her getting closer and closer, she couldn't help but speed up. In panic, she looked back behind her. Suddenly, he ran head-on into a hug. She almost fell down, but was helped by the man before she managed to stand up. Shinseyo recognized him at a glance. He was the boy who she could see whenever she went to the study room during her college days, and whom she had a crush on for her entire youth. After only a moment of delay, the two wretched men caught up with him. The man held Shinseyo behind him, staring at the two men with cold eyes. He was tall and strong, and he showed no fear of retreating from the angry two gangsters. The wretched man scolded, You bastard! Stop minding your own business. If you are sensible, get out of here. Don't try to be a hacking hero, or I'll beat you too. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the man punched him very fast
and hit him hard on the nose. With just one punch, the wretched man's nose was bleeding and his nose was broken. Another greasy man stabbed the boy in the abdomen with a broken beer bottle. Shinseyo shouted in panic, "Be careful." The man kicked the greasy man in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. The two people knew that they were no match for him, and after saying harsh words, they supported each other and ran away. Shinseyo breathed a long sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to him. "Thank you." The man stared at her expressionlessly. Shinseyo still remembered that when she was in college, every time she saw him, he would give her a smile. But this time, he seemed very indifferent. Shinseyo thought that he might not remember her just like his college classmates. But at this moment, the man pulled Shinseyo's arm and dragged her forward. "They are famous local snakes in this area. If they don't leave quickly, they will definitely bring people back to seek revenge." Somehow, the man in front of her seemed to have a magical power that could make Shinseyo easily lower her guard in front of him and follow him with confidence. His car was parked in the parking lot open by the beach. Shinseyo got into his car and asked, "It's past 12 o'clock. Why did you come to the beach alone? Aren't you alone?" The man replied coldly. The atmosphere fell into a brief awkwardness, and Shinseyo asked again, "Thank you for saving me today. Well, my name is Shinyuyu. What's your name?" "Lee Mushin." "Lee Mushin?" Another one named Lee. It seems that Shinseyo, whether in modern times or in ancient times, seems to have a lot of connections with people named Lee. After sitting in the car for 2 minutes, Lee Mushin didn't start the car. Although Shinseyo was talking to him for the first time, she seemed very familiar with him. "Just put me at the intersection in front of you and that'll be fine." "Lee Mushin, where is your home?" "I don't plan to go home today. Just leave me there." The house had been turned into such a horrible state by her. When she went back to face the mess, she didn't even have a place to stay. It would be better to be out of sight and out of mind. You can just walk around and look around. You can just make a living for one night and then go back by yourself. Hearing what she said, Lee Mushin frowned and started the car. "It's so late and it's not safe for you, a girl, to wander the street. You choose. Either I will take you home, or you will come home with me." "Come home with you." Shinseyo turned her head and looked at him. What a good guy. He looks like a human, but he is also a scumbag. What good could happen if a man and a woman were alone in the same room in the middle of the night? Shinseyo's favorability towards him dropped by half in an instant. Seeing that she suddenly fell silent, Lee Mushin said, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you will be in danger alone." Shinseyo smiled perfunctorily. "How could that be? You saved me and were kind enough to give me a ride. How could I misunderstand you?" She thought for a while and decided that instead of wandering around the streets, she might as well go home with him. First of all, she was still a little curious about the man she had a crush on. After all, in all her years in college, she had almost never seen him anywhere else except in the study room. Moreover, she had inquired in private more than once, but no one seemed to know what Major Lee Mushin majored in. It was very mysterious. Secondly, if he wanted to do something to himself, he could have done it when he locked the car door just now. So why bother dragging her home? Isn't this self-reporting so that she can provide information to the police? After such analysis, Shinseyo joked, "Then let's go to your house." Lee Mushin was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. "Okay." Asterisk. Lee Mushin's home lives in a small single-family house in the 3rd ring road of the city. The elevator in his garage can reach the room directly. And while chatting on the road, I learned that he has always lived alone. Shinseyo never thought that he was still a rich man. So he joked, "I can't tell that you are still a rich second generation." Lee Mushin unlocked the fingerprint lock, opened the door, and took out a pair of pink slippers that fit Shinseyo. "Shinseyo, why do you have girls' slippers at home?" Lee Mushin replied to her lightly, "It's from my girlfriend." "Is your girlfriend at home too?" Shinseyo poked half of his head and looked around in the spacious living room of his home. Lee Mushin was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Dead." Shinseyo felt worried and felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry. It's okay. It's been a long time." He led Shinseyo into the house, let her sit on the sofa, and got her a comfortable cushion. Then he turned around and went into the kitchen to get a bottle of red wine and a can of Coke. Shinseyo, "Want a drink?" "I drank the wine, and I gave you the Coke." Lee Mushin handed the Coke to Shinseyo. Shinseyo held the Coke in her hand and smiled lightly. "This is the first time I have been a guest at someone else's house. And the host gave me a can of Coke. Don't you like to drink Coke? When you were studying in self-study, I always saw you holding a bottle of Coke. Yeah. But me.
Shinsi was worried and worried. She slowly moved her eyes towards Li Mukin and said in surprise,
Do you know me? What else?
Li Mushin raised his eyebrows and asked,
We studied together in college for more than 3 years. Although we haven't spoken to each other, we see each other every day, so we should be considered acquaintances. Right.
Chapter 299. If I hadn't traveled through time, I might have been with him. Shinsi was completely confused. What happened to this world? Why do some people know her and some have no memory of her at all? After thinking about it, she finally came up with a reasonable explanation. The history of Qi dynasty disappeared, which means that everything related to Qi dynasty has changed. For example, History Class 3 specializes in studying the history of the Qi dynasty. And Xiao Min and Xiao Su are my roommates. They study the same things as me. There is also the security guard in the library. He also knew that I was in History Class 3 before. So these people all know that I study the history of the Qi dynasty. And there are many things between me and the Qi dynasty. Now Qi Chao has disappeared. So the Space and Time Management Bureau should have cleared my existence in their minds. So they don't recognize me. As for Xiao Yao, she doesn't know or care about what major I studied in college. She doesn't go to school and just fools around every day. She always talks to me about chasing stars or buying luxury goods. So because she doesn't knowing that my major is the study of the Qi dynasty, it is not clearly remembered. As for Li Mushin, he only saw me in the study room. I didn't say a word to him. And he definitely didn't know what major I was in. So he remembered me. Things were finally sorted out and gradually became reasonable. But Shinsio's head was still full of chaos. And there were still many details that couldn't be sorted out. Forget it. Forget it. I'll go back tomorrow anyway. Why do I have so much to think about and nothing to do? Li Mushin took a goblet, filled himself with a third of the glass of red wine, and took a sip.
If I didn't know you, I wouldn't have gone out to save you just now. It's better to do less than to do more. Yeah. Yes. But you were really powerful just now.
Shinsio gestured twice with her fists and kicks in the air.
This move is precise and precise. As if you have practiced kung fu. I've learned a little bit. Just for self-defense.
Li Mukin leaned comfortably on the sofa and asked,
Aren't you going to finish graduate school? I never saw you in the study room again.
Shinsio thought for a while and replied,
Well, I went abroad. I came back this time because there are still some procedures that have not been completed. I will leave tomorrow.
Li Mushin nodded.
Are you adapting to everything abroad?
The foreign country that Shinsio mentioned was Qi dynasty. Of course she adapted to life in Qi dynasty.
Everything is fine, and I found someone I like there.
Li Mushin raised his wine glass and clinked it with Shinsio's Coke bottle.
Congratulations.
Shinsio thanked him. And after taking a sip of Coke, she felt that she had short-circuited her brain and said the wrong thing. Am I sick? He just told me that his girlfriend is dead. And I am showing off my affection in front of him? I really am. She was anxious to make up for it.
Well, actually, there is nothing to congratulate. This love relationship is just like that. In fact, I really miss my previous life alone. Are you looking for compensation?
Li Mushin chuckled and exposed Shinsio to the point.
No need. After all, we are also old classmates. Knowing that you are doing well, of course I will be happy for you. As for me, that incident has passed. It's been a long time, and now I don't feel uncomfortable anymore when I mention it.
Although he said it had been a long time, he didn't feel bad. But Shinsio still saw the flaw from the subtle expression on his face. And there wasn't even a photo of the two of them in this huge house. If it weren't for being overly concerned and afraid of getting emotional, he wouldn't have done this. Shinsio changed the subject.
What major are you studying? Our history department has a lot to memorize. So we spend time in the study room every day. What about you? Are you the same? No.
Li Mushin shook his head.
The only ones who can be comparable to you are those who study medicine. Are you from medical school?
The medical school is opposite Shinsio's school. Only one street away. This can also explain why Shinsio couldn't find out the whereabouts of Li Mushin despite repeated inquiries. It turns out that they are not from the same school at all. Shinsio asked him in confusion.
Then why do you come to our school to study by yourself every day?
Li Mushin.
I like the environment of your school. I can go if I want to.
Later, the two of them talked a lot. Shinseyo had a feeling of regret for meeting him too late. They have countless topics, and seem to be able to talk about anything together. And the most important thing is that Li Mushin seems to understand her very well. Whatever she said, Li Mushin could quickly get her point. This kind of tacit understanding is even deeper than the tacit understanding between Li Mobai and her. So much so that even when Shinseyo was in a state of worry, she was thinking, if she had not traveled to the Qi dynasty and met Li Mobai, she would have been in modern times instead. Then it is very likely that she will be attracted to Li Mushin. And it is not impossible to get together with him. No. No. What am I thinking? I am already a mother of 2 children. How could I still have such thoughts? If Bai knew this, he wouldn't kill me. Li Mushin. It's very late. Do you want to go home? Shinseyo looked up at the clock. It was almost 3 o'clock. It's so late. I should go. Of course Shinseyo had to leave. If she didn't stay at Li Mushin's house, or if she suddenly disappeared after chatting with him until dawn, wouldn't she scare Li Mushin to death? Li Mushin picked up the wine glass and walked towards the kitchen. I'll clean the glass and then take you back. Shinseyo responded briefly, and then settled on the sofa. Maybe it's because of the effect of alcohol. Maybe it's because I'm just too tired after working all day. Shinseyo was surrounded by waves of intense fatigue, and soon her eyelids began to twitch. Li Mushin's home was warm and had a faint fragrance, and his sofa was extremely comfortable. After struggling for a while, she fell into a dream. Li Yueguang walked out of the kitchen and looked at her quietly, slowly approached her, and then reached out to brush her messy hair. There was love and a few twinkling tears in his cold eyes. He picked up Shinseyo horizontally, placed her on the soft and comfortable bed in the bedroom, and then sat next to her, guarding her silently. Time passed by, and the first ray of dawn reflected through the cracks in the blinds on Shinseyo's smooth and white face. Her body began to emit a faint orange light, and soon it turned into a beam of light and dissipated without a trace. Li Mushin watched this scene helplessly, but was not surprised. He took a deep breath and lay down where Shinseyo had been lying just now. I closed my eyes, and tears streaked down the corners of my eyes, soaking the pillow. Chapter 300, Longevity. Yu heard the tyrant's voice. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Shinseyo's face through the carved window lattice. She slowly raised her eyelids, turned over and yawned. It was quite a comfortable sleep. She turned over, intending to sleep a little longer. Outside the courtyard, Pear's voice told the palace people, spring is about to begin, and the early flowers are about to bloom. Hurry and trim the branches and leaves neatly. Then the empress will feel comfortable looking at it. Shinseyo didn't take it seriously, only thinking that this was Pear's customary thoughtfulness. But soon, she suddenly woke up. Yesterday she traveled back to modern times, and seemed to have fallen asleep at Li Mushin's house. She suddenly sat up from the bed, and patted her dizzy head. It's over. It's over. If he saw me disappear suddenly, wouldn't he be scared to death? Harm. No matter how much. Anyway, the next time I have a chance to go back will be for his birthday next year. So I don't know whether I can see him or not. She couldn't sleep anymore when she lay down. And soon it was time for the concubine to come to pay her respects. Shinseyo asked the palace servants to help her dress up, and then went to the main hall to receive greetings from the concubines. Today is the first time that concubine she came to pay her respects to Shinseyo after she was released from confinement. In the past, when she was in a high position, Shinseyo always looked up to her. Now that she has changed positions, she is somewhat unaccustomed to it. Now that she is in the position of concubine Shin, who used to be dependent on her and was also oppressed by her, gradually became alienated, and it was obvious to the naked eye that she did not want to be intimate with her. Concubine Hui also took advantage of this moment to get angry at Concubine Shi. I haven't seen Concubine Shi for a long time. As she spoke, she patted her red lips and said with a smile, look at my mouth. I am confused. Now you are no longer a noble concubine. How many years am I too much older than you? From now on, I will call you Sister Shifei. Right. Although Concubine Shi was in decline, her mother's family was still in the spotlight. How could she take Concubine Hui seriously, who was not favored by the Holy Spirit just like her? After Concubine Hui finished speaking, Concubine Shi said, people are self-aware. You know that you are old and beautiful, and you are rushing to recognize me as your sister. I don't have any objections. Concubine Hui sneered. Oh, speaking of old age and beauty, I look at you as if you are a lot more haggard. Look, your temples have already grown gray hair. I don't think it's been easy for you these days when the Emperor has been confining you. Right? After being locked up for a few months. He seemed to be more than 10 years older when he came out. He was not pampered in the first place. But now he has no hope.
Concubine Hui asked for her words and became more and more complacent. Unexpectedly, Concubine She hit Concubine Hui in the face in the next moment. Concubine Hui covered her face and stared at her.
How dare you hit me?
Concubine She glanced at her with contempt and said contemptuously,
What's wrong with beating you? Didn't I beat you often in the past? You killed the late Empress. The Empress Dowager doesn't want to see you. And the Emperor despises you. If the Imperial Concubine hadn't interceded for you, would you have been able to crawl out of your doghouse one day?
Not to be outdone, Concubine Hui stood up, rushed towards Concubine She, and began to tear her hair. The two of them struggled together, like vicious dogs that had been locked in a cage for a long time. As soon as the cage door was opened, they couldn't wait to tear each other apart, hoping to kill the other first. The other concubines stood up and retreated one after another. Shensi slapped the table angrily and yelled,
What's the fuss about? Are you going to let the concubines watch you play monkey tricks so early in the morning?
After saying that, she winked at Xingyuan and asked several internal guards to step forward and pull her apart. Even so, the two of them were still quarreling in the distance, and behaved like a shrew in the city, without even the slightest trace of the manners that a concubine should have. Shensi said in a deep voice,
Each go back to the palace and think about your mistakes behind closed doors. Don't come out for the next 2 days.
Concubine She was dissatisfied and argued,
Are you blind? Can't you see that Concubine Hui first caused trouble for me?
Shensi raised his eyebrows and looked at her.
Concubine Hui will spend 3 days behind closed doors. And Concubine, she will spend 5 days behind closed doors.
Concubine She became more and more angry and shouted angrily,
You are clearly targeting me. Don't think that just because you are a noble concubine, you can use a chicken feather as an arrow.
Shoo. Shensi put her index finger in front of her red lips and made a silent gesture.
Concubine, she closed her door and thought about it for 10 days. If you continue to yell and scream and wake up the eldest prince and eldest princess, then I will let people rekey the door of Yuehua Palace, and you will never come out again in this life.
Her voice was harsh, which made Concubine She feel wary. Then they went on silently, angrily calling Concubine Hui a bitch, then turned around and left angrily. After she left, Shensi solemnly ordered the concubines,
How often do you quarrel and scold? I don't bother to pay attention to it. Just don't make trouble under my nose. The concubines must be like concubines, so they are like the market.
The Emperor's face will be lost if his behavior like a shrew is spread. Do you understand?
All the concubines bowed in unison and responded,
I, concubine, would like to follow the teachings of the noble concubine.
Shensi was no longer too lazy to establish her authority in front of them. She just wanted to keep her ears clean and focus on taking care of her 2 little babies. After sending the concubines away, she played with the 2 children for a while. When the wet nurse had fed the baby and was about to rest, she called Cheer.
Are you ready?
Cheer smiled.
It's what I ordered, and my servants have already started preparing it early in the morning. It's just now being cooked, and it's still delicious.
After saying that, he ordered someone to bring the newly steamed jujube paste cake to Shensi. Shensi opened the food box and took a look. The jujube paste cake smelled very fragrant, and the color was very appetizing. But the shape was a bit unsightly. It's collapsed and doesn't look full. But this was what she had deliberately ordered Cheer to do. Li Maobai had a cold, so she thought of letting him eat something hot, and deliberately asked Cheer to add a little ginger powder to it to ward off the cold. As for why she made it ugly, it was because the jujube paste cake she made was really hard to swallow. But she also wanted Li Maobai to believe that it was her intention, and that she made it herself. Therefore, the credibility will be high only if you make it ugly. She carried the food box and went to the study room. Li Maobai was busy, but when he saw her coming, he stopped what he was doing, turned his neck and stretched his muscles.
Why are you here at this time? Didn't I tell you? I have been infected with wind and cold in the past 2 days. Do you want to have as little contact with me as possible for fear of passing on the disease to you and making the children sick? I'm just here to give you a jujube cake.
Shensi put the food box on the dragon table and opened it. The fragrance of the jujube cake immediately overflowed.
I made this when I got up early in the morning. You can try it. Look.
Li Maobai took it with a smile and took a sip, nodding with a somewhat exaggerated expression.
Yeah. Although it doesn't look very good, It tastes great. My worries are indeed very clever.
Shinseyo was about to reply when she heard Li Mobai say, "This looks like it was made by Payer or Cheer. How can your craftsmanship be so good? But since you are thinking about me, I will just pretend to be a fool." Who is speaking? This voice sounds like Li Mobai's. Wu Xinya's medical skills are indeed good. It usually takes 7 or 8 days to recover from a cold. This time he treated me, and he was already mostly healed in just 2 days. As soon as I recover from my illness tomorrow, I can go to Yueguang Palace to spend time with Yu and the children. Another burst of sound came. This time Shinseyo saw clearly that Li Mobai was chewing jujube cake and didn't speak at all. She froze in place. Her brain short-circuited. Chapter 301. It turns out that he already knew the secret of time travel. Li Mobai saw Shinseyo staring at him in a daze. So he waved his hand in front of her and asked,
"What are you thinking about?" "No, it's nothing."
Shinseyo came to his senses and asked him,
"Your Majesty, do you think my craftsmanship is good and do the food I make taste delicious?" "Of course,"
Li Mobai said decisively.
"Every time you cook for me, don't I finish everything?"
"Tasty? What misunderstanding do you have about your own cooking skills? Last time you cooked a large table of food and said you would eat it with me. But after taking 2 bites you said you had severe morning sickness and didn't want to eat it. Do you think I don't know you are pretending to vomit? If you take the Longfeng pill, you won't feel any pain during the whole pregnancy process. How come you suddenly have morning sickness? It's obvious that he dislikes himself and is just looking for a step down. I feel sorry for my stomach. In order to comfort you, I ate all the food on the table. I think it's better for you not to cook in the future." Li Mobai's inner complaints were particularly exciting, but there was a spring breeze-like smile on his face. He took Shinseyo's hand and said sincerely,
"But I don't want you to cook all the time. You are my woman, and you will enjoy happiness if you follow me. You should stay away from the spring water. Look at the flowers and enjoy the scenery every day. And then accompany you. How fulfilling is your life with your children and me? The most important thing is that there is too much fume in the kitchen. I know you don't like the smell."
Shinseyo was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer his words. What she felt at the moment was that she was shocked that her mother had opened the door. She was so shocked. Can she hear Li Mobai's heart? Is this the legendary mind-reading skill? Or was it a benefit that the system suddenly gave her? Also, how did he know about Longfeng pill? And how do you know what effects will happen after taking Longfeng pill? There were too many questions lingering in Shinseyo's mind, and she was too curious. Then what am I thinking about now? Does he also know? She experimented and scolded Li Mobai in her heart.
"Ahem. Li Mobai is a dog emperor."
Li Mobai didn't react, just looked at her and smiled. "Shinseyo, why are you laughing? You are shameless. I hate it when I see you smiling." Li Mobai was still smiling. "And the psychological activity in this matter is, what are you staring at me at? I know that I am exceptionally handsome. But she sees me every day, so she won't fall into despair if she takes a second look at me. Right? Alas, it's just that I am too charming. Why are you still watching? I don't know what she is thinking about now. It would be great if her mind-reading ability hadn't disappeared." Yes. Shinseyo didn't ask anything. Li Mobai's psychological activities were self-reported. It turns out that he has the ability to read minds early on. He has always been able to know what he is thinking in his mind. No wonder. No wonder he tolerated so many excessive things to him when he was trying to kill him in the first place. No wonder he was able to successfully avoid lightning and make things develop in a better direction, even though he clearly did not intervene in many historical events. It turns out that I am like a mobile bug in this world, always following him to help him cheat. So does he like himself? Or does he like this tool man who can help him stabilize his position? Thinking of this, Shinseyo's heart froze. She has a straightforward personality and can't hide things in her heart at all, especially the matter of love. She always thought that she and Li Mobai were attracted to each other naturally, without excessive desire. But today, what she had always been sure of was overturned. If this man really just deceived his feelings to stay with him, just to consolidate his imperial power, it's okay not to want such a man. Shinseyo took a deep breath and tried his best to keep his expression as normal as possible. There was even a faint smile on her lips, and she asked Li Mobai,
"Your Majesty, do you still remember the question I always asked you before? I asked you what you like about me. I still haven't thought about this question clearly. Didn't I tell you?"
Li Mobai held her hand tighter, as if he wanted to give Shinseyo more confidence through this action.
"I like you because you are different from others. Your frankness, your courage, your kindness, and your stubbornness all attract me deeply. The most important thing is that when I see you, I feel happy from the bottom of my heart.
Shinseyo asked again.
Then when did the Emperor start to like me?
Li Mobai smiled and said,
It may sound cliché, but I have had a crush on you since we first met. Otherwise, do you think I would let you go easily if you were so noisy in front of me?
Hearing such an answer, Shinseyo's heart froze. If you have a crush on her when you first meet her, then what does he like about you? It's just the beautiful skin of the original owner. It's not him at all. If what he said was not true, wouldn't it just confirm that he was with him just to consolidate his empire? Shinseyo worriedly sneered, trying to take his hand away from Li Mobai's palm. But the moment before she made the move, she heard Li Mobai's heartfelt voice again. When did I fall in love with you? Speaking of which, even I don't know much about it. When I first met you, I actually wanted to chop off your head. If I hadn't heard your voice, and knew that you were from the future and could predict the development of the Qi dynasty, I might have sent you to serve in Zinseku when you first pulled out the hair on my legs. Later I learned that you had that magical system, and I knew that it would be of great benefit to me to have you stay by my side. So gradually I have more contact with you. From the beginning, I just wanted to use you. To the end, after getting a long day and night, I gradually realized how good you are. Then it became like this step by step. Out of control. Actually, I always think about it. What if you save enough 1,000 points and return to modern times? I can't hear your voice now, so I don't know how many points you have accumulated. And I don't know if there will ever be a day when you leave me. People's voices can also be heard through their tone. Shinseyo could clearly feel the disappointment in Li Mobai's tone, and could also see a bit of sadness in his eyes. The words that come out of your mouth may lie, but the words in your heart must be the truth. Shinseyo's heart that hit rock bottom a moment ago quickly picked up again, like a roller coaster. She came forward, kissed Li Mobai lightly on the cheek, and then gave him a big hug.
Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will always be by your side.
Li Mobai was stunned for a moment, feeling inexplicably moved in his heart. But he was an emperor, and he couldn't let a little girl see how moved he was. So she cleared her throat and pretended to say,
You are my woman, and it is the right thing to stay with me.
Then he pushed Shinseyo away, covered his mouth and nose, and said,
From my starting point, I will be careful to pass on the illness to you.
Chapter 302 Reading minds is a lot of fun. Go Bai is too arrogant. After returning to the palace that day, Shinseyo told Xiao Toachua about the incident. Xiao Toachua was extremely shocked after hearing this. I have never encountered such a situation before. He can actually hear the host's heart from the beginning? Now that he can't hear it, the host can hear his heart again? Shinseyo was almost 100% sure that Xiao Toachua was behind all of this. So she said, What are you pretending to be now? If you hadn't been there, how could he have heard my thoughts? I asked why you have always assigned me the task of committing suicide by his side, knowing that he is a tyrant, and still letting me do those life-threatening things. It turns out that you knew early on that he could hear my voice, that I was of great use to Chichao, and that he would not execute me. So you allowed me to commit suicide boldly. Shinseyo became angrier as she talked and punched herself in the chest.
You also said that the ultimate mission is for me to ascend the throne and become the queen. It's like giving me a career script.
I see that you clearly wanted me to fall in love with him on purpose. Little Toachua cried out.
What an injustice.
I really don't know these things. I swear to the host. If I know about it, I will not be able to pay my salary for this year even if I am punished. Judging from Xiao Tuotuo's tone, he shouldn't be lying, because if it usually played a prank, it would have admitted it cheerfully and shamelessly at this time. But if it weren't for it, how could we explain these inexplicable things? If mind reading is not a cheat brought by the system, then why did Bai Bai and I take turns to obtain such ability? Xiao Tuochuo, I have never encountered this kind of thing. When we have a meeting later, I will discuss this issue with other systems. But it's good for the host to have such ability. How cool is it to be able to hear other people's voices? Although our system does not have the option of mind reading, it is available in other systems. Moreover, mind reading is an advanced skill in other systems, and some require hundreds of points to redeem. Shinseyo thought about it, and felt that it was right. After all, Li Maobai had eavesdropped on her thoughts for so long. No wonder she always felt that Li Maobai seemed to know her too well. Now that this bug has been transferred to herself, she has to take advantage of it. In the next few days, after Li Maobai recovered from his illness, apart from going to court and reviewing memorials, he spent almost all the rest of his time going to Yueguang Palace. On the one hand, he wanted to spend more time with his children, and on the other hand, He wanted to be more affectionate with Shinseyo. In the past, Shinseyo felt that although Li Maobai liked her, he was often cold and cruel. He always puts on a poker face, as if he doesn't care about anything. Shinseyo always thought that he had a taciturn temperament. But now she finally saw what it meant to be a straight man's, sultry, person. For example, two people felt hungry after spending time with their children at night. Shinseyo wanted to have a midnight snack. So she asked Li Maobai, "Your Majesty, do you want to eat?" Li Maobai held a volume of military literature in his hand without even raising his head, and said, "I'm not hungry. You can eat. In fact, I have already begun to complain crazily. You still want to ask me if I want to eat? Of course, I will eat it if you prepare it for me. Are you asking because you don't want to eat it for me? Then I will say I don't want to eat. And then when you bring the supper, I will say that I am hungry. And then I will finish your supper and make you mad." Shinseyo looked deeply at Li Maobai. This dog man. No wonder they always grab mine every time they have late-night snacks. So this time, Shinseyo specially asked Pear to prepare 2 midnight snacks, and told Pear, "Make 2 dumplings, one smaller, with less stuffing, and cook longer. It's best if it's cooked until tender. The other one is bigger and has more stuffing. It has to be stuffed with black sesame seeds. Just cook it for just the right time. Then you bring the small one in first. And when I call you, you bring me the big one." After chatting with Li Maobai for a while, Pear came in with a bowl of dumplings. Shinseyo took the bowl, took a deep breath into the hot air, and sighed. "It smells so good." The next moment, Li Maobai took the dumpling out of her hand and said, "I'm hungry. Let me take a few bites." Shinseyo, "Oh, Your Majesty, you do this every time." Li Maobai deliberately made her angry. He picked up the spoon and slowly took a big mouthful. He put it into his mouth and deliberately chewed it as if he was enjoying it. He deliberately said that he was angry and resigned. "Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, just say a few nice words to me and I will feed you." Shinseyo glanced at the small and overcooked dumplings in his bowl, smacked his lips, and shook his head. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't want to eat them." After saying this and clapping her hands, Pear brought another bowl in and handed it to Shinseyo. Shinseyo waved the bowl in front of Li Maobai, deliberately letting him see that the inside was big and round, with his favorite black sesame-flavored dumplings. "Your Majesty, please eat that bowl yourself. I have a new one here." She ate it with gusto in front of Li Maobai, which made Li Maobai jump in anger. With the ability to read minds, you can not only make the tyrant angry, but also make the tyrant sigh all the time. How well he understands his worries. For example, today, the tyrant said that he wanted to eat Buddha and jump over the wall at night. But in the afternoon, he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to eat barbecue. However, the preparation process for Buddha jumping over the wall is cumbersome. If he wants to eat it, Yueguang Palace must have started preparing the ingredients in the morning. But after Shinseyo heard his voice, she immediately asked people to replace all the ingredients prepared for Buddha jumping over the wall with the barbecue method. When Li Maobai came to Yueguang Palace at night, he smelled the aroma of barbecue as soon as he entered the palace gate. So he said happily, "Why didn't Buddha jump over the wall?" Shinseyo said, "I wanted to eat barbecue today, so I changed it. The emperor doesn't like it. I like it. He likes it so much." Although he still said hard, saying that he didn't like it, and pinched Shinseyo's face. "But I can accommodate you for your sake. But my heart has long been happy." In addition, this mind-reading skill can also help them increase the interest between husband and wife and promote the further development of the relationship between husband and wife. For example, when two people are doing something indescribable, they feel too shy to discuss many things in advance. So the experience is not always very good. But that's different now. For example, one day, Li Maobai was too embarrassed to say anything. So he could only mutter in his heart, "I'm a little tired after a busy day today, and I want to put worry on top. But I'm embarrassed to say it." At this time, he didn't need to say anything. The position was automatically adjusted. The life of husband and wife is also much more harmonious. Chapter 303. Want to book a baby kiss? In February, the ground in Yueguang Palace was warm, and the imperial garden was still in a decadent color. But the winter jasmine flowers here had already bloomed. The queen mother suggested that the concubines should go to her palace to enjoy the flowers together, which was a lively affair. Shinseyo didn't like such excitement, but he couldn't go against the queen mother's wishes. So he called the concubines to come and told the public that he was not in the palace and let them enjoy it by themselves. At that time, Shinseyo was making belly bands for the child in the palace. This was a craft she had just learned from Cheer. Although the work was not very pretty, she must have put great care into giving it to her children. While I was embroidering the pattern, I suddenly heard a dispute in the courtyard. Shinseyo hurried out to take a look and saw Pear and Yueguang arguing. On the side, Shuan was crying in her wet nurse's arms, which made Shinseyo feel distressed for a while. Pear had such a good temper, but she raised her hand and slapped Yueguang hard, causing everyone to burst into uproar. Shinseyo quickly stepped forward and scolded Pear.
What are you doing? Yueguang is the master. How can you hit her?
Pear said angrily.
Mother. Yueguang just bumped into the wet nurse, who was holding the eldest prince, and almost threw the eldest prince to the ground. When the slave saw it, he reminded her to be careful. But Yueguang replied and said that the slave was meddling in her own business. He also said that she didn't mean it. The eldest prince didn't fall after all, so he would wait until he did. The slave couldn't stand it anymore, so he beat her.
Yueguang panicked instantly when he saw Shinseyo. She thought that Shinseyo was not in the palace, so she said such disrespectful words. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the real owner. Shinseyo didn't have the thought to pay attention to her yet. He just took Shuan from the wet nurse's arms and held her in her arms to comfort her.
Did you bump into her?
The wet nurse said quickly.
Don't worry, my dear. I'm holding on tight. It's okay.
Shuan quickly calmed down and stopped crying in Shinseyo's arms. Shinseyo then handed him back to the wet nurse and whispered.
Looks like he's sleepy. Go and take him back. It's this morning.
There are a lot of people, so I'll take the prince and princess out for a walk later.
The wet nurse responded and hugged Shuan and left. And then Shinseyo glared at Yueguang sternly. Yueguang panicked and knelt in front of Shinseyo with her legs weak.
My dear concubine, please forgive me. I made an unintentional mistake. You dared to say such arrogant words after doing something wrong unintentionally. If you had the intention, what else would you do?
Shinseyo winked at Pear and said,
Go and smash her mouth.
Shinseyo's two children, Pear, loved them the most, so they showed no mercy when beating up Yueguang. Dozens of slaps fell, until the blood and tears on Yueguang's face were blurred together, and he could hardly recognize his human form. Shinseyo then shouted to stop.
If you can't control your mouth well, I will naturally help you control it. I am not the late empress, and I don't have the kindness like her. Have these slaps given to you today taught you how to behave?
The nobleman cried and kowtowed.
I know I'm wrong. Just admit your mistake. Everyone, stop watching the fun and continue admiring the flowers.
Shinseyo walked away with a puff of her sleeves, seeing Yueguang's face like a tabby cat. The others quickly dispersed as they dared to linger any longer. This matter quickly reached the ears of the Queen Mother. Not only did the Queen Mother not blame Shinseyo, she also said that she had done a good job.
To govern the harem, you must have the appearance of governing the harem. If the noble concubine is tougher, those women will be more honest. That Yueguang, Shinju, go and inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and don't send her the monthly routines for the next 6 months. It's a small punishment, but a big warning.
Asterisk. That afternoon, Shinseyo and Li Maobai heard about this while having dinner, and said angrily,
How dare she provoke my son? How about sending her out of the palace?
Shinseyo,
after all, her father is the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and he is sincere. To drive her daughter out of the palace for such a trivial matter has somewhat hurt the old minister's face. The emperor just ignores her. The Queen Mother knows this, and has already scolded her.
Just as Li Maobai was about to continue speaking, he saw Sanfu running in anxiously, saying with joy on his face,
Your Majesty, it's been born. Princess Jing gave birth to a little prince safely.
Really? Li Maobai said with a smile.
Didn't you say it will take some time to give birth?
Sanfu said.
There is no time when things like this are completely accurate. Your Majesty, please rush to report the good news to the Queen Mother.
On the next day, Li Jinyan took the young prince into the palace. Shinseyo and the Queen Mother were very happy to see the young prince. Li Maobai even said,
At the same age as Shuan and Chongning, the 3 children will grow up together, so they can be considered companions.
Li Jinyan smiled and said,
Yes, brother. Water also said that the little princess is beautiful. If we can make her and this fat boy of mine kiss together, it will be even better.
The Queen Mother and Li Mabai were very excited after hearing this. They said to each other,
The Ai family looks good. The princess is beautiful, and the prince is handsome. They seem to be the right ones. What does the emperor think?
Li Mabai said.
I think it's very good too. Why not just?
No. Shen Xiao stopped her.
The prince and the princess are siblings. How can they get married?
The queen mother said. Why not?
The late emperor's concubine Ling is the late emperor's cousin. So the queen is also the emperor's cousin. What's wrong with this?
Of course it's inappropriate. Ancient people did not realize that close relatives could not get married. If close relatives get married, most of the children born will have defects or disabilities, or will not live long. Shen Xiao would definitely not allow such a tragedy to happen. So he told everyone in a serious manner.
The princess and the prince are close relatives, and the union of close relatives will have an impact on the next generation. This is a statement from my concubine's hometown, and it is very well founded. Most of the close relatives in the family who get married cannot give birth to children, or the children they give birth to will often die young, be disabled, and have a bad fate. Think about it, Queen Mother. Both the late emperor and Emperor Taizong married their cousins. Do you think any of their descendants grew up successfully?
I don't know if I don't add it up. But the Queen Mother became really scared when she added it up. During the 5 dynasties of the Qi dynasty, emperors of all dynasties married close relatives as concubines, and there were about 7 or 8 concubines. It seems that only one of the children born to these concubines, King Li, lived beyond the age of 18. But it was finally confirmed that King Li was actually the illegitimate son of Emperor Taizong, who was cuckolded by the concubine. The Queen Mother pondered for a moment and said,
This matter will be discussed later. The child hasn't been named yet.
Right. Li Jinyan.
I'm going to bring it here right away. I want my mother and brother to help me choose a name.
Li Mabai.
How can I make the final decision on the happy event of you and your wife? Let the Queen Mother give you a word, and then go to the Lord Protector to ask for a word. Don't let him think that you, the son-in-law, have neglected him.
Chapter 304 Shen Xiao rescued Wu Shini from the siege. Finally, the Queen Mother gave the prince a name of Zhe, and after returning home, the protector of the kingdom gave the prince a name of Qi. He called the crown prince Li Ziki, which was also a very elegant name. On this day, Shen Xiao listened to Pear and the others gossiping.
There's a commotion in the hospital. When I came back there just now, it was very noisy, and the situation was scary. But because of Wu Yuan's decision? That's right. Ordinarily Judge Wu shouldn't be that kind of person. I don't know why they so decisively accused her without evidence.
Why not?
Now there is evidence. It is said that those precious medicinal materials that were lost were found under Wu Yuan's bed. He was always greedy for money. But now, he has been convicted of stealing medicinal materials from the palace. Now the hospital is I want to report this matter to the emperor. But I don't know how the emperor will deal with it.
Shen Xiao listened to a few words under the window, then called Pear into the hall and asked carefully,
What are you talking about? What happened to the hospital?
Pear,
replying to my wife, it was Wu Yuanpian who was caught and exposed by several imperial doctors. Recently, precious medicinal materials are often lost in the imperial hospital. As a result, those medicinal materials were found under Wu Yuanpian's bed today. So everyone he said he stole the medicinal materials and wanted to tell the emperor.
Him? Shen Xiao shook his head and said decisively,
It can't be him.
Pear,
do you believe him?
Shen Xiao,
it's not that I believe him. It's that he can't commit the crime. How much is the most precious medicinal material in Taiyuan Hospital worth? Leave aside his monthly salary. Just the rewards that I and the emperor often give him are far more than the price of those medicinal materials. Besides, he can leave the palace every day. If he stole the medicinal materials and didn't take them out of the palace to sell them, why would he put them under his bed? Do he grow them as flowers and plants?
Pear thought about it and felt that Shen Xiao's analysis made sense.
What the empress said seems to make sense. But why did the medicinal material appear under Wu Yuanpian's bed? Could it be that someone wanted to frame him deliberately? But Wu Yuanjing is a smooth man, and I haven't heard that he has offended anyone.
Shen Xiao thought for a moment and sneered.
The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a jade. He is a person with real abilities, and the flowing money goes into his pocket. As long as he is here, all the other doctors in the imperial hospital will.
Seems insignificant. Kicking Wu Shi away will benefit everyone in the imperial palace. It is an old trick in the palace that the incompetent will covet the person who has the information, and even try to remove him from his high position out of thin air.
There is no need to disturb Li Maobai with such a trivial matter. So Shenxiu decided to personally deal with the matter. When she came to the Imperial Hospital, Wu Xinyu was sitting on the Imperial chair, holding his head in his hands and leaning back, humming a tune leisurely, completely ignoring the group of doctors who were surrounding him and pointing fingers at him.
The royal concubine has arrived,
the prisoner's shrill voice called out, and the roar of the crowd stopped. Everyone paid their respects to Shenxiu, and the leading vice president of Taiyuan Hospital said,
"The imperial concubine has come just in time. Wu Yuanjin has stolen precious medicinal materials from Taiyuan Hospital, and now both people have stolen the goods. We are about to tell the emperor about this."
Shenxiu glared at Wu Xinyu, and then he stood up from the Grand Master's chair with a playful smile and gave up his seat to Shenxiu.
"Mother, please sit down."
After Shenxiu sat down, she asked the deputy judge,
"What did he steal?"
The deputy court judge said,
1,000-year-old ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, jade bird meat, and Yueguang Baoquan pills. Taken together, these things are worth thousands of gold.
Shenxiu looked at the dirty things neatly placed on the table, looked back at Wu Xinyu, and asked,
"Did you steal all these things?" "No."
Wu Xinyu looked indifferent.
"But if they insist on saying it's me, that's fine. How much do these things cost? I can just pay for them. I don't have to go to the trouble of going to the emperor to reason. Isn't the emperor busy enough?"
The deputy judge snorted and said,
"What nonsense! Stealing is stealing. How can you say you bought something after someone discovered it?"
Wu Xinyu rolled his eyes at him.
"I told you I didn't steal it. You think these things are rare, but I'm used to them. When I treat illnesses, I never use medicinal materials from the hospital. What am I doing stealing these things? If I need to change money, why don't I take it out of the palace and exchange it in time? Besides, I have plenty of money, and I don't need these things to supplement my life."
What Wu Xinyu said was reasonable and well-founded. But the vice president and the other imperial doctors seemed to be sure that he was a pickpocket.
"Don't you try to make excuses here. Let's go and follow me."
See the emperor.
While they were tugging at each other, Shenxiu suddenly sighed.
"Oh, look at my memory."
She patted her head and said,
"They say that one pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years. It seems that this is true. If you don't make such a fuss, I will forget about it."
She pointed at these medicinal materials and said with a smile,
"I asked Wu Yuanpian to bring these things to me."
Wu Xi was smart and saw Shenxiu rescuing him. So he immediately said,
Yes. I installed it and put it under my bed, waiting to bring it to the Empress today. I didn't expect such a scene to happen."
The vice president was reluctant to give up.
"My lady, did you really ask Judge Wu to take these medicinal materials?"
His tone changed, with a hint of innuendo.
"It is also a crime of deceiving the emperor to protect Wu Yuanjing. And if the imperial concubine wants anything, just ask the emperor to give it to you. Why do you need to ask an imperial doctor to help you?"
"Go to the palace?"
He glanced at Wu Xinyan and then at Shenxiu, with an intriguing expression.
"Don't think the imperial concubine has any wrong thoughts. You are so presumptuous,"
Shenxiu said angrily.
"I am the master and you are the slave. How can you say anything about what I want to do?"
The vice president was stunned for a moment, then immediately bowed his head and said,
"The humble minister made a mistake, and I hope that the noble concubine will forgive me."
Shenxiu calmly said,
"I will now say that these medicinal materials were awarded to me by Wu Yuan and were approved by the emperor. If you have any questions, just go to the emperor. Don't blame me for not telling you. If you dare to talk about my innocence, even if I don't care, the emperor will not forgive you. Also, you heard clearly. Any medicinal materials lost in the Taiyuan hospital in the future will be brought to me by Wu Yuanxian."
As he said that, he leaned next to the deputy judge and muttered,
"You want to frame others with such despicable means. First, weigh how much you have. This is the first time. I will forgive you for the time being. If next time, I will definitely let the emperor take off your head."
The deputy judge turned pale with horror. Sweat dropped on his forehead, and did not dare to speak any more. Shenxiu looked around at the crowd of imperial doctors who were watching, and said,
"Don't you all have anything to do of your own? Why are you here watching the excitement?"
After saying that, the crowd dispersed. Then she said to Wu Xinyu,
"Take these medicinal materials and send them to Yong'an Palace."
Chapter 305. Someone attacked the child. On the way back to the palace, Wu Xinyan joked with Shenxiu as usual.
"Thank you, Your Majesty, for rescuing me. But how can I believe that I didn't steal those medicinal materials?
Shinseyo opened a corner of the sedan curtain and glanced at him.
Because you can't do it. You tried so hard to steal those medicinal materials. It's better to blackmail in front of me and the Emperor. The money will come quickly, and the effort will be thankless. You can't do it.
Wu Shini.
Then your majesty can't vouch for me. After all, no one thinks it's too much money. Maybe I really stole the medicine. Maybe I think it's fun to steal it and stew the soup myself to replenish my body.
Shinseyo was too lazy to pay attention to him.
If it's really you, it would be easier. When we get to Yueguang Palace, I will kill you with both hands according to the palace rules. Oh?
Wu Shini laughed and hid his hands behind his back.
Forget it. Wei Chen still needs to rely on these hands to do happy things. Obscene words.
Shinseyo lowered the sedan curtain and ignored him. After returning to the palace and putting down the medicinal materials, Wu Shini wanted to leave. But Shinseyo said,
Do you think I asked you to come just to deliver the medicine? I rescued you. So naturally I asked you to repay me.
Wu Shini.
Please tell me. My wife. It will be cheaper for you this time.
Shinseyo.
My children are also 1 month old. Go and check on me to see if they are in good health, and if they have any hidden diseases that are not easy to detect.
Shinseyo still attaches great importance to this aspect. In ancient times, there was no prenatal checkup. So if the child was born with any disease from the mother's womb, there was no way to know early. If something is really wrong and it is not discovered when he was a child, the disease will be delayed when he is older. She took Wu Shini to the side hall. The wet nurse had just finished feeding the 2 little ones, and the 2 little ones were sleeping soundly. When Shinseyo saw them, her heart melted. She stepped forward and gently stroked the child's cheek, and asked the wet nurse softly,
Have you been so good these past 2 days? I rarely hear them cry.
The wet nurse said with a smile.
The child is sensible. He probably knows that crying will make the mother feel distressed. So he stopped crying.
Wu Shini's expression was slightly solemn.
What does a 1-month-old child know? If you ask me, if he cries like a bell every day, the queen should feel at ease. I'm afraid it's not good to be like this now.
Wu Shini checked the pulse of the 2 little ones and said,
How can a newborn child be so sleepy? We can't get up despite making such a noise.
He frowned and asked the wet nurse,
How many hours do you need to sleep like this every day?
The wet nurse replied,
About 7 or 8 hours. The rest of the time is either breastfeeding or having fun with the emperor and the empress. 7 or 8 hours.
Wu Shini turned to look at Shinseyo.
Does your majesty think this is normal?
Seeing Wu Shini's serious look, Shinseyo's heart also started to feel anxious.
What's wrong? But the child is not good?
Wu Shini did not answer her question directly, but continued to ask the wet nurse.
How long have the prince and princess been like this?
Wet nurse.
About 6 or 7 days. On the 6th or 7th day,
Wu Shini said to Shinseyo,
Your majesty, I can confirm that the prince and princess have a small amount of sedative medicine deposited in their bodies, which means that someone is constantly feeding them the soothing medicine. They are sleepy all day long. And the dose of the tranquilizing medicine is not too large. So it will not cause the empress to notice too much wrongness. But if things continue like this, tranquilizers will affect the baby's brain during its developmental stage. If you take this amount of tranquilizing medicine, the prince and princess will become idiots for up to 3 months.
Shinseyo suddenly felt worried, and she touched the child's cheek with heartache. While feeling distressed, there was a bit of cruelty in his eyes.
What did the prince and princess eat?
Several wet nurses were so frightened that they knelt down.
The imperial concubine is aware of this. How dare we give the prince and princess food? It's just our milk.
Shinseyo asked again.
What about you? What did you eat?
Wet nurse.
3 meals a day are prepared together by the imperial hospital and the imperial kitchen. Avoid salt. The master feeds the milk. The slaves are all here according to the instructions. You will never dare to mess around.
Wu Shini put his hand on the wrist of the wet nurse closest to him and said after a moment,
My lady, there are also signs that tranquilizers have been used in their bodies. These tranquilizers have been prepared and will not affect them. At most, they will sleep more peacefully at night. But the medicine penetrated into the milk along the blood circulation. If the prince and princess took it, it would be a big disaster.
Shinseyo lowered his eyes, and his expression became gloomy. She had already given enough face to the women in the harem, saying both good and bad things, both soft and hard. But she never expected that someone would still attack her children. She asked Wu Shini, My child has been using unhealthy milk from a wet nurse for 7 or 8 days. Is there any serious problem? Fortunately, it was discovered in time.
Wei Chen only needs to help them administer acupuncture for 2 days to promote blood circulation and speed up the elimination of the soothing medicine from the body. As long as they don't ingest it again, they will be fine. Acupuncture?
Shinxio looked at Xuan and Chan Ning in the cradle, feeling a dull pain in her chest.
They are still so young.
Wu Shinya saw her sadness and said quickly,
Don't worry, madam. The prince and princess will not feel any pain if you use an ox hair needle to acupuncture. Then I'll leave everything to you.
Shinxio held back the tears in her eyes to prevent them from falling. She leaned down and kissed the 2 children's cheeks deeply. When she looked up again, her expression suddenly became sinister. Just listen to her steady instructions to Pei.
Go to the imperial kitchen and bring all the slaves who are responsible for cooking and delivering meals to the wet nurse and bring them to Yueguang Palace. I want to question them personally.
Pei rarely saw Shinxio so angry that his expression was ferocious. She didn't dare to neglect it all, and quickly took Xing Yun to the imperial dining room to get someone. Shinxio, on the other hand, guarded her children and watched Wu Shini perform acupuncture on them. With each needle drop, her brows became a little tighter. Although the children didn't feel anything at all, they were still sleeping soundly. But Shinxio was worried and kept reminding Wu Shini,
Be gentle and slow.
After about a stick of incense had passed, Wu Shini finished administering the acupuncture and said,
Don't worry, madam. It's all right. I'll go back and prescribe a prescription now. Let the wet nurses drink the medicine, which can dissolve the remaining soothing medicine in their bodies.
And then when breastfeeding the prince and princess, it can also dissolve the remaining medicinal properties in their bodies.
Shinxio only focused on staying with her child. She was so distracted that she couldn't hear what Wu Shinya was saying. When a child suffers, who can be more worried and blameful than a mother? Wu Shini didn't say anything, but took a deep look at Shinxio when he left the side hall. Those eyes were full of heartache. Chapter 306, This is what happens when you try to take advantage of my children. When Pear came back, the expression on her face was very complicated. At that time, the 2 children had already woken up once. Shinxio played with them for a while and fed them breast milk before putting them to sleep again.
She and Pear came to the main hall and asked her,
Where is the person you were asked to find?
Pear wondered.
Your Majesty, the little eunuch who was responsible for cooking for the wet nurse contracted colic yesterday and died suddenly this morning. Dead?
Shinxio said sadly.
She withdrew her hand neatly. Do you think that if you silence me, I won't know who is behind the scenes? Pear, you go to the imperial dining room again and bring me the imperial dining room's records. I want to know who has been to the imperial dining room in the past few days, who has been in contact with them, and what they have done.
Later in the evening, Pear came back with the records. The daily meals distributed by the imperial dining room to each palace are fixed according to their status. Generally, concubines with higher status from nobles or above have their own small kitchens in the palace, and they can eat the ingredients they want in the palace. You can solve whatever you want yourself. But the lower-ranking concubines are different. They relied on the food in the imperial dining room to survive. If they wanted to eat well, they had to bribe them. Therefore, in this record, the palace people who came in and out of the imperial dining room were basically those who agreed to stay in the palace often. There was a name in it, and Shinxio felt something was wrong.
Fuer? I remember that she serves the noble Lord Luo.
Pear.
Yes. At the beginning of last year, when the noble lady Changzai was promoted to the noble lady, the Ministry of Internal Affairs allocated it to her. She used to be on duty at the palace maid's office just like us, but she was in charge of the 6th palace in the west and rarely saw us.
Shinxio worriedly said.
Lord Luo has a small kitchen in his palace. So what is Fuer doing running to the royal kitchen?
Her eyes darkened and she ordered,
Go to Wanhua Palace and bring Fuer back to me.
However, Pear's trip was in vain again. The palace attendant of Wanhua Palace told her that Fuer was pointed out by Luo Guiran to go on errands early this morning and had not returned yet. So Pei looked for Fuer everywhere in the palace. But it was already dark, and she still couldn't find anyone. Later, when I was about to return to Yueguang Palace to resume my life, I heard a young eunuch shouting,
Here comes someone! Someone has fallen into the well!
Pei and the others rushed over, and saw that the person soaking in the well was Fuer. But she was exhausted. After Shinxio found out about this, she actually felt like she had a clear vision in her heart. Xuan and Chengming have been taking soothing medicine for 7 or 8 days. 10 days ago, it was the day that Shinxio asked Pear to slap the noble Luo in front of the concubine. Now that everyone involved in this matter is dead, Even if Shinseo suspects Yueguang, she can't do anything. Yueguang also grasped this point, so he dared to act so recklessly. But today's Shinseo is not the good-for-nothing that he used to be that had no real power and could be manipulated by others. She called up the system and asked, "Little Tuachuo, I remember that there is something called Shinji Miao Swan Miao Crispy Corner in the convenience store. After eating it, I can know things related to me and who wants to harm me. Right?" "Yes, host. But the price of Miao Crisp Corner has increased now. It used to cost 5 points, but now it costs 10 points. Host can buy it in the 10-point section of the convenience store." Shinseo closed his eyes and entered the convenience store, following Xiao Tuotuo's guidance, and quickly found the small piece of crispy corner. She redeemed it with 10 points, and Xiao Tuotuo said, "Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the magical plan and crisp corner. The points are -10, and the remaining points are currently 490 points. It's too late. Host, please go to bed early. I'll slip away first." Shinseo's palm heated up, and a crispy corner appeared in her palm. She swallowed it without hesitation, and the whole thing played in her mind like a slideshow. Yueguang arranged for Fu to go to the underkeeper of the imperial kitchen, gave him money, and asked him to add a soothing medicine to the wet nurse's food. Because the soothing medicine was not poison, the people in the imperial dining room did not detect anything wrong. Such meals were sent to Yueguang Palace every day for the wet nurses to eat. During this period, Yueguang sent someone to secretly keep an eye on the goings-on in Yueguang Palace. When she learned that Shinseo had called Wuxinya today, she thought that Shinseo had noticed something was wrong. So she immediately took action and silenced the young eunuch and the young eunuch, Fu, thinking that this would lead to death without any evidence. Even if Shinseo suspected her, he could not do anything to her. Early the next morning, when the concubine came to pay her respects to Shinseo, concubine Hui saw that her eyes were red, as if she hadn't slept all night. So she asked, "Did the concubine not have a good rest last night?" Shinseo shook his head coldly, looking straight at Yueguang. "You? Get up." Yueguang stood up tremblingly, but soon pretended to be calm and bowed to Shinseo. "What are your orders? The noble concubine?" Shinseo didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Yesterday, the palace found out that you ordered Fu in your palace to hook up with Xiao Chenzi in the imperial kitchen and ask him to add it to the food of the eldest prince and the eldest princess's wet nurse. The purpose of the soothing medicine is to murder the emperor's heir. It is a law in the Daki that anyone who murders the emperor's heir shall be punished with death. I think that your father still has meritorious service in the previous dynasty, so I will give you a chance to drink poison and commit suicide." Then he ordered the palace people, "Come here, take Mr. Yueguang away and give him death." Shinseo started with a set of thunderous operations, without any sloppiness. Not only were the others shocked, but Mr. Yueguang was even more frightened. She struggled and screamed, "My dear concubine, what are you doing? You have no evidence. Why do you say that a concubine did this? I am the emperor's concubine. If you want to execute me, you need the emperor's approval. Besides, my mother's family had meritorious service in the previous dynasty, and you executed me without any basis. Aren't you afraid that my father would complain to the emperor and hold you accountable?" Shinseo squinted her eyes and looked at her. "That's how I am. I don't need evidence to do things. I think it's you and I am you. What can you do to me? Take her away. Immediate death." Yueguang was still shouting, but Xingyun stuffed a black rag into her mouth and dragged her away. The main hall was so quiet that one could only hear the rapid breathing and rapid heartbeats of the concubines. Shinseo glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "The harem has never been a place of reason. It doesn't matter whether I have wronged her or not. The important thing is that I want you to know that if anyone dares to touch my children again if they are impatient, I will definitely help her and give her a happy life. Also, don't tell me what happened to your mother's family in the previous dynasty. No matter how proud your mother's family is in the previous dynasty, they can't reach out to the harem. When Yueguang dies, it doesn't matter whether it is said that she slipped and fell into the water, or that she was seriously ill and difficult to treat. If she is dead, she is dead. How can her mother's family support her body?" As she spoke, Shinseo looked at concubine Shi, who always relied on her noble birth, and asked in a deep voice, "Concubine Shi, do you think what I said makes sense?" Concubine Shi had just been released from the Yaohua Palace, and this incident indeed had nothing to do with her. Shinseo captured Yueguang in front of so many people, while making decisions for his child. He was also killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. She wanted the concubines, including concubine Shi, to take a good look and see what would happen to them if they behaved recklessly in the future. The concubines were too frightened to say a word, but were silently shocked in their hearts. This Shinseyo is really 100 times more vicious and cruel than the former queen. Chapter 307. The imperial concubine is too fierce, but the emperor prefers her. Luogui is dead. She died at the gate of Yueguang Palace, and her death was very horrific. Xingyan gave her the poisoned wine, and she refused to drink it. So he pinched her cheeks, forced her to open her mouth, and poured the poisoned wine into her. Xingyan's attack was careless, and he pinched Luogui until his face was bruised. The poisonous wine reacted immediately, and she fell to the ground with blood all over her nose and mouth. She crawled forward with all her strength, trying her best to reach the entrance of Yueguang Palace. She used her last breath to curse at Shinseyo.
Bitch! You will definitely get retribution.
Shinseyo didn't know whether she would receive retribution, but her retribution had already come. As soon as this incident came out, people in the harem were panicked. In the past, the concubines and concubines could show some smiles when greeting Shinseyo, but now that they go there, they wish they didn't even dare to show their dignity. She was afraid that her breathing would be too noisy and offend her, and she would die immediately. After the queen mother learned of this, she did not reprimand Shinseyo. She recited Buddha's name, and then said to Qingju,
"The AI family has been chanting sutras and worshipping Buddha for many years, but they can't bear to hear these bloody things. It's not just a day or two for Luogui to bully the weak and fear the strong in the harem. If she dies, she will die. She can just find any reason to tell the Minister of Civil Affairs that she died of illness, and she can be named a concubine."
Being made a concubine seemed to give Luogui the honor after her death, but in fact it left her with no place to turn to. If a concubine below the rank of royal concubine dies unexpectedly in the palace, the body can be returned to the mother's family for disposal. However, those who are concubines or above must be placed in the imperial mausoleum in advance, and they will be buried together in the imperial mausoleum after the emperor dies. If Luoguiren's body is not returned to her mother's family, her mother's family will naturally not know that she was poisoned, and with such an embarrassing status, she couldn't be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The final outcome was just that he was burned into white bones, ground into a handful of ashes, and sprinkled into some dry well in the palace. Although Shinseyo's move established her authority, her reputation in the harem became increasingly bad. Everyone was talking privately, saying that the imperial concubine was a charmer and a troublemaker who seduced the lord. Later, it was even rumored that she was a murderous and heart-eating monster. Shinseyo turned a deaf ear to these rumors, and was too lazy to pay attention. But when these words blew into Li Mabai's ears along the warm spring wind, he laughed them off. Not only did he not blame her, he also felt that he loved such a noble concubine so much. His worries finally turned into the big white rabbit that he used to be slaughtered by others, and turned into a little milk wolf that can take charge of itself. So, very good. However, the worse the rumors outside, the more Li Mabai loved Shinseyo. Even Shinseyo asked him curiously,
"Others say that I am a demon concubine, and that I am ruthless in order to eliminate dissidents. Why does the emperor say nothing in front of me?"
Li Mabai said casually.
"I live with you, but not with those rumors. What should I do if I care about what others say?"
Shinseyo said again.
"What about Luogui? From the beginning to the end, the emperor never asked me why she was executed. It was as if I killed her, like killing a chicken or a crow. And it doesn't matter. She is an indifferent person. You have your reasons for letting her die. Why should I ask you? I believe that you are not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Your kindness determines that you cannot do anything to any innocent person. People do it. In that case, what else do I ask?"
He spoke seriously, and if Shinseyo hadn't been able to hear his thoughts, he might have actually believed it. "Wushini told me all the reasons. You, the noble lady, dealt with her first and left her whole body. If it were up to me, it wouldn't be too much to divide the body into pieces. How many lives does she have to dare to murder my son and daughter?" Shinseyo worriedly thought to himself that Wushini was indeed a talkative person. If he knew something, he would like it to be known to the whole world. When she saw him that day, she would definitely ridicule him. He is a tall, 7-foot-tall man, but he has a mouth that loves to talk right and wrong. They say there is no airtight wall in the world. If there are too many rumors in the palace, the rumors will naturally spread to the previous court and outside the palace. The Minister of Civil Affairs also pieced together the truth of the matter from the words of others. When he found out that his daughter was poisoned by Shinseyo, he was even more furious. So he immediately sent a blood letter to the court, asking Li Mabai to give him justice. Sanfu stopped the blood-written memorial and did not present it directly to Li Mabai. Only after he had finished reviewing the normal memorial, he said,
"Your Majesty, the Minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs also has something to report today. But his memorial was very disrespectful. The slave was afraid of rushing into the Emperor, so he withdrew it without permission. Bring it here and show it to me."
Only then did Sanfu dare to present the blood memorial to Li Mabai. Li Mabai was not upset after seeing this, and ordered Sanfu,
"Go and arrange for someone to send some donkey hide gelatin, blood lingji, and other things to replenish qi and blood to his house. And tell him for me that he has lost so much blood.
Let him recuperate at home for 2 days. And don't come to court for these 2 days."
He paused, then picked up his pen and wrote 2 lines on the memorial and handed it to Sanfu.
"Go and send this memorial back to him. After he reads it, he will naturally understand what I mean."
Sanfu did as Li Mabai said. Unexpectedly, the next day, the Minister of Civil Affairs not only did not ask for leave, but instead kowtowed to Li Mabai 3 times to thank him during the morning court. Of course, he is not the tonic given to him by Xie and Li Mabai. It's all because of 2 sentences written by Zhu Pai in Li Mabai's memorial.
The evidence of Luo's concubine's crime of murdering the emperor's heir is in hand. The noble concubine is kind-hearted and gives her whole body to protect the lives of your family.
Ai Qing is my loyal minister. I care about my old kindness and will not investigate and deal with it according to the national law. I wish you my condolences. How could the Minister of Civil Affairs not know what kind of character his daughter was like? What's more, the letter she sent home a few days ago clearly stated that the imperial concubine had humiliated her, and she was very angry. Luo Gui, who was used to being pampered at home,
became a cold person,
who was shameless in front of the emperor when she entered the palace. She was jealous of Shinseyo, so she was likely to do anything that went against the rules. Li Mabai's words have made it very clear. If the Minister of Civil Affairs still insists on making a big deal out of the matter and seeking justice for his daughter, then Li Mabai will have no choice but to take matters into his own hands and reveal the causes and consequences of Luo Gairen's death to everyone. The concubine plotted to kill the emperor's heir, and her crime should be punished by the 9 clans. The Minister of Civil Affairs is not a fool. No matter how much he loves his daughter, he cannot risk the lives of his entire family. Some officials, who couldn't stand Li Mabai's favoring of Shinseyo, were still waiting for the Minister of Civil Affairs to step forward and take action. Then they used it as an excuse for Shinseyo to have no background in his mother's family, and a palace made to become a noble concubine, which caused unrest in the harem. For this reason, he wanted to force Li Mabai to depose her as a noble concubine and throw her into the cold palace. It's better now. The real owner didn't say anything. What else could they say? The imperial concubine is fierce, but no one can do anything to the emperor. He just prefers this. Chapter 308: The Tyrant and Yuyu abandoning their sons and daughters. At the beginning of the dynasty, the emperor made a tour of the south once every 3 years, paying private visits incognito to observe the various behaviors of the people.
The southern tour usually lasts from early April to the end of July, lasting 4 months. Therefore, at the end of March, the number of calls from the previous court to invite Li Mabai to visit the south gradually began to increase. But Li Mabai didn't want to go. In fact, it's not surprising that he would have such thoughts. After all, the prince was just born, and he was his first son after ascending the throne. It was inevitable for him to care and love him. However, the laws of the ancestors cannot be violated. So the Queen Mother went to Li Mabai to talk about the matter.
The emperor's private visit in disguise is an ancestral rule set by Emperor Taizong and cannot be broken. Here you go. The imperial concubine is the holder of power in the harem, so naturally she will not be bullied. The emperor's grandchildren are also supported by the AI family, and she is taking care of them. What else do you have to worry about?
What Li Mabai is worried about is not just the children. The emperor could have his concubines accompany him when he paid a private visit incognito. He wanted to take Shinseyo with him. But as a new mother, she saw that she cared more about her children than she cared about him. She would definitely not agree if he asked her to abandon her children and accompany him on his southern tour. After thinking about it, Li Mabai thought of another way.
My mother often says that being alone in the palace makes me feel bored. I want to send Xuan and Chongning to my mother's palace so that my mother can raise them. In this way, The mother can see her own royal grandson every day. With her children by her side, the mother's life will be a lot more fun. What do you think?
As soon as the two children were born, the Queen Mother actually wanted them to be raised in her palace for a period of time. But after all, the prince's biological mother was still there, so it was hard for her to mention it. Now that Li Maobai had spoken out, she just followed the words and continued.
The AI family also wants to. But can the noble concubine agree to this?
Li Maobai.
The imperial concubine is soft-hearted. The Queen Mother only needs to pretend to be ill. After I asked the imperial doctor to diagnose and treat you, she said that she was suffering from depression in the palace every day, which made her depressed and affected her health. When the time comes, I will casually mention it to the imperial concubine and ask her to send the child to you to raise for a few months. Wouldn't it be a matter of course?
The Queen Mother also saw through Li Maobai's thoughts and asked with a smile.
Does the emperor want to take the imperial concubine with him on the southern tour and ask the Ijia to help you relieve your troubles?
Li Maobai also smiled slightly.
What do you think of the mutual benefit?
The Queen Mother patted him gently on the shoulder.
The AI family thinks it's very good.
As a result, the drama quickly unfolded. Li Maobai first asked the Queen Mother to pretend to be ill and stay bedridden, while the concubines in the harem were waiting for her. He also colluded with Wu Shini and asked him to diagnose the Queen Mother's pulse when Shenxiu was sick, and said that the Queen Mother's illness was caused by a bad mood. After hearing Wu Shini's words, Shenxiu quickly asked the Queen Mother,
what happened to the Queen Mother to make her feel bad?
The Queen Mother lay on the bed and said in a low voice,
at this age of the AI family, we always feel that everything we do is meaningless and there is no hope. Tell me, in the past, I always thought about the emperor when he was young, protecting him as he grew up, and watching him ascend the throne. Now that he has a family and has children, the AI family no longer has to worry about it. The AI family is free to worry about it, but they feel even more tired.
She looked at Shenxiu, and her words couldn't be more obvious.
If there is hope, these boring days will become more interesting, and Aijia's illness may be cured. Right.
Shenxiu heard what she meant. What is hope? Isn't new life just hope? Isn't her grandson just hope? The Empress Dowager's illness was most likely a fake, so that she could bring Xuan and Chongning to the Immortal Life Palace to stay with her and be raised by her for a while. Shenxiu did not reply immediately, but told Li Maobai about the matter while having dinner in the evening.
Your Majesty, I went to see the Queen Mother today. She doesn't seem to be sick. She just wanted me to send the child to her palace, but she couldn't tell me clearly.
Li Maobai frowned slightly and said with a serious expression,
how could the Queen Mother pretend to be ill? Wu Shini's diagnosis is not wrong. She is old and fell ill this time. I don't know when she will recover.
Shenxiu, what can't she do to slow down? She is an old lady who can live to be over 90 years old. She is only in her early 50s, and there is still time for her to live. While he was complaining in his heart, he suddenly heard Li Maobai also murmuring in his heart, I have to pretend to be a little more serious. And then I ask you to send the child to the mother's harem for a period of time for the mother's health. In this way, I can lead you out of the palace for a tour of the south in an open and honest manner. When I didn't have children before, I always looked forward to having children. Having children was so new and exciting, but I felt like it was a delay. Because of them. How long has it been since I had a good and intimate relationship with Yu? Only then did Shenxiu realize that the mother and son were acting together with her here. But having said that, since having the baby, I have indeed neglected Li Maobai a lot. And because she focused on her children every day, she gradually lost her own space. Only then did she realize that this didn't seem to be a good idea. In the past, when she was in modern times, Shenxiu fantasized about her future married life. She thought that if she got married and had children, she would never give up her life for the sake of her children. How come you still know how to be an independent woman in the new era in modern times? But in ancient times you only know how to focus on your husband and children every day. Since she came to Qi Dynasty, she has never traveled far. The farthest place I have ever been is only 180 miles away from Jiancheng. She also wanted to take advantage of this southern tour to go out and relax with Li Maobai. I don't think about anything every day. I just want to be with my loved ones. Travel around and see all the wonderful places. So she was silent for a while, just pretending that she didn't know about any conspiracy, and replied, then why not take Xuan and Chongning to live in Xianshou Palace for a while? The Queen Mother has been looking forward to having her grandson for a long time. And she also let the two children get close to their royal grandmother. Li Maobai was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Shinseyo, who had always been particularly concerned about children's affairs, would let go so easily. He pretended to be calm and said in a deep voice,
"Well, I hope so. The Queen Mother will be in a better mood."
Ever since Shinseyo could read minds, she couldn't help but laugh every time she saw Li Mobai's
difference in appearance.
Li Mobai looked at her pursed lips to hold back laughter and asked,
"Why are you laughing?" "No, it's nothing,"
Shinseyo pretended.
"I just think that if we do this, does it count as abandoning our children?"
Li Mobai pinched her cheek and said,
"Nonsense. They are your and my children wherever they go. So of course they don't count."
Chapter 309 Southern Tour. The day after sending Xuan and Chang Ning to the Queen Mother's palace, Li Mobai indeed began to make arrangements for the southern tour. The emperor had to take at least one concubine with him on his southern tour. During the southern tour in the third year of Qi dynasty, Li Mobai took the queen with him. This time, everyone started discussing early on who would be chosen to accompany the emperor on his tour. It's just that everyone eliminated Shinseyo first. When the concubine came to pay her respects to Shinseyo that day, she heard concubine Hui say with a smile,
"Actually, the concubine was supposed to accompany the emperor on this southern tour. But the concubine had just given birth to twins, and the children were still young. Without my mother, it would be a pity to encounter the southern patrol."
Shinseyo smiled and said nothing, quietly watching these women discuss. According to his position, if Shinseyo cannot go, it is very likely that the concubine who will accompany him will be the concubine. Nowadays, there are only 3 concubines in the harem, namely concubine Hui, concubine Shi and concubine Chen. Concubine Hui glanced at concubine Shi and said with a smile,
"When the emperor last visited the south, he took the queen with him. When I revisit my old place this time, I will inevitably think of the queen again. If you go with me, concubine Shi, and the emperor thinks of the queen and remembers that you made the queen so angry, he may lose his temper with you. I advise you to be aware of current affairs and stop thinking about such good things."
Looking at her, she seemed to be on top. Even her sitting posture was different from usual.
"And concubine Chen, you used to be close to concubine Shi. Do you think the emperor would be a little hesitant about you?" Concubine Chen sneered.
"According to what you say, you are the only one qualified to accompany the emperor on this southern tour?"
Concubine Hui,
"I have something to say. Don't be upset."
She looked at Shinseyo and said,
"My dear concubine, what do you think?"
Shinseyo said loudly,
"I think you are right. If the emperor really asks you to go, I will support it."
Concubine Hui felt even more proud when she heard what she said. At this moment, Sanfu entered the main hall with a smiling face and said,
"I would like to pay my respects to you ladies."
Before Shinseyo could speak, concubine Hui jumped in front of her and asked,
"How is it? But the emperor has decided who will accompany him on the southern tour?"
Sanfu ignored her and just smiled and said to Shinseyo,
"My queen, hurry up and get ready. The emperor wants to take you on a southern tour, which will take place in 3 days.
Concubine Hui was immediately dumbfounded when she heard this.
This is the imperial concubine's child who is still young. The child cannot live without its mother, and the imperial concubine cannot let go of the child.
Right? Sanfu.
Concubine Hui doesn't need to worry about this matter. The eldest prince and the eldest princess were sent to the queen mother's palace 2 days ago to be cared for by the queen mother.
Concubine Hui.
It's been 3 or 4 months since the southern tour. The imperial concubine is gone. Who will take care of the affairs of the harem?
Sanfu.
The emperor has ordered that all affairs in the harem shall be in charge of the queen mother, and concubine Chen will act as an assistant. Concubine Chen?
Concubine Hui glanced at concubine Chen.
She is cowardly and incompetent. How can she manage the harem?
Concubine Chen stood up in response, bowed to Sanfufu, and said deliberately,
"I would like to thank you for your trust, Your Majesty."
After announcing the decree of Sanfu, he left in a hurry, and concubine Hui, who had been so arrogant just now became the object of ridicule. She blushed at the cynicism, and when the greetings were over, she turned back alone to complain to Shinseyo.
Why didn't the imperial concubine tell the emperor to let the concubine help the queen mother to co-manage the 6th palace? After all, I am the one who relied on you first. I have offended concubine Shi and concubine Chen a lot for you. As soon as you leave, concubine Chen will use a chicken feather as an arrow, and she will definitely cause trouble for me.
Shinseyo pretended to know nothing.
I don't know why the emperor issued such a decree. To tell you the truth, I only found out about the southern tour today.
She stepped forward and took concubine Hui's hand.
Actually, Why don't I want you to co-manage the 6th palace? Concubine Shin used to be concubine Shi's, and I am also afraid of her. But eunuch Sanfu said the emperor's oral instructions in front of so many people in the palace today. So it's not easy for me to persuade the emperor to change his instructions at night. Right? How about this? You just have to bear with it. Anyway, I was rescued in 3 or 4 months. If concubine Shi and concubine Shin dare to cause trouble for you, I will definitely make the decision for you when I come back. Okay?
After hearing what Shinseyo said, concubine Hui felt a little more at ease.
In fact, how did she know that all this was actually arranged by Shinseyo? Concubine Hui bullied the weak and feared the strong. Concubine Shi was vicious and cunning. But concubine Shin was the only one who was somewhat smart and knew how to restrain herself. Only by leaving the power of the harem in the hands of such people can troubles be avoided. After getting up from his nap, Wu Shini came to ask Shinseyo for a safe pulse. During this period, Shinseyo said to him,
I am going to the south with the emperor. Do you know about this?
Wu Shini nodded.
I know. I can trust your medical skills. Although there are imperial doctors accompanying you on this trip, sometimes it is better to prepare more emergency medicines to avoid being in a hurry.
Wu Shi looked at her with raised eyebrows and said with a smile,
Since your majesty trusts my medical skills, why do you still ask me to prepare emergency medicine? Just take me there. Wouldn't it be nice for him?
Shinseyo glanced at him.
Take you there? You are the judge of Tai Hospital. Who cares about your affairs if I take you to Tai Hospital? It's as if I had taken care of all those messy things when I was in the Taiyuan Hospital. Your majesty is a noble concubine, and she has the power to control the harem. You can leave. Why can't I leave?
Wu Shini crossed his legs, leaned against the hot seat, and said leisurely,
My queen also said she wanted to be friends with me. Was such a good thing. She never thought about me. It's better for the emperor to value me.
Your majesty? You mean that the emperor promised you to go with us all the way? Of course. It's a long way to go. If something unexpected happens along the way, what do you expect those idiots from the imperial hospital to do?
Shinseyo frowned and looked at Wu Xinyu, seeing that he was almost paralyzed on the warm seat.
He said helplessly, I don't know what the emperor is thinking. I will take you with me on this journey and listen to your noises all the way. But it's hard to stop.
Although he was complaining, his tone was very gentle. The day before the trip, King Liang also returned from Xiliang. When he learned that Shinseyo was going to tour the south with Li Maobai, he went to Yongnan Palace to greet his eldest sister. Shinseyo asked him,
How long do you plan to stay in Jiangdu this time? Anyway, Xiliang is under the control of the imperial court, and I have nothing to do recently. Just wait here for the eldest sister to come back.
Shinseyo said,
Actually, if you are free, I can tell the emperor that you can come with me.
Prince Liang waved his hand quickly, smiled and joked,
Goodbye. I don't want to disturb the eldest sister and the emperor's happy relationship.
Somehow, Shinseyo couldn't get close to the original owner's brother. She always felt that Prince Liang gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. But for what reason? She couldn't tell. Chapter 310, Rich as a Country. The southern tour was completed, and the first city arrived was Liangdu. Because it was a private visit incognito, I didn't have many people accompanying me, including waiters and guards. There are only 8 carriages in total. As the capital city of the southern cities of the Qi dynasty, Liangdu was also the largest commercial city in the south. Wealthy merchants often came and went. 82 horse-drawn carriages drove through the city. The people were not surprised and just thought it was a noble person from some family who came. As soon as the group entered Liangdu and were discussing where to stay, a child stopped the group. He said to Chu Yueji, who was leading the team,
Masterin, my husband has arranged accommodation for all of you distinguished guests. If you don't mind, I can lead you there.
Chu Yueji asked him,
Who is your husband?
The little boy smiled.
My husband is the richest man in Liangdu. What he likes most is making friends with businessmen and dignitaries from all over the country. The nobleman has entered the city with great fanfare. I think he has a lot of background. My husband wants to make friends with you.
Sitting in the first carriage were Li Maobai and Shinseyo. They heard the conversation between the boy and Chu Yueji. So they opened the sedan curtain and asked, Can your husband see clearly? There are at least 50 or 60 people in this group. Is it possible to live in the residence he arranged?
The little boy added a bit of confidence in his tone.
Your Majesty, just follow the slave to find out whether it can be accommodated.
After leaving the palace, he was always aware of the people's sentiments. When encountering this kind of thing, Li Mabai naturally responded to the situation. The boy led them all the way to the west of the city, and stopped outside a large mansion.
This is the place.
Li Mabai took a look at the door of the house. It was made of fine mahogany. The door lock and door nose were made of pure gold and engraved with the appearance of a unicorn. He didn't say anything. After getting off the sedan, the boy ushered them in. Only then did he realize that the wealth he had just seen outside the door was just the tip of the iceberg. There are more than 20 wing rooms in the entire courtyard, and the area of the main hall is almost half the size of the Jinwan Palace. Moreover, all the decorations are expensive, and even the vegetation planted are
silver needle gold and pine,
which shows the wealth. Li Mabai.
Where is your husband?
The boy replied.
Sir, you don't live here. This is just one of your houses in Liangdu. You have many houses like this in Liangdu.
There are many more. The boy said these 4 words lightly, but Wu Xinyan on the side almost drooled with envy.
There are still many more. What does your husband do to be so rich? I'm looking at this place. The decoration is even more magnificent than the palace. Imperial Palace?
The child chuckled.
It's nothing. Your residence is much more grand than the palace.
This kid is only 12 or 13 years old, but he speaks with great energy. After leading Li Mabai and the others to settle down, he added,
Sir, I have arranged a casual dinner at my house in the evening and would like to invite a few distinguished guests. I wonder if you have time.
Li Mabai.
The accommodation is arranged by your husband. We should treat each other as courtesy. It is only appropriate that we should treat you to this meal.
Child.
When noble people come from afar, they are guests. My husband is very hospitable and has already made arrangements early, so I don't need to waste money on you. My lord, please rest first. A carriage will come to pick you up later.
After he left, Shinasio said,
Don't you think it's strange? Your Majesty? The other party doesn't even know who we are, but they are so generous and enthusiastic. Is there really such a hospitable person?
Li Mabai looked at the decorations in the palace and said solemnly,
Liang are all rich, but no matter how rich they are, they cannot be as rich as Jiangdu. I'm also curious about where he got all this money.
He told Chu Yueji to find out the other party's identity in private. After some inquiries, I found out that this generous man's name was Liangli, and he was a strange person known to everyone in Liang City. On weekdays, he is kind to others, benevolent and charitable, and has an excellent reputation. But when asked what kind of business he did, the people in the city couldn't answer. I only know that businessmen from all over the world have a good relationship with him. After meeting him, no matter how rich they are, they will worship him as the god of wealth. This aroused Li Mabai's curiosity even more. When night fell, 4 people, Li Mabai, Shin Xiao, Chu Yueji and Wu Xini, went to the appointment. When I arrived at the Liang mansion, I realized that the little boy's statement that it was more grand than the imperial palace was not a lie. The outer wall of Liang's mansion is 3 feet high, 10 meters. And there are 7 or 8 locks on the door. And they are all very clever. If there is no key, the door cannot be blown open even with explosives. The 4 people entered and were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The Liang mansion was more than 3 times larger than the house they stayed in. And all the buildings were plated with gold. It was night now, and it was only dimly lit by candlelight. If it had been broad daylight and the sun was shining down, the golden light from Liang mansion would have been enough to blind people. The little boy led several people to the banquet room in a limping manner. The long table was filled with delicacies, many of which were rare birds and beasts. One meal was probably worth 100 gold. Sitting in the main seat was a fat man with an unattractive appearance. Although he was wearing gold and silver, it was still difficult to hide the greasy and earthy smell of his body. The boy bowed respectfully to the man and said,
Sir, we have arrived.
Liangli greeted him with a smile.
It's really a great honor for me, Mr. Liang, to have you all come to this humble residence. Come on, come and take a seat.
After everyone sat down, Li Mabai spoke first.
Li is flattered by Mr. Liang's courtesy.
Liangli smiled proudly, raised his glass and said,
Since you are here in Liangdu, you are all my friends. Liang. Liangli. Haven't you asked me your names yet?
When away from home, they each have aliases. Li Mabai replied.
The surname Li is a single name with 1 character. This is my wife Shin.
Shin Xiao nodded slightly at Liangli in response. After drinking a glass of wine, Liangli went straight to the topic.
I wonder what kind of business Brother Li is in.
Li Mabai said.
My family is in the fabric business, which is far less big than Brother Li's family.
Liang Li.
The fabric business is related to people's livelihood. Although it cannot make you rich suddenly, it is better than a steady flow of water.
Li Mobai shook his head and sighed bitterly.
Business has become increasingly difficult in the past 2 years. I just make a living. I wonder what does a rich man like Brother Liang do at home?
Liang Li was very cautious. And when faced with Li Mobai's questions, he just laughed.
Just like Brother Li. It's just a small fight to make ends meet.
Wu Xini, who was eating, still couldn't stop himself.
Hey, every furnishing in your house costs hundreds of taels. If you say you are just making a fuss, wouldn't we become poor?
Liang Li laughed heartily.
Brother Wu is joking. Come on. Let's eat and drink quickly. I just met a few new friends today. Liang is very happy. Let's not talk about business. Only romance.
Chapter 311, Gathering Grain. He didn't talk about it. And Li Mobai didn't ask any more. When leaving the house after dinner, Shen Xiao asked him,
Don't you think it's strange, Your Majesty? If he had made all this money through serious channels, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to earn even the tip of the iceberg in his lifetime.
Li Mobai.
Don't worry. He can find us. And of course, he will hear the sound when the flowing money is spent. Don't worry. He will deliver it to your door soon.
Sure enough, that night, people from the Liang mansion came to the house and asked Li Mobai to go to the Liang mansion for an appointment. He was even told that he could only go alone. If he brought others with him, Liang Li would not see him. The walls of Liang mansion are so high that even someone as skilled as Chu Yueji would not be able to sneak in.
This is a strange matter. The emperor sneaked in alone. I'm afraid there will be risks.
Li Mobai.
It doesn't matter. How can I know what tricks he is going to play if I don't go? He provided us with accommodation and spent a lot of money to give us a sumptuous meal. I don't believe that he asked for nothing just to be disadvantageous to me.
Wu Xini said from the side.
It's not like your majesty can't go. I have a good thing for you.
He took out a packet of powder from his arms and handed it to Li Mobai. Then inserted a silver needle into the back of Li Mobai's neck at an extremely fast speed. Li Mobai frowned and looked at him.
What do you mean?
Wu Xini smiled and said,
Wei Chen has sealed the emperor's acupuncture points. The powder inside is Yueguang powder. The effect of the medicine is extremely overbearing. Ordinary people only need to get a little bit of it, and they will lose all their strength and be unable to move. Because the emperor's acupuncture points are sealed, he is immune to the effects of this substance. If they dare to harm the emperor will only teach them how to behave.
Yueguang powder is a common poison in the uterus. Chu Yu has been on the battlefield for many years, and has many experiences in dealing with this thing. He believed that Wu Xini had exaggerated the efficacy of Yueguang powder.
This Yueguang powder almost always needs to be taken with water before it can be used again, and it takes at least a quarter of an hour to take effect. What should you do if you give the emperor this packet of powder, and it's too late to use it, and it turns out to be a big mistake?
Wu Xini raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile.
Don't you believe it, Governor Chu?
He took the packet of powder without opening it, but blew gently on Chu Yueji. He immediately felt his feet weakened and could only half kneel on the ground even though he was holding himself up. Immediately afterwards, Wu Xini inserted a silver needle into his acupuncture point, and he regained his strength.
Do you believe it now?
After seeing the power of Ruin Jinsen, Chu Yueji felt relieved and let Li Mobai go alone. When he arrived at Liang Mansion again, Liang Li met Li Mobai in his dormitory. He still had a greasy smile on his face and said,
Brother Li, there are only 2 of us now. I have a way to make money. I wonder if you are interested.
Li Mobai got straight to the point.
Your method of making money is to step on Daki's red line?
Liang Li laughed openly, nodded and said,
Brother Li is quick to talk to others, and I will not go around in circles with Brother Li. I will step on the red line, but I can guarantee that Brother Li is safe and sound.
Li Mobai turned around and sat down.
No one has too much money. If you want to make big money, you have to take risks. Brother Liang, why don't you tell me what a good way to make money?
Liang Li came closer to him and lowered his voice.
I wonder if Brother Li knows about the food disaster in the south the year before last.
Li Mobai nodded lightly.
I heard a little bit.
He had more than just heard about it. That food disaster caused hundreds of people to lose their lives. In many remote areas, people even exchanged their children for food. Due to the earthquake, the imperial court suffered heavy losses in treasury silver and grain reserves. Liang Li continued.
Then do you know how much profit I made from that famine and food disaster?
Li Mobai shook his head. and Liang Li stretched out his palm.
This is the number,
Li Mabai guessed.
50,000 taels?
Liang Li nodded, then quickly shook his head.
It's 50,000 taels, but it's not silver, but gold.
These words made even the Emperor Li Mabai call him a good guy in his heart. What is the concept of 50,000 taels of gold? This is already worth the taxes paid by the 3 foreign countries in 1 year.
50,000 taels of gold? So, you stocked up on food? Clever. But I'm not alone in this camp. It can be said that I planned the food disaster.
When it comes to this matter, Liang Li is very conceited and proud.
In recent years, as long as there are merchants passing through Liangdu, I will personally receive them. And what I mentioned to them was the same thing. That is to let them buy rice and noodles locally at ordinary prices and hoard them. As time goes by, the number of people hoarding increases and there is not enough food. So people will naturally start to grab it like crazy. At this time, these grains are dispersed and sold in batches at several times the normal price. Then these merchants who collect grains can make a lot of money. I believe Brother Li has no reason to refuse such a mutually beneficial thing.
Li Mabai was quite shocked. Tuning grain is very easy to detect. If the tonnage is small, it may not be noticed. But once the amount becomes large, local officials will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. Liang Li blatantly did these things in the south. Why didn't the court know about it? Li Mabai tentatively said.
If the court finds out about this, it will be a capital crime of beheading.
Liang Li touched his neck and joked.
So Brother Li, have you seen that my head has fallen off now?
Li Mabai.
Do you have connections?
Liang Li nodded.
It's still a big relationship with Tong. In short, as long as Brother Li is willing to follow me, I will keep your income doubled within 2 years.
Big relationship with Tong? The central official in charge of food is the Minister of Household Affairs, and the local magistrate is assigned to handle matters. Liang Li did this blatantly, and I am afraid that both the Minister of Revenue and the Prefect have an inevitable connection. After thinking about it for a while, Li Mabai immediately accepted Liang Li and said,
It's just that Brother Liang said I'm timid, but I'm still afraid that this matter will not be covered by paper. If Brother Liang is willing to recommend someone to protect me, then this matter will be much easier to handle.
Seeing that Liang Li was silent and seemed to be in a dilemma, Li Mabai took out a banknote from his arms and handed it to him.
Brother Liang introduced me to the business. I am not an unscrupulous little businessman. This amount of money is my gift to thank Brother Liang for bringing me into the game. I hope Brother Liang will accept it.
Liang Li glanced at the denomination on the banknote, which was a full 10,000 taels of silver at that time. In this way, he believed in Li Mabai's strength and said boldly,
Okay, since Brother Li trusts me so much, I should also give Brother Li a guarantee. Tomorrow at noon, I will host a banquet at my house. Brother Li can come to keep the appointment and see the person you want to see. It's just that this matter cannot be made public. So I asked Brother Li not to tell anyone about it. Even my wife.
Li Mabai nodded in agreement.
That's natural. If you want to save your head when it comes to making big money, you have to control your tongue first. I understand this.
Li Mabai understood the principle of minding his tongue. But I don't know if Liang Li understands it. Maybe he was too arrogant and dared to tell Li Mabai everything without knowing anything about him. Of course, he never dreamed that the person he was recruiting to join the gang would be the current Holy Emperor. Chapter 312 Execution of the 9 Tribes. After returning home, Li Mabai completely recounted to Shen Xiao what happened in the Liang mansion today. Shen Xiao first sighed with emotion.
He is really greedy, using people's livelihood to add to his pocket. Don't talk about how much money he made from collecting grain. Just by doing this,
he killed countless innocent people. He will not be able to survive.
Li Mabai.
The most important thing is not him, but the people behind him. There are many people involved in this matter. I have asked Chu Yueji to deliver a letter back to Jiangdu, and asked the minister in charge of the bodyguard to lead the troops to control the minister of the Ministry of Finance. If he really has something to do with this matter, then I am really blind. If I hadn't patrolled south and bumped into Mr. Liang by chance, I'm afraid these things wouldn't have been revealed.
Shen Xiao felt strange.
Your Majesty, it stands to reason that Liang Li can do such a thing. He should be an extremely thoughtful person. How could he tell you about such a capital crime of beheading without even investigating our backgrounds?
Li Mabai couldn't explain this. It could only be said that Liang Li was too greedy and felt that his protective umbrella was enough to support his misbehavior. So he acted like this. At the luncheon on the second day, Li Mabai went to Liang Mansion alone. When he came, The mysterious man Liangli mentioned had not arrived yet. But Liangli looked a little bad today. He was feeling dizzy, and Li Mabai didn't answer a word when he spoke to him.
What's wrong with Brother Liang? But you didn't get a good rest last night?
Liangli,
I don't know why, but I've been feeling dazed since yesterday. Not only is it not getting better after a good sleep, it seems to be even worse.
Li Mabai,
should we call the doctor to take a look first?
Liangli waved his hand.
Let's wait until Mr. Lu comes.
Lord Lu. When he said this title, Li Mabai already knew who his backer was. The prefect of Liangdu was named Lu. The boy came to report,
Sir, Mr. Lu has arrived and is waiting in the side hall.
Liangli made an invitation gesture to Li Mabai and took him to see Mr. Lu. The prefect is a local official and rarely has the opportunity to go to Jiangdu to meet the saint. There are only 2 morning court meetings a year, but they are done together with officials from all over the country. So it is considered a routine matter. The inner hall of Jinwan Palace is full of important ministers, and those with positions like the magistrate can only stand outside the ceremony. Looking inside from a distance, the emperor on the dragon throne could only see a vague figure, but not his true appearance. Therefore, he didn't recognize Li Mabai at all, and even ignored Li Mabai's greetings to him. Instead, he rebuked Liangli and said,
You called me here? Why are there outsiders?
Liangli frowned and shook his dizzy head vigorously.
Mr. Lu, please calm down. I introduced him to you because I trust brotherly. Are you crazy because you drank too much?
Mr. Lu was furious. Obviously, he had no idea that Liangli called him to his house today to introduce Li Mabai to him. He didn't want people to know his identity, but Liangli's doing this was tantamount to exposing him. He was very angry and turned to leave. Li Mabai quickly said,
Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I have no ill intentions.
Master Lu glanced at him and sneered.
Your status is not high enough to talk to me directly. Liang Lijiu hasn't woken up yet, so you can stay and take care of him. I saw my officer today, so I just pretended that you didn't know anything. If you dare to go out and say even a few random words, I will chop off your head.
Li Mabai said repeatedly.
Yes. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I have a sense of what to say and what not to say. How about this? Let Brother Liang and I take you out.
He elbowed Liangli, and Liangli said in a daze,
Oh, okay.
The two of them escorted Mr. Lu out of the house. Unexpectedly, as soon as they took a step forward, Li Mabai kicked Mr. Lu in the butt from behind and sent him flying several feet away. Liangli was shocked.
Brotherly, what are you doing?
Li Mabai grabbed his collar and pushed the big fat man to the ground with skillful force. At this moment, Chu Yueji led his secret guards forward and surrounded the two of them. Master Lu roared angrily.
Let go! I am the prefect of Liangdu, and the entire Liangdu is my territory. How dare you touch me? I think you are tired of living. The prefectural official Chen Yong walked out of the crowd. He was an official subordinate to the imperial court and could directly supervise the prefect of the southern city. Master Lu saw that he was coming and said quickly,
Master Chen, these unruly people are crazy. Get someone to kill them all.
Chen Yong glared at him and yelled angrily,
You are the one who is crazy.
As he spoke, he ran to Li Mabai and knelt on the ground and kowtowed.
Wei Chen, kowtow to the emperor. It is really Wei Chen's negligence that caused such a disaster in the place under Wei Chen's jurisdiction. I hope your majesty will forgive me.
At this time, Liangli and Mr. Lu were both dumbfounded. They grew up, their mouths full of fear, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Li Mabai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and just spoke to the people watching.
Go to Liangli's house and search. Find out the list of merchants who harvested grain during the southern grain disaster 2 years ago, and then ask local officials to cooperate and collect these. All the people were arrested. All their property was confiscated, and they were sent to the frontiers. And Liangli, as the instigator, not only confiscated all the family property, but also sentenced the 9 clans to death. As for Mr. Lu,
he lowered his eyes and looked at him with a sinister gaze.
You have such a big tone that the whole Liang is your territory. I didn't know that Qi dynasty even produced a local emperor like you.
Mr. Lu came to his senses and quickly cried and begged Li Mabai to spare him a way to live. As for Liangli, after being confused for a while, he suddenly seemed to have become stupid and kept asking the people next to him what happened.
Master Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you here? Master Chen, why are we being detained in front of my house? I was obviously drunk and fell asleep. What happened?
Lianli looked at Li Maobai's angry look and was even more surprised.
And who is this person pointing here?
His amnesia didn't look like an act. But Li Maobai didn't accept his trick.
If you don't remember me, it means your brain is not strong enough. In this case, it's useless for you to keep this head. I just cut off your head, which can be considered as a favor for you.
Li Maobai handled the matter vigorously and resolutely. And the people realized that the good people they had always thought of as bodhisattvas were actually the biggest vampires. So they all knelt down to Li Maobai and shouted,
"The emperor is virtuous."
In the corner of the crowd, Wu Xinyan was eating melon seeds while watching the show. If he hadn't controlled Lianli and made him do so many unreasonable things, it was impossible for Li Maobai to successfully involve the last big worm lurking in the imperial court. The Minister of Household Affairs, Wu Xinyi, hummed a little tune in his mouth and walked away in the flow of people as if he were an accomplished and retired expert. Chapter 313, Sacrifice to the River God. On the way to continue the southern tour, one day news came from the palace. In the face of mountains of irrefutable evidence, the Secretary of the Ministry of Finance confessed the wrong things he had done, causing an uproar in the court. Everyone thought that Li Maobai would end his southern tour and rush back to the DPRK to deal with the matter. But he did not. He just asked Sanfu to rush back to the palace in advance and pass the decree on his behalf, deposing him from the position of Minister of Household Affairs and temporarily imprisoning him in a prison to await trial. The original Minister of Household Affairs temporarily took over the duties of minister on his behalf. And the reason why he did this was simply because he could reach Guanhai in 2 days' journey. He remembered that Shenxiu had mentioned to him many times that she wanted to go see the sea. After finally going out, he wanted to grant her wish. The city closest to Guanhai is called Haishur. Most of the residents here make a living by fishing, and the folk customs are simple. Li Maobai decided to stay here for 1 night and go to the beach tomorrow. Haishur is not considered wealthy, and there is not even a decent inn or restaurant in the entire city. There are only a few B&Bs opened, but the environment is also rudimentary. However, this place is rich in aquatic products, and the seafood is particularly delicious, which plays into Shenxiu's plan. She couldn't walk when she saw seafood, and today she wanted to eat to her heart's content. After the two of them had a good meal, and it was getting late, they walked hand in hand on the streets of Haishur. At sunset, the sea market should be the most lively time of the day. The fishermen who went out to sea to catch fish all rushed back, carrying large and small baskets in their hands with full loads. Li Maobai joked,
"It would be nice to be a fisherman in this life. I'll catch you whatever you like to eat. I'll let you eat the seafood until you get tired of it, and you won't think about it anymore in the future."
Shenxiu said.
"I don't. You can't eat more of what you like. If you eat too much and retaliate, you won't be very interested in it in the future."
Li Maobai smiled.
"Oh, according to you, you can't always like someone you like. If you like someone for a long time, you will get bored. In that case, I will like you less in the future."
Shenxiu shook off his hand, pushed on his chest, and pretended to be angry.
Go. Go. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. It's like I'm begging you."
While the two were flirting, they suddenly saw more and more people gathering in the south. They also came forward to watch the excitement. After finally squeezing through the crowd to the front, I saw a woman tied to a wooden stake with a strange smile on her lips. The ones kneeling next to her in pain should be her parents, but they just cried and did not plead for the woman. Standing in front of the woman was a man wearing a shaman mask. He danced around her like a god and muttered incomprehensible words. Shenxiu asked the old man who was watching the excitement,
"Old man, may I ask what you are doing?"
From the waiter's accent, he knew that Shenxiu was not a local. So the uncle lowered his voice and muttered to her,
"This is the woman chosen by the river god. Only by sacrificing her to the river god can he appease the river god's anger and let the river god calm down."
"Don't embarrass us anymore." "Embarrassed?"
Li Maobai asked curiously.
"How to embarrass me?"
The old man said,
"If we don't send 2 beautiful young women to the river god every year, there will definitely be disasters in Linha. There will be batches of fish fry with white bellies. The losses will be huge."
I found out after asking carefully. Although Haishur is a city near the sea, the main development area is aquaculture and fishery. In this era, there was no experience in raising fish in the sea, so people mostly dropped fry in the river, waited for them to grow up the next year, and then fished them out to sell in neighboring cities. Hai City has a special geographical location. There are few cities close to it that have fresh water sources. It is the only one that faces the river on one side and the sea on the other. Therefore, river fresh food here has become a hot commodity. Originally, the people here relied on fishing to have enough food and clothing. But a few years ago, strange things happened often in Linha. All the fry thrown into the river turned upside down within a few days, and white flowers floated on the surface of the river, which looked scary and greatly affected their harvest. Later, the county magistrate's son invited a mage from nowhere. With his approach, Linha did not have any more troubles. The master said that the reason why Linha was like this was because the river god was angry. The river god thought they only knew how to ask for things, but not what they wanted in return. So he killed all the fry they threw into the river. On the advice of the master, a river temple was built next to the river. People must dedicate 20% of their annual income to the river temple to add fragrant oil, so that it will continue to bless it. Moreover, at the middle and end of each year, the most beautiful girls in the village must be sacrificed to the river god. The more Shinseyo listened, the more outrageous she felt.
What kind of sacrifice method? Throw them into the river temple at night, and burn them on the river bank the next day.
The old man said this casually, as if he didn't take human life seriously at all. I thought this was cruel at first, but you just see that every time the people who are sacrificed are smiling and waiting to be burned. It is said that they have acquired the river god. After being burned to death by fire, his soul can fly and become an immortal.
Shinseyo said angrily.
That's nonsense. If you can become an immortal by being burned to death, then why doesn't this great dancer burn himself to death?
Old man.
Hey, girl, please don't talk nonsense. If the river god gets angry, you will be in bad luck,
Shinseyo said disdainfully.
If there really is a river god, why does he need to accept human incense and rob mortal women? Then what he did as a god is a failure.
Li Maobai saw that her angry and arguing voices were getting louder and louder, which had aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. So he pulled her aside and whispered,
What's the use of arguing with them? Every place has its own folk customs. You don't believe in ghosts and gods, but they do. Then the emperor also believes it?
Shinseyo pointed at the woman tied to the wooden frame.
Which god needs to burn people alive as a sacrifice? Of course I don't believe it. And I know what you are thinking. So I want to pull you away and ask you not to argue with them first.
Li Maobai looked at the tied woman carefully and said in a deep voice,
Look carefully. That woman is about to go to the fire. Why is she still smiling on her face? Even if she continues to believe in the legend of the river god, it is normal for people to panic when facing unknown fears. And look at her eyes carefully. Her eyes are empty and lifeless, as if she's been drugged.
After being reminded by Li Maobai, Shinseyo quickly said,
That's right. She behaved abnormally, and she was probably drugged. If she was really drugged, it would be easy. We have Wushini.
Seeing the excitement in her tone, Li Maobai smiled fondly.
Now that you know, what more can you say to them? Call Wushini over before this woman is burned to death.
Chapter 314 The Shocking Scam in Haishur. Wushini had just put the bath water and was about to take a bath. He took off half of his clothes, but was pulled by Shinseyo, who broke in and ran out. As he retied his belt, he said in a coquettish tone,
Men and women are not allowed to be intimate. Even if the Empress is interested in me, I have to be careful. After all, the Emperor is still here. What nonsense are you talking about? Put your clothes on quickly. I'm waiting for you to help.
While Wushini was getting dressed, Shinseyo told him the general story of the matter. Wushini didn't take this matter to heart at all.
What does it have to do with the queen when people offer sacrifices to the river god? It's not like they drag the queen to sacrifice. What nonsense are you talking about?
Shinseyo said without hesitation.
She is just a girl who has just passed her hair age. This matter has happened to me, so I can't ignore it. Besides, the whole world is not the royal land. All the people in the world are the emperor's subjects. The emperor will never sit idly by and ignore such a thing.
Wushini hesitated but still didn't want to go. Finally, Shinseyo worried and threatened him.
Are you going? If you don't go, I will tell the shaman that you have the world in your heart and are thinking about the people of Haishur in the coming year.
Harvest. Willingly sacrifice yourself to the river god, and let them burn you too.
Seeing Shinseyo's fierceness, Balbuki could really do such a thing. Wushini had no choice but to beg for mercy and followed her to the south of the city. When they returned, the mage was about to light the fire, but Chu Yueji stepped forward in time to stop him.
Where did you come from? You're going to stop the sacrifice like this, but you'll make the river god angry.
The mage incited the anger of the people, and resentment arose among the people. Just when the two parties were about to start a fight, Shinseyo and Wu Shiny trotted over. Wu Xia saw the woman tied to the wooden frame at a glance. Her eyes were wandering, and she was smiling foolishly. And she looked like she had been hit by a lost soul. Some people who were watching scolded. The spirit girl sacrifices willingly. Look how happy Shirkue is. She is willing to serve the river god. Why do you want to stop her merits? Wu Shini smiled sarcastically and said, her willingness is because she was poisoned by the lost soul San. If you were poisoned by that poison, you would also be willing. As he spoke, he took out a small pill from his sleeve, flicked it into Shikue's mouth with a snap of his fingers. After taking this pill, Shikue woke up instantly. She was obviously stunned by her situation, and the smile on her face was replaced by a horrified expression. She struggled desperately and shouted hysterically at her father and mother who were guarding her. Dad! Mother! Save me! I don't want to be sacrificed to the river god! I don't want it! Seeing Xiaokue's sudden change in attitude, everyone started talking among themselves. Seeing Xiaokue wake up, the mage wanted to drug her again, but was caught by the secret guard. They untied Xiaokue and rescued her. Xiaokue threw herself into her parents' arms and cried non-stop. You, Dad! Mom! Wang Li humiliated me! Wang Li is the son of the county magistrate. Everyone asked Xiaokue what happened. She cried and recalled. Yesterday I was taken to the Heshin temple. It was very dark and I was alone. I was also very scared. Later I smelled a strange fragrance. And soon I felt dizzy and fell asleep unconsciously. When I woke up, I found a man lying on me. My body was very soft and I had no strength. But I still pushed him away. Through the faint moonlight, I saw that the man was Wang Li. I asked him not to approach me, but he didn't listen. He also said that I would come tomorrow. I'm going to die. I'm going to give him a chance to enjoy it today. Then he will ruin me. Xiaokue snuggled into her parents' arms, her body trembling constantly. Later, the mage came in and forced me to drink a bowl of medicine. I don't know anything about what happened next. The mage quibbled. You must be possessed by an evil spirit. So you are talking nonsense here? The River God Festival is coming soon. Why don't you quickly let these people let go of me and then perform the ceremony? Do you want to come? Will he continue to suffer retribution from the river god? Retribution? What retribution? Wu Shini went to the river and scooped up a bowl of water and poured it on the mage. There is a large amount of animapodia in the river water. The anabina will produce toxins as long as it encounters a tiny bit of salt. It can poison all the fish in the river. If I guess correctly, you are pretending to be a ghost just to defraud the people of their money and fill your own pockets on the pretext of worshipping the river god. If the people don't obey you, you will secretly sprinkle a lot of salt into the river at night, right? The mage couldn't see his expression due to his mask, but he could hear his panic just from his voice. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Yueji pulled off the mask from his face, and the people were in an uproar after seeing the mage's true appearance. Isn't this Wang Li's cousin Zhou Qin? He's lazy and has no skills. How can he be a mage? It makes no sense. Is it possible that we have been deceived by him and Wang Li for so many years? I don't know how many girls with haircuts were raped by them and then silenced. Such evil deeds are truly unacceptable. The people became more and more excited, and they surrounded Zhou Qin and wanted to beat him. Chu Yueji glanced at Li Mabai, who raised his eyebrows and gave him a dark look. He immediately understood and ordered Zhou Qin to be released, allowing the people to beat him and interrogate him. Zhou Qin was beaten half to death and confessed to his and Wang Li's deception. The people surrounded the county magistrate's house again and asked the magistrate to hand over Wang Li. The county magistrate was completely unaware of the scandalous things Wang Li had done, but seeing the public dissatisfaction rising, he couldn't cover it up. In the end, due to Li Mabai's intervention, Wang Li and Zhou Qin were sentenced to hanging, which made the people angry. As for the county magistrate, he was demoted to a commoner by Li Mabai because of his incompetence and dereliction of duty. Everything was done in secret, and no one knew the true identities of Li Mabai and his party. He only thought that they were chivalrous people who came to help when they saw injustice. So he treated them to a banquet to thank them. I heard that Li Mabai and Shinseyo wanted to go see the sea tomorrow, a villager suggested. The sea view from the beach here is not beautiful. If you want to see the real beauty of the sunrise and sunset, you have to go to the colored glaze in the sea. Island. Luli Island? Shinseyo asked curiously. What is that place? Villager.
It is an isolated island in the sea. It is covered with many ice crystals and glaze, which is very beautiful. And because it is surrounded by the sea, the flowers on the river at sunrise are as red as fire. And at sunset the sea tide is full of clouds. It is very beautiful.
Li Maobai saw what Shenxiu wanted to ask and said,
I wonder if I could trouble you to take us on a fishing boat tomorrow.
The villagers were enthusiastic and patted their chests, saying that this matter would be taken care of by them. Chapter 315 Going to Sea. Early the next morning, before dawn, Li Maobai and Shenxiu followed the fishermen's boats out to sea and set out for Liuli Island in the sea. They set off an hour earlier than the accompanying people in order to reach the island before sunrise. After arriving here, because the sky was only bright and the sun had not yet emerged, the island was pitch black. It felt like there were rocks all around, and I couldn't see any difference. The wind on the island is bitingly cold. Shenxiu had already put on her thickest clothes, but she was still shivering from the cold. Li Maobai opened his coat slightly and took her into his arms.
Chu Yueji and the others will bring barbecue equipment later. When the temperature rises after sunrise, we can catch some fish, shrimp and crabs offshore. Cook and eat on site. I heard from the villagers that when the sun is at its strongest in the afternoon, the entire sea surface will turn golden. Thinking of this, don't you feel less uncomfortable now that you are suffering from the cold?
Shenxiu buried her head in her arms and said with a sweet smile,
The emperor was originally not interested in these things. But because of me, he had to get up early in the morning and endure the cold here, and comfort me in turn, which makes me feel a little bit embarrassed.
Li Maobai smiled and said,
It's really rare that you know how to be embarrassed. Your Majesty, during our tour to the south this time, we saw different customs in various places, and also encountered many terrible things. Although the country is unified and peaceful on the surface, there are still many people who are oppressed by local officials in places we can't see and live in poverty. At first, I thought it was strange why the emperor was able to catch the corrupt officials hiding behind every place we went. It wasn't until I talked with Governor Chu yesterday that I found out why.
Li Maobai.
Oh, what did he tell you?
Shenxiu.
It turns out that the places chosen by the emperor for this southern tour were all places where Li Jinsi had influenced the court's employment in the past. Local officials protect each other. The emperor in the previous dynasty was unable to discern the thieves who were not identified. That's why we chose the Southern Patrol method to personally contact these places under the jurisdiction of problematic officials and eradicate them one by one.
Li Maobai smiled and changed the subject.
Getting rid of the traitors is only secondary. The most important thing is, I want to take you out to have a good time, lest you keep saying that I have you trapped in the palace every day, which will bore you.
What he was thinking was the same as what he was saying, and the smile on Shenxiu's face became even bigger. The humid and salty sea breeze gradually became warmer, and the horizon began to glow with a coquettish purple color. First, a piece of it was exposed in the extreme east, and soon it started to spread like ink spots in the water. The vast swaths of morning glow reflected the sea's surface into a gradient canvas, stretching out with no end in sight. The sunrise over the sea rose very quickly, and only then did Shenxiu see that the things around him that looked like rocks in the dark were actually large glazed crystals. They scatter colorful lights under the sunlight, making people feel like they are in a fairyland.
Shenxiu had a look of surprise on her face, smiling like a child, looking at the endless beauty around her from time to time. In Li Maobai's eyes, Shenxiu at this moment was the most beautiful scene in his life. Li Maobai, this woman, when she is quiet and silent, is quite pleasing to the eye.
Shenxiu, huh?
What does he mean? What about when I talk normally? Isn't it pleasing to the eye? She pretended that nothing was wrong and looked up at Li Maobai, and said with a slight smile,
Your Majesty, I'm wondering if I talk too much, buzzing in your ears like a bee every day, giving you a headache. Nonsense.
Li Maobai patted her forehead.
Whatever you do, I will never dislike you.
It would be weird if you don't dislike it. But what can you do if you dislike it? The wife you choose can only be pampered if you dislike her. Shenxiu couldn't fault Li Maobai's answer. When the sun rose completely, a massive fleet was seen on the sea in the distance. It was Chu Yueji and Wu Xinyu who came with the palace people and guards, as well as barbecue tools and seasonings. The more people there are, the more lively it will be. Barbecuing is Shenxiu's special skill. She was busy inside and outside, and the barbecue she made was well received by everyone. But soon, the food he brought was eaten. So Li Maobai suggested that Chu Yueji take people to catch some seafood off the coast, and then said to Shenxiu,
You have been busy for an hour. Leave the rest to me. Don't you like to see it? Let's go to the beach with Pear and the others. I'll go find you after I finish this.
Shinseyo, Pear, Cheer and the others were having fun at the beach. But her heart was always on the sea. She also wanted to go fishing. But Li Mabai said it was too dangerous, and she was not allowed to go. At this moment, she saw an empty fishing boat parked on the beach. And her heart became more and more itchy.
You guys go and see if there is anything the Emperor needs help with. I want to take a walk on the beach by myself. Ah, my dear, isn't this good? What's wrong? How can I be lost as a living person? Go, go, go.
After driving the two away, Shinseyo jumped on the fishing boat and was eager to try. She had rowed a boat before, but she had never gone out to sea to fish. However, she is pretty good at water and is not afraid of water. So she wants to try anything new she encounters. When she was packing the anchor and preparing to go out to sea, she didn't expect that annoying Wushini to come out of nowhere.
Why do you want to touch my fishing boat?
Shinseyo glanced at him.
When did this fishing boat become yours?
Wushini.
The governor of Chu left this fishing boat to me when he left. When I went there for my convenience, why did the empress steal the boat?
Shinseyo worriedly thought that fishing boats still need people to man the sails and row the oars anyway. Wushini bumped into him at this time. So he just thought that a coolie just came. So he said,
In that case, then come over and go to sea with me. It just so happens that I can also take care of you. Oh?
Wushini whispered.
I don't want this care.
Shinseyo.
What did you say?
Wushini waved his hand and said deliberately.
No. It's nothing. I said I'm very happy.
Wushini's hands and feet were very neat, and he looked very experienced. He quickly packed up the sails and drove the fishing boat to the sea. Shinseyo felt very comfortable with the warm sea breeze blowing. She leaned on the board of the boat, closed her eyes, and rested her mind leisurely.
When you get further to the center of the sea, wake me up. I will fish with you.
Wushini didn't dare to refute her, so he could only agree. Chapter 316 No Signal. When Shinseyo woke up, she found herself in a cave with no lights. She felt some pain in her arm, as if she had fallen. The air around her was very moist, soaking into her body bit by bit, making her shiver. After opening her eyes and briefly adapting to the dark environment, she began to try to call for help. Every time I shouted, there was a very empty echo. But no one responded. She didn't know why she was in this place, and she subconsciously got up to look for an exit. Only then did she realize that her feet were shackled and she couldn't move. She couldn't figure it out no matter what. She just slept on a fishing boat on the sea. How could she end up in such a ghost place when she woke up? She didn't know if she was still on Lioli Island now. Fortunately, she still had a system. So she quickly asked Xiao Tuatua for help. Xiao Tuatua, are you there? What happened to the host? Little Tuachua yawned in response to her, as if he had just woken up. Shinseyo, I don't know what kind of place I am locked up in. There is no one around me, and my feet are chained. Is there any way to help me get out? Xiao Tuachua, has the host been kidnapped? Otherwise, let's exchange some self-defense items from the convenience store first, such as sleeping powder and lighters, as well as master keys. If you are kidnapped, when your kidnappers come back, you can use hypnotic powder to hypnotize them. Then use the master key to unlock the shackles. And finally use a lighter as a light source to find your way out. Xiao Tuatua said it might be the only way now. She didn't know she was there, and she didn't know who the other person was. At this time, self-rescue is the safest option. So she closed her eyes and entered the convenience store. While she was quickly searching for those supplies, the convenience store in her mind began to flicker and fade, and the light and shadows slowly became blurred. She had never seen such a situation before, as if the convenience store in her mind would turn into a set of codes and disappear in the next moment. She quickly asked Xiao Tuachuo, "What is this? Why are things in convenience stores so blurry?" She finally found the lighter and reached out to take it. Only then did she realize that her hands could pass through the shelves of goods and could not touch anything in the convenience store. Xiao Tuachuo's voice came intermittently. "Host. Detection. The signal is weak. Hello. What are you talking about? Don't you live in my body? What the H.L. is a weak signal. Xiao Tuachuo, host. Please host." After it said these two sentences intermittently, there was no movement. No matter what Shinseyo called it, it didn't respond. Suddenly, the convenience store in his mind suddenly went dark as if the gate tripped. Then, no matter how hard Shinseyo tried, she could no longer enter the convenience store. Without the system, without the convenience store, she was trapped alone in a cave where she couldn't see her fingers. Isn't this the end of the game? She forced herself to calm down and reached out to fumble around, hoping to find some useful tools that could be used for self-defense later. He took it and touched it around, but felt a warm limb behind him. She was so frightened that she heard the man's confused voice.
"Oh? What's wrong? Did you catch a fish?"
That voice belonged to Wu Xinian. Hearing his voice, Shinxio felt slightly at ease. She originally went to sea on a ship with Wu Xinye, with her by her side. Many people discussed it. Listening to Wu Xini's voice, she felt that he didn't seem to be awake yet. So she pinched his thigh hard.
"Someone is killed! Stop sleeping! Ah!"
Wu Xini exclaimed, suddenly sat up from the ground, patted his dazed head.
"What is this place? Who knows what kind of place this is?"
Shinxio said impatiently.
"Didn't you say you knew how to sail a fishing boat? Why are we trapped in this crappy place?"
Wu Xini's mind was also blank. He only remembered that when he was driving on the sea, the cool sea breeze blew by, making him feel a little sleepy. He yawned and tried to squint for a while. But when he opened his eyes again, he and Shinxio were trapped in such an inexplicable place.
"Mom, don't worry. The air around here is very humid. If you listen carefully, you can still hear the sound of the waves, which means we are not far from the sea. Maybe we are still on the original island."
Shinxio pulled on the iron chain tied to her ankle.
"Then who tied us here?"
Suddenly, the sound of two people chatting was heard not far away. Gradually, fire also emerged from the place where the sound came from. Wu Xini lowered his voice and said to Shinxio,
"My queen, be silent. Someone is coming."
As the two people got closer and closer, their conversation became clearer and clearer.
"Can these two people really get a good price? It's not necessarily the man, but the woman is definitely worth something. The people they were traveling with looked like they were rich, and the woman had thin skin and tender flesh, and she was always with the man of the house. She might be the concubine of a wealthy family. Yes, I hope they can meet our requirements. 1,000 taels shouldn't be a big amount for them."
After hearing this, the two of them probably understood what was going on. They must have exposed their wealth. So they were kidnapped by local fishermen with evil intentions. No wonder these fishermen were extremely eager when they were about to go out to sea in the morning. It turned out that they wanted to catch turtles in an urn and exchange their lives for money. Wu Xini lay down on his back and said in a hurried tone,
"Your Majesty, lie down and pretend to be asleep. If they see us awake, they will definitely not let us go easily."
Shinxio quickly lay down on the cold ground and closed her eyes. Soon, there was a flickering light source shining in Shinxio's eyes through her eyelids. The two fishermen sat on the ground and began to make plans.
"After we receive the money, we will take a boat all the way west, leave Haishur and go to Yunqing. It's just that this matter is easily exposed. We must not let them see our appearance. Go and cover their eyes with these 2 pieces of white cloth, and then tie their hands with canes."
Soon, Shinxio felt that her hands were tied up and a white cloth was covered over her eyes. After dealing with her, the fishermen started to attack Wu Xini again. But Wu Xini had been prepared early in the morning. As a judge of Taiyuan Hospital, in addition to his first-rate ability to save people, he is also very good at using poison. He always has poisonous powder hidden in his sleeves for emergencies. When the fisherman approached him to tie his hands, he suddenly had a fit and sprinkled the powder in his cuffs towards the fisherman. Colorless and odorless powder was sprinkled on the fisherman's face, knocking him out immediately. Chapter 317. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Another fisherman noticed something was wrong, picked up the guy and chopped it like Wu Xini. Wu Xini's attack was steady and ruthless, and he was soon poisoned. Only after the two people stopped making any movement, Shinxio said,
"What did you do to them?"
Wu Xini,
"I won't die for a while."
As he spoke, he loosened the vines around Shinxio's wrists and untied the cloth covering her eyes. Then he looked at Shinxio's headdress and asked,
"Can you lend me your hairpin?"
Shinxio pulled out the silver hairpin and gave it to him. He took the silver hairpin and picked up a stone from the ground, polishing the hairpin bit by bit.
"This shackle is the most common style, and the lock is not difficult to unlock. Grind the hairpin a little thinner and give it a try. Maybe you can open the shackles."
Shinxio watched him busy, sighed helplessly, and complained,
"How do I find that as long as I am with you? Nothing good will happen. I am either trapped underground or trapped in a cave."
Wu Xini grinned and said,
"Your Majesty, you have just said what I am thinking. Being with your majesty, my luck is also extremely bad. At this time, I was eating barbecue on the island and enjoying the sea breeze. But I had to suffer here with the Empress. Didn't the Empress just listen to what they said? The main reason was to catch you and ask the Emperor for money. I was just unlucky and was caught by the way. It's just caught back. Are you still here asking for trouble?
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him.
If you hadn't insisted on taking me out to sea to fish, would such a mess have happened? We just left like this, and the Emperor didn't know. You let's see if the Emperor will pick off your head when he finds out this time.
Wu Xini cried out.
My queen, you can't accuse someone unjustly like this. Right. It was obviously you who said you were bored and insisted on me taking you out to sea. How come it's all my problem now?
Shinseyo.
I said I wanted to go to sea. Wouldn't you advise me? It's not like you don't know what my temper is.
Wu Xini laughed angrily at her.
What the Empress said.
You are the master and I am the slave. Do I dare to say no to what you say you want to do? Besides, who would have thought that he would be so unlucky that he would go out to sea and return home?
I could be kidnapped.
Shinseyo suddenly felt that Wu Xini's words were a bit strange. But he couldn't analyze what was strange for the moment. Before she could think about it, Wu Xini quickly continued.
How about this? Madam, when we get out of trouble later, when you see the Emperor, you will say that you went to sea by yourself. And then I will persuade you not to when I went to sea. I boarded your pirate ship in a daze and was taken to sea by you. This way, we don't have to tell the Emperor about the dangerous things here. And the Emperor doesn't have to worry about you, let alone doubt what I have with you. And he won't pick off my head in anger. What do you think?
Shinseyo.
I think you talk a lot. Can you calm down for a while?
She glanced at the movements under Wu Shi's hands by the light of the torch.
Are you ready?
The silver hairpin had been polished very finely. Wu Xini roasted it on the torch, then inserted it into the keyhole and turned it gently. After 2 or 3 attempts, there was only a click sound, and the shackles on his feet were actually released. Seeing that he was out of trouble, Shinseyo quickly said,
Hurry, and help me untie him too.
Wu Xini walked up to Shinseyo with the silver hairpin, squatted down and looked at the shackles on her feet, and did not move for a long time. Shinseyo urged,
What are you looking at?
Wu Xini smiled.
I can untie the Empress. But the Empress must agree to my conditions and let me save my life. Right. Otherwise, if I save the Empress and the Emperor cuts me off again without knowing it, what will happen to me?
Unjust?
Shinseyo's face turned green when she was so angry that she could only say perfunctorily,
Whatever you say is what you say. Untie it for me quickly.
Wu Xini then happily untied Shinseyo's shackles. Shinseyo, who had just been freed from her restraints, was walking a little bumpily. Wu Xini quickly gave her a hand.
This cave doesn't seem to be deep. Let's go out and check the situation first.
But at this moment, a sound was heard from outside the cave again.
What's going on? The 3rd and 4th children went in to see 2 people. Why haven't they come out after being there for so long? Yes. Something will happen. Right? Let's go in and take a look.
Shinseyo didn't frown slightly.
Do they still have accomplices?
Wu Xinian said.
There should be 2 people staying outside for fun.
Shinseyo was not afraid.
It's okay. Anyway, you have so much poisonous powder. You can subdue them just by sprinkling it.
Wu Xini.
Mother, do you think I am a silkworm baby? Poisonous powder can be produced by yourself just like silk? The poisonous powder was brought out in total. And all the poisonous powder used to deal with those 2 people has been used up. Use it all?
Shinseyo had a dark look on her face.
You know you only have so much left. Wouldn't you save some and use it?
Seeing the other 2 people getting closer and closer, Shinseyo bent down and picked up the knife from the ground, held it in his palm, and handed it to Wu Xini.
No matter what. We can only fight with them with swords at this time. Let's hide in the dark. Wait for them to come out. No matter what. Just kill them and be done.
Wu Xini looked at Shinseyo with shock in his eyes. For a moment, he gave Shinseyo a thumbs up, nodded vigorously and said,
Your Majesty is truly a hero among women.
The 2 hid on both sides of the narrow passage in the cave, just waiting for the other 2 to come and catch them off guard. But fate is not as good as fate. Halfway through, the 2 men suddenly stopped and shouted into the depths of the cave.
3rd brother. 4th brother. How are you doing? If nothing happens, just call me back. 3rd child?
Of course. No one in the cave responded, and they stopped moving forward, and the voices of discussion turned into whispers. almost inaudible. Shinseou and Wu Xini waited for a long time, but did not see them coming in. So they whispered,
What happened? Did you find something was wrong and ran away?
It doesn't look like that.
Wu Shiny made a silence gesture at Shinseou.
Listen carefully. What is this?
Shinseou seemed to hear the roar of some animal, and was startled.
Then, what is that?
Wu Shiny.
It sounded like a wolf howling. Wolf?
Shinseou was shocked.
How could it be a wolf? This is an island. Are there wolves on the island? Ouch.
Before she could finish her words, this unmistakable howl of a wolf could be said to have completely taught Shinseou how to behave.
There are really wolves?
She tightened her grip on the knife handle and couldn't help but become nervous, not even daring to take a breath. Wu Xinian subconsciously protected her behind him, frowning, and his tone became serious.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
Chapter 318 Wu Xini is a wolf king. The terrifying wolf howl sounded just once at first, and then became more and more numerous, denser, and closer. Wu Xini protected Shinseou even more thoroughly, with almost his entire body lying in front of her.
While wandering around Haishur, I had a few chats with the local people, knowing they would train wolves to use them as fishing tools. In other words, they can let the wolf be their pet and do whatever they want.
This statement is simply unbelievable to Shinseou, who has received modern higher education. As we all know, wolves are gregarious animals. For thousands of years, humans have tried countless methods, but they cannot completely tame their wild nature. How could ancient people do what modern people cannot do? But now, the wolves are indeed coming towards them. The pair of green eyes shining in the darkness were like ghosts. Shinseou's body couldn't stop trembling. Wu Shinian patted her arm gently and whispered,
Hide behind me later. No matter what happens, don't open your eyes.
Shinseou looked at Wu Xini's back with the help of a weak light source. He was much thinner than Li Mobai, and he looked like a frail scholar who couldn't carry anything on his back or shoulders. Without the poisonous powder in hand, it would be difficult for him to deal with people, let alone deal with the evil wolf.
Don't be so pretentious. Let's chop him out randomly. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. Does your majesty think this is realistic?
Wu Shiny glanced back at Shinseou's hand holding the knife. The trembling caused by fear had already caused the knife in her hand to shake and leave an afterimage.
Your majesty, your hands are shaking like this, and you still want to cut a way out? Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?
As the roars of the wolves got closer and closer, Wu Xini's tone became serious.
Close your eyes and don't look at them. Otherwise they will treat you as prey and attack you suddenly.
Seeing that Wu Shinian was confident, Shinseou had no better way now, so she could only choose to believe him. So he simply handed the knife in his hand to Wu Xinian and closed his eyes tightly. Although his eyes were closed, the murderous aura surrounding him would make people shiver. Suddenly, Shinseou heard Wu Xinian let out an ouch. The sound was loud and loud, more like a wolf's howl than a wolf's howl. And when he barked, the wolves barked in response, as if they were having a conversation. Shinseou felt confused. At this time, could he be talking to the wolf and letting the wolf go away? God! What kind of weird thing is this? How could she believe his lies? Shinseou could clearly feel the footsteps of the wolves approaching a little bit. But Wu Shiny didn't make any movement at all. He just stopped howling, until the back of Shinseou's hand touched a furry touch. She was so frightened that she screamed and almost jumped up on the spot. She suddenly opened her eyes, and realized that two wolves had surrounded her, and a pair of wolves were staring at her.
Ah!
Shinseou lost control and shouted,
Wu Shiny! Is this what you said can protect me? Let me tell you, if I were eaten by these wolves today, I would not let go even if I were a ghost. Pass you!
Shinseou's shout seemed to anger the wolves, and they rushed toward Shinseou. Just when Shinseou closed her eyes and prepared to face the fate of being torn apart, what she felt was licking the butt with a fishy smell. Yes, those two wolves were licking the back of her hands and cheeks. When she was so frightened that she lost her mind, Wuxia said in her ear,
Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you.
Only then did Shinseou lightly open her eyes. She saw a total of 7 or 8 wolves in these wolves. They were surrounding her and Wu Xini. They were not aggressive at all. Instead, they looked a little well-behaved. They licked themselves for a while, and licked Wu Xini for a while. He even rubbed his neck against them, as if he was coquettish with them. Shinseou trembled and asked,
What is this situation?
Wu Xini smiled and touched the head of a larger wolf.
Don't be afraid. They just want to be friends with us.
Be friends? Shinseou didn't want to be friends with these big furry monsters. Wu Xini.
Are you scared? Your Majesty? You might as well do like me. Touch them gently. And treat them like big dogs. Like Lucky. They are so good.
Hearing what Wu Xini said, Shinxio felt that their size was a bit like Lucky's, but their fur seemed a little hard to the touch. Etc. Shinxio stared at Wu Xini with surprise.
How do you know Lucky?
Unexpectedly, Wu Xinian didn't panic at all, and replied to her calmly.
The Emperor told me. He said Lucky was a dog you raised, but he has lost it now.
Oh, if you put it this way, it seems that it can be explained, because Li Mobai could always hear his own voice. It was not surprising at all to know Lucky's existence. Moreover, he had been very close to Wu Xini for a while. The two of them often drank and had fun together. It was normal for him to mention this incident by chance after drinking too much. Shinxio asked him again.
Why do these wolves listen to you after you bark twice?
Wu Xini smiled and said,
Perhaps they think my scream is nice? I'll show you to your Majesty while your Majesty watches.
As he spoke, he imitated two more wolf howls. However, this howl made these wolves lose their temper and suddenly became extremely ferocious. I saw them divided into two groups. One group ran into the cave, and the other group ran wildly outside the cave. Immediately afterwards, screams came from inside and outside the cave. It was the screams of the fishermen as the wolves bit them. After a while, the scream subsided, and the wolf hurriedly left. Shinxio looked back and saw that the two fishermen lying on the ground behind him had been torn apart into human shapes. It was estimated that the two people outside the cave were not much better.
You know how to control beasts?
Shinxio asked curiously. Wu Xinian pretended to be mysterious, turned around and raised an eyebrow at her and smiled.
It's not an extraordinary skill. After all, after so many years of practicing medicine, you have to learn a little bit of every skill. Otherwise, you will easily be outclassed by others. With your medical skills, is there anyone in this world who can compare with you? Moreover, these wolves were personally trained by the fishermen, and we have been in love with them for at least a few years. You howled twice, and they turned the tables. I jumped out and bit the person to death for you. Your ability is too great.
Wu Xini laughed and seemed not to want to mention this matter. He casually mentioned the topic and ignored the matter.
Now that all the problems that need to be solved have been solved, can the Empress leave? Otherwise, the Emperor will be anxious again later.
He took the lead and walked in front of Shinxio. Shinxio stared at his back, always feeling that this man seemed to have many secrets that he didn't want others to know. But no matter what these secrets are, one thing Shinxio can be sure of is that at least he is not a bad person. Although she didn't know where this inexplicable certainty came from. Chapter 319. If you have something to say, say it carefully, but don't move your mouth. After walking all the way out of the cave, they discovered that they were on another island across the sea from Lioli Island, and two fishing boats were moored nearby. Wu Xini looked at the sky and calculated.
Fortunately, from the time we went out to sea to being captured and imprisoned in a cave,
to the time we rescued ourselves, it didn't take more than half an hour. Now row back. Even if you don't tell the Emperor what we have experienced, it will not make him suspicious.
Shinxio got on the boat with Wu Xini's help, took the extra oars, and rowed with him.
There's something that always feels weird to me. You said that the relationship between me and you is very clear, but you always say some inexplicable things. At one moment, you are worried that the Emperor will suspect something, and at the next moment, you are worried that someone will misunderstand our innocence. You talk too much about how you don't have 300 taels of silver here. It will inevitably make people think that you are a thief with a guilty conscience. The word guilty of thief is a good one. Then may I ask, My Majesty, how can I be a thief?
Wu Xini looked at Shinxio with a smile.
By being a thief, does your Majesty mean that I like your Majesty?
Shinxio stepped on his shoe.
If you keep talking nonsense, I will give you a slap in the face.
Wu Xini pretended to beg for mercy.
No. I'm talking nonsense. Please calm down.
The distance between the two islands is not too far, and the boat can be rowed back in a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Li Mabai finished cooking the barbecue and realized that Shinxio seemed to be missing. He quickly asked people to search for it, but saw Shinxio jumping off the fishing boat and bringing a lot of fresh fish with him. Li Mabai frowned.
You didn't even tell me. So you went out to sea alone? Even though he was reproaching, his tone was very gentle. Shinxio scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said with a smile,
It's not far away. It's just on the edge. Your Majesty, do you think this fish is big?
Facing Shinseo's ghostly appearance, Li Mabai had nothing to do with her. There was no way. He just couldn't resist her cuteness. Later, everyone had a barbecue for a while. And when it got dark, they went boating on the sea to enjoy the sunset, and then rushed back to Haishur. After returning to Haishur, I saw many villagers pacing the shore very nervously. Seeing that Li Mabai and the others were back, he hurriedly greeted them and asked,
Have these nobles seen those brothers from the Lu family? Are they the young men who are responsible for sending a few people out to sea today?
Chuyu said.
I didn't pay much attention. It seems that after sending us there, they turned back first if they had something to do. What's the matter? Is the person missing?
The villager said anxiously.
You haven't come back at this time. Today is the day of the Lu family's banquet. The 4 members of the main family are not here. What should we do?
Someone on the side yelled.
Maybe he went somewhere to escape the banquet. Don't we know about the brothers of the Lu family? Ignore them. Maybe one of them will show up tomorrow. Only Shinseo and Wu Xinyan knew that the 4 of them would probably never come back to Haishur again in this life. Early the next morning, the Imperial driver set off and continued southbound. The destination this time is Yunqing. And the most famous thing about Yunqing is the ancient Buddhist temple outside the city. It is the largest temple in the south and houses dozens of arhats and bodhisattvas. It is very spectacular. The memorial from the imperial court was delivered quickly today. Li Mabai was reviewing the memorial with one finger on the way, while Shinseo accompanied him quietly. At the same time, she also started calling Xiao Taochua in her heart. After calling 7 or 8 times, Xiao Taochua finally got a response.
Shinseo said angrily, What's wrong with you?
Do you know that I almost burped yesterday? Xiao Taochua, host, please don't be angry. I don't know why this happened. When the host called me out yesterday, there was strong interference in the space where you were. Not only did I lose contact with you, the interference was so powerful that even several systems next to me were implicated. Shinseo, what does that mean?
Xiao Taochua, generally speaking,
this phenomenon may be caused by 2 situations. No. One situation is that beside the host, there is a system that is much more advanced than us.
That system is simply overwhelming compared to ours. So when the 2 systems are running at the same time, I will be interfered with, and the signal will be interrupted. However, the possibility of this situation is almost 0. Because I have the most advanced system currently. If there really is a system more advanced than mine, it should be able to change history at will. And it would be impossible for it to appear next to the host. Shinseo was a little impatient after hearing it talk a lot of nonsense. What about the second situation? Xiao Taochua, as for the second situation, it means that it is very likely that there is a bug in the space and time administration. The bug was fixed this morning. So now the host can contact me. Shinseo, is your space-time management bureau particularly stretched? Why do bugs appear every once in a while? Xiao Taochua, hee. The host is right to scold you. We also complained about him behind his back like this. But anyway, as long as everything is safe for the host, think of the bright side in everything. This time the host got through the difficulties without using points, which is not a good thing. Well, I'm afraid this is the only thing I can use to comfort myself so far. Although that is said, is there no compensation mechanism for bugs in the Space-Time Management Bureau? Xiao Taochua's hesitating attitude caught Shinseo's attention.
Don't tell me that you want to keep it to yourself again?
Only then did Xiao Taochua honestly explain, Okay, host, it is compensated a total of 20 points. How about this? I won't take it all for myself. How about half with the host? In this way, the host's point balance becomes 500 points again. Before Shinseo agreed, Xiao Taochua made the decision for her first. DDDD. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 10 compensation points. The host currently has 500 points left. Shinseo was furious. You tricked me again. Helpless, she had no choice but to use her trump card, which was to hit her chest with small fists. But this time, she seemed a little selfless, and seemed to have forgotten Li Mabai's existence. Li Mabai looked at her in bewilderment as she beat her chest, and said softly,
What's wrong with you? Are your breasts engorged?
Shinseo. Li Mabai gathered the memorial together, and came to her side, with a smirk on his face.
Maybe you can tell me, and I can help you.
Shinseo's pupils were shaking.
Huh? Your Majesty, I won't ask you to help me with this kind of thing. Hey, if you have something to say, please say it. Don't talk.
You?
Hmm.
Then, The carriage began to rock happily. Chapter 320 Assassin. On the way to Yunqing, we can see that the local folk customs are very distinctive. The local area is as warm as spring all year round. So people dress very cool. They also like to use leaves for various decorations, and thread them on their clothes with needlework. For example, in the imperial city, patterned cloaks were one of the favorite favors of the concubines. Here, women often embroider flower petals on their bodies along the lines of the patterns, making them more lifelike. This was only in the suburbs. People along the road said that this style became more obvious when they arrived in Yunqing. Li Mabai said,
"After we visit the ancient Buddhist temple to worship, we will rush to Yunqing overnight. Take a bath, eat a good meal, and have a good sleep."
He looked at Shinseyo with a look of pampering but also a hint of guilt.
"Those who have been following me around these past few days haven't had a good rest."
Thinking of the tenderness he showed in the carriage just now, Shinseyo sneered.
"I haven't had a good rest. I have to serve the emperor on the carriage. I'm really tired."
Li Mobai's lips curled up into a smirk. He held Shinseyo's chin and looked at her affectionately.
"I saw you liked it just now. Didn't you?"
Shinseyo patted his hand, turned away, pretended to be angry, and stopped talking to him. The words coming out of this dog emperor's mouth recently have become increasingly difficult to judge. After arriving at the ancient Buddhist temple, the carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. The road behind is full of stone platforms, and carriages cannot go on them. If you want to pay homage, you can only walk up there. Shinseyo looked at the thousands of stone steps and felt troubled.
"The emperor doesn't really want to walk up one step at a time, right?"
Li Mobai nodded.
"What else?" "Huh?"
Shinseyo felt that her legs were about to break before she left.
"Your Majesty, are you looking down on me? Look at my thin arms and legs. I look like someone who can walk up."
Li Mobai smiled.
"If you can't walk, I can carry you up."
As he spoke, he lifted Shinseyo into his arms without caring about the gazes of the people around him who were worshipping Buddha. Li Mabai has tendons all over his body and exercises regularly, so it is not difficult for him to pick up Shinseyo. After walking only 2 steps, I met 2 old ladies. The old lady glanced at the crooked faces of Li Mabai and Shinseyo and couldn't help frowning.
"Amitabha, donor, this is a place where Buddhism is pure and peaceful. It's a bit inappropriate to behave like this."
Shinseyo quickly asked Li Mabai to put him down, blushed and clasped his hands together to return the gift to the old lady.
"I'm offended. Please don't blame me. Master, Amitabha, the Buddha is magnanimous and saves all sentient beings, so he will not argue with the donor over such trivial matters."
Shinseyo was respectful, but Li Mabai looked like a reckless man. When he saw the 2 sisters-in-law, he didn't even bother to say Lo. Shinseyo quickly whispered to the side.
"The emperor should at least say Lo to them."
Li Mabai smiled and said nothing, pulling Shinseyo to continue walking upward. After walking some distance, he said,
"Do you really think they are the sisters-in-law of this temple?"
Shinseyo asked doubtfully.
"Isn't it? Have you ever seen a sister-in-law whose fingernails are an inch long? She doesn't have any set of sandalwood on her body, but has a very strong set of meat. The emperor means that they are fake sisters-in-law?"
Li Mabai.
"There are no nuns in ancient Buddhist temples. They specialize in attracting people who have little experience in this way to tell fortunes or solve disasters and make money. I wish I had greeted them with you just now, instead of dragging you away with a cold face. I'm afraid that by now, they have already told us our fortunes."
Shinseyo had little experience in these matters, but Li Mabai's meticulous observation of things surprised her.
"The emperor saw so many flaws in them with just one glance. It's really amazing."
He was said to be fat, and he was out of breath. When his wife praised him, Li Mabai became visibly arrogant. He patted his chest and said,
"That's natural."
Shinseyo quickly added,
"The emperor is so powerful. He doesn't even let the nuns go out of the palace. As a woman, she likes to stare at others."
Li Mabai.
"You are slandering me."
Shinseyo smiled sadly.
"I didn't. The emperor is very angry because I revealed his thoughts."
As he spoke, he made a face at Li Mabai, lifted up his skirt, and started running on the steps. Li Mabai followed closely behind, laughing and joking. Seeing this scene, Chu Yueji couldn't help but sigh.
"Only the imperial concubine can make the emperor laugh so heartily."
Wu Xinyu echoed in a low voice. There was a hint of sadness in his tone.
"Only the emperor can make her so happy."
After arriving at the ancient Buddhist temple, Li Mabai and Shinseyo went inside to pay homage. Although they did not reveal their royal status, They still gave the abbot a lot of incense money when they visited, so that the abbot could temporarily clear the place. Chu Yueji, Wu Shini and others were waiting outside the door. Shinxio rarely went in and out of Buddhist temples, and didn't understand many of these rules. She could only do whatever Li Mabai did. By the time the process was completed, she had lost count of how many times she had kowtowed. When Li Mabai looked back at her, he saw her forehead was red and said with a smile,
"Are you going to knock your head in front of the Buddha and draw blood?"
Shinxio was a little annoyed.
Why does the emperor kowtow so many times, but nothing happens to his forehead?
Li Mabai rubbed her little head and said,
To worship the Buddha is only about sincerity.
Not these fake tricks. If you knock your head to pieces, the Buddha will laugh at you.
Seeing that Shinxio's hair was messy, he stretched out his hand to smooth it back for her naturally. Shinxio asked curiously,
What wishes did the emperor make to Buddha?
Li Mabai said,
3 wishes. Don't be greedy. As for what they are, they won't work if you can't tell them. You have to guess by yourself. 1 for the country, 1 for the Queen Mother, and 1 for myself.
Shinxio said. Li Mabai nodded.
Well, you're right.
Shinxio looked a little disappointed.
Oh, okay. Idiot. How do you know that my wish that relates to you is not also related to you?
But listening to Li Mabai's inner voice, he actually said those 3 wishes. I wish the country to prosper. Secondly, I hope that my relatives will live a long life. The 3rd wish is to win the person in front of you, to be with you every year, and never leave each other until we grow old. Shinxio smiled sadly and said nothing. Li Mabai helped him to stand up, and the 2 of them walked out together. Suddenly, the Buddhist niche behind him was opened by someone. There were 2 masked men in black hiding inside, wielding swords and rushing toward Li Mabai and Shinxio. Li Mabai reacted very quickly and punched the man who was rushing towards him in the face, knocking him to the ground. But the sword that was stabbing Shinxio on the other side was about to hit her right before his eyes. In an instant, Li Mabai rushed over without even thinking, blocking Shinxio with his body.